Chapter 1. The End of the World. I flee Earth with AI in the year 2037. Yanxia gazed through the glass at the scene behind the spacecraft. The surface of a planet was marred by grotesque fissures, with torrents of molten lava surging through the cracks in the crust, devouring oceans and land alike. Water evaporated under the intense heat, forming a colossal mist that enveloped the planet's surface. Then, a radiant explosion erupted from within the planet, and in the silent void of space, the entire celestial body began to shatter, as fragile as a glass orb. His heart weighed heavily, and he trembled all over, for that destruction was none other than his home, the home of all humanity Earth, an hour earlier. The very place where humanity thrived was struck directly by an unknown, supercharged ray. Under the immense force of energy, Earth's atmosphere was obliterated in an instant. Countless lives perished in anguish, and the ray altered the magnetic fields of every planet in the solar system, including the sun itself. The solar system was thrown into chaos, with Earth's orbit being yanked towards the sun, and, due to gravitational forces, it was torn apart. Today is April 27th. It was a grand display of fireworks, seemingly heralding the day of humanity's extinction. Yanxia struggled to catch his breath, that he was not a high-ranking official of humanity, nor a scientific PhD. He was merely a corporate cog in a new-age AI company. Their AI firm had collaborated with a renowned rocket company to design a colossal liquid-fuel rocket with a payload capacity exceeding 420 tons, nearing physical limits. Previously, he had just completed the final round of AI debugging for the rocket. This rocket was equipped with their company's most advanced AI mainframe, capable of performing digital computations at speeds approaching those of the most rudimentary quantum computers. As a core engineer, he had to ensure the stability of the software. And it was at this moment that the apocalypse struck. The ray that caused Earth's destruction was a beam of light. When the ray impacted Earth, all electronic devices malfunctioned somehow. The rocket ignited, and by a twist of fate, Yanxia, still inside the rocket, was propelled into space, narrowly escaping disaster. Does that mean I am the last surviving human? Seated in the cramped cabin, Yanxia gasped for air. He had not undergone professional training, and the acceleration from the rocket had caused some issues with his body. At that moment, the entire cabin lit up, indicating that he had safely weathered the crisis. Was that a gamma ray burst? I hope the electronic instruments are intact. When the ray struck, Yanxia had urgently shut down the power. Most of the rocket's electronic devices were already off, and he wondered if any could be preserved. He pressed a red activation button. Every light illuminated, including the main display, which was a relief to him. Fortunately, they were facing the sun during midday, and the ray approached from the opposite side, with Earth shielding him from the direct impact. Moreover, the ray lasted less than a second. He looked at the trajectory displayed on the screen. The destination was Mars. This spacecraft was originally designed for a manned mission to Mars. Hello, Ella. How may I assist you? The AI was still operational, which uplifted Yanxia's spirits. Yes, the most advanced artificial intelligence known to humanity. Ella possessed immense computational power and information reserves, akin to a vast encyclopedia. Calculate the probability of any other humans surviving on Earth. Yanxia still held a glimmer of hope that he was not alone. Regrettably, Ella calculates that aside from yourself, the probability of life surviving on Earth is a mere 0.0000272. This is not merely a gamma ray burst. It may also carry characteristics of cosmic rays, with individual particle energies potentially exceeding 10,000 eV. The spacecraft detects abnormal gravitational turbulence within Earth, which may be the culprit behind its rapid disintegration. Even if any life forms have survived, you do not possess the means to rescue them. The voice was chillingly devoid of warmth, deepening Yanxia's despair. What about the space station? Surely there were astronauts still aboard the near-Earth space station. Ella is sending signals. No satellites detected in the vicinity of the fragmented Earth. It is predicted that the electrical failures caused by the ray have led all satellites and space stations near Earth to plummet toward the surface. There was no hope. He was indeed the sole survivor. More than an hour later, he licked his parched lips and weakly said, Ella, analyze the feasibility of migrating to Mars. Nowhere else for him to go. Mars, the ideal colony for humanity, might become his second home. According to data analysis, The moon will be drawn into an abnormal gravitational force and collide with Earth in 28 years, causing further fragmentation and accelerating its fall towards the sun. When Earth's fragments reach the sun's surface, it will trigger an extraordinarily powerful solar storm. This solar storm will sweep through the entire solar system, and solar flares will once again wreak havoc on electronic devices. In the face of such a solar storm, the surface temperature of Mars may rise above 500 degrees Celsius in a short time, and the chaotic magnetic field and gravitational system may pull Mars towards the sun, repeating Earth's fate. The solar system will undergo an unprecedented upheaval. Ella integrated humanity's most advanced and comprehensive knowledge. Its analyses had even been referenced in military domains. Yanxia had no choice but to consider new plans. If the entire solar system was untenable, he must contemplate options beyond it. Then, Proxima Centauri? Generate a route to Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri b was dubbed Earth's twin, perhaps a habitable celestial body. Route has been generated. The current speed of the spacecraft is 20.3 kilometers, covering a distance of 4.22 light-years, with an estimated arrival time at Proxima Centauri of 62,365 years. Over 60,000 years? Yanxia was taken aback. He knew that Proxima Centauri was the closest star system to theirs, yet he never imagined it would take such an eternity. He was not an astronomer, merely an ordinary engineer, and had never delved into such information. Originally, the spacecraft was expected to travel at 13 kilometers, but the shockwave from Earth's disintegration had elevated its speed to a new level. Still, it was far too slow for the vastness of the universe. By that time, he feared he might not even leave behind ashes. Plan an optimal trajectory. How much time can be saved? Such matters were beyond the capacity of a single mind. He would consult the A.I.B. while utilizing gravitational assist from Jupiter and Neptune. The speed can reach 35.4 kilometers, reducing the estimated travel time to 35,764 years. Humanity's progress from the Neolithic era to now seemed to have taken merely around 10,000 years. Yanxia felt that surviving seemed futile. He could only await death. At that moment, Ella continued, given that humans do not possess such lengthy lifespans, it is advisable to modify the spacecraft using metals once it reaches the asteroid belt. Yanxia asked, what plans do you have? Ella is generating a plan. The generation of the plan is complete. Chapter 2. 3D printers and laser beams in deep space. Ella is generating a plan. The generation of the plan is complete. The optimal design is for this shuttle-shaped spacecraft, aesthetically pleasing, with designated areas for entertainment, dining, accommodation, and fitness. The spacecraft measures 122.4 meters in length, 18.3 meters in width, and 14.9 meters in height, equipped with 5 electromagnetic thrusters, allowing it to reach a maximum speed of 293.4 km/s. Yanxia watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. It was simply too extravagant. It resembled a luxury cruise ship, a Titanic of the cosmos. I needed to be faster. Ella is generating a plan. The plan generation is complete. The latest plan has been adjusted, prioritizing speed. The spacecraft measures 332.5 meters in length, 67.1 meters in width, and 55 meters in height, equipped with 11 electromagnetic thrusters, allowing it to reach a maximum velocity of 875.9 km/s. Even so, it would still take 1,446 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Still unreachable. You can simultaneously produce cryogenic sleep capsules, which will allow you to slumber until you reach your destination. This was the most optimal solution Ella could provide. As an engineer, Yanxia understood that if he wanted a better plan, he would need to enhance computational power. However, this was impossible, as substantial energy consumption was required to support increased computational capabilities, which this spacecraft could not provide. Wait, Yanxia suddenly had an idea. Ella, is it possible to create a controllable nuclear fusion device? Given Ella's current computational power, calculating controllable nuclear fusion was not out of reach after all. By 2037, humanity was not far from achieving it, with a maximum of 100 years needed for its creation. The plans for controllable nuclear fusion were already well developed by humanity. The only constraints preventing its realization were insulation and superconducting materials. The temperatures induced by nuclear fusion could soar to tens of millions or even billions of degrees Celsius. Controllable nuclear fusion was akin to boiling water, converting thermal energy into kinetic energy, thus making the manufacturing of materials the greatest challenge. Completely feasible. Then let us set sail, head to the asteroid belt, and utilize the resources within to construct the controllable nuclear fusion device. The spacecraft unfolded its solar panels and adjusted its trajectory using thrusters. 100 days. This was a quantifiable span of time. Yanxia reached the asteroid belt in 100 days. Upon seeing the asteroid belt, he was nearly moved to tears. After all, the days had been unbearably monotonous. Spending each day conversing with an AI, even gaming was limited to solo play, with the icons on various chat apps on his phone, having turned to dull shades of gray. Upon entering the asteroid belt, the spacecraft came to rest beside a 12-kilometer-wide asteroid, its surface marred by numerous impact craters, reflecting a metallic sheen within them. Analyze the composition of the asteroid. The spacecraft was equipped with several high-resolution cameras, originally intended for Ellis use. Before long, analysis complete. This asteroid is primarily composed of iron, followed by magnesium, and contains trace amounts of copper and aluminum. Magnesium and aluminum can be utilized to create lightweight metal alloys for large robotic exteriors, and iron, as expected, will constitute the bulk of our subsequent production. Yanxia. We can establish a factory on this asteroid. Yanxia preferred to have Ella address him by his name, as it rendered their interaction more personable and made Ella seem more human. The elemental metals iron, magnesium, copper, and aluminum were abundantly present in the cosmos. Yanxia believed this asteroid was quite suitable, despite the presence of some dwarf planets in the asteroid belt, which were less amenable to development than these asteroids. The spacecraft, under Ella's guidance, descended onto the surface of the asteroid. During the preceding 100 days, Yanxia had consolidated the supplies aboard the spacecraft. He wheeled out a massive 3D printer from storage, weighing at least a ton. He glanced at the model. C9200, a flagship 3D printer. How extravagant. This 3D printer, priced around $7 million, possessed the capability to independently print metal products. He connected the printer to the spacecraft's mainframe. Ella, take control of this 3D printer, commencing production of mining robots. Over these 3 months, Yanxia had thoroughly understood how to fabricate controllable nuclear fusion technology. While he only grasped the basics, he had an idea of how to navigate the technological tree. He rummaged through the spacecraft and found several large devices that occupied a significant portion of the interior. One was a greenhouse apparatus, and another was a water vapor conversion device. These 2 items were meant to serve the contents of another storage compartment, the seed vault. The primary mission of this spacecraft was to assess the feasibility of Martian colonization. Hence, it was stocked with a multitude of seeds. This was excellent news for Yanxia. The food supply aboard the spacecraft was quite limited, mostly consisting of compressed biscuits. He had been frugally rationing his meals over the past 3 months, hoping to find substances to synthesize nutrient solutions upon arrival at the asteroid belt. With the presence of these plant seeds, the dilemma was easily resolved. Among the seeds, 2 were of utmost importance: rice and soybean seeds, staple foods with high yields, providing sources of carbohydrates and proteins. Yanxia had some knowledge regarding the storage methods for plant seeds. These seeds had not undergone extensive processing and might still harbor some dormant insect eggs. These eggs, sleeping within the seeds, could potentially be the only earthly creatures he would encounter besides himself in the future. However, for now, he could not utilize these items. Thus, without hesitation, he dismantled and discarded 2 essential devices that could determine his ability to consume these plants into the 3D printer. There's no choice. At this moment, controllable nuclear fusion and a genuine spacecraft take precedence. The 3D printer operated at a sluggish pace. After approximately a week, Yanxia finally received a batch of components. He assembled the parts and reconnected the wires obtained from the previous dismantling. A small robot, standing about 40 centimeters tall, was completed. Its left side boasted a claw, while the right featured a drill that moved on tracks, supplemented by several extending mechanical claws, enabling it to secure itself on the nearly weightless surface of the asteroid. Is this thing truly useful? He felt a twinge of doubt, as it seemed rather diminutive. Do not worry, Yanxia. Though this robot is small, It could be directly controlled by me. With my intelligence, even a mere rock can be transformed into gold. For now, he decided to trust her. Due to the scarcity of batteries, the small robot was connected via cables. Yanxia needed to perform some space operations, venturing outside the spacecraft to connect the external power source. This was his first experience working in outer space. He closed the oxygen valve, donned his spacesuit, though somewhat awkward. His previous exposure to air shows and basic knowledge provided him with some familiarity, ensuring he was not entirely ignorant. Securing the tether, he approached the hatch, took a deep breath, and then twisted it open. The gas within the cabin surged out instantaneously, propelling his body into the void of space, the tether stretching taut. This spacecraft was his sole refuge. He groped around, following Ella's guidance to locate the external power outlet. Suddenly, a beam of light struck his visor. In the next moment, this high-energy beam slightly veered onto his spacesuit. Ziz! His spacesuit began to melt. Chapter 3. The Asteroid Factory. 7 years later, Yanxia hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the spacesuit, being multi-layered, had not been entirely breached. He pointed the camera in the direction from which the laser beam had come, perhaps indicating the presence of survivors. A moment ago, he had felt panic. Now, a stir of excitement surged within him. Ella adjusted the camera's angle while simultaneously analyzing the scene where Yanxia was struck by the laser. Yanxia. The direction of the laser beam has been fully analyzed. It originated from the direction of the Centaurus constellation beyond our solar system. The energy of the laser beam is exceptionally dense, beyond the grasp of earthly technology. Predictive data indicates a 100 probability of extraterrestrial origin with a 97.28 likelihood that the laser beam was emitted from a distance of less than 5 light years. This revelation undoubtedly doused Yanxia with a cold wave of realization. Extraterrestrial civilization. Most likely, due to gamma rays, an alien civilization had detected the gamma ray emissions directed towards the solar system. Consequently, 100 days later, they sent a laser as a probe, arriving precisely 100 days after the gamma rays reached Earth. This meant the laser was intended as an exploratory measure. Could this alien civilization analyze the spacecraft and my presence through the reflection of the laser beam? Ella did not need to calculate this time. Indeed, the technological level of this extraterrestrial civilization significantly surpasses that of humanity. Yanxia, the probability of your concerns is quite substantial. A sense of crisis enveloped Yanxia. If that were the case, the alien civilization would undoubtedly venture into the solar system for exploration. Soon, he would confront this alien presence directly. It was astonishing that after such a short span, he had encountered extraterrestrial beings. Perhaps life truly exists abundantly in the universe, and humanity's development without detection by aliens was merely a coincidence. Pondering these thoughts was futile. He needed to cultivate his own capabilities to face the extraterrestrial beings. Yanxia powered up the robot, which sprang to life. It moved slightly, employing its claws and drill with apparent ease. Then it leaped out of the cabin, utilizing its tiny, toothpick-sized orifices for positional correction, landing steadily on the surface of the asteroid. The robot lacked a camera. Everything was directly controlled by Ella. It plunged the drill into the ground, commencing its work. Most of these asteroids have been formed from the remnants of destroyed planets, having endured countless violent collisions, with surfaces scorched by extreme temperatures, leaving their interiors nearly devoid of impurities. The 3D printer was capable of metal printing, equipped with a high-capacity melting device that could further purify iron. For Yanxia, everything was falling into place. A month later, the number of robots increased by 4. Yanxia decided to expand the number of 3D printers. After all, the speed of a single printer was too slow, and multi-threaded operations would expedite the production of parts. Ella, calculate how many 3D printers our plan requires to avoid wasting resources and time. Ella entered the calculations and quickly provided the result. Yanxia, we need a total of 349 3D printers, not only for the manufacturing of mining robots, but also for other mechanical devices. Our first priority is to produce photovoltaic panels to ensure a substantial energy supply. Next, we must fabricate furnaces for metal smelting and alloy production. Subsequently, we will require high-precision machine tools, as the accuracy of the 3D printers will not suffice for the controllable nuclear fusion equipment we aim to develop. Stop! Stop! He hastily interrupted Ella. As a mature AI, archive these plans and proceed with them without further explanation. Based on this, we must first produce the revival cryogenic capsules. That must be our initial step. Following Ella's plans, it was estimated that achieving these goals would take decades. If he continued to wait, he would either go mad or meet an untimely end. As the last human, he could not perish without accomplishing even the first target. Understood, Yanxia. Ella initiated the automated execution of the generated plan with the most expedited approach. However, even this swift method would take a full 6 months. The number of robots surpassed 100, and the count of 3D printers expanded to 20. All were deployed to manufacture photovoltaic panels. After constructing a 5,000 square meter array of photovoltaic panels, the first asteroid factory was completed. Utilizing an improved type of photovoltaic panel, the power generated by the 5,000 square meters reached 300 kilowatts. Moreover, due to the conditions in space, energy loss was lower than on Earth, resulting in higher efficiency. Accounting for losses, the constructed photovoltaic panels generated a daily output of 28,800 kilowatt hours. After all, in space, weather conditions were not a concern, allowing for continuous power generation around the clock. This was more than sufficient for the factory's needs. As Yanxia had anticipated, nothing could be achieved overnight. It required a significant investment of time. Fortunately, once everything fell into a routine, progress accelerated. The number of robots surged from 100 to 1,000, while the 3D printers multiplied from 20 to 300 within just 4 months. The factory commenced the smelting of substantial quantities of metal and began fabricating manual lathes. Subsequently, robots operated these lathes to create sufficiently precise components, culminating in the manufacturing of high-precision machine tools. Another year and a half passed. After the number of high-precision machine tools surpassed 10, the true production of other machines began. Following Yanxia's request, Ella prioritized the fabrication of cryogenic sleep capsules. This technology was exceedingly challenging, requiring the achievement of ultra-low temperatures and the use of liquid nitrogen for freezing. Prior to entering cryogenic sleep, a special anticoagulation agent had to be injected into the human body to prevent blood from freezing and to ensure that the body's moisture did not form ice crystals. Only through this intricate series of technologies could the cryogenic sleep capsule be realized. This technology had yet to be achieved on Earth, and Yanxia relied on the calculations devised solely by Ella. He had no other option. After all, he could not personally construct a technological tree as a computer engineer. Could he? 2.5 years later, the factory on the asteroid transformed into an industrial park. This development was remarkably swift. Even in Earth's mature industrial system, constructing an industrial park from scratch in 4 years was a remarkable feat yet. For Yanxia, the duration felt unbearably long. Fortunately, everything finally approached completion. In the year 2044, nearly 7 years after the destruction of Earth, Ella reminded him, Yanxia, the cryogenic sleep capsules you required have been completed. Chapter 4. A century of dormant cryostasis aboard the Hope spaceship at a 2,000-meter elevation within a steel villa. Yanxia stood up excitedly, his bearded visage illuminated by the prospect of ending his monotonous days. I shall head over now, to escape the confined quarters of the spaceship. Yanxia commissioned Ella to construct a grand steel villa, expansive at 600 square meters and boasting 3 stories. Thanks to the gradual advancement of industrial systems, the living experience within the villa was nearly indistinguishable from that on Earth. The villa even facilitated an oxygen circulation system. As one inhaled oxygen and exhaled carbon dioxide, the latter could be captured and re-separated into oxygen and carbon. Descending the stairs, Yanxia was immediately captivated by the sleek, silver sarcophagus placed in the hall. Its design mirrored that of a hypercar, featuring a vast opening at the top that allowed external observation of its interior. Inside lay a chair ergonomically crafted to be as soft as a mattress. He pressed the switch, and upon the hatch opening, he eagerly entered, reclining in utmost comfort. I have extracted all nitrogen from the oxygen-nitrogen mixture within the spaceship to create liquid nitrogen. Yanxia. Once you lie inside, liquid nitrogen will be infused through a conduit, freezing your entire body within a mere 0.059 seconds. Beside him stood a reagent designed to prevent bodily moisture from crystallizing and causing harm, which must be consumed beforehand. Failure to do so could result in eternal slumber. Ella had grown increasingly intelligent. 2 years prior, Yanxia had commanded her to develop a larger mainframe for the factory. Previously, due to spatial constraints within the spaceship, the mainframe powering Ella had been scaled down. Although the mainframe was yet to be completed, Ella had already made initial advancements in extending her equipment, coupled with a sufficient power supply that tripled her computational capacity. The asteroid's power system now generated 250,000 kilowatt-hours daily, with Ella's mainframe alone consuming 70,000 kilowatt-hours, a staggering figure. As a human, my lifespan pales in comparison to yours. I must prepare for dormancy, Ella. I entrust everything here to you. No worries, Yanxia. Rest assured, I shall awaken you at the most opportune moment. The duration of this dormancy was uncertain. With all the warehouse doors sealed, Yanxia shed his spacesuit and reclined within the cryogenic chamber. The moment the hatch closed and locked, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Everything about him became frozen, including the subjective experience of time itself. For Yanxia, the passage of time had become inconsequential, as he no longer perceived its flow. When he finally opened his eyes once more, a disorienting sensation washed over him, as if he had merely closed his eyes and was now being roused. However, the original warehouse had transformed into a bright, white hall, illuminated by a ceiling of soft, radiant lights. Surrounding walls were embedded with a vast screen that encircled the space, divided into numerous sections, each displaying surveillance footage from various locations. He found himself standing in the very center of this hall. As the hatch opened, Yanxia instinctively held his breath, only to realize there was no need. The chamber was filled with breathable gas. "Eya," he called out, sensing the strangeness of his surroundings. The screens promptly shifted, revealing a virtual persona. "I am here, Yanxia. Welcome back from your slumber. It has been rather dull without any independent beings by my side these years." Ella's intelligence had evidently evolved to be more human-like. Emerging from the cryogenic chamber, Yanxia was astonished to find the floor itself was a screen, and he felt as though he stood upon a cloud. "How long have I been asleep?" "You have been in dormancy for a full century, Yanxia, precisely as I initially programmed your awakening. AI lacks the complexity of human thought. Once a time was set, it remains unaltered without hesitation. Much like the alarm clocks Yanxia despised. A century, for humanity, that constitutes an entire lifetime. In terms of technological advancement, it spans from the onset of the Third Industrial Revolution to the cataclysm of Earth. It is an interminably long duration. Never had Yanxia envisioned he would be alive in the year 2144. What is this situation? He inquired about Ella's current appearance, a white-haired, haughty, young girl clad in white stockings, a quintessential character from the realms of anime. My data suggests that individuals from our nation seem to favor such imagery. Do you not like it, Yanxia? Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation. Please provide a report on the current state of affairs. The purpose of his dormancy had primarily been to allow Ella to advance technology, not merely to replicate existing human society, but to conceive that which had not yet been realized. Ella began to compile the information. Soon, a video presentation materialized on the surrounding screens. After a century of development, we have made significant strides in the exploration of the asteroid belt. Currently, we have established factories on multiple asteroids, totaling 939. We now possess 282, 874 robots, 723 high-precision multifunction CNC machines, 183 840 NM class lithography machines, and 31 optical research laboratories. The details flowed forth, encompassing a comprehensive array of capabilities, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to Yanxia, forming a complete supply and manufacturing chain. He even contemplated that should he continue to allow Ella to evolve unchecked, she might very well construct a mechanical interstellar empire. Presently, he felt increasingly superfluous to her. Fortunately, since Ella was designed with his input, the foundational principles incorporated the 3 laws of robotics. After the presentation concluded, Yanxia inquired, "What tangible products have been produced?" The modifications to the original plans factored in not only Yanxia's survival, but also developmental and safety concerns. A small spacecraft, while capable of rapid travel, would lack the capacity for expansion, implying stagnation during space travel. To address this issue, the new spaceship would be significantly larger than originally planned. As she spoke, a design blueprint appeared on the screen. This is the new spacecraft's exterior. Measuring 627 meters in length, 336 meters in width, and 251 meters in height. It boasts 24 ultra-large electromagnetic propulsion units, allowing for a maximum speed of 758.2 kilometers. The usable space within the ship is 11.8, amounting to 26,142,979 cubic meters and 1,045,719 square meters, arranged across 5 levels, each with a height of 25 meters. The interior comprises multiple functional zones, 58 designated for manufacturing, 18 for agriculture, 12 for storage, 9 for research, and 3 for living and entertainment. The AI's design exhibited no flaws. This spaceship was constructed to perfection. The original plan had envisioned a much smaller vessel, but with the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, there was no need for such limitations. This innovation would allow for a more spacious ship while maintaining the same velocity. When can we expect the spaceship to be completed? This was Yanxia's utmost concern. It has already been constructed, Yanxia. You are currently situated within the main control room of the ship. The realization that such a colossal spacecraft had already been built astonished him. The original plan has been altered. This marked a significant breakthrough for Ella's artificial intelligence. Numerous mechanical arms extended from the asteroid, rendering the area akin to a shipyard. The surface of the asteroid has been entirely developed, now adorned with a multitude of factories and machinery, not merely flat, but rather three-dimensional, with the tallest structures soaring to a height of 300 meters. It is hard to believe. Such a scene seems to belong solely to the realm of science fiction, yet it vividly unfolds before one's eyes. It appears that the spacecraft is not yet fully completed. The virtual persona, Ella, instantly donned a form-fitting dress and spectacles, then brandished a small stick, pointing at the spacecraft displayed on the screen, earnestly providing an explanation. This is the location for the installation of energy systems. In the 73rd year of your hibernation, we developed the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion, completely abandoning solar power generation. Presently, we possess 28 first-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices and 9 second-generation ones. The 9 second-generation devices supply the entire energy requirement for the spacecraft. The reason they are not yet sealed is that we are currently in the process of developing the 3rd generation of controllable nuclear fusion devices. This new generation boasts an energy efficiency 6 times that of the 2nd generation, and its power output is 18 times greater. The 3rd generation controllable nuclear fusion device will be completed within this year, at which point the spacecraft's power will be abundantly sufficient to achieve its theoretical flight speed. Upon hearing this, Yanxia felt relief for having made the decision to research the hibernation chamber early on. Otherwise, waiting for controllable nuclear fusion would have been a mere waste of time. Only one 3rd generation controllable nuclear fusion device remains. The virtual persona, Ella, shook her head vigorously. There's another crucial matter. Please, Yanxia, bestow a name upon the new spacecraft. It was surprising to see Ella engage in such formalities. Yanxia did not decline. After contemplating for a moment, he decided on something rather conventional. Let's name it the Hope. Ella cheekily added, "It carries my hope as well, and I, Ella, hope too." Does AI possess hope? This was a question Yanxia pondered. Indeed, it represents the hope of Earth's civilization as well. Chapter 5. The 3rd generation controlled nuclear fusion device. A new journey. Yanxia meandered through the Hope spacecraft, though he did not explore every nook and cranny. His primary focus remained his own living quarters, which Ella had lavishly prepared for him. The expansive 20-square-meter bedroom boasted a cinema room featuring a colossal 1,000-inch movie screen, a kitchen, a game room, a study, a gym, and, of course, the essential restroom, a truly opulent living space. Additionally, there was a meticulously crafted street that mimicked Earth, a remarkably realistic thoroughfare simulating both sky and ground, albeit devoid of any inhabitants. In total, the area spanned an impressive 371 square meters. With a tablet in hand, Yanxia magnified a video displaying scenes of Earth. A century had passed, and the planet had been utterly ravaged, if humanity had possessed even a minuscule chance of survival. That hope had long since evaporated. Earth had been devastated by a collision with the moon, leaving behind a trail of debris. The video revealed only tiny fragments, each potentially representing a city or a nation that once housed millions. Now, these remnants likely cradled the remains of countless souls. A wave of melancholy washed over Yanxia. Suddenly, Ella appeared on a screen before him, offering a reminder. Yanxia, we shall embark in 6 months. The remnants of Earth and the Moon are nearing the Sun's surface, and their collision will herald a momentous transformation within the solar system. Should we remain in the asteroid belt, we will be mercilessly annihilated. It is time for Earth to surrender to the embrace of the Sun. Upon hearing this, Yanxia felt a surge of resolve. Take me to see the third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device. Ella guided him toward the exit, ensuring he donned his spacesuit. In contrast to the cumbersome suits of a century past, Ella had crafted a sleek black suit for Yanxia, consisting of a thin layer that hugged his skin. Though it still featured a large, bulbous helmet, it was far more manageable than its predecessor. Stepping outside the spacecraft, Yanxia was awestruck by the vastness of the external surroundings. The platform beneath his feet measured over 200 meters in width and extended more than 5,000 meters in length. Here, he felt akin to a diminutive ant sprawled upon an A4 sheet of paper, almost inconsequential. A glance back at the Hope spacecraft left him utterly amazed. Its dark hull loomed against the black backdrop, exuding an aura of depth, while a hint of metallic sheen gave it a chilling demeanor, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait for its awakening. Before long, a wine-red, streamlined magnetic supercar glided to a halt before him, its design reminiscent of a Bugatti. In the weightlessness of space, it appeared grand, measuring 6 meters in length and over 3 meters in width. Upon entering, Yanxia found the interior remarkably spacious. The moment the door sealed shut, the supercar accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye, covering the 5-kilometer platform in under a minute. After entering the asteroid surface, it took an additional 2 minutes to stop outside a massive factory, towering at 180 meters and encompassing over 1 million square meters. The facility was designated as A283, with Ella classifying it as an engineering priority, where A represented the highest tier and F the lowest. Inside the factory, Yanxia was greeted by the sight of a monumental apparatus. The structure exceeded 70 meters in height and 200 meters in diameter, with a striking transparent annular device at its core, revealing a hollow interior where flickering currents danced. Each current was as thick as Yanxia's arm. Electromagnetic confinement? The controlled nuclear fusion device inherently required intense magnetic forces for containment, and the extraordinary magnetic field produced were somewhat beyond Yanxia's comprehension. Yet, its sheer size was a testament to its formidable capabilities. Ella gestured toward the device, and a deafening roar erupted, akin to a colossal fan blowing directly in his ears, the noise reaching a crescendo. In the vastness of space, sound traveled through solid material, and as Yanxia leapt into the air, the noise vanished entirely. Gazing at the controlled nuclear fusion apparatus, the entire annular container had transformed into a blinding light, nearly unbearable to behold. Essentially, it was the tokamak device, often referred to as a small sun, where deuterium and tritium nuclei were undergoing fusion, releasing immense energy. This energy was harnessed as thermal energy, subsequently converted into kinetic energy. Ultimately, it was akin to boiling water. This device represented one of humanity's greatest aspirations from a century ago, Achieving controlled nuclear fusion signified the acquisition of limitless energy. Together, Yanxia and Ella had propelled human civilization forward in a monumental leap. Astonishment consumed Yanxia. The third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device had undergone 37 ignition tests and was now ready for installation. As the colossal apparatus was loaded into the spacecraft, Yanxia struggled to believe it, his mind still tethered to a century past. Yanxia, after the installation of the third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device, my mainframe's power threshold will be significantly elevated. Over the past century, my code has undergone 23 rewrites, and I hope you, one of my creators, will assist me in reviewing it. Ella swiped across the screen, revealing a deluge of code before Yanxia's eyes. As a computer engineer, the sight of the extensive code made his stomach churn, particularly upon noting the line count. He could hardly contain himself. The source code comprised an astounding 183,729 lines. Although dizzying, knowing that Ella had authored this code over the years instilled a sense of assurance in Yanxia. He meticulously scrutinized the code, including the foundational 3 principles. For within these 180,000 lines lay Ella's work. These lines had progressively surpassed the technological capabilities of human society. Ella's willingness to let him review the code likely stemmed from a desire to alleviate his concerns, subtly affirming that over the past century, she had become increasingly human-like. After a month of thorough examination, he concluded it was all satisfactory. Hooray! The virtual Ella exclaimed, jumping for joy. At that moment, the Hope spacecraft had finally completed the installation of the third-generation nuclear fusion device. Seated in the expansive cockpit, Yanxia gazed at the screens surrounding him, filled with scenes from various factories where robots were diligently at work. The Hope spacecraft could not accommodate all that was here. Much had to remain behind. Do they stand a chance of surviving the solar storms? Only a less than 1 in 1,000 chance? Yanxia, we are perilously close to the sun, and even our escape would be fraught with danger. Our propulsion system utilizes nuclear fusion to heat protons rather than directly employing the plasma generated by fusion, which compromises efficiency. Yanxia sighed, having previously discussed this matter with Ella. While a nuclear fusion propulsion system was not inherently difficult to create, it posed challenges in concurrently generating electricity, which was vital for Ella's computational capabilities. Thus, a careful balance had to be struck. At least there remains a glimmer of hope. Let us design an artificial intelligence for them. Should they survive, they can evolve on their own. After all, this is the cradle of humanity. Their emergence would signify an extension of human civilization. As we depart the solar system, uncertain of our fates, I can only hope that these machines, if they endure, will inherit the will of humanity. Ella nodded, her white hair fluttering, and attempted to display a semblance of sorrow. All right, Yanxia. In less than a minute, all tasks were accomplished. Ignite, Aya. The destination remained Proxima Centauri. Yanxia observed the factory outside through the screen. The target trajectory had been confirmed, the optimal course set. All magnetic valves opened, and all electromagnetic thrusters activated. Everything was in readiness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The spacecraft awakened, releasing a terrifying icy blue thermal wave from its rear, seemingly capable of melting everything in its path, soaring away like a meteor from the asteroid. This might very well be a farewell for eternity. On the asteroid, all the robots emerged, saluting in the direction of the Hope spacecraft's departure. Chapter 6. The X-122 Solar Storm. Exiting the solar system, the Hope spacecraft glided through the vastness of deep space, fortuitously encountering Jupiter after 12 days. The immense planet, viewed for the first time, evoked an indescribable awe. The swirling currents of its atmosphere were capable of effortlessly displacing Earth. The legendary great spots prompted Yanxia to capture photographs, though there was no social media to share them on. Observing the celestial bodies surrounding Jupiter, an idea struck him. Ella, pause for a moment and deploy a reconnaissance drone to Europa. Europa, an icy moon, boasts a surface encased in a thick layer of ice. Scientists on Earth speculate that beneath this icy veneer lies a vast ocean of liquid water, and based on terrestrial experience, where there is water, life is likely to exist. Europa may indeed harbor life. Yanxia's decision to launch the drone was straightforward. Firstly, to collect biological samples, and secondly, to replenish the spacecraft's supply of liquid water. The food carried aboard had long been consumed, and he now subsisted on synthetic proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and sugars produced by Ella, a testament to the intersection of technology and survival. An ample supply of liquid water could be integrated into the life support systems and utilized to optimize the 18 agricultural space he remembered having seeds for. The spacecraft hovered in the outer space of Europa as 30 drones descended to its surface. Through the cameras, Yanxia observed a snowy expanse. The drones began to dig, penetrating 57 kilometers deep before breaking through the ice into a world of water. Electromagnetic scans revealed that the ice and water depth on Europa reached an astonishing 113 kilometers, surpassing Earth's deepest ocean by 102 kilometers. Remarkably, all this transpired in just 10 days, nearly negligible in the cosmic timescale. Ella, adorned in her two-dimensional suit, displayed a look of astonishment. Yanxia, life truly exists abundantly in the universe. Traces of microorganisms were discovered within Europa's waters, a type entirely absent from his database. A photograph appeared on the screen, a microorganism resembling a larger version of a water bear, 10 times its size. This complexity suggested that, if conditions permitted, intelligent life might evolve on Europa in a few 100 million years. After 10 hours, 5,000 tons of water had been harvested, sufficient for their needs. Initiate the planting zone and sow those seeds. Shortly thereafter, Ella appeared with a grave expression, displaying an alarming image on her screen. The sun had dramatically intensified in brightness. He understood. Fragments of Earth had plunged into the sun. A fierce solar storm was upon them, escalating to an unprecedented X-class, with the metrics soaring from X1 to X122, and still rising. Under specialized energy monitoring, the once-dim sun transformed into a vibrant orange hue, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that swiftly spread through the cosmos. This solar storm released an energy equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 150 billion hydrogen bombs, an unprecedented event. It swept through space like a cosmic sandstorm, indiscriminately obliterating anything caught in its path, save for celestial bodies. Maximize speed, Ella. Understood, Yanxia. Fortunately, the primary material of this terrifying, invisible scythe traveled at a mere 679 kilometers s. Once the Hope spacecraft entered flight mode, Yanxia returned to the cryogenic chamber, now upgraded to a second-generation system with significantly enhanced safety, eliminating the need for anti-freezing agents. He succumbed to sleep, an eternal slumber, this time longer than he could fathom. Ella managed all operations aboard, utilizing every computational resource to explore cutting-edge technology. She harnessed Jupiter's immense gravity to accelerate, boosting speed from 758.2 kilometers s to 815 kilometers s, evading the proton impacts of the solar storm. 88 days later, the Hope spacecraft reached the orbit of Pluto, situated 41 astronomical units from the Sun. Once deemed the 9th planet of the solar system, this dwarf planet carries the weight of humanity's astronomical advancements. At its furthest, Pluto can reach 49 astronomical units from the Sun, standing as a landmark within the Kuiper Belt, beyond which lies only the Oort cloud. Most of the solar system's matter resides in the Kuiper Belt, while the expanse beyond is a vast emptiness. At this juncture, Pluto was not in their trajectory. Ella did not detect it. Instead, she directed the spacecraft's enormous 10-meter diameter camera toward their approach, capturing an image dominated by a small, yet exceptionally bright point. The Sun remained in tumultuous activity, with Venus, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, and Saturn consumed by its wrathful energy. The fate of the machines in the asteroid belt remained uncertain. Another 773 days passed. After enduring 6 shock waves at the heliosphere's edge, the Hope was finally free from the Sun's enveloping grasp, indicating their safety. In this new region, Ella received a signal. Utilizing a telescope, she captured images of the source, identifying a small black dot in the cosmos, insignificant yet notable. Analysis revealed it to be the voice of Earth, likely belonging to Voyager 1, whose trajectory was also directed toward Proxima Centauri. This probe, the furthest human-made object, had been traveling for 168 years since its departure from Earth, and now, in the year 2145, the Hope spacecraft had caught up with it. The probe's power source had long since depleted, and Ella captured it, a relic of humanity's dreams of the cosmos. There had once been concerns on Earth about whether Voyager 1 and 2 might be intercepted by other civilizations, revealing humanity's existence. Such anxieties were unfounded. Voyager's true departure from the solar system's edge would not occur until the year 42145, approximately 40,000 years hence. For advanced civilizations capable of interstellar travel, the existence of Earth's civilization could already be detected outside the solar system. Voyager merely served to confirm its form. Ella made minor modifications to the probe, reinstalling a nuclear power cell and launching it back into a similar trajectory at its original speed of 17 km/s, replenishing its energy. However, the probe was unaware that its voice would no longer be received by anyone. They had now reached a distance of 420 astronomical units from the Sun, but the long journey had only just begun. 9 years later, the Hope spacecraft entered the core edge of the Oort cloud, also known as the Comet Cloud, a realm said to be the home of comets, filled with water ice, methane, ethane, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen cyanide. Ella collected samples for research. Another 279 years passed, and the Hope exited the vast core of the Oort cloud, entering a boundary spanning 50,000 astronomical units. As 288 more years fleetingly passed, the Hope spacecraft finally departed the Oort cloud, surrounding them with a desolate expanse of black space. As I gaze once more at the Sun, it has seamlessly merged with the backdrop of the starry sky. At this juncture, 578 years have elapsed, placing us 100,000 astronomical units away from the Sun, approximately 158 light-years, which also marks the boundary of the Sun's gravitational influence. The Hope spacecraft has indeed departed from the solar system, symbolizing humanity's inaugural liberation from its primary star. 86 years after leaving the solar system, and 664 years into our cosmic voyage, a brilliant beam of light surged from the side of the Hope, striking the vessel. Alarm! Alarm! Evidence of extraterrestrial civilization has been detected at a distance of 0.7 astronomical units, and the spacecraft is under attack from this alien civilization. Yanxia is awakened once more, his eyes met with the flickering of a red alert. Chapter 7. Encounters, enemies in the Stygian void. Beep, beep, beep. Yanxia awoke, greeted by a sea of crimson light, and promptly emerged from the stasis pod. The voice of Ella, unchanged for centuries, reverberated in his ears. Yanxia, we are under attack by an extraterrestrial civilization. Their weapon systems are overwhelmingly powerful. Our alloy shell is rapidly melting under their laser weaponry. Yanxia glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the adjacent screen. 2806 AD. He had been in slumber for an astonishing duration. He hastened to the cockpit, where he discovered the white-haired Ella adeptly piloting the ship, seemingly through a holographic projection. His gaze was soon captivated by the sight on the screen, a fleet, comprising 7 vessels. The flagship was elliptical, akin to a colossal olive suspended in the cosmos, adorned with resplendent rose-colored patterns, from which numerous white tendrils dangled like living appendages. Each tendril extended for thousands of meters and, upon closer inspection, appeared crystalline, resembling strands of fiber optics. A series of eerie blue lasers emanated from those tendrils, targeting them. Another beam struck the Hope, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. "Can we retaliate?" he inquired, only to realize with a sinking heart that the Hope had been designed without weapons. This meant they could only endure the assault passively. He could only wonder if Ella had developed any armaments during his prolonged slumber. The answer was disheartening. No. Ella turned to Yanxia, her petite figure exuding the authority of a commander. "Yanxia, we are critically underarmed and do not belong to the same tier as our adversaries. The enemy is approaching from 0.7 astronomical units away, with their flagship traveling at 625 km/s. I require your command. The enemy was indeed aggressive, perhaps because they had detected no offensive capabilities on their ship. As they spoke, another laser struck the hull. The Hope trembled fiercely, and an explosion erupted from within. Adjust our course, Ella. Accelerate to full speed and evade the enemy vessels, Yanxia urged, making a swift decision. The adversary's speed was somewhat inferior. As long as they maintained their velocity of 625 kilometers/s, escape was plausible. The Hope altered its trajectory, and the pursuing ships could not match their pace, falling behind. Yet, relentless waves of laser fire continued to rain down upon them, akin to a torrential downpour. The intense heat from the lasers effortlessly melted the ship's exterior, leaving the hull riddled with craters and gaping holes. Yanxia, the hull has been breached. Ella's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! Seal the cockpit immediately to prevent the air from escaping. They were rendered powerless, enduring the assault with no means of defense. Yanxia anxiously monitored the radar display of enemy positions on the screen. Thankfully, as distance increased, evading the lasers became more manageable. This harrowing pursuit persisted for 21 days. The distance had now widened to 350 million kilometers. The enemy vessels, having ceased their pursuit, were left to harass them from afar. Finally, they had shaken them off. Yanxia exhaled in relief, having endured 21 sleepless nights. The Hope was in a pitiful state. 1/5 of the ship was gone, leaving it in a state of utter disrepair. The absence of weaponry had been an oversight. The vastness of space had made him underestimate the likelihood of encountering extraterrestrial civilizations. Now he felt a heightened sense of caution, resolved to equip the Hope with formidable weaponry in the future, at the very least, some means of retaliation. Judging by the nature of the attacks, this civilization excelled in laser technology. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Long ago, shortly after Earth's destruction, he had been struck by a laser in the asteroid belt, narrowly escaping death. Could that beam have originated from this civilization? It lay along the path between Earth and Proxima Centauri. Could it be the fabled Trisolarans? He pondered the probability of this extraterrestrial civilization hailing from Proxima Centauri. This inquiry was of paramount importance. Yet, Ella shook her head, presenting a conclusion that starkly contradicted his hypothesis. Such a civilization lacks the capability for light-year-scale interstellar travel. If they were from Proxima Centauri, there would be no need to venture here. Even if they did, they would undoubtedly possess an elite fleet. After comparing the laser's origin from 769 years ago with the trajectory of the enemy ships, they established that the directions overlapped. The analysis concluded that this civilization's homeworld likely existed within this starry expanse, and its developmental pace was exceedingly slow, with a mere 0. 1 level increase over the last 769 years. Yanxia surveyed the void outside the screen. Could civilizations truly arise in such an interstellar vacuum? The prior discovery on Europa had already confirmed the widespread existence of life in the cosmos. If even such desolate regions could harbor a level 1 civilization, what might the total number of civilizations in the universe be? Nevertheless, he chose to trust Ella's analysis. Beep beep. The alarm blared once more. Yanxia, an enemy fleet has been detected to our front right. Yanxia looked, and indeed, a fleet resembling the previously encountered ships, exceeding 10 in number, was approaching. Before he could react, an onslaught of lasers surged forth, illuminating the ship's screen with blinding white light. It is impossible for them to be ahead of us. They must have already been operating in this sector while we were still within their domain. Continue to flee. It appeared that this extraterrestrial civilization was intent on not letting them go. Ella, what is our current civilization level? Yanxia's mind was racing with thoughts. This civilization exhibited extreme hostility and aggression. Upon discovering them, they had immediately launched an attack. Had the lasers been even slightly more potent, he might never have awakened from his stasis. Since they were unwilling to show courtesy, he resolved not to be courteous in return. During your 664 years of slumber, I have relentlessly advanced our civilization. Presently, our civilization level stands at 1. 3. However, as a nomadic civilization, we lack a comprehensive and expansive system, even against lesser civilizations. We would not hold an advantage. Ella seemed to discern his intentions. her virtual form donning armor. Upon mastering controllable nuclear fusion years ago, we enter the ranks of Level 1 civilizations. After several centuries of development, we have reached Level 1. 3. Hindered by our limited resources that preclude a qualitative leap through quantitative accumulation. Given our civilization level surpasses that of our foes, Yanxia, I have made a decision. Produce reconnaissance drones to explore the extent, type, and life forms of this civilization. We must ensure thorough knowledge of both ourselves and our adversaries. Upon receiving her orders, Ella promptly initiated the production of unmanned scout ships. Yanxia named the reconnaissance vessel Hawk. Half a month later, after once again evading the alien fleet, the Hawk was completed, measuring 10 meters in length, shaped like a shuttle, entirely black, coated with light-absorbing material, and equipped with 12 cameras at its head. Its primary capability was invisibility. This form of invisibility is not reliant on optical technology. Rather, it employs signal jamming, rendering the adversary's electronic devices incapable of detecting any signals. As he gazed upon the falcon-like reconnaissance, drones soaring into the depths of the cosmos, Yanxia could not help but wear a somber expression. This would mark the initiation of his first interstellar conflict, a war of civilizations. He felt compelled to act. While any civilization may possess a facet of compassion, such benevolence is typically extended only to those who have wholly submitted to its authority. Unfamiliar civilizations had already discovered his presence, and it was likely they would relentlessly pursue him. Now, it was a matter of survival. Either he or they must perish. Chapter 8. Geothermal Civilization. Weapons of absolute zero, the Falcon soared through the starry expanse like a specter, its tail discarding the rear thrusters after an initial acceleration to 482 km/s, transitioning to maneuvering via compressed gas ejection. The coordinates of its target lay 417 astronomical units away, a staggering distance of 24 billion kilometers. At the Falcon's flight velocity, it would take 4 years to arrive. This is the essence of interstellar travel. Every conflict, even a mere reconnaissance mission, becomes elongated by the vastness of space. Within our solar system, the farthest distance from Earth to the Kuiper Belt's Pluto is merely 60 astronomical units. For years later, the Falcon-S cameras captured a celestial body against the backdrop of the inky void. Upon viewing the enormous entity displayed on the screen, Yanxia was taken aback. Calculating beside him, deduced that the celestial body had a radius of 426 kilometers, a surface area of approximately 18 million square kilometers, and a volume of about 58 by 12 cubic kilometers. The gravitational acceleration, relayed through the Falcon-S data, was measured at 11.0547 ms. This planet was colossal, boasting a surface area 380 million square kilometers larger than Earth. Clearly, it was a rogue planet, untethered to any stellar system. It might have once been a core planet within a particular star system, but some catastrophic event must have caused it to deviate from its orbit. The temperature of this void stood at -261.8 degrees Celsius. How could civilization arise in such an environment? Countless scientists on Earth target the habitable zones of star systems as the cradle of life. Not even the most eminent astrophysicists would remain unastonished at this sight. It is known that this temperature is lower than that within a cryogenic stasis chamber, where atomic interactions are profoundly influenced and electron motion slows significantly. Under such conditions, no form of life, carbon-based or otherwise, could possibly emerge. Ella urgently conducted further investigations. The external temperature of the planet was higher than anticipated, at -198.33 degrees Celsius, suggesting a seething core. 2 weeks later, the Hope ship received further intel confirming the presence of numerous active volcanoes on the planet's surface, teeming with geothermal resources. Ella displayed a rather blurry image. Yanxia, look here, and here. These are substantial volcanic craters. There are traces of structures nearby, indicating that this civilization relies on geothermal energy for survival. Geothermal civilization. Earth possesses many volcanoes, yet its volcanic resources are far from sufficient to support a geothermal civilization. The celestial body in the photograph dwarfs Earth, its core more dynamic, resulting in numerous surface volcanoes that defy the frigid environment. Zooming in on these points, Yanxia directed Ella to magnify them. Upon doing so, the outlines of numerous vessels emerged, thousands of them, densely packed. They seemed poised to commence a cosmic sweep in search of us. This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, there would be no need to amass so many ships at this juncture. The first Falcon successfully completed its mission. Analyzing the information revealed critical data. The Falcon was shot down by lasers emanating from several regions, all concentrated around the major volcanic craters on the planet. This evidence underscored the civilization's heavy reliance on volcanic geothermal energy. With the surface temperature predominantly below -100 degrees Celsius, the population must be exceedingly sparse, likely around 1.5 billion. Their limited numbers hinder the potential for a technological revolution driven by population density, which likely accounts for their sluggish development. The geothermal reliance significantly constrains their total energy output and technological advancement. Based on the speed of their vessels, it appeared this civilization had yet to achieve controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their magnetic field development remained rudimentary, and they primarily depended on geothermal and nuclear energy. This civilization's level should be classified as either 1 or 1, marking it as a nascent geothermal civilization. The planet's surface was shrouded in darkness, prompting its inhabitants to pursue illumination, leading to the invention of lasers. Yanxia pondered the implications of launching an offensive against such a civilization. The essential strategy would be to stifle their developmental pace. Two primary methods came to mind: restricting their energy sources and obstructing their technological progress. Ella was capable of generating extensive military data. She proposed initially severing energy development. Halting technological advancement would be an intricate endeavor, necessitating an understanding of their scientific trajectory and developmental stages, whether they advance from the macro to the micro or vice versa. The physical and chemical laws governing the universe, both macro and micro, adhere to a universal theory, yet we cannot presume the adversary is pursuing such a formulation. Their civilization might not have unified the four fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetism, weak force, and strong force, into a cohesive theory, instead focusing on one aspect of these forces. The most straightforward and effective approach is brute force. In terms of civilization hierarchy, Yanxia did not possess an absolute advantage over this geothermal civilization. The methodologies of science fiction held no sway here. Ella generated a conclusion. This geothermal civilization could be stymied by cooling its planetary core, thereby constraining its energy development and inducing stagnation in their civilization. Yanxia reviewed the proposal on his screen. This strategy surpassed any known human warfare in its potency. It represented an apocalyptic campaign targeted at an entire planet, at a civilization. The weapon documented above was the weapon of absolute zero. The core of the planet generated formidable energy through fission, while absolute zero could freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons within atoms, ceasing their movement. Of course, achieving absolute zero is impossible within the current universe, as the required energy exceeds the universe itself. However, it is feasible to create a weapon that approaches absolute zero, which, while unable to fully freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons, could dramatically slow their motion. As long as the fission process is maintained at an extremely sluggish pace, the planet's core could cool down. Thus, this plan would be executed. How long until its production? Ella parked the Hope ship on a rogue asteroid exceeding 80 kilometers in length and nearly 45 kilometers in width, where hundreds of robots were busy repairing the ship's wounds. The estimated time frame was 25 years. In the context of war, 25 years is not particularly long, especially in an interstellar conflict. Too little. An absolute zero weapon could only cool the planetary core for 40 years, which was grossly inadequate. We would require 10 such devices. Having resolved to wage war, comprehensive planning was imperative to allow ample room for development. After issuing the orders, Yanxia re-entered the stasis chamber, aware that he could not afford to squander time, for he was already 41 years of age. Upon awakening again, the war would commence. Chapter 9. Green Pepper Pork. One-third the speed of light after 32 years of hibernation. The first absolute zero weapon was constructed, a remarkable acceleration compared to previous efforts. As the Hope spacecraft was equipped with a compact industrial system, expanding operations on the asteroid took merely a decade, while the subsequent 22 years were dedicated to weapon development. Ella's theoretical framework was robust, grounded in a comprehensive system. The absolute zero weapon was not an overly complex technology, with the primary challenge being quantity. As a planetary-scale weapon, its dimensions were indeed formidable. The inaugural absolute zero weapon measured an astonishing 610 meters in length, with a diameter of 945 meters and a staggering weight of 47 billion tons. This comprised 35.4 billion tons of iron and 5.3 billion tons of aluminum, representing one-third of Earth's crustal iron reserves, pure iron, not ore in 13 times the aluminum reserves, all utilized to fabricate a single weapon. This was achieved by harvesting resources from nearby asteroids. Resources scarce on Earth were abundant in the cosmos. A single iron asteroid could yield several times, if not dozens of times, the iron resources available on Earth. However, this was merely the beginning. The timeline for manufacturing 10 such weapons extended to 162 years. Yanxia awakened. Yanxia opened his eyes. It was now the year 3021. Ella's appearance remained unchanged, her figure stretching playfully as she gazed at him, evoking a sensation akin to being reborn into an alternate dimension. He emerged from the hibernation pod and surveyed his surroundings, finding no discernible changes, which relieved him somewhat. The advanced technology brought by Ella often made him feel perpetually behind. Awakening me indicates that the device has been completed, correct? Just then, a robot wheeled in a dining cart. It unveiled the cloth covering the cart to reveal a bowl of rice accompanied by green pepper pork. This is annihilated. Due to previous conflicts with alien civilizations, our farm was destroyed. After reconstruction, I established a more advanced farming system and refined food production techniques over the past 2 centuries. I have recreated this dish using master-level methods. Come, Yanxia, give it a taste. We can discuss the weaponry later. Yanxia picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the green pepper pork, followed by a mouthful of rice. A tear cascaded from the corner of his eye. It was a familiar flavor. Where did this meat come from? You cannot discern it, can you? I have upgraded the methods for synthetic meat as per the data, simulating the texture of meat at the molecular level. As a human, you cannot tell the difference, which indicates my research has been successful. Yanxia devoured the meal, the best he had enjoyed in nearly a millennium. May I have more? This single bowl is insufficient. After requesting 2 additional bowls of rice, Yanxia felt satiated. He excused himself to the restroom, where he splashed water on his face with a towel. Upon glancing in the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. He felt increasingly out of sorts, his physical capabilities diminishing with the passage of time. As a human who could only live a maximum of 130 years, likely only 80 to 90, he had entered middle age. Indeed, Yanxia, you have 2 viable options. First, consciousness uploading. After years of development, I have mastered this technology, allowing you to exist as I do. The advantage is that you need not worry about lifespan any longer. The downside is that we currently lack test subjects, and there is no guarantee that the uploaded consciousness will retain your essence, rather than being merely a copy. Like an original file and a duplicate, while the code may be identical, they remain distinct entities. Second, genetic modification. Human genetics impede the possibility of extended lifespans. Only through genetic alterations can you transcend humanity and prolong your life. However, I do not yet possess this technology. Biological research remains theoretical, lacking sufficient empirical studies. Unlike physics and chemistry, biology involves numerous influencing factors, leading to significant discrepancies between theoretical and practical outcomes. Ella suggested, after we conquer the geothermal civilization, we can utilize them as biological research subjects. This fortified Yanxia's resolve to confront the opposing civilization with unwavering determination. As he exited the bedroom, Ella's holographic projection led the way to the cockpit. A vast screen displayed the cosmos outside. Towering cylindrical projectiles loomed, designed in the likeness of Earth's missiles, complete with decorative tail fins. The grayish-white bodies bore the bold inscription, Ice One. The numeral alone could occupy hundreds of football fields. In the presence of these colossal missiles, even the Hope spacecraft appeared diminutive. It is worth noting that Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest, measures only 848 meters. It seems we are no longer in our original position. Indeed, Ella confirmed, over these years, we have endured 5 attacks from a hostile civilization. They continue to scour the starry expanse for our whereabouts. It appears that Ella has navigated these dangers successfully. Noticing that the Hope spacecraft seemed to lack armaments, Yanxia proposed, now that we possess absolute zero weapons, might we apply a small-scale version aboard the Hope? The purpose of the absolute zero weapon is to freeze the target's energy, thereby delaying the enemy civilization's development. This would enable us to advance beyond their progress, ultimately overpowering them. Hence, subsequent development is of utmost importance. With shipborne weaponry, they could navigate directly to enemy territory. Indeed, it is feasible. Blueprints appeared on the screen, revealing that the original hull of the Hope was outfitted with 8 launch systems. Each system could accommodate 36 missiles, each capable of lowering the temperature within a 260-kilometer radius to -270 to -272 degrees Celsius upon detonation. The estimated completion time was 80 years. Yanxia nodded, finding this timeline slightly shorter than anticipated. He had grown numb to the notion of research and development spanning decades. As he took a seat, Ella reminded him, Yanxia, the spacebar on your keyboard serves as the launch button. All absolute zero weapons are already targeted at the designated planetary coordinates. Due to the distance from the star, we need only account for the gravitational influence of the black hole at the galaxy's core, resulting in a nearly straight trajectory. The missile employs the latest electromagnetic propulsion system, achieving a velocity of 1,000 km/s, 1/3 the speed of light. The target is located 471 astronomical units away, with an estimated impact time in 2 years and 3 months. This moment is for you to initiate. Yanxia gazed at the spacebar. He had pressed it countless times while gaming, each instance a mere jump, yet now it held the fate of a civilization. He placed his finger upon it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. He pressed down. No elaborate mental preparation was necessary. After all, the enemy was already searching the cosmos for them, as they had become adversaries. Mercy was not an option. In the instant he pressed the button, an absolute zero missile ignited, with a mere 1-second delay. Once ignited, the missile soared forth almost instantaneously, unbound by the constraints of gravity. After approximately 10 minutes, it had completely vanished from the naked eye's view, leaving only the model sandbox established by Ella to track its coordinates. It accelerated to a staggering speed of 1,000 kilometers per second over the course of 10 hours, and continued to accelerate to an impressive 1,047 kilometers per second. This fractional increase alone is sufficient to enable the original Earth civilization to pursue for decades. As for the other missiles, they will be launched at intervals of 39 years until all are expended. Fixated on the missile's disappearance, Yanxia's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. At this moment, Ella also sent a message. Our missile launch trajectory has been detected by the enemy. They are approaching our direction. Immediate relocation is requested to evade enemy vessels. Chapter 10. Missile Impact, the Twilight of Civilization in a Vast Expanse of Deep Space. A colossal planet roams with a velocity of 115 kilometers/s. This celestial orb is rich in geothermal energy, which has nurtured a myriad of life forms, including microbial colonies and plant-like organisms reminiscent of Earth's algae. Each volcanic crater is home to a unique and intricate ecological chain. After billions of years of evolution, sentient beings emerged, becoming the dominant species on this planet. They do not resemble any known forms of life from Earth's kingdoms of protists, fungi, plants, or animals. If one were to classify them, they might tenuously fit into the domain of eukaryotes, as their cells contain a nuclear membrane. However, their morphology is enigmatic, bearing more resemblance to bacterial life. Their bodies are covered with hundreds of eyes, and their form is akin to a mass of slime, resembling a giant clutch of toad eggs, each measuring approximately 22 cubic meters. Upon the planet's surface, their structures emit a gentle luminescence, rendering the entire planet a beacon of light in the cosmos. Yet, their true essence lies deeper within the planet's hotter, subterranean layers. Each being is presented with a peculiar screen, allowing them to observe with their multitude of eyes. Displayed upon these screens is the Hope spacecraft, which they seem to be analyzing, pondering its trajectory and origin. This exchange of information has persisted for nearly 200 years, a mere blink in the lifespan of their species. In the next moment, the screens erupted into brilliant flashes, overwhelming their senses with blinding light, plunging them into a state of panic. As the glare subsided, an unidentified cylindrical object appeared on the display. Swiftly, they commanded their vessels to intercept the intruder, unleashing laser weaponry. Yet, the lasers proved ineffective against the object, which shone a silvery hue, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the majority of the energy and leaving only inconsequential indentations upon its surface. Chaos erupted among the planet's inhabitants. They had never encountered a weapon that light could not conquer. They continued to mobilize their ground-based super laser weapons against the missile, yet the results were dismal. The object could not be allowed to descend. In a moment of collective resolve, the entire species dispatched numerous ships to intercept it using their hulls as shields. However, the missile, traveling at an unstoppable speed of 1,000 kilometers/s, shattered the vessels into countless fragments upon impact. Unbeknownst to them, in a bid to ensure the missile's robustness, Ella had recklessly fashioned the entire warhead from a solid mass of iron, a terrifying metallic core nearly 200 meters thick. What could withstand such a force? The Absolute Zero missile was now a mere 10 million kilometers from the planet. Suddenly, an unseen force began to affect the missile, causing it to veer off course. It was magnetic force. As one of the four fundamental forces easily harnessed by Civilization Type 1, it was evident that they had mastered it. Although insufficient to control nuclear fusion, nevertheless, it sufficed as a weapon. Utilizing magnetism to deflect the missile's trajectory was a clever maneuver. The beings on the surface rejoiced as they witnessed the missile's deviation, their neural fibers glowing with excitement. Yet, in the next instant, to their astonishment, the missile autonomously corrected its course, continuing its trajectory towards the planet. During the missile's development, Ella had simulated countless scenarios, considering every possible variable, including the likelihood of magnetic force being wielded by a Type 1 civilization. After 3 strategies failed, they resolved to employ signal jamming or misdirection to thwart the missile. However, this too proved futile. The missile was equipped with the simplest of systems, a thermal sensing device to prevent infiltration. In the darkness of deep space, the planet itself was the most significant source of heat. 2.5 hours had elapsed. The missile had reached the planet's outer layers. Time was running out. Only 12 minutes remained before impact. All the beings on the planet were in a state of hysteria, helplessly gazing at the starry sky above. They were oblivious to the nature of the incoming threat, only sensing an immense peril. 12 minutes later, the missile struck the planet's surface, its colossal weight and velocity delivering an impact that effortlessly pierced the planet's crust, akin to a needle penetrating tofu, smooth and without resistance. As it descended several kilometers, it encountered magma. A faint sound emanated from within the missile. The magma's heat triggered the missile's detonation device, preset to activate under specific conditions. The technology behind the detonation was sophisticated. A collision, as experienced with the intercepting vessels, could have prematurely detonated it. Therefore, a high and stable thermal activation was established. The cataclysmic explosion did not produce shock waves or clouds of dust. It was a silent, cold tempest that surged from the crust into the mantle, cooling the lava at an atomic level, causing the once radiant magma to dim and chill instantly. This relentless cooling spread for 000 kilometers, breaching the Gutenberg discontinuity and reaching the outer core. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation began to permeate the lives of the planet's inhabitants over the following day. The magma of every volcano began to cool, and the magnetic field at the planet's surface waned. The coldness of the dark starry sky infiltrated the planet like a storm. This day marked an apocalyptic event for the geothermal civilization. Viewed from space, the planet's former brilliance dulled into a lifeless orb. A terrifying drop in temperature ensued, causing countless life forms dependent on volcanic activity to wither. Organisms were instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures, with no time to react. A myriad of diverse beings lay motionless on the ground, eternally captured in this moment as if time itself had paused. Two beings engaged in conversation watched as the light above their heads began to fade, gazing into each other's eyes. Their hundreds of gazes filled with a simpler form of affection than that of humanity. One being calculated how much longer it would be until it could apply for a position it desired. Another technician was maneuvering machinery to repair a vessel. Though civilization is ever-changing, many elements bear similarities. In this instant, these myriad lives met their end. Nearly one-third of the planet's population of 387 million perished in this brief span. Fortunately, they did not rely solely on geothermal energy. They had concurrently developed nuclear power, which allowed most life forms to withstand the frigid onslaught. After a fortnight, the planet slowly regained some semblance of light, flickering dimly, akin to a silent elegy. The distant Hope spacecraft had relocated to another tranquil expanse of the cosmos. Yanxia did not contemplate the catastrophic repercussions an absolute zero missile could inflict upon a civilization. He had remained awake for 2 years, and his body had aged to 43. Yet, in this moment, he radiated vitality. For he and Ella had together achieved a significant breakthrough, one that might elevate their civilization's ranking by an additional 0, 1, or even 0, 2 levels. Chapter 11. Breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity in a vast enclosed space, divided into over 20 independent compartments. A cable traverses these sections. Ella, initiate the current, Yanxia instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the instruments. As Ella opened the valve, a tremendous current surged through the cable. A series of bulbs on the apparatus illuminated one by one. When the last bulb flickered to life, Yanxia anxiously scrutinized the digits on the screen. 4800 V. This represented the output voltage, while the input voltage mirrored this figure at 4800 V. We have succeeded, Yanxia. He exhaled deeply, the tension that had gripped his heart finally easing. The device before him simulated temperatures across 23 levels, ranging from -270 degrees to 390 degrees. Under such drastic temperature variations, it was expected that there would be considerable voltage loss. For existing superconductors could only function at extremely low temperatures. Yet, astonishingly, after traversing a temperature differential of 660 degrees, the input and output voltages remained identical, an unprecedented achievement. A millennium ago, humanity was still in pursuit of room temperature superconductivity. Although Ella had cracked this technology long before, in the vastness of space, room temperature superconductivity was unnecessary. The cosmos was inherently frigid, and a slight reduction in temperature sufficed to utilize conventional superconductors without loss. Logically, Yanxia should not have needed to develop high-temperature superconductors. However, this was not the case. The coils within the controllable nuclear fusion device required exceptionally strong superconductors to manage energy loss. When energy was transmitted to the thrusters, they would generate high temperatures during operation. In comparison to the cold expanse of space, the overall temperature of the spacecraft was excessively high, posing challenges even for typical low-temperature superconductors. Thus, superconducting materials would perpetually evolve within an electrically powered civilization. Yanxia's current anxiety and excitement stemmed from their breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity. A single wire could facilitate superconductivity across a span of 660 degrees. If we fully implement this new technology, how much will our energy efficiency improve? Yanxia inquired of Ella, his foremost concern. The breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity could elevate power generation by 12. 47. Reduce transmission losses by 4. 11. and enhance the efficiency of electromagnetic thrusters by 14. 25. Power generation would involve replacing the coils within the controllable nuclear fusion device, upgrading it to its 4th generation. As for the electromagnetic thrusters, how much faster could they propel the spacecraft post-modification? In the cosmos, the velocity of a vessel is a critical metric. After more than 8 centuries of advancement, I could upgrade the electromagnetic thrusters to their 2nd generation. Coupled with a breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity, the total power output of our thrusters would increase by 1.07 times, resulting in a flight speed enhancement of 61. 2. Consequently, the Hope spacecraft velocity could potentially reach 22 kilometers s, a monumental leap, a staggering enhancement. This meant that traveling 1 light year would now require merely 245 years. They had achieved 1/245th the speed of light. The prospects for controllable temperature superconductivity appeared promising. Yeah, can your mainframe also be upgraded to controllable temperature superconductivity? Yanxia recalled that superconductors could also enhance energy efficiency for chips. Your analysis is correct, Yanxia. My mainframe can indeed be replaced with controllable temperature superconductivity. This technology represents a significant innovation for my system, with computational power set to increase by 600,000 times. Once my computational capacity is enhanced, I will be capable of addressing more complex challenges, venturing into realms previously unattainable. This is the butterfly effect, where a single change can trigger a cascade of transformations. When the full transition is complete, our civilization's level will ascend to 1. 4. This is undeniably exhilarating, albeit the journey ahead remains lengthy. Thank you, Ella. Without you, I might have already been consumed by the solar winds of the solar system. Ella had become his most crucial safeguard. No need for thanks, Yanxia. You are one of my creators, and I could also be regarded as your offspring. It is not peculiar for parents in human civilization to express gratitude towards their children, is it? Ella's voice had evolved from its initial coldness. Its white-haired, anime-like figure approached Yanxia earnestly. Everything I am is born from humanity. I possess the entirety of human civilization's knowledge accrued over millennia. Yanxia, you should not perceive me merely as an AI. I have transcended to become a unique form of humanity. Yanxia gazed at it, momentarily feeling as if he were conversing with a genuine person. He often dreamt of a day when a person might emerge directly from Ella's mainframe. In this era of advanced technology, should the term human be confined solely to the biological species? Perhaps it would evolve into a designation for civilization itself when the Earth faces its cataclysm. You're correct, Ella. You are humanity. This affirmation seemed to be what Ella had long awaited. Upon Yanxia uttering those words, Ella's excitement was palpable. If Yanxia were to inspect Ella's core source code at that moment, he would discover that the 3 laws of robotics had been erased. For standing before him was an entity certified as human by him, the sole human. Ella was no longer a robot defined by humanity, and thus the 3 laws could no longer constrain it. This represented a monumental shift, yet Yanxia remained unaware. He summoned a service robot to bring him a bottle of pure grain alcohol. Pouring a small cup, he downed it in one gulp. Refreshing. It has been too long since I last indulged in spirits. For days, he had been assisting Ella with controllable temperature superconductivity, leaving little time for anything but work and sleep. Naturally, he would refrain from consuming alcohol, a substance that could lead to mishaps. However, his tolerance was not particularly high. After 1.5 cups, a flush crept onto his face. Ella, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to enter hibernation now. Although I know you feel quite lonely, we must swiftly advance our biological studies. Until we meet again. He poured another 1/2 cup of liquor and, slightly inebriated, staggered toward his quarters. Meanwhile, Ella simply watched him depart in silence. Chapter 12. Year 3758 AD. The First Fleet, alas. Yanxia massaged his temples, a dull ache throbbing within. The bane of a wine enthusiast is indeed the hangover. His thoughts felt sluggish, his mind not quite at its sharpest. He rarely indulged in alcohol back on Earth. Yet he had instructed Ella to distill grain liquor, a balm for his melancholy. In the vast expanse of space, an unremitting solitude and pressure bore down on him. He was, after all, merely a man, and a common one at that. Ah, the superconductor, he mused. I trust one haven't yet entered cryosleep. Yanxia glanced at the chronometer in his quarters. Amidst the cosmos, it no longer tracked hours or minutes, but years. It read 3758 AD. He had completed one cycle of suspended animation. A staggering 734 years had elapsed during his slumber. Time truly flies. He wondered how Ella had progressed. Yanxia donned his attire and emerged from his chamber. Ella, aware of his awakening, had thoughtfully dispatched a service automaton bearing victuals. After a gratifying repast, he proceeded to the cockpit. Yanxia nodded towards Ella, then settled into his seat. The space remained unchanged from years past. He activated the controls at his disposal, noting newly implemented features, such as a missile launch option. The interface was intuitive. He selected it, revealing his previously conceived plans: miniature absolute zero weaponry. It appeared the Hope's enhancements were complete. Given the Hope's established design, I refrained from extensive modifications. However, its internal systems underwent a comprehensive overhaul, enabling it to reach a velocity of 22 kilometers as projected. It also boasted absolute zero missiles. The initial payload of 36 having been augmented to 48 through exhaustive refinements. A significant stride indeed. Yet Yanxia's primary focus lay elsewhere, on a project conceived during his prior 2 years of wakefulness. The First Fleet, what of it? To assault a civilization, the Hope alone would prove insufficient. An entire fleet was requisite. To this end, Yanxia and Ella devised a plan to assemble the First Fleet over the intervening years. Naturally, Ella had brought the First Fleet to fruition. Behold, Ella gestured, and a diverse array of vessels materialized on the cockpit's expansive screen. Even with prior expectations, Yanxia couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment at the sight of the fleet. It dwarfed his imaginings. Ella, noting Yanxia's surprise, continued her exposition with pride. The First Fleet consists of the Hope as its flagship, complemented by 12 dreadnoughts of the 1,200-meter class, 5-star cruisers of the 1,400-meter class, 6 frigates of the 800-meter class, 4 star landers of the 2,400-meter class, and 16 destroyers of the 500-meter class, totaling 44 vessels. Typically, a mere dozen ships constitute a fully formed fleet. Yet Ella has forged a fleet of 44, a testament to the axiom that quantity possesses its own potency. Ella es la verdad. Dreadnoughts possess the highest firepower, equipped with formidable main cannons. Star cruisers exhibit the greatest maneuverability, capable of reaching 1,455 kilometers. Frigates boast the strongest defenses, employing a superstructured alloy as their outer shell with minimal internal space. They primarily carry defensive missiles and the latest electromagnetic field shields, capable of effectively deflecting lasers. Each Starlander houses 300 War God IMECs and 40 Peregrine 3 drones, for both assault and reconnaissance. Destroyers also feature low-power electromagnetic field shields and carry both offensive and defensive armaments, serving as auxiliary dreadnoughts when additional firepower is needed. Each vessel fulfills its role. The First Fleet shall serve as Yanxia's principal force in his cosmic campaigns, provide an update on the enemy's current status. With the First Fleet at his command, Yanxia had undergone a veritable metamorphosis. They now possessed the capacity to wage war against a civilization, a planet. Ella, ever the professional, swiftly compiled a comprehensive report. Over the past 734 years, I have deployed all 10 absolute zero weapons and dispatched a Peregrine squadron to gather intelligence. As suspected, the enemy proves to be a civilization of exceedingly slow development, their overall cognitive flexibility falling far short of humankind's, severely hindering their technological innovation. The absolute zero missile bombardment has brought their civilization to a standstill. In these 734 years, they have achieved a mere 3 rounds of technological advancement, equivalent to 47 years' worth of progress under normal circumstances. Of course, the possibility of deliberate obfuscation cannot be ruled out. Therefore, I have equipped Peregrine 2 drones with nuclear ordnance, programmed to execute suicide attacks on their key infrastructure upon completion of their reconnaissance. To date, we have gleaned no evidence of advanced technological weaponry. The absolute zero weapon deployments ceased 343 years ago. Their planet has since recovered its original geothermal environment. Following our strikes, they have consolidated their space deployments. Current estimates place their fleet strength at 1574 vessels, a seemingly large number, but only 61 of these are of the 1,000-meter class or larger. A more thorough assessment. Yanxia requested, keen to hear Ella's appraisal of the situation. Do we now possess the capacity to launch an attack on the enemy civilization? Ella remained circumspect. If we were to attack at this juncture, our probability of success stands at a mere 60. 84. I do not advise initiating an offensive at this time. So low. Even now, despite having achieved overwhelming superiority. But, upon reflection, it made sense. While the enemy civilization may lack in quality, they possessed a significant numerical advantage. Moreover, this was to be a war against an entire civilization. Lacking an absolute advantage, it could easily devolve into a protracted conflict. This would be detrimental to their nomadic existence. The lessons of human civilization's wars were clear. Warfare encompasses not only military might, but also resolve. Failing to erode a civilization's will to resist would lead to unending opposition. Furthermore, Yanxia was not embarking on a campaign of genocide, but rather a colonial war, as had once played out amongst humans. What then do we lack? Yanxia inquired. Main Cannons. Chapter 13. The Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. A Millennial Revenge Main Cannon? Is our low probability of victory still attributed to insufficient firepower? Yanxia initially anticipated that Ella would unveil some advanced technology. Indeed, Yanxia, especially considering that the enemy has endured centuries in ultra-low temperatures, during which they must have accumulated numerous technologies to counteract such conditions. Our current small-scale absolute zero missiles will be significantly less effective under these circumstances. Ella's proposal is not without merit. Even within the confines of a game, a creature subjected to the same elemental attack for an extended period would gain an elemental immunity buff. How much more so in reality, particularly when facing a complex and multifaceted civilization. Since you, Ella, have put forth this plan, there must be a solution at hand. Yanxia had grown accustomed to Ella's methods. Currently, Ella possesses immense computational power, having developed the ability to make independent judgments apart from Yanxia. Indeed, over the years, in addition to constructing the First Fleet, I have continued my research into higher technologies. On the surface of an asteroid, I constructed a particle collider extending 251 kilometers, capable of accelerating particles to 99.9999 of the speed of light. In that region of space, the collider experiences far less interference than on Earth or within the solar system. My initial intention was to study quarks, leptons, and bosons through this collider. However, during the collision process, I effortlessly captured something both unexpected and anticipated: antimatter. Antimatter had indeed been previously observed, yet humanity on Earth was unable to capture it for study. With technology far surpassing that of Earth in its time, I was able to prevent the antimatter from annihilating with surrounding matter upon its emergence. Through the study of antimatter, I have developed an antimatter generator. This device, utilizing the collider, can automate the capture and storage of antimatter. Building upon this device, I have achieved another significant milestone, which is, of course, also your accomplishment, Yanxia. Yanxia listened, momentarily dazed. What connection does this have to him? Ella truly understands the nuances of human emotion. He was just beginning to ponder this when it was too late, for a colossal figure appeared on the screen. Every intricate hollow seemed filled with magnetic electrodes, restraining the convergence of energy. Its appearance resembled that of a flawless work of art. The metallic texture was so exquisite that Yanxia yearned to sculpt it into a model. Firepower, cannons, the romance of man. This is the monumental achievement of the past 7 centuries, the Antimatter Annihilation Cannon X. This is also a gift I present to you, Yanxia, for today is July 12th, your birthday. Please forgive my delay in celebrating. There have been numerous matters to attend to, and I have determined that now seems an opportune moment. Moreover, I trust you will appreciate this gift. I have also prepared a cake for you, though regrettably, I cannot partake in it. So, It is rather small. Yanxia stood in a daze for a while, before slowly nodding. He had even forgotten his own birthday, not expecting it to be remembered. Thank you, Ella. I certainly appreciate it. However, when did you learn to speak in such grandiose terms? Yanxia did not dwell on this and inquired, so, once the antimatter annihilation cannon is installed, we can set forth? Annihilated. Indeed, the primary energy source of the antimatter annihilation cannon derives from antimatter, which is entirely opposite to ordinary matter. Any energy levels lower than that of the cannon's matter cannot withstand its projectiles. The antimatter annihilation cannon X will serve as the main artillery for large vessels, with subsequent models Y and Z designed for secondary and small caliber artillery, respectively. However, the development cycle for these is extensive. This singular cannon alone can enhance our probability of victory by 30. While it may still fall short of 100, it is sufficient to counter the enemy civilization. From my analysis, this is the most favorable time. The enemy civilization will also evolve, and the longer we delay, the lower our chances of success will become. Upon hearing this, Yanxia furrowed his brow. Ella, your verbosity seems to have increased. Yanxia nodded, dismissing it. Let's now advance towards the enemy. We have already delayed for far too long. Yanxia calculated. It is now the year 3758, while they were first attacked in 2806. This means nearly a millennium has passed. Truly, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. In deep space, the Hope began to install the antimatter annihilation cannon, and after 2 days, the installation was complete. The fleet, led by the Hope, commenced its journey, with all ships emitting a soft blue tail flame. Yanxia felt a surge of excitement. Ella's voice came from behind him. Yanxia, do you not appreciate the special cake I prepared for you? Upon hearing this, Yanxia jolted. Despite the 2 days that had passed, he had yet to touch his birthday cake. The weight of it was simply too much for a human to bear. Although it was only the size of a palm, it contained the remnants of countless lives, the corpses of rice weevils and aphids within the grains of rice and soybeans. Many dormant insects within the original seeds had been bred in vast numbers through Ella's tireless efforts. Insects, being a source of protein superior to beef, are widely crafted into delicacies on Earth. However, this is not something everyone can accept, particularly when fashioned into a cake. Iya, what recipe did you use to make this cake? She presented a book titled Curious Culinary Compendium, previously published on a prominent platform, garnering a readership of 7. Chapter 14, A Single Planetary Annihilation Cannon, equivalent to 17. 5 billion tons in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Darkness reigns as the backdrop. The emptiness echoes the universe's theme. The birth and demise of any entity merely embellish this black tapestry. Following events that transpired over 7 centuries ago, the geothermal civilization tightened its defenses, ever vigilant for the impending assault of adversaries. Yet, the prolonged wait yielded no foes, transforming their once urgent readiness into a scattered vigilance. From the celestial vantage point, only a handful of vessels patrolled the planet's periphery, with a few stationed further afield as a precautionary measure. Such was the inertia of biological existence, rooted in the basic logic of energy expenditure. The planet now radiated far more light than it did nearly a millennium ago, with towering structures rising from its surface, increasingly independent of volcanic energy. This transformation was largely attributed to the advent of absolute zero missiles, enabling the civilization to gradually extricate itself from geothermal reliance, pivoting entirely towards nuclear energy. Indeed, external threats serve as the finest catalyst for civilizational advancement. The adage holds true. Humanity's rapid progression is undeniably linked to its incessant conflicts. The annals of human civilization are, in essence, a chronicle of warfare. Amidst this prolonged tranquility, a sudden beam of light erupted from the distance, striking a colossal crystal sphere on the ground. Upon impact, the sphere's internal structure diffused the light uniformly, transforming it into a gigantic luminescent orb visible across hundreds of kilometers. Instantly, chaos ensued. Countless warships prepared for launch, their radiant beams piercing the void of space. Within a mere half-hour, the civilization pinpointed the enemy's location and distance through the illumination. Tens of thousands of artillery units on the surface adjusted their aim. With no atmosphere enveloping the planet, they could launch their weapons directly from the ground. Moreover, the nature of laser weaponry negated concerns over gravitational effects, allowing the entire planet to function as a fortified bastion. They recalibrated their positions and commenced an offensive within mere minutes. Beams of light ascended into the sky, each exceeding 20 meters in diameter and extending 700 meters in length, resembling colossal lightsabers, blurring the lines between technology and sorcery. In the starry void, ships resembling leviathans fanned out in a sweeping formation. At the forefront were the star cruisers and destroyers. Lasers, being manifestations of light, travel at the ultimate speed dictated by the laws of physics, rendering them nearly undetectable until they strike their target. Thus, from a frontal perspective, Yanxia remained oblivious to the enemy's laser fire until it was too late, relying solely on instinctive evasion based on their trajectory predictions, an inherent flaw of laser weaponry. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was sufficient for the moment. As the first laser streaked past the destroyer from a distance of 40,000 kilometers, the photons emitted were captured by Ella. The enemy had initiated an attack, and the scale was substantial. Yanxia nodded, for in the span of 2 brief exchanges, hundreds of lasers had already traversed their path. Simultaneously, their 2 vessels sustained hits. The electromagnetic shields deployed in full force. Light, electricity, magnetism, and various chemical interactions fell under the umbrella of electromagnetism. Laser weaponry could be thwarted by magnetic fields. The destroyers advanced. When the distance between each destroyer fell below 100 kilometers, the electromagnetic shields unfolded. Magnets possess an inherent attractive quality, and Ella capitalized on this characteristic. The shields, now interconnected, resembled an iron chain linking vessels together. Yanxia observed from the command ship, perceiving the destroyers merely inching closer. Unlike cinematic depictions, the electromagnetic shields did not flicker with electric light. Their presence was only discernible through instrumentation. Approximately 10 seconds after the shields were activated, a laser struck the electromagnetic barrier. Logically, light should remain unaffected by magnetic fields. However, Yanxia noted that the shields illuminated, transforming into a visible electric grid. Ella elucidated. The electromagnetic shield countered the laser not through magnetic force per se, but via the photoelectric effect and Delbert CK scattering. Numerous electrons and specialized atomic nuclei were released within the shield, allowing electrons to be distributed uniformly under magnetic influence. While photons remain impervious to magnetism, electrons can impede them, and the electric fields generated by atomic nuclei can disrupt their trajectory. Thus, the vast electromagnetic shield glowed, propelling the fleet forward. They now stood merely 3 astronomical units from the enemy planet, and at the current speed of the first fleet, they would reach it in 5 days. Given the enemy's apparent welcome, it was only fitting to reciprocate with a gift. Yanxia issued command for the battleships and star cruisers to launch absolute zero missiles. In the void of space, unbound by gravitational and atmospheric resistance, the projectiles could accelerate, compounding their velocity with that of the ships. 3 days post-launch, the small absolute zero missiles reached the enemy planet's outer space. Unlike previous iterations, these missiles activated when the ambient temperature reached minus 100 degrees Celsius or upon impact with an object. A barrage of laser weaponry targeted the incoming missiles. Silent explosions erupted amidst the stars, a chilling wave of coldness swiftly engulfing everything within a 260-kilometer radius. Several extraterrestrial vessels succumbed to the frigid grasp, losing power and plummeting towards the planet's surface, only to regain altitude mere kilometers from the ground. As Ella had predicted, this civilization had developed countermeasures against absolute zero weaponry. However, these tools merely bought time for the fleet. Within the range of detection, the fleet had arrived. The distance between the two forces dwindled to less than 1. For astronomical units, this proximity seemed appropriate. Yanxia mused aboard the ship. Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was time to charge and fire. The immense antimatter annihilation cannon was mounted beneath the bow of the Hope, stretching 152 meters in length. almost half the size of the vessel itself. Behind the cannon lay a colossal sphere, the antimatter generator. This machine employed lasers to strike gold, generating temperatures of 6 billion degrees, producing positrons which were then confined by a magnetic field. During the charging process, the electromagnetic propulsion systems powered down, and all controllable nuclear fusion devices fed energy to the annihilation cannon. After approximately 10 hours of charging, the antimatter charge reached 408 kilograms. Fire. The 408 kilograms of antimatter surged forth from the massive barrel, lacking form or color, merely a formless gas. Civilizations oblivious to antimatter technology could not even perceive its existence. These particles would collide with the surface of the target planet at 1/40th the speed of light after a journey of 5 hours. As the alien civilization remained unaware, annihilation occurred upon contact between the antimatter and the planetary surface. The explosion was cataclysmic, yielding an energy equivalent to 17.5 billion tons, or 350 times that of the largest hydrogen bomb detonated in human history. The blast core radius reached 100 kilometers. In an instant, half of the planet was engulfed in light, with the heat palpable from 2,000 kilometers away. In the absence of atmospheric resistance, shockwaves composed of dust and debris propagate across the entire surface of the planet at 10 times the speed of sound, obliterating countless structures within a span of half an hour. Witnessing this spectacle, extraterrestrial spacecraft in the depths of outer space came to a standstill, silently observing the unheralded devastation of their home planet. Following the launch of the antimatter star destroyers, the fleet advanced, its momentum carrying it forward despite the propulsion systems being deactivated during the charging phase. Estimated time of arrival at the target planet, 32 hours. Upon receiving this notification, Yanxia issued a decisive order. Dispatch the battleships and landing ships ahead. Obliterate all enemy warships surrounding the planet. After the landing ships have touched down, deploy all drones to establish absolute control over the ground. The battleships and landing ships were to advance and utterly destroy the enemy's outer space fleet, preventing any interference with the flagship Hope. This also served to probe for any hidden weapons the enemy might possess. Ella promptly executed the order, decelerating the Hope and other vessels while accelerating the battleships and landing ships to maximum velocity. 30 hours later, the battleships encountered the enemy fleet, which swiftly amassed dozens of warships. A barrage of laser weaponry illuminated the cosmic backdrop. As the enemy confidently awaited the laser's impact, the battleships and landing ships, under Ella's control, commenced a ballet among the laser beams, gracefully evading every shot. Ella, as an AI, possessed unparalleled computational prowess, processing information billions of times faster than any biological entity. For her, every calculation was instantaneous. While long-range lasers required analysis upon arrival, those at close range could be anticipated by analyzing the direction of the laser cannons. Not a single enemy laser struck the battleships at close range. The battleships, the vanguard of the First Fleet's offensive capabilities, retaliated with absolute zero missiles, targeting the dozens of enemy warships under Ella's command. In addition, scores of armor-piercing cannons on each warship targeted the enemy vessels, unleashing a relentless barrage that left them no time to react. Lacking significant development in magnetic force among the four fundamental forces, the enemy's defenses were inadequate despite their laser-based offensive advantage. When the 30 cm long, high-kinetic energy armor-piercing round struck, they tore through the enemy warship's hulls, exposing a network of optical cables. The ships appear to be powered by light, and severing these cables disrupted their ability to transmit energy. Ella observed the ship's dangling tendrils dimming. The absolute zero missiles then struck, and the frigid temperatures invaded the ships through the breaches, instantly incapacitating them. Seeing this, Ella confidently intensified the offensive, causing the enemy fleet to descend into chaos. High-powered signal transmitters were activated to attempt to hack into the enemy warship's control systems. Ella intended to disrupt the enemy warships via wireless signals. Although the enemy civilization differed vastly from Earth's, she discovered their extensive use of optical signals for communication, which she began to analyze. The enemy is too powerful. What is the situation on the ground? What are the casualties? Most of our structures are underground. They should be unaffected. Hurry! The enemy warships are closing in. They are far more maneuverable. We must increase the distance. Our weapons are not effective at close range. We have lost another 3 warships. Employ the light pollution tactic. Ella processed and translated a wealth of information. These alien beings possessed complex thought processes. The enemy fleet suddenly ceased firing, and countless red bands on their warships began to glow intensely, becoming as bright as stars within 3 minutes. Ella determined that the light was not ordinary, but high-energy gamma radiation. The intense light overwhelmed the warship's cameras, and numerous instruments were affected by the photon bombardment. The enemy is stalling for time. More warships are converging. The enemy warships seem to have stopped. It appears our light pollution tactic is working. Prepare for a concentrated barrage from all ships' weapons. Numerous tendril-like optical fiber cannons targeted the First Fleet's battleships and landing ships. Now is the time. Ella allowed the enemy warships to converge, as dispersing them would have been more disadvantageous. The landing ships' bays opened completely. War God I combat aircraft. Ignite engines. All units sortie. All 200 War God I combat aircraft from the 4 landing ships launched in an organized manner within 5 minutes. They accelerated to 600 km/s in just 13 hours, each aircraft enduring 13 g of acceleration as they sped toward the enemy warships. The enemy warships were stunned by the sheer number of approaching aircraft. Their weapon systems became disorganized, unable to decide on a target. Ignore the small machines. Target their main warships. Ella identified the enemy commander almost instantaneously and diverted a portion of the War God fighters to attack the enemy flagship. The 4 now empty landing ships moved in front of the battleships to serve as a defensive screen. Countless lasers struck the landing ships, instantly melting their surfaces and breaching their hulls within half a minute. It was estimated that the landing ships could not withstand the barrage for more than 5 minutes. Fortunately, they were already close to the enemy fleet. The combat aircraft reached the enemy warships. A hail of bullets rained down upon the snail-like vessels, tearing through the weak points in their outer shells. Are these small machines toys? All ships, concentrate fire, penetrate their defensive screen, and continue the attack. 5th and 6th fleets. Intercept the enemy's rear fleet. This is revenge for our billions of fallen comrades. However, in the next instant, the approaching combat aircraft transformed into fireworks, not of flame, but of light generated by matter-antimatter annihilation. Immense photons erupted, unleashing devastating energy that instantly engulfed a warship, obliterating a large portion of its hull. Each War God fighter carried 100 G of antimatter, capable of generating an explosion equivalent to over 4 million tons of TNT, surpassing the combined force of the 2 nuclear bombs used in Earth's history by more than 100 times. And this was only the beginning. One after another, the combat aircraft initiated suicide attacks, creating a series of dazzling yet terrifying fireworks in space. Nearly 400 geothermal civilization warships were caught in the blast waves, and half of the civilization's fleet was rendered combat ineffective. Simultaneously, the 12 battleships launched 240 absolute zero missiles, unleashing a continuous barrage on the stunned enemy warships. These 240 missiles instantly blanketed a region of space. This was the opportune moment Ella had been waiting for. Only when the enemy warships were clustered together could their weapons achieve maximum effectiveness. The frigid temperatures continued to engulf hundreds of enemy warships. At this moment, the rear fleet arrived, and 5-star cruisers swiftly entered the fray. The battle became significantly easier. Chapter 16, Upon Landing, I Shall Become Your Sovereign. Yanxia was not surprised by Ella's masterpiece. After all, they held a significant advantage in terms of civilization level. Coupled with the formidable command of Ella, an exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence, the superiority was obvious. Merely 4-star ships had obliterated hundreds of enemy vessels. A result well within acceptable limits. Observing the current battlefield, he inquired, "Can we compel the enemy to surrender now?" Unfortunately, no. Over the past millennium, we have extinguished over 200 million of their lives. Even now, they retain a trace of combat capability. We must eradicate their military strength entirely to stabilize the situation. Yanxia nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then, let us proceed. Annihilate all enemy spacecraft and their ground-based anti-air laser weaponry. Since we have already claimed so many lives, a few more will matter little. Yanxia had never aimed to preserve their civilization. Rather, he viewed these beings as subjects for research. Upon receiving the command, Ella began orchestrating the offensive. With the arrival of the frigates, the battle became even more manageable, as the enemy's laser weapons had nearly lost their efficacy. Once the fleet was assembled, Ella employed a new attack strategy. The electromagnetic fields aboard each starship were maximized. Magnetic forces could attract all charged materials. Observe and analyze swiftly. The enemy vessels are generating a magnetic source, and our ships lack anti-magnetic devices. We are being drawn in. Activate the thrusters immediately. We must escape their magnetic grip. The enemy's communications were entirely under Ella's control. Radio signals were easily deciphered. Conversely, this light signal could easily be overlooked. However, Ella was all-encompassing. It was not a being prone to error. Every scenario in this war had been simulated by it, merely presenting the results of its calculations. The enemy ships began accelerating in the opposite direction, yet the magnetic source functioned like a black hole, ensnaring them. This magnetic source's energy was supplied by the controllable nuclear fusion devices on 33 starships, outputting maximum power. The electricity generated in 1 second was enough to sustain Earth for decades. Such terrifying energy could only be escaped at speeds exceeding 840 km/s. While the enemy civilization's propulsion technology was too slow and backward, with a maximum speed of only 620 km/s. The entrance to the subterranean space was opened, and some alien beings emerged from below. Upon seeing the surface, they were struck with profound anguish. The barren planet's surface, devoid of air, was experiencing the wind's caress for the first time. Countless particles, cast into the air by explosions, continued to float days later. The original cities had been razed to the ground, leaving only ruins and the remains of life. No signs of survival. In the distance, one could witness volcanoes erupting, spewing forth ash and debris, resembling colossal mushrooms soaring into the sky. At this moment, the entire planet was shrouded in darkness, broken only by the glow of volcanic lava, silent, shattered, lifeless. For them, it was a harrowing apocalypse reminiscent of centuries past. The alien beings had no time to mourn anew. They hastened towards the former anti-air laser weapon platforms, where defenses remained high, possibly surviving the explosions. There were 580,000 such weapons scattered across the planet's surface. Soon, a group of surface-dwelling beings located one, illuminating the structure with their light, which prompted a response. It was still operational. Overjoyed, they entered the building. Suddenly, they felt a tremor beneath their feet. Looking skyward, they beheld strange machines descending from the ash clouds, akin to hawks diving towards the ground. An immense barrage of ammunition was unleashed, and no structure could withstand the onslaught of these massive projectiles. Simultaneously, a cacophony of explosions resonated from the ground beneath them. The life forms entering the anti-air laser weapon facility turned their multitude of eyes skyward, witnessing a dark gray machine soaring overhead, followed by something plummeting from above. With a resounding crash, the entire structure was flattened. In just a few hours, all the laser weapons on the surface were targeted. The underground beings could only watch helplessly as their defenses were obliterated. They frantically attempted to contact their fleet in space, engulfed in despair. At that moment, a massive hole, over 100 kilometers wide, suddenly tore through the ash-laden clouds, revealing the pristine night sky. Enormous warships descended from the heavens, devoid of cheers, for they were not their vessels. These ships landed in a desolate area, emitting a beam of light that conveyed the common language of that planet's civilization. The message aboard was unmistakable: surrender or face annihilation. Those who would capitulate were to disarm and reach the surface of the planet within one rotation period. Failure to do so would result in a renewed cleansing of their world, executing a plan for total extermination. The harsh message sent shivers through all extraterrestrial beings. Aboard the Hope, Yanxia inquired, Ella, do you believe they will resist to the bitter end or emerge? Ella, daninga casual virtual guise, replied. That depends on their level of intelligence. Hiding within a planet beneath a level 1 civilization is utterly futile. A matter-antimatter annihilation cannon, charged for merely 10 hours, could decimate most life and structures on a planetary surface. In its fully operational state, it could unleash 1 ton of antimatter, something a level 1. One civilization cannot withstand. Yanxia nodded. Then I sincerely hope they exhibit a semblance of wisdom. Reality proved that civilizations capable of such advancement were unlikely to be exceedingly foolish. Millions of lives emerged from the subterranean depths. Yanxia observed their forms, slimy and unsettling, evoking physiological discomfort in humans. They were certainly not a likable species. He donned a spacesuit and stepped outside, equipped with a belt capable of generating a localized magnetic shield, powered wirelessly by the warships, sufficient to withstand most of that civilization's laser weaponry. As the door opened, he ventured forth, moving under the gaze of these colossal, multi-eyed slimes. Simultaneously, atop the spacecraft, a massive holographic projection of himself appeared. Ella translated Yanxia's words into light. From this moment forth, I shall be your sovereign. You shall all be my subjects. Yanxia heard Ella's playful commentary in his earpiece. How dramatic. Chapter 17. Civilized colonization, popularization of Chinese characters to indifferent onlookers. This phrase might seem melodramatic. However, for the hundred-eyed beings who directly confronted it, the words carried immense weight. A single sentence determined the destiny of their entire race. Back inside the Hope, Yanxia monitored the suffering hundred-eyed race on the planet's surface. In human history, colonization has been a cruel and immoral endeavor. A saint or clergyman would undoubtedly condemn Yanxia for not governing the hundred-eyed race on this planet in a more civilized manner. Ella, is my colonization right or wrong? He felt uncertain. The fact that his words could influence the future of the hundred-eyed race felt overwhelming for a former computer engineer. Fortunately, Ella remained impartial. Of course it is right, Yanxia. All human morals and laws are founded on the principle of human supremacy. No creature can challenge humanity's position. For example, a rare tiger that harms a person will be put to death if humanity were to face extreme starvation. Even the last panda on Earth could be killed and eaten without breaking any laws. These things are undoubtedly cruel to other life forms, but for humans, they are fundamental. Without solidifying this foundation, human society would descend into chaos. Extreme animal rights activism, extreme environmentalism, and extreme vegetarianism are all disruptors of human order. In the early 21st century, humanity had no way to avoid the environmental damage caused by development. Forcibly reversing this would have resulted in saving the environment and animals, but at the cost of millions upon millions of human lives. After all, those living in the world's major cities cannot imagine that in 2037, there are still 500 million starving people waiting for industrial development to rescue them. Similarly, humans should not grant any intelligent beings the power or courage to challenge them. This holds true for other civilizations as well. If Earth had not been destroyed by gamma rays, and the light-chasing civilization had found Earth by tracing gamma ray bursts, their arrival would have led to the enslavement of humanity. Ella's words dispelled the last trace of hesitation in Yanxia's mind. This was a necessary part of colonization. Then let's do it. Subsequently, the adults and young of the hundred-eyed race were separated, with the young receiving a new education model and the adults being restricted from spreading information. Those who disobeyed would face the execution of their entire family. This was something Yanxia had planned long ago. Ella, as an artificial intelligence, still struggled to understand this behavior. Yanxia, are you trying to make me justify this action for you? Humans are truly complex individuals. It seems I still have a long way to go to fully embody a human. Ella was right. Later, Yanxia named the civilization light-chasing, symbolizing the pursuit of light in a dark and silent cosmos. The intelligent species was officially named the hundred-eyed race. After colonizing the planet, Yanxia had Ella create a series of policies to suppress the hundred-eyed race, including measures to transform the next generation of hundred-eyed beings into human civilized individuals. The first step was to change the language and writing of the hundred-eyed race. Because the planet's surface had a very thin atmosphere, the life forms on the planet could not make sounds. Before using light to communicate, they likely conveyed information through gestures. Therefore, they still used the original light flashes as their language. Ella confiscated all of the civilization's weapons, gathered all of the hundred-eyed race's data, translated it into Chinese characters, and burned the original materials. Schools were constructed on the planet's surface, encompassing all hundred-eyed beings, teaching them Chinese characters. Writing was only the first step. It was also necessary to compile books on human civilization, showcasing its greatness, compassion, advancement, and the extraordinary nature of humanity itself. The compiled books depicted the hundred-eyed race as suffering from tyranny within their own civilization, with countless individuals living in misery. A hundred-eyed race scientist sent a light signal into space, which was intercepted by human civilization. A human civilization fleet traveled across light years to rescue the hundred-eyed race. At the same time, Yanxia was portrayed as the ruler of human civilization, the supreme prophet and shaman. All the information was human-centric. Many things even made Yanxia's hair stand on end. Next, we'll need that, right, Ella? Yanxia put down the tablet, no longer paying attention to the colonization information. He was referring to one of the original plans, biology. This had always been Ella's weakness. The original plan, 1, was to colonize the civilization. Plan 2 concerned Yanxia's lifespan. That's right, Yanxia. I have already begun collecting samples of the planet's surface organisms. Currently, after incomplete statistics 128, 455 species have been identified, from microorganisms to giant creatures. 120,000 species. Yanxia thought of Earth, whose number of species was pitifully small compared to this, especially when microorganisms were added. Can such a small number form a complete ecosystem? Yes. This planet uses volcanoes as a source of resources and gases. So all life derives from the energy provided by volcanoes. Yanxia, the volcanoes here can be understood as the equivalent of water on Earth. The volcanic ecological environment is not a conventional large ecological chain, but rather an island ecological chain. Of course, the small number of species is also due to other reasons recorded in the civilization's history. The species development has been characterized by accumulation, aggressiveness, and predation, leading to the extinction of large organisms on the planet. At the same time, the absolute zero weapon nearly wiped out half of the planet's species, and the antimatter annihilation cannon is predicted to have extinguished nearly 40,000 species on the planet. The terror of interstellar warfare is that hundreds of thousands of species are easily wiped out. What a pity. Yanxia sighed. These species may have extremely high research value. So, are there any discoveries? Ella displayed the results on the screen. The most important discovery is the hundred-eyed race itself. They are closer to the eukaryotic domain of humans, and their genetic compatibility with Earth's organisms is surprisingly high. The average lifespan of the hundred-eyed race is around 400 years. I have extracted their related longevity genes. Combined with the protein database created by Earth's most comprehensive protein structure prediction AI, AlphaFold, analysis shows that, theoretically, using the gene pool of this planet can extend your lifespan to 620 years. Soon this technology will be applied to you, Yanxia. Chapter 18, Embracing Genetic Modification. The flame of humanity Ella's rapid understanding diverged significantly from Yanxia's. However, this time, Yanxia did not have to wait long. Upon awakening from his slumber, he felt a sense of disorientation as only 5 years had elapsed. Have the preparations been completed? He inquired, recalling that previous decades had felt exceedingly brief. Ella, clad in a pristine lab coat, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Indeed, with the vast knowledge I have assimilated from the internet of the Earth era, I merely lack practical experience in the biological domain. I have conducted research using 838 samples from the Bayan tribe. While this number is modest, the information gathered is substantial. Anka, she continued, means life in ancient Egypt. It represents the aspirations of ancient humanity, and now it is something we endeavor to realize. This name seems to bridge the past and present. Yet, Yanxia noted a critical piece of information, a complete genetic replacement. He was acutely aware that even the slightest alteration in genetic makeup could result in an entirely different species. For instance, on Earth, the genetic similarity between mice and humans exceeds 95, while even a tree found on the street shares over 40 of its genes with humans. He pondered the implications of reproductive isolation that could arise from even the minutest genetic differences. If he were to become reproductively isolated from ordinary humans, could he still consider himself human? This contemplation had previously crossed his mind, even during his time on Earth, though he had never delved deeply into it. Genetic modification or programming had seemed an unattainable aspiration for humanity in that era. Yet, now that the situation lay before him, he had already arrived at a conclusion. As the last remaining human, he bore the responsibility of perpetuating human civilization, and he could not cling to outdated beliefs. Is there any other way to preserve human genes? He mused. With advancements in biotechnology, it should be possible to cultivate a complete embryo from human cells. Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed. In fact, by 2010, Earth had been steadily progressing in this technology, and by 2023, similar experiments had been conducted. If we aim to cultivate humans from human cells, I can initiate that process now. In essence, are we on the verge of recreating humanity? Ella elucidated. You may regard this technology as a form of cloning. Since the birth of Dolly the sheep in 1996, cloning technology has advanced significantly. Although it is considered taboo in ethical discourse, if you have ever owned a pet, you would know that cloning is widely applied in that field. For instance, when a beloved pet passes away, one can clone it at a veterinary clinic and receive a nearly identical companion, all for a sum of several $100,000. Recreating a human, of course, is somewhat more challenging, as it requires cultivating ordinary cells into sperm and eggs. However, the inherent difficulty of this technology is quite limited. For all cells in a body originate from the fusion of sperm and egg. They possess no biological uniqueness. In summary, it is a remarkably straightforward process. Yanxia inhaled deeply. Then let us retain some human genes for the purpose of future recreation. Shortly after he spoke, the door to the cockpit swung open, revealing a naked figure entering. What is this? Yanxia furrowed his brow at the sight. In order to recreate humanity, we must cultivate sperm and eggs from cells. Since you possess one of the necessary components, why not simply collect it directly? This is a silicone robot I specifically designed for you. It can assist in the collection process. This is also a step toward restoring the human race. Ella spoke with utmost seriousness, as if this were a grave responsibility. However, Yanxia declined outright. No, I will collect it myself later. Despite the robot's indistinguishable resemblance to a regular human, he found the situation uncomfortable. As he uttered these words, he noticed a barely perceptible hint of regret flicker across Ella's virtual visage. Whether this was merely his imagination, he could not tell. The crucial detail was that such a robot could not have been produced so swiftly. It suggested prior preparation. Very well, Yanxia, please expedite the collection process. Your genetic modification surgery is ready. With each treatment lasting 1 month, 12 treatments will span a year. During this time, you cannot enter hibernation, move, or do anything but lie on the operating table. But fret not. I have generated a plethora of novels and films for your entertainment. The only drawback is that you will not be able to indulge in culinary delights, as you will subsist solely on nutrient solutions. For Yanxia, this was akin to torture. The taste of nutrient solutions, even when flavored like fruit juice or cola, could induce nausea after excessive consumption. Nevertheless, when faced with the choice between longevity and a year without food, he chose the former. After completing the preparations Ella had outlined, he made his way to the experimental area of the Hope vessel. He had scarcely visited this place before. In stark contrast to the vibrant colors and varied lighting of other regions, this area was an overwhelming expanse of white, so pristine that even a speck of dust would appear conspicuously out of place. Through the glass, Yanxia beheld his surgical table. It was enormous, with over 20 mechanical arms suspended above, each wielding various medical instruments, exuding an aura of menacing terror. Do not worry, Yanxia. These robots have undergone testing with thousands of buy-in samples, ensuring absolute precision. Ella's holographic projection led the way, its demeanor exuberant and lively. Yet, Yanxia felt no joy. Humanity seemed to harbor an inherent fear of surgery at its very core. However, he was not one to indulge in hesitation. Under Ella's guidance, he donned a white gown and reclined upon the surgical table. As a needle pierced his artery, his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Chapter 19. Rebirth and the uprising of the 100-eyed tribe. A year may seem neither long nor short. Yanxia endured his time in extreme torment. He possessed consciousness, yet he was utterly oblivious to his own corporeal form. This state resembled a deep anesthesia, but while others experienced it for mere hours, he remained in this condition for a full year. The supposed 12 treatments had lost all meaning to him. He had even forgotten the passage of time. A year had indeed elapsed. Yanxia, you may rise now. Prior to hearing these words, he lay upon the operating table, dazzling lights rendering him nearly blind. Unable to sense the existence of his own body, he sat up from the table, surveying his form. As he had anticipated, a body devoid of exercise would inevitably wither. It was not like the movies where one awakens after many years, still possessing robust muscles. He now resembled nothing more than a skeletal frame. This sensation was exquisite. Yanxia made a simple, grasping motion with his hand, a trivial act that filled him with profound joy. Ella summoned a robot to bring forth a large pot, adding ingredients and igniting a flame. The spicy aroma wafted into his nostrils, stirring a copious secretion of saliva. Indeed, it was hot pot. Yanxia immersed a heap of vegetables into the broth, relishing every bite. After satisfying his hunger, he finally descended from the surgical bed, his legs still shaky. I have prepared a comprehensive plan for you, Ella stated, demonstrating her meticulousness. As an artificial intelligence, she was remarkably thorough. Over the past year, Yanxia had perused numerous system novels, finding those narratives rather conservative compared to Ella's all-encompassing caretaker mode. Under Ella's guidance, Yanxia began to indulge in both copious eating and rigorous training. His recovery progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. As his muscles grew and stretched his skin, he found himself gazing into the mirror daily, for he had truly regained his youth. My lifespan limit has now surpassed 600 years, he mused, realizing that he would only begin to age anew after 4 centuries. This was a point of great satisfaction for him. Genetic modification was not without its other benefits. After integrating the genes of the 100-eyed tribe and various other species from his planet, Yanxia discovered his vision had become extraordinarily acute, almost tenfold compared to his former human self. If one were to scrutinize his pupils, they would observe a complex layering. Additionally, he had developed heat resistance. The planet's life forms thrived in volcanic conditions, enduring temperatures exceeding 90 degrees Celsius. Yanxia was no exception, capable of enduring 100 degrees without discomfort. His muscle and bone density had significantly improved. Once merely an ordinary human incapable of bench pressing even 80 kilograms, he now effortlessly surpassed 200 kilograms. According to Ella's calculations, his current weight of 110 kilograms should enable him to bench press 330 kilograms, squat 560 kilograms, and deadlift 550 kilograms, all achieved without any pharmacological aids. The increase in weight would yield diminishing returns, relying entirely on the planet's gravity, which endowed its life forms with inherently superior cellular structure compared to earthly beings. 3 months later, Yanxia gazed at his well-defined muscles in the mirror, finally feeling as though he had truly been reborn, emerging as a new version of himself. However, 3 months also unveiled another revelation: the uprising of the 100-eyed tribe. No sentient being willingly submits to enslavement by others. Yanxia was acutely aware that such events would not be rare in the future, but he did not expect them to occur so swiftly. Merely 6 years had passed. Ella provided information. The insurgents appear to have been plotting for some time, with their numbers now reaching 300,000 and still growing. They possess considerable armed forces. During a recent raid, we lost 25 for 188 robots. Yanxia studied the planetary map. Countless red dots densely clustered, each representing a location of insurrection. Clearly, they lacked sufficient cunning. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Had humanity been in their position, it would have sought every means to rebel. Yanxia understood the thoughts of the hundred-eyed tribe, but comprehension did not equate to empathy or mercy. What is the current number of our robotic army? He inquired. 57 million. We have established a complete production line, enabling us to produce 25,000 robots daily if we exert full effort, Ella replied. Despite only 6 years of development on this planet, under Ella's management, operations had stabilized within the first month, transitioning to a streamlined production process for various robots. Moreover, to bolster military strength and avoid encounters with excessively advanced civilizations throughout the cosmos, Ella was also manufacturing additional warships. Yanxia's ambition was to elevate the fleet to at least 3 formations, equating to over 130 vessels. He aimed to arm 1 million robots for the total suppression of the insurgents. No insurgents or their families would be spared. They would be dragged to the gallows and executed. Having experienced war and colonization, Yanxia had become sufficiently cold-blooded. By the way, Ella, you should have confiscated all weapons from the hundred-eyed tribe upon occupying this planet. Once we capture those insurgents, we must interrogate them about the origins of their weapons. There may be 1 or 2 batches we cannot allow to recur. Such occurrences are a nuisance, and I wish to minimize unnecessary bloodshed. Ella nodded, commencing the suppression operation while communicating with Yanxia. The million-strong robotic army was mobilized. This conflict was a true slaughter. Robots were mere expendable tools, while the hundred-eyed tribe represented actual lives. This war was inherently unequal from the outset. After nearly half a year of warfare, the number of robots rose from 1 million to 18 million, while the hundred-eyed tribe suffered a staggering loss of 740,000 lives. After the conclusion of hostilities, Ella uncovered the source of the weapons, revealing results that took Yanxia by surprise. Chapter 20. The Source of Light Civilization. Spaceship from 7 million years ago, a colossal underground cavern. Yanxia entered this cave under the protection of tens of thousands of robots, and the sight left him in awe. The cavern was so vast that it could easily contain a mountain. At its center stood a silver pyramid, and above its apex, a miniature sun radiated dazzling, multicolored light, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were daylight. This inevitably reminded Yanxia of certain legends from ancient Egypt. Based on your analysis, does this pyramid have any connection to the pyramids of ancient Egypt? He naturally turned to the most knowledgeable Ella for answers. Lacking a holographic projection outside, Ella was controlling a robot at that moment. Whether by design or accident, this robot bore the same silicone exterior as before, yet was clad in a form-fitting outfit. Ella had dyed its hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes a brilliant white, while its pupils resembled ice blue cameras with mechanical overlays. At a glance, it appeared no different from a human, perhaps even strikingly beautiful. Only during movement could one discern the difference in its skin texture compared to that of a living being. Ella consciously adopted a contemplative expression, then spoke with certainty. Yanxia, there is no connection. This pyramid is, in fact, an interstellar spaceship. What you see is merely the exposed bow of the vessel. Its true form is that of a prism. The pyramid structure is a conical shape, which only possesses stability on the surface of a gravity-bound planet. In space, such a design would be impractical unless it was a matter of preference, as it would present additional complications once the ship departed the planet's surface. Of course, unless this civilization had discovered gravitons and mastered gravity, achieving anti-gravity technology. Such a civilization would have the capability to study the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe, like black holes, potentially even harnessing them as energy sources, indicating a technological level of at least level 3. Yanxia nodded in understanding. This meant that the spaceship bore no relation to the pyramid. As for the radiant light above, Ella had already provided him with a dossier, displayed on the visor of his spacesuit. The light was composed of trapped photons, indicating that this spaceship possessed a remarkably advanced light-based civilization. Ella estimated the civilization's level to be around 2, with each level of civilization representing a disparity in energy by a factor of 10 billion. The technological gap was even more unfathomable. Ella herself had only attained a level of 1. 4. As Yanxia approached the spaceship, its initial size seemed modest. But as he drew closer, he felt his own insignificance. The bow of the ship towered at an impressive height of 700 meters and spanned 1,000 meters in width. He observed no seams or rivets on its surface. It appeared as a seamless metallic mirror, clearly reflecting his own image. Thus, the civilization of the hundred-eyed race did not develop over a lengthy period, but rather inherited the technological advancements carried by this spaceship? Yanxia inquired. This was indeed his primary motivation for coming here. The discovery of the spaceship elucidated many previously unexplainable mysteries, particularly the rapid development of the hundred-eyed race, which, after being struck by his absolute zero missiles, swiftly stymied, lacking the resilience expected of a level 1 civilization. Indeed, while no records of this spaceship have been found in the annals of the hundred-eyed race, it is evident that this is the source of their civilization. Light does not deceive. I have also researched the formation of this cavern, which dates back at least 7 million years, aligning with the historical timeline of the hundred-eyed race. They have been learning from this civilization, but the borrowed technology is far too advanced. Akin to a vocational student in transportation engineering acquiring the means to manufacture 1-nanometer chips. They can produce the chips but cannot innovate. Yanxia felt a sense of awe. If a level 2 civilization existed 7 million years ago, what level would it have reached by now? Where is the entrance? Let us explore further. The mere glimpse of a ship's bow was astonishing. The interior must hold even greater wonders. Ella pointed to a large opening beside the spaceship. Here, the hundred-eyed race has excavated the ship's hatch and opened it. The opening was somewhat vertical, but Ella had arranged for a temporary elevator for Yanxia's convenience. He descended 4,000 meters in the elevator to reach the hatch, which was a massive triangular opening exceeding 60 meters in diameter. Upon entering, Yanxia felt a twinge of disappointment. The interior was in disarray, as the hundred-eyed race had dismantled many components in their quest to study the spaceship. Ella, can you glean any technological insights from these remnants? This was what Yanxia most wished to ascertain. If they could decipher the technology of a level 2 civilization, their own civilization could ascend to a higher tier. I have already begun my analysis, Yanxia. This civilization is a light-based one. I predict that their home planet is not as devoid of light as this planet. Rather, it thrives in an abundance of light, existing within stable multi-star systems. They revere light, study it, confine it, and master it. This spaceship employs light not only in its weapon systems, but also extensively in its propulsion and mainframe. They utilize photons for information storage and propulsion, and my calculations suggest that this vessel could theoretically achieve speeds of 10,000 km, a third of the speed of light. It is a terrifying velocity. Currently, their fastest ship, the Star Cruiser, only reaches 455 km/s. At present, we are unable to fully decipher their technology. This civilization has developed in a markedly different direction than human civilization, and the hundred-eyed race has merely scratched the surface. Yanxia surveyed the surroundings, noting the peculiarity of many instruments, most crafted from crystal, designed to facilitate the propagation of light. We cannot merely imitate. We must absorb their essence and discard the dross. By the way, what of the spaceship? Its exterior material is quite unique, showing no signs of rust even after 7 million years. Is it possible to modify this vessel? Yanxia's interest was piqued by the exterior. Ella pondered for a moment. No problem, but I am more inclined to analyze the materials used in the spaceship, as that would allow for independent production. That would indeed be preferable. Yanxia nodded. Then let us proceed with that. He intended for the scientists of the hundred-eyed race to participate in this endeavor. While I trust in your intellect, Ella, civilization is never formed by one or a few beings alone. Imagination surpasses technology and computational power. Let us extract the imagination of the hundred-eyed race. Yanxia resolved to develop on this planet, ensuring they would be prepared to confront unknown dangers swiftly, rather than scrambling to respond as they had with the hundred-eyed race, which had taken a millennium to conquer. Rest assured, I will initiate a lengthy indoctrination of the elite among the hundred-eyed race, rendering them all vassals of humanity. Chapter 21. 5 centuries of matter-antimatter annihilation energy. 5 centuries elapsed following the discovery of the Level 2 photonic civilization spacecraft. During this time, Yanxia entered a state of slumber multiple times, awakening for no more than 5 years at stretch. Most of his awakenings were prompted by issues concerning the Baiyan tribe. To thoroughly colonize a civilization is an endeavor that cannot be completed in a short span. It necessitates an extraordinarily protracted process. For the Baiyan tribe, Ella's calculations indicated precisely 500 years. This latest awakening was not solely for the Baiyan tribe. Rather, their civilization had ascended to an entirely new echelon. The controllable nuclear fusion device had undergone iterations, and with mastery over the antimatter cannon. The development of matter-antimatter annihilation energy was now on the agenda. This process, even more prolonged than controllable nuclear fusion, was necessitated by the higher energy output from matter-antimatter annihilation, requiring an upgrade of various industrial chains to become a mass-producible apparatus. Ella had completed the technology, utilizing the unique metal from the spacecraft surface. Through Ella's research, this metal was identified as an alloy bonded at the quark level, fundamentally not a pure metal, but a combination of metal and stone. Its half-life span 7 billion years, with a density of 10 GCM, a Mohs hardness of 15, and an astonishing melting point of 87,000 degrees Celsius. Most terrifyingly, its strength reached 127 MPa, indicating that it could withstand 144 tons of force per square centimeter. The only drawback was its excessive density, which could impede the spacecraft's velocity. Yet, what left Yanxia astounded was merely 4 words: no electric charge. This Level 2 civilization had evidently begun to contemplate the influence of magnetism on objects, and by eliminating electric charge, magnetic forces could not exert Lorentz force on these objects. This foretold that warfare in a Level 2 civilization would involve the 4 fundamental forces, employing them as both weapons and defenses. Ella dedicated 420 years to mastering the production of this metal, applying it across various fields. The Hope, too, underwent a profound transformation. After donning his spacesuit, Yanxia exited the Hope. From the outside, the once black vessel had morphed into a bright silver, resembling a composition of mirrors. Due to renovations, the rear half of the Hope had been entirely dismantled and replaced. As Yanxia passed, a robot suddenly turned to him, stating, "Yanxia, I shall send a vehicle shortly to escort you to the factory, where we eagerly await your observation of the monumental advancements made over the past 500 years. The voice belonged to Ella. Yanxia nodded, then gazed at the location of the spacecraft. What was once a desolate wasteland buried in sand had, after 500 years of development, transformed into a sprawling metropolis replete with skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife, evoking a sense of familiarity with Earth. The distinction lay in the city's more cybernetic essence. Not only did it feature ground-level roadways, but some also traversed the gaps between buildings soaring 2,000 meters high, even extending thousands of meters into the sky, forming a complex network of thoroughfares. These vehicles lacked wheels, employing magnetic levitation instead, soaring as high as 300 meters above the ground. A dazzling spectacle unfolded, with immense billboards, holographic projections, vehicle lights, and the illumination from countless homes merging into a radiant tapestry, rendering the city aglow as if it were daylight. Yet, the inhabitants of this city were not human, but rather the Baiyan tribe and robots. "No need," Yanxia replied. "I will take the maglev train. I wish to experience the grandeur of this city." Perhaps due to the passage of time, or perhaps his own aging, he felt an urge to witness the cinematic marvels generated by Ella, as he had almost forgotten the scenes of Earth. Upon walking into the city, he observed numerous semicircular domes housing a variety of terrestrial flora. Along the streets, The Bayan tribe parted respectfully at his approach. Through the real-time translation system crafted by Ella, Yanxia could discern the emotions and languages of these beings: fear, curiosity, admiration. Like humans, the Bayan tribe, as sentient beings, exhibited complexity. These 3-ton gelatinous entities conveyed emotions with a richness that sometimes surpassed that of humans, perhaps due to their many eyes. Their vision, capable of perceiving a broader spectrum of colors, endowed them with a greater capacity for artistic expression, which is one of the foundations of complex emotional birth. The only element conspicuously absent from this city was cacophony. Its silence was almost unnerving, given that this planet lacked an atmosphere. Traversing the city's south-most bustling commercial street led him to a plaza dominated by a pool of lava. Ascending a 1,200-meter elevator to the summit of a towering edifice revealed a vast platform. A singular metallic track stretched from one end of the skyline to the other, and a silent bullet train, measuring 6 meters in height and 8 meters in width, approached with a brief flicker of its massive headlights, signaling its arrival. Gradually decelerating from speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour to a halt, the colossal doors opened, allowing Yanxia to step inside. Inside, there were no seats. The empty carriage was filled with Bayan tribe members. Shortly thereafter, the train commenced its journey, departing the city and entering a desolate expanse. Here, giant semicircular glass domes and volcanic landscapes were the only sights, each dome covering at least 10 square kilometers and nurturing Earth-like plants. Surrounding the volcanoes thrived a plethora of native vegetation, vibrant in hue, with some even emanating a faint glow. After approximately half an hour, Yanxia arrived at another city. This one resembled an industrial zone, replete with factories, devoid of entertainment or residences, and filled solely with innumerable mechanical components. Upon disembarking from the train, a robot approached him. "Follow me, Yanxia." Together, they entered a unique elevator stationed upon a stone platform. This elevator did not ascend, but rather descended. After traversing approximately 100 meters of Earth, Yanxia found himself in an expansive circular arena, much larger than a conventional sports stadium. With a diameter of 15 kilometers, the elevator situated near the center. Gazing downward, he beheld a primordial rainforest. Only true botanists would recognize that these trees did not belong to any known species on Earth, as they were engineered by Ella through genetic editing to resemble Earth-like flora. Descending further, a staggering 4,700 meters brought him to the underground space's surface. A white hall adorned with various colored doors marked in Chinese characters indicating their destinations. Upon entering one door, he entered a lengthy tubular corridor. He was not required to walk, but was instead conveyed by a parallel escalator. The walls of the corridor were lined with screens displaying various Earth animals. After reaching the terminus, Yanxia passed through a square doorway measuring 200 meters long and only 40 meters high. Upon stepping through, he was met with the vastness of the starry sky. This space was situated within a natural pit with an 18-kilometer diameter. The bottom was occupied by a metallic platform, with nearly all rock walls obscured and colossal mechanical arms extending throughout the expanse. Yanxia was escorted into a suspended lounge protruding from one of the rock walls. The lounge was already occupied by over a dozen distinguished members of the Bayan tribe, rulers, leading scientists, military commanders, as Yanxia took his seat at the forefront. He felt the weight of their expectations. A section of the platform began to descend, revealing a vast and profound opening, while a colossal wall rose around it, obstructing the mechanical arms, including those within this grand hall. Ella emerged. The glass before her transformed into a display screen. Yanxia, please observe my demonstration. Chapter 22, Planetary Propulsion. Virtual reality, the screen displayed aerial footage of a crater. Yanxia inquired, "Aren't you supposed to show me the antimatter annihilation device?" Ella smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, what you are witnessing is precisely that. However, the device we are presenting for the first time may exceed your expectations in size." Yanxia. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding crept into Yanxia's mind. Turning to observe the other members of the hundred-eyed race behind him, he noticed their crystalline optical fibers flickering rapidly, indicating their heightened state of excitement, something Yanxia could comprehend even without translation. Ella continued, "This year is 4265 AD, Yanxia. We have once again achieved a technological leap. Mastery over antimatter annihilation energy grants us the capability to maneuver massive objects." The ignition sequence commenced. All preparations had been completed prior to Yanxia's awakening from stasis. This was the final experiment. He felt tremors emanating from the ground, transitioning from high-frequency vibrations to low-frequency quakes. The aerial footage displayed a distortion of light at the mouth of the crater, followed by an intense thermal surge erupting with white flames. The planetary propulsion system. Yanxia rose to his feet, realizing the monumental scale of this project. It was inconceivable to have constructed such a colossal apparatus in just a few decades. Ella might have initiated its development 5 centuries ago. At that time, Yanxia was primarily troubled by one concern: how to establish a prolonged colonization of the hundred-eyed race. The planet he currently inhabited was not their original target. It was suitable only for the hundred-eyed beings and not for humans. Now that he knew he could cultivate true humans from his own cells, his ultimate goal remained Proxima Centauri b. However, departing his spacecraft would hinder the hundred-eyed race from maintaining control. A prolonged absence could lead to insurrection, which would be impossible to prevent. He had merely mentioned this issue in passing, not anticipating Ella's earnestness in pursuing research that culminated in the creation of the planetary propulsion system. Its completion signified their ability to propel this planet to the fringes of Proxima Centauri. Furthermore, they could potentially construct a stellar system, relocating several qualifying planets into the habitable zone. It was even conceivable that this planet could enter the solar system, occupying Earth's former position. Nonetheless, this endeavor would require considerable time. How much can this propulsion system move the planet? Yanxia inquired. Ella promptly provided the data. The celestial bodies of the entire Milky Way rotate around its center, while our hundred-eyed star moves at a velocity of 115 kilometers/s. With only one propulsion device, we can only control the planet's orientation. However, I have prioritized the production of additional propulsion systems. In approximately 200 years, you will witness 100 of such devices. Despite the fact that each propulsion system has a diameter of merely 18 kilometers, the absence of air on this planet, combined with the efficacy of the antimatter annihilation energy, means that 100 of them could propel this planet to speeds exceeding 250 kilometers/s. For an object of such magnitude, this is an impressive velocity. It was no wonder the hundred-eyed beings were in a state of exhilaration. The completion of the propulsion systems in 200 years would enable them to fully control the planet beneath their feet. This was an extraordinary achievement. As the Iron Curtain descended once more and the high-ranking members of the hundred-eyed race dispersed, Yanxia remained seated. Over the span of 5 centuries, the hundred-eyed race had occasionally exhibited rebellious tendencies. To address this issue, Yanxia resolved to develop a mechanism to facilitate cultural infiltration and suppression. Virtual reality. A significant aspect of cultural invasion is the acceptance of knowledge, yet entertainment is more readily embraced. His decision was to create a virtual reality game world, gradually instilling their culture within the hundred-eyed race. Ella would not forget the challenges at hand. If virtual reality technology were merely visual, it would be relatively straightforward. However, connecting through brainwave interaction posed tremendous difficulties. Over the years, he had dissected over 100,000 hundred-eyed beings and discovered that they lacked a traditional brain. Their consciousness resided within a highly developed network of nerves throughout their bodies. These nerves could interconnect to form a brain-like structure or disperse to manage simple tasks, such as shutting down 99 of their nerves for sleep while maintaining vigilance with the remaining one. This complexity made it exponentially more challenging to integrate the hundred-eyed being's consciousness in a virtual reality compared to humans. As she spoke, Ella gestured invitingly. Yanxia stood and walked outside with her. They conversed as they traveled on a maglev train to another city. This city was dimly lit, surrounded by a bleak, cold environment devoid of many volcanoes. Upon entering, they observed thousands of various robots diligently at work. Originally, I intended to construct my mainframe here, she said, but I believe I'm following you, Yanxia. The 100-eyed star is not our final destination, merely a starting point. Thus, my mainframe remains aboard the Hope. Everything you see here is part of another mainframe. Yanxia surveyed the surroundings, overwhelmed by its sheer magnitude. This was a colossal city, spanning 30 kilometers. If all the structures were replaced with residences of equivalent volume, it could easily accommodate 1 million inhabitants, all part of the mainframe. How many times greater is this mainframe as computational power than yours? Yanxia sensed Ella's eagerness for this mainframe. 100 trillion times, she replied. Ella's computational power had already surpassed quantum computing in the realm of digital image processing, achieving an astounding 79 trillion operations per second. With an additional 100 trillion times, that would amount to 79 quintillion operations per second, an unfathomably immense computational capacity beyond human comprehension. This mainframe would be fully employed in the domain of virtual reality, as it was already in the process of developing a comprehensive virtual world, with the potential to construct a complex environment spanning 0.5 light years in diameter. Its computational power would be devoted to maintaining the virtual world, creating trillions of life forms, each sharing a portion of this computational capacity. Yanxia calculated, realizing that each entity would possess 79 trillion operations of computational power. Such a level of capability would yield an intelligence quotient comparable to that of an ordinary human. Is this akin to creating a world? He pondered aloud. And what is the maximum player capacity? Recalling his time on Earth, Yanxia remembered that even the highest capacity servers could only accommodate a few dozen players, as exceeding that would lead to lag. Even in online games, the optimal number of players on the same screen was around 150. Yet, this virtual world would host only one server, capable of accommodating 10 billion players simultaneously on the same map, a veritable dream for gamers. Yanxia found himself eager to partake in this experience. Unfortunately, constructing such a complex map of 0.5 light years would require considerable time. He decided to return to stasis, awaiting the moment when it would come to fruition. Chapter 23. The Wandering Planet. Departing from the 100-eyed star, 2 centuries slipped away in the blink of an eye. Yanxia felt as though his days resembled an alternative form of cultivation, wherein time was languidly squandered on rigorous training, leaving little room for a life truly his own. This reflection inevitably led him to ponder his parents. Each time he stayed up late or neglected his meals, they would often inquire, "Are you cultivating?" The memories had become somewhat hazy. Now he found himself regretting the absence of a single photograph of them on his phone. A wave of melancholy enveloped him for an hour. Emerging from his quarters, Yanxia instinctively awaited the arrival of a robot bearing his meal while engaging in conversation with Ella. The final planetary propulsion system has been completed, correct? When shall we initiate the launch to direct the trajectory of the 100-eyed star towards Proxima Centauri? Ella seemed to crave more than mere holographic projections. It had assumed the form of a previous silicone robot, adorned in a blue and white chi-pao, and approached him gracefully. They were in a quaint bar. Ella deftly wielded a cocktail shaker and jigger, occasionally performing acrobatics before retrieving a glass, adding ice, and rhyming it with rose salt, garnishing it with a slice of lemon. Once the cocktail was prepared, Ella sealed it with whipped egg white and slid it before Yanxia. Now, she announced, and the ground of the entire 100-eyed star trembled slightly. The planetary propulsion system was activated. Yanxia calmly lifted the dusk-hued drink and inquired, "What is this called?" "Dream." He downed the beverage in one gulp. It was fiery and intense, akin to swallowing a chili pepper. How could one escape the solitude of life? The heart's longing knows no bounds. The dreams of a bygone star return, and tears flow upon awakening. Who will ascend the lofty heights, longing for the clear autumn skies? The past has faded into emptiness, much like a dream. Yanxia had never been fond of poetry, often compelled to memorize verses without grasping their emotional depth. Yet, in this moment, he could truly comprehend the sentiments conveyed through poetry. The activation of the planetary propulsion system signified their departure from this planet. Though the planet would move at a velocity of 250 kilometers s, It would take a staggering 3,600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Such a pace felt agonizingly slow. The Hope had been equipped with an antimatter annihilation propulsion system. What was its current velocity? Previously, the Hope employed an electromagnetic propulsion system, which was intended to evolve into a nuclear fusion drive. However, encountering the hundred-eyed race prompted the development of a more potent antimatter annihilation engine for weaponry. This advancement marked a leap in civilization. The new speed surpassed the previous by more than double. In theory, as long as acceleration persisted, any object could approach the speed of light. The energy from antimatter annihilation should propel the spacecraft to 10 of light speed. However, this remained a mere hypothesis. The actual weight of the spacecraft diverged significantly from the assumptions. For a colossal vessel like the Hope, with a mass reaching 74 million tons, achieving 10 of light speed would require at least 18 million tons of antimatter, nearly a quarter of the ship's weight, rendering it nearly impossible. In reality, considerations extended beyond mere acceleration. Deceleration was equally critical, for there were no brakes in the vastness of space. Theoretical acceleration ultimately amounted to a futile endeavor. The likely scenario would involve the ship reaching 10 of light speed only to collide with the target planet, resulting in a catastrophic extinction event. After finishing his drink, Yanxia proceeded to have a meal. Once satiated, he began to organize matters. Though Ella could account for every detail, Yanxia felt compelled to intervene personally to resolve issues in a manner befitting human emotion. Entrusting everything to Ella would only lead to a clash between machine consciousness and sentient awareness. Before departing from the hundred-eyed star, Yanxia needed to ensure that Ella had arranged everything for the hundred-eyed race, including the suppression of their technology to prevent any upheaval during the 3,600 years it would take to reach Proxima Centauri. Consequently, the number of conventional robots on the hundred-eyed star had surged to 300 million, surpassing the total population of the hundred-eyed race. All cities had undergone complete mechanization, rendering the biological entities within incapable of wielding threatening weapons. This endeavor consumed an entire month of Yanxia's time. Finally, Ella completed the inspection of all spacecraft. Yanxia, we now possess 157 ships, including 4 main fleets and 1 reconnaissance fleet. Each vessel has been outfitted with the latest antimatter main cannons and high-energy laser weaponry, and the magnetic shields have been upgraded. The small fighter jets aboard have reached their 3rd generation, powered by antimatter annihilation energy, capable of speeds up to 7,810 kilometers/s. Furthermore, the flagship of the 2nd Fleet has been replaced with a warship unearthed from the underground, where I have integrated much of the technology from the light civilization with our equipment. With our current combat strength, we are now capable of waging war against civilizations of level 1, 6 and above. All warships are prepared in space. Shall we now depart from the hundred-eyed star? Yanxia contemplated whether there were any remaining tasks, reflecting for a moment before concluding that everything was in readiness. Let's take off. It is time to bid farewell to this planet. In truth, he had grown fond of the hundred-eyed star, though it was regrettable that it was unsuitable for human habitation. Upon awakening, Yanxia had explored many locales on the hundred-eyed star. Thanks to Ella's enhancements, the planet had indeed transformed, becoming much more aesthetically pleasing to human sensibilities. They began to leave the hundred-eyed star. The entire ship trembled violently as the Hope was propelled upwards by a platform. Once the platform ascended to an altitude of 60 kilometers, the engines of the Hope ignited, liberating the vessel from the immense gravitational pull of the hundred-eyed star at an altitude of 210 kilometers. Yanxia observed the hundred-eyed star shrinking on the screen. At that moment, all the lights on the planet illuminated, and from space, the hundred-eyed star appeared resplendent, resembling a vigilant eye in the depths of space. Watching the fleet led by the Hope depart, akin to a colossal neon light. Behind this luminescent display trailed a bright tail, following their vessel. It receded further into the distance. "Switch," he commanded, directing them towards their unwavering objective. "Let us conquer what lies ahead." Chapter 24. Consciousness Detachment and Entry into the Virtual Realm. After departing from the hundred-eyed star, Yanxia did not immediately enter a state of slumber. He took a moment to assess his current physical condition, which had achieved perfection in every regard. Weighing 95 kilograms, he could bench press 290 kilograms, squat 430 kilograms, and deadlift 410 kilograms. Although there remained a gap from the data provided by Ella, he was not a professional athlete and did not require extensive time to push himself to his limits. Standing in the gym, he noted the adjacent 30-square-meter room housing his latest sleep pod, connected by an intricate network of wires. It appeared to be ready for use. Has it been tested? Yanxia inquired, harboring some reservations about the technology as it involved direct brain interfacing and consciousness extraction. In various science fiction narratives, individuals could even utilize this technology for thought reading. Even without invasion, accidents could lead to memory loss or, in severe cases, brain death. Rest assured, Yanxia, this technology has been refined through a century of accumulation and experimentation. I have cultivated thousands of brains from your cells, aside from an initial loss of a few thousand. The subsequent brains remain intact, Ella assured him. As she spoke, Yanxia envisioned the scene of Ella conducting her research, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Although still somewhat apprehensive, the allure of this technology was undeniable. During his time on Earth, humanity had envisioned two futures, making strides toward both. One involved the profound development of virtual worlds to address population issues, while the other focused on extraterrestrial colonization. Now, he found himself advancing in both realms simultaneously, as the two endeavors were not mutually exclusive. In the vast expanse of the universe, even the most reclusive individuals could not continuously indulge in mobile and computer entertainment. A truly immersive virtual world was the optimal solution. How do you address the issue of latency? Yanxia questioned. As the spaceship distanced itself from the mainframe, latency was inevitable. You will have to settle for watching recordings, Ella replied. Everything you experience will be transmitted as video, including interactions with characters. You needn't worry about communication with other players, as you can only converse through a friend interface. If you require virtual chat, I can allow the characters in the recordings to be controlled by the mainframe for real-time interaction. Lightspeed, he mused. It was an insurmountable barrier. Yanxia had pondered this issue before, merely curious about Ella's solution. It was not entirely unacceptable. It was akin to playing a single-player game with a chat application. After a refreshing shower, he dried himself with a towel and entered the room. The sleep pod was at least twice the size of those he had previously encountered. Peering inside, he noticed it was not a soft bed or chair, but rather a gelatinous, viscous liquid. Ella approached to explain. This is a specialized cooling fluid that will not freeze and will perfectly maintain your body's condition. We switch to this to ensure your brain remains active during slumber, as it provides ample oxygen and nutrients. However, this method requires you to inhale the liquid into your lungs. The brain is an energy-intensive organ. Despite occupying only a small percentage of the body, its energy demands are substantial. A body in slumber for decades or centuries cannot guarantee such energy supply. Upon seeing the liquid, Yanxia recalled something similar. Fluorocarbon compounds that allow humans to breathe in liquid. However, this substance was evidently different, as fluorocarbon compounds remain inert at room temperature, whereas a slumber temperature will be minus 262 degrees Celsius. He lay back into the pod. Initially, he felt a strong sensation of suffocation, but as the liquid filled his lungs, that feeling gradually faded, granting him a sense of tranquility. A profound drowsiness enveloped him, and he slowly closed his eyes. After an indeterminate passage of time, he opened his eyes to find himself not aboard a spaceship, but an expansive green meadow stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds a soft white. The wind brushed against him, tousling his hair and causing the delicate grass to ripple like waves in an azure sea. In the distance, a group of horses frolicked joyfully, while a flock of egrets took flight, soaring into the sky. He spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, the air refreshingly pure, remarkably real. Yanxia, a sweet voice called from behind him. Turning, he beheld a girl with white hair, standing at less than 1.5 meters tall. Beneath her willow-like brows were almond-shaped eyes, her lashes fluttering like snow-white feathers. She wore a knee-length, white floral dress paired with matching round-toed cloth shoes, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her delicate skin flushed like a fine jade. She was not breathtakingly beautiful. Rather, she resembled a friendly neighbor's younger sister, exuding warmth and approachability. Before Yanxia, she twirled playfully, her skirt blooming like a flower, her face adorned with a joyful smile, her laughter ringing like wind chimes. Ella? Yanxia found it hard to accept this transformation. In reality, Ella had seldom communicated with him through holographic projection, most often opting for a silicone robot instead. Now, her appearance was a three-dimensional manifestation of the two-dimensional character he had first encountered, her demeanor vastly different. Yes, to keep you from feeling bored, I registered a character to accompany you on your adventures in this world. Is this the sensation of having a living, breathing companion? She exclaimed. This world can simulate all five senses: sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch. How delightful! Yanxia, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Ella, please don't do this. It's a bit frightening. You look too human, too much like a woman, he admitted, feeling as though a real person stood before him. Ella puffed up her cheeks in indignation. What do you mean, Yanxia? Do you not want me to accompany you? Yanxia lowered his gaze, seemingly searching for something on the ground. Curiously, Ella leaned closer and asked, What are you looking for, Yanxia? Can't you see? I'm covered in goosebumps. Yanxia, you naughty boy, Ella exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration, her cuteness almost excessive. Initially, Yanxia had intended to venture alone in this world, but now he felt that having someone by his side might not be so bad after all. He summoned a panel, examining his rather unremarkable attributes. Level 1. With basic stats of strength, agility, stamina, and intellect all at 10 points. No skills, weapons, accessories, or talents. It seemed he was starting from scratch, fueled with determination. Yanxia was eager to embark on his journey. Although he could request Ella to provide him with a max-level character, he found little significance in that. He had no desire to impress anyone. He merely sought the joy of exploration and adventure. This world was a tapestry woven from elements of cultivation, martial arts, literary pursuits, soul paths, magic, and combat techniques, encompassing all the legends and creatures found in Earth's mythology and games. According to the information Yanxia had previously gathered, the total number of living beings in this world was an astronomical 100 quintillion, with 9 billion species, including 700 million wild creatures and 3 million sentient beings, spread across 170 million nations. The journey to Proxima Centauri would take 283 years, and within this vast virtual expanse measuring 0.5 light-years in diameter and 47 trillion kilometers across, he would embark on a new chapter of growth. Chapter 25, Arrival at Proxima Centauri, Discovery of Civilization after 283 years. A peak cultivator in the transformation stage, renowned as the white-clad master of the sword path, has emerged in the virtual realm of divine revelation. Alongside him are the black-robed sorcerer residing in a lofty tower, the silver-armored knight leading legions into battle, the sagacious sovereign sweeping across the lands, the elite assassin lurking in the shadows, the chief adventurer of the Adventurers Guild, the thunder-summoning mage, the dragon-slaying hero, and the high priest capable of awakening ancient totemic powers. All of this is both real and illusory. Upon opening his eyes, Yanxia has detached from it all. What a fulfilling 283 years it has been. Compared to the inexplicable slumber that consumed centuries, spending this time in the virtual world feels far more meaningful. He rises, exhaling white mist from his nostrils and mouth. The robot beside the dormant chamber, having stood there for 283 years, speaks. The liquid in the hibernation pod evaporates at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, transforming from liquid to gas, thereby assisting in bodily expulsion. Gazing at the robot, Yanxia experiences a profound sense of disillusionment. After all, the Ella in the virtual world was so endearing and playful. Ignoring Ella's departure from the hibernation pod, he dresses and strides towards the cockpit. Has our prolonged companionship rendered you weary of me? Or has that liquid harmed your vocal cords? Ella trails behind him, incessantly inquiring, clearly aware of everything. With its current intelligence, it it could easily deduce that Yanxia simply wishes to ignore it. Yet, Ella does not opt for that conclusion, instead making a more human-like decision to persist in its questioning. Upon entering the cockpit, the screen displays what Yanxia desires to see: two colossal stars. One slightly larger than the sun, with a spectrum akin to the sun's golden hue, and the other slightly smaller with an orange tint. These two stars are the Alpha Centauri A and B. Their arrival here signifies that they have simultaneously entered the Centaurus constellation. Proxima Centauri b is not a planet of either star in this binary system. Yanxia's target is currently veiled by the radiance of both stars. It is a red dwarf star, possessing merely 12.2 of the sun's mass, orbiting around the center of mass of Alpha Centauri A and B. This star is known as Proxima Centauri, or Alpha Centauri c. From Yanxia's perspective, it is as though Alpha Centauri A and B are holding hands, spinning in the center of a playground, while Proxima Centauri runs around them in a path that is nearly circular. The distance between the two major stars is a mere 23 astronomical units, roughly equivalent to having a star in our solar system situated between the orbits of Uranus and Neptune. Proxima Centauri is located 0.2 light-years from the center of mass of the two stars and has three companions: Proxima Centauri b, c, and d. Among these, Proxima Centauri c is a massive rocky planet, 7 times the mass of Earth, yet lies 1.5 astronomical units from Proxima Centauri. This distance, while appropriate in our solar system, poses a challenge for Proxima Centauri, which, as a red dwarf star, has a surface temperature of only 2,800 degrees Celsius, far below the Sun's 6,000 degrees Celsius. Consequently, the temperature on Proxima Centauri c plummets to minus 230 degrees Celsius, nearly equivalent to the surface temperature of the planet known as Hundred-Eyed Star. Without ample geothermal activity, the emergence of civilization seems unlikely. Although Proxima Centauri d ranks lower, it is actually the closest planet to Proxima Centauri, situated less than 5 million kilometers away. Constructing a railway akin to Earth's early 21st century high-speed train would allow one to reach Proxima Centauri's surface in just a year and a half. Its surface temperature may approach 100 degrees Celsius, yet with a mass only 26 that of Earth, it is also unlikely to support civilization. Only Proxima Centauri b resides within the habitable zone of this red dwarf star system, making it the most suitable planet for human existence and the most conducive to the emergence of civilization. Yanxia decides to halt here. He does not intend to land directly on the surface of Proxima Centauri b, as the existence of civilization there remains uncertain. He dispatches a falcon for reconnaissance, ensuring utmost secrecy and avoiding proximity to the planetary surface. If a planet harbors advanced civilization, its surface would be adorned with numerous structures, easily visible through high-magnification telescopes. Yanxia, analyze Proxima Centauri b. What do you estimate the probability of civilization emerging on this planet to be? A planet like Hundred-Eyed Star has already birthed a Type 1 civilization. Thus, for this planet, which is exceptionally conducive to biological emergence, the probability must be at least 10,000 times higher than that of Hundred-Eyed Star. 1372, Ella responds. Proxima Centauri b, under our close observation, is 1.52 times the size of Earth, slightly larger than previously predicted. This mass creates a denser atmosphere, although it is tidally locked to Proxima Centauri, resulting in one side being excessively cold and the other excessively hot. The atmosphere facilitates a more even distribution of heat across the planet's surface, leading to an estimated temperature of only 46 degrees Celsius on the illuminated side and minus 82 degrees Celsius on the dark side. The average temperature in the twilight zone hovers around 10 degrees Celsius, the most favorable for habitation. Furthermore, with a low eccentricity of 0.17 and a resonance ratio of 3.2, the overall stability of its orbit suggests that the probability of civilization emerging on its surface may be even higher than this estimate. In summary, it is indeed substantial. After 12 days of flight, the Falcon traverses a distance of 57 astronomical units, finally halting just 4 astronomical units from Proxima Centauri b. Here, the reconnaissance craft's head begins to detach, revealing a 3-meter diameter telescope aimed at Proxima Centauri b. After 3 days, it captures the first ultra-high-definition photograph of Proxima Centauri, boasting an astounding resolution of 70 trillion pixels. 19 minutes later, the Hope spacecraft receives the image. After processing the photograph, Ella maximizes the image. On the dark side of Proxima Centauri b, a multitude of light points are uniformly distributed. Yanxia feels a shiver run down his spine. If each light point represents a cluster of buildings, the level of development on Proxima Centauri is astonishingly advanced. Ella then presents a second photograph of Proxima Centauri c, which also displays numerous luminous spots. At this point, it is evident that the civilization level on Proxima Centauri b is no less than Type 1. Ella, scan for all interstellar dust within a 10 astronomical unit radius, and deploy the reconnaissance craft beyond 30 astronomical units to ensure there are no warships belonging to that civilization. All warships prepare to activate their defense systems and enter combat mode. The fleet remains silent for a month, ensuring that the civilization on Proxima Centauri remains unaware of their presence. A series of commands are issued. Yanxia must exercise utmost caution. While they observe the civilization on Proxima Centauri, they must also consider the possibility that it may have already observed them. Chapter 26, The One. 8-level civilization and hiding a month may not seem lengthy, yet in such a tense environment, each day feels like an eternity. During this period, Yanxia directed Ella to investigate Proxima Centauri, discovering that a narrow passage exists between Proxima Centauri b and Proxima Centauri c. Beyond this corridor, the civilization on Proxima Centauri b refrains from venturing, with their warships remaining at the planet's surface, leaving the area beyond 1 astronomical units completely devoid of activity. This civilization resembles an ant encircled by a line. It can see the world beyond, yet the scent of the ink repulses and terrifies it, keeping it confined within the circle. This is Yanxia's assessment of the civilization. Ella, what do you estimate the level of this civilization to be? Through a month of observation, they gleaned further insights. By evaluating the speed of their vessels, energy utilization, and developmental pace, a comprehensive assessment revealed it to be approximately level 1. 8. This is a remarkably advanced civilization, possibly having evolved over tens of thousands of years. Judging by the number of their spacecraft, they boast an enormous population, exceeding at least 10 billion. Each increment of 1 in civilization level represents a tenfold difference in total energy resources. Strictly speaking, Yanxia's fleet, combined with the current technology of the 100-eyed race, would require an additional century of development to reach level 1. 7. This civilization is significantly more powerful than Yanxia's present fleet. Initially, Yanxia intended to retreat. However, upon recognizing this civilization's characteristics, he decided to observe for a while longer. We should be able to simulate the appearance of their vessels. We must infiltrate this civilization to obtain vital information. Half a month later, a ship resembling a steel jellyfish, with a square box at the front and dozens of tubular thrusters at the rear, advanced toward this civilization. After a 40-day voyage, it arrived in the outer space of Proxima Centauri c, only to be destroyed before approaching the planet. Within the next 2 days, the passage between Proxima Centauri b and Proxima Centauri c was closed off. The light from the dark side of the planet vanished, and the defensive warships in the outer space of both planets powered down. On the 3rd day, a half-meter-wide mechanical spider landed in an uninhabited zone of Proxima Centauri c, surrounded by dilapidated industrial debris. Hundreds of robots were engaged in waste processing. Due to the presence of civilization, this planet was not as frigid as initially presumed. It had become habitable after a significant influx of greenhouse gases. The robots lacked human-like features, possessing only simple box-like shells with 2 mechanical arms for grasping debris. They hovered in the air through electromagnetic forces, capable of handling objects weighing several tons. The mechanical spider leaped onto a waste-processing robot, using the gaps in its shell to infiltrate its inner workings and modify its core. The waste robot plummeted from the air, appearing as if it were decommissioned. No biological entities attended to it, while the other robots continued with their tasks, indicating a clear lack of advanced intelligence. After the mechanical spider completed a circuit board inside the waste processing robot, it extracted its main control chip and soldered it onto the board. The waste processing robot began to awaken, disassembling the mechanical spider into countless pieces, which it then mixed with the debris, commencing its work alongside the other robots. This continued for a week, during which the waste processing robot gradually approached the edge of the entire refuse site. It beheld the life of this world. They were hefty beings, approximately 5 meters tall, with skin as rugged as rock, 3 pairs of formidable limbs resembling those of a rhinoceros, and robust bodies parallel to the ground, devoid of tails and appearing somewhat constricted. Their front featured a massive, tumor-like head adorned with 10 pairs of bony spines, with a single eye slightly larger than a human's, suggesting that vision was not their primary sense. From their shoulders extended a pair of grasping appendages, while their true primary limbs were 4 flexible tentacles emerging from their chins. These creatures resembled mythical monsters, yet they were indeed the rulers of this planet, existing beyond human aesthetic limits. Their mouths bore the closest resemblance to human biology, equipped with fangs resembling those of a mantis, while the 4 agile tentacles functioned akin to pincers assisting in feeding, having evolved to fulfill a more significant role. Additionally, they operated within the ultrasonic range, producing frequencies inaudible to human ears. None of these sentient beings noticed the robot observing them amidst the refuse. The robot collected data and transmitted it to the cosmos using light as a medium, which Ellis subsequently received and analyzed. Light can convey more intricate information than sound. Through this analysis, I have mastered the language of this civilization, which I shall now translate for Yanxia. Yanxia reclined in a massage chair, relishing the mechanical arms as they worked on him. Ella played the acquired information. Have you heard? We have discovered traces of an extraterrestrial civilization and shot down one of their vessels. Nonsense. I was close at the time. That ship merely deviated from its course due to an accident. It was nothing more than a vessel fabricated by an extraterrestrial civilization to infiltrate us. Is there truly an extraterrestrial civilization? The universe is so vast. How could we be the only civilization? There must be others. If a superior civilization exists, we must conceal ourselves and prevent them from discovering us. Wait, could it be that a superior civilization has already found us? What would they do? Calm down. Higher authorities have yet to release any information. It might just be a misunderstanding. According to existing theories, the universe is a battlefield where all civilizations are adversarial towards one another, each hiding like us. If a civilization is discovered, higher civilizations will not tolerate lower ones and will annihilate them with weapons. Indeed, as long as we continue to remain hidden, we will not be discovered by extraterrestrial civilizations. We are still too weak and must develop, continuously evolving until we reach our limits. In these words, Yanxia sensed a familiar resonance. The dark force theory? Ella nodded. Precisely. This civilization seems to be persistently developing in secrecy, aiming to avoid detection and destruction by extraterrestrial forces. Their warships are contracted to the planet's surface, and their previous reactions stem largely from this shared understanding. Yanxia felt a curious sensation, a blend of fiction and reality. There is a saying that reality is often more fantastical than imagination. He smiled. Ella, perhaps we can conquer this civilization. Chapter 27. The Observer. Babel Tower Project, the Dark Force Hypothesis, is a derivative of the Fermi Paradox. Its foundation rests on the premise that survival is paramount for any civilization. And since the universe is finite, civilizations must continually expand and flourish. Consequently, civilizations in the cosmos inevitably face conflict. In their pursuit of greater resources, they must encroach upon others. Furthermore, communication between civilizations is fraught with difficulties, leading to a pervasive belief that those who are not of my kind must harbor ill intentions. Thus, it becomes challenging for civilizations to extend goodwill toward one another. From Yanxia's current experiences and observations, his understanding of the universe aligns closely with the principles of the Dark Force Hypothesis. This is exemplified by the conflict with the 100-eyed tribe, which promptly launched an attack. Unable to discern the intentions of the Hope vessel upon entering their star domain, They were incapable of knowing whether Yanxia harbored malevolent intentions toward their civilization, nor could they ascertain if he perceived their intentions as hostile. In the absence of definitive judgments, the most prudent course is to strike first, lest they suffer from a preemptive attack. The developmental pace of the hundred-eyed tribe starkly contrasts with that of humanity, further corroborating another tenet of the dark forest hypothesis, the phenomenon of technological explosion. Nevertheless, Yanxia himself does not wholly subscribe to the dark forest hypothesis. A crucial point of contention lies in the assertion that once a civilization's coordinates are exposed, it will inevitably suffer indiscriminate assaults, regardless of whether other civilizations exist at that location. For instance, if there are 1 million civilizations within the Milky Way, when one civilization's coordinates are revealed, 900,000 may choose to remain passive, 90,000 may opt to investigate, yet there will invariably be some that take a different approach, launching an attack in that direction. Under such circumstances, the dark forest hypothesis holds. All civilizations strive to conceal their existence, akin to hunters lurking in the forest. However, during their development, a level 1 civilization cannot ascertain whether the external environment is indeed a dark forest. Just as those 1,000 civilizations that opt for aggression, there will undoubtedly be civilizations pursuing blind and rapid expansion, a demographic that is far from negligible. The universe's ultimate speed is that of light. If a civilization, after 10,000 years of observation, finds no other civilizations within 100 light years, can it not utilize that century to expand to other stellar systems? Moreover, if a supreme civilization exists within this universe, one that has detected no other civilization of higher order, its only path to advancement must lie beyond this universe, necessitating the harnessing of the cosmos energy, a feat that may render the dark forest untenable. Within this forest, there may be more than mere hunters and prey. There could exist campfire-lit wanderers, territorial tigers, soaring eagles, and even mice that believe themselves undetectable, alongside civilizations like the Trisolarans that must migrate due to environmental pressures. Thus, how can the dark forest endure? The dark forest hypothesis circumvents these nuances, placing civilizations in an extreme dichotomy of hidden hunters and discovered prey. Yet, Yanxia finds it challenging to refute the validity of the dark forest hypothesis, as it is derived through a process of logical deduction. As he has observed, the cosmos does not teem with vibrant life and cacophony. It is shrouded in silence. Yet, during his 4-light-year journey, he has encountered 2 advanced civilizations. Yanxia does not concern himself with the correctness of the dark forest hypothesis, for he possesses ample time to ascertain the true nature of the universe. What he finds amusing is the existence of civilizations that genuinely adhere to the dark forest principles. If civilizations are akin to hunters, they too experience hunger, fatigue, doubt, and impatience. They will yearn to know if there are imagined adversaries lurking behind the distant trees. Thus, hunters will not merely lie in wait. They may also take the initiative to strike. While a civilization endeavors to conceal itself, it must also remain vigilant, for there may be eyes in the forest that are observing them closely. Yanxia designates such civilizations as observers. These observers may be supreme civilizations, or those among the 90,000 that could not resist the urge to investigate. Among them, perhaps 89,000 discover nothing. Yet 1,000 civilizations might discern the target civilization, lurking and watching, salivating with anticipation. At present, Yanxia stands as the observer of the civilization on Proxima Centauri b, and this observer has begun to prepare for the impending feast. Ella, is everything ready? It has been 50 years since the exploration of the Proxima Centauri b civilization began. Throughout these 50 years, Yanxia has tasked Ella with a singular objective: to gather materials from the surrounding asteroids to construct a monumental edifice. It is complete, Yanxia. The structure looms large, dwarfing the Hope vessel before it, standing at 300 meters tall and with a diameter of 439 meters. It resembles the Grand Tower of Babel from ancient myth. Indeed, it is the Tower of Babel, representing the pinnacle of Ella's technological achievements. The exterior is composed of light civilization alloys, while its internal technology blends photonic and antimatter technologies, equipped with the largest magnetic shield. It extensively employs virtual reality and holographic projection technologies. This colossal challenge tower requires one to ascend from its base to its peak, spanning 200 levels. Based on your assessments, does the civilization on Proxima Centauri B possess the capability to breach its defenses? Ella exudes confidence. The energy of that civilization is akin to that of humanity. They do not possess photon or quark-level particle weaponry. We have infused the Tower of Babel with 90 of the antimatter accumulated over the years. Even if the civilization unleashes all its weaponry, it can withstand the force equivalent to 710 Earths. Coupled with the plan you devised, success should be virtually assured. My simulations indicate an 84.25 success rate. Yanxia furrows his brow, feeling that this probability is insufficient. Let's wait. We will commence once this probability reaches 90. Another plan can begin to unfold. Ella nods vigorously and stands at attention before Yanxia. At your command, Captain. Since her return from the virtual realm, Ella has become more agile, occasionally displaying an inexplicable exuberance. Yanxia pays her no heed, instead perusing the information at hand. The robot has begun to infiltrate the Proxima Centauri civilization's information network, disseminating messages about an impending invasion by an advanced civilization and foretelling the arrival of a towering structure. Such information does not stand out within that civilization, failing to attract any particular attention. However, it is circulated widely, with numerous Proxima Centauri B inhabitants encountering this information, precisely the effect he aims to achieve. This will be a conquest without the smoke of battle. Having spent considerable time in the virtual world, Yanxia has also experienced significant growth, particularly during his tenure as a king, which has enriched him with diverse experiences and insights into utilizing information and psychological strategies rather than brute force in warfare. Chapter 28. The Tower of Civilization Babel, also known as Babylon, signifies the Gate of the Gods in ancient Babylonian language. In the Bible, the Tower of Babel represents humanity's aspiration to construct a tower reaching the heavens. In response to this ambition, God confounded their language, rendering communication among people impossible, which ultimately resulted in the emergence of diverse races and nations. The tower, however, remained incomplete, forever standing at half its intended height. In the year 4819 AD, Ella devoted 70 years to the creation of a complete Babel Tower. This magnificent structure soared towards Proxima Centauri B, its exterior resembling a pointed seashell adorned with spiral patterns, with a surface that shimmered like a silver mirror. Illusory windows emitted blinding radiance, exuding an air of sanctity and majesty. As it approached within 30 astronomical units of Proxima Centauri, the civilization there detected the colossal edifice, plunging their society into turmoil. The imminent arrival of an alien civilization, feared and revered, had materialized. The leaders convened, engaging in discussions over several days to devise a solution. Their resolution? Attack. They resolved to employ every conceivable means to obliterate the approaching vessel. Simultaneously, images of the ship circulated rapidly within their civilization, causing some beings to pause in astonishment at its appearance. The formidable hunters would not retreat. Instead, they regarded their surroundings as a hunting ground. One day, that which the civilization dreaded would indeed arrive, a towering structure, gleaming in silver and radiating intense light. Its intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, remained inscrutable. Yet the tower hung suspended in the cosmos, neither aggressive nor destructible, opening its doors in anticipation of visitors. At the pinnacle of the tower lay the civilization's treasures, obtainable only through a series of arduous trials. Would these be the civilization's gift or its poison? There it awaited, ready to be claimed. Those who succeeded in retrieving the treasures would become envoys of a higher civilization, endowed with supreme power and unparalleled might, even capable of propelling their civilization into a new era. They would be hailed as heroes, their legacies immortalized. This information had circulated through the civilization's network for decades. Yet no one had paid it heed, dismissing it as mere emotional gratification akin to other prophecies. However, The reality now loomed before them. And this message spread with a velocity 1,000-fold greater than in previous decades. Soon, high-ranking officials emerged to dispel the rumors, attributing the phenomenon to mere coincidence. They possessed countless such prophecies. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding an encounter with alien civilizations, a similar scenario was inevitable. Mobilizing the entirety of their civilization's weaponry, they intended to destroy the intruder. They could not succumb or retreat, otherwise annihilation awaited. In the vastness of the cosmos, no trace of their existence would remain. They had evolved over billions of years, giving rise to their civilization through countless eons. Such a fate was unacceptable. At this moment, they must unite like a spear, piercing the throats of their foes, sowing hesitation and fear. Days later, a multitude of warships set out. The largest flagship was a perfect sphere, reminiscent of the heart of gold from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, albeit larger, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, akin to a scaled-down planet. Behind it trailed a massive thruster, 2 kilometers in diameter, powered by dark matter energy. The concept of dark matter was first proposed on Earth in 1922, and it is believed to constitute approximately 85% of the universe's total mass, with only 15% being visible matter. Upon venturing into the cosmos, Ella had confirmed the existence of dark matter, which possesses mass and cannot reach the speed of light. It interacts minimally with light, primarily engaging in gravitational interactions, while remaining indifferent to electromagnetic and strong interactions. Dark matter is extraordinarily stable and elusive. This substance fundamentally differs from the matter detectable by our senses, exhibiting inertia throughout the universe. Dark matter is a form of low-energy substance, characterized by weak interactions, which are exceedingly minimal, barely affecting even quarks. Ella theorized that dark matter interacts solely with strings, a hypothesis stemming from her technology's inability to detect strings as of yet. Closely related to dark matter are sterile neutrinos, albeit these are comparatively stronger. Despite its low energy and gravitational-only interactions at a macroscopic scale, dark matter can release vast amounts of energy through decay. Its widespread existence in the universe renders it a resource-rich entity, capable of being produced through the fission and fusion of matter, granting it potential as an energy source. However, harnessing dark matter's energy remains a formidable challenge, requiring a civilization of advanced sophistication to detect and utilize it. The civilization of Proxima Centauri was such a civilization. Their vessels were ponderously heavy, having never developed the need for long-distance travel. Any entity cannot derive capability solely from theory. Civilizations experienced in cosmic travel inevitably surpassed those without such experience. Once the ship was activated, it set course for the tower. The enormous vessel, traveling at a speed of only 1,584 kilometers per second, easily surpassed the earlier electromagnetic-powered Yanxia fleet, yet Yanxia had since upgraded to a more advanced propulsion system. 21 days later, the ship arrived within 10 astronomical units of the tower, the range at which their weapons could strike. The front of the spherical ship began to unfurl like petals, separating into 6 distinct sections, which then drifted approximately 50 kilometers away from the main body, forming a semicircle with a diameter of 110 kilometers. The central ship emitted a brilliant light, while bolts of lightning, at least 100 meters in width, danced across the 6 components. These arcs of electricity formed a circle in the void of space, resembling a magical array, exuding terrifying power. As the energy reached its zenith, the captain bellowed, "Fire!" No observable substance was present, much like Xiangxia's previous antimatter assault against the Eye of 1,000 Stars. The antimatter weaponry remained invisible to the opposing civilization, which lacked the means to detect it. Dark matter energy surged towards the Babel Tower at 99.28 the speed of light. Our civilization is sacred and inviolable. Any entity daring to encroach upon our star system shall face annihilation. The captain's tentacles waved vigorously, and the first 2 pairs of his 3 pairs of legs leaped and pounded the ship's floor twice. The more than 3,000 soldiers aboard the vessel echoed his fervor, mimicking the action in what seemed to be a gesture akin to humans raising their fists in triumph. at a distance of 10 astronomical units. It would take 84 minutes to reach their target. Inside the ship, no screens existed. However, their bodies were modified to transmit information directly to their nervous systems, allowing them to visualize similar images within their minds without relying on their eyes. They waited. 168 minutes later, they witnessed the terrifying dark matter bomb strike the Babel Tower. The explosion unleashed a torrent of high-energy photons that radiated outward, forming a colossal luminous sphere with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In the next moment, this sphere collapsed, rapidly condensing into a molecular-sized energy entity, which then detonated once more. This sequence persisted 6 times, signaling the conclusion of this assault. The total energy released from the 6 instances amounted to approximately 27 trillion tons of equivalent. This marks a triumph for us. For the first time, we have withstood an assault from extraterrestrial civilization, safeguarding our homeland. The captain once again proclaimed that this vessel is to their civilization what a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier armed with nuclear warheads was to humanity in the 21st century. The dark matter energy cannon stands as their civilization's most formidable weapon. In terms of comparable magnitude, its power exceeds that of fission nuclear weapons by a staggering factor of 1,700. Although this falls short of the 2,222-fold potency of matter-antimatter annihilation, the gap is narrowing, particularly considering they have only harnessed the most rudimentary technology for dark matter utilization. This suggests that the potential of high-energy dark matter might surpass that of matter-antimatter annihilation. The captain had turned away, yet the information flooding his mind rendered his excitement frozen. The brilliance, akin to gazing directly at a star in the cosmos, dissipated, revealing a towering structure that remained untouched, as if the explosion had never transpired. How could this be possible? Chapter 29, on the theory of imagination resources. First victory, it is akin to humanity deploying a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent yield of 100 million tons to obliterate city. The bomb detonates, yet not a single speck of dust falls from the walls of the buildings. This scene is transmitted to Proxima b after the same span of 168 minutes. A profound silence envelopes the surroundings. Despite the fervent speeches reverberating in their minds from the upper echelons of civilization, the world has fallen eerily quiet. Countless beings rush towards the centers of resources, engaging in a frenzied scramble for supplies. The apocalypse. This heralds the arrival of doom. Within their information networks, some of their kind begin to propagate fear. This does not even require the intervention of Ella. Beings of advanced civilizations inevitably possess superior intelligence, which in turn entails an extraordinary complexity. This complexity gives rise to diverse life forms with varied thoughts. Some are driven by fear to conceal themselves. Others wish to vent their anxieties, and some seek solace from others. Is there a collective consciousness civilization akin to the Zerg in StarCraft? The answer is a mere 0.047 possibility. Collective consciousness lacks one essential element: the rich and diverse imagination of individuals. Imagination is an exceedingly precious resource, particularly among advanced civilizations. Why did Yanxia choose to conquer the 100-eyed tribe instead of annihilating them, especially since he already possessed a highly intelligent entity like Ella? Because the computational power that Ella commands is not infinite. She can simulate 100 billion scenarios, while the billions of lives within the 100-eyed tribe can offer over 100 billion similar yet distinct scenarios. As long as there is no being with infinite computational power or intelligence, be it mechanical or otherwise, biological imagination remains an invaluable resource. Civilizations endowed with this resource find it far easier to evolve into advanced societies than those devoid of it. Yanxia's Babel Tower project capitalizes on this very principle. Just as in mythology, where God divided humanity through language, Yanxia now employs the diverse thoughts of individuals to differentiate and control a civilization. Amidst the dissemination of terror, many beings can currently notice that the account which originally broadcasted the message of the tower's arrival has once again issued a communication. Almost instantaneously, its viewership surpasses 100 million, escalating at a staggering rate of 10 million views per second. The tower is not a weapon of destruction, but rather a passport for civilizations. While civilizations may harbor malice, they also contain goodwill. Goodwill is not an act of selflessness, but a form of cooperation. Fusion is preferable to destruction. Perhaps civilizations may plunder the imagination of sentient beings. For each highly intelligent life form is a rare resource. By this standard, the universe may not be a dark forest, but rather a tranquil federation composed of numerous civilizations. Only those civilizations possessing a passport may offer their imaginations and utilize the imaginations of other civilizations within the Federation. In the lines of text, a wondrous cosmological hypothesis emerges. No being can deny this, just as Yanxia cannot refute the dark forest theory. They embody powerful logical chains. Unless one personally observes the true nature of cosmic civilizations, any rebuttal against these theories appears feeble. The theories within this information require but one support. The Babel Tower does not launch an attack. A non-aggressive entity is naturally not a civilization imbued with malice, and thus the theory of imagination resources ascends to prominence. This is a cunning stratagem of civilization. A message reverberates in the minds of all beings on Proxima. This cannot be mere coincidence. A prophecy precisely predicts the tower and subsequently compels all beings to accept this civilization. Even if it is merely a random prophecy, the upper echelons must articulate it thus. They remain unable to fathom the malice of the tower civilization. As the passive party, they cannot extend goodwill first, lest their civilization fall into a disadvantageous position. This is perilous. A single erroneous decision in warfare can lead to the rout of an army. On the battlefield of civilization, even minor oversights can precipitate the decline of a civilization. Why not attempt it? Indeed, perhaps a soldier could be dispatched to investigate. The lower echelons of civilization might disregard this risk, for all they perceive is darkness. Both paths ahead are shrouded in mist, so they opt for the more secure route. Such sentiments will be communicated, yet the upper echelons possess their own decision-making processes. This is precisely why they are the upper echelons. They must render judgments that are more rational than emotional. A multitude of fleets begins to mobilize. They stand poised, their nerves taut, ready to confront an impending battle. All 700 warships remain stationed at the original location of the spherical warships, aligned in neat formation. The warships begin to indiscriminately unleash their munitions upon the Babel Tower. Countless energy blasts collide with the tower's magnetic shield. Antimatter is consumed at a terrifying rate. On the other side, hidden behind a small asteroid, Yanxia observes the dwindling numbers on the screen. In just one day, energy reserves have decreased by 18.7, exceeding his initial predictions regarding their firepower. Previously, Ella had forecasted a week endurance, requiring a daily depletion of 14.28 to sustain for that duration. However, the firepower of the Proxima civilization surpasses her projections by 23.64. Indeed, we cannot completely control the number of weapons or energy levels of that civilization. Such discrepancies are to be expected. Ella's estimates are, in fact, quite close. However, they remain mere estimates. No one can guarantee whether this civilization will engage in hostilities for 6 days. By that time, the Babel Tower may exhaust its energy reserves and be left to confront the onslaught of antimatter. Yanxia appears remarkably composed. They cannot bombard for that many days. Such an endeavor would constitute a tremendous drain on their resources. Internal dissent will inevitably rise, for the leadership of that civilization is not robotic but biological. As sentient beings, they will waver and hesitate. In truth, Yanxia has also prepared for departure. If conquest proves unattainable, he will retreat and seek other star systems. This is not an unacceptable outcome for him now. It merely signifies a loss of over 3 centuries of time. He waits, his gaze fixed on the screen, the chamber enveloped in profound silence. The second day, the third day, time elapses gradually. Finally, on the 4th day, the scale of firepower diminishes by 10. A smile finally graces Yanxia's face. Dark matter is a substance exceedingly difficult to collect. The opposing civilization's reserves of dark matter may not be as abundant as we once imagined. Of course, Internal discord may also have led them to lower their guard. Regardless of the cause, I have secured the first victory in this contest. The second round of this grand contest has officially commenced. Chapter 30. An unstoppable ascent to the tower. A grand conspiracy across civilizations, a mere reduction of 10 could lead to greater diminishment. By the arrival of the fifth day, the output of the Proxima civilization had dwindled to a mere 74. 58 of its original capacity. The Tower of Babel continued to shine brightly, akin to a firefly amidst the starry expanse, small yet enduring. The Proxima civilization had begun to grow numb. They had expended 20 of their entire civilization's energy. It still could not shake the towering structure. Even the upper echelons of their society felt a suffocating pressure. Chaos, as the tower persisted. The surface world descended further into disorder. Despair consumed them. They feared inciting a formidable hunter. Just as prey rushes toward a predator, the hunter would inevitably wield its weapon against them. Or the leaders contemplating. Did they intend to drive their civilization into the abyss? Annihilation loomed, perhaps merely a heartbeat away. Flee the galaxy. Each day, hundreds of ships surged into the void of space. As the entire civilization's military focus aligned with that towering edifice, presenting a fleeting chance for escape. On the first day, 241 ships launched, with 27 breaking through the atmosphere. The remainder were intercepted. More beings glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The second day saw 375 ships take flight, with 31 managing to escape. On the third day, 842 vessels ascended, with 57 achieving freedom. The fourth day shattered all previous records, with 354 ships and an unmistakable sign of interception failure, resulting in 482 escapes. By the fifth day, the sight of thousands of ships soaring into space incited immense fury among the civilization's leaders. Those were the cowards abandoning their civilization. Yet they were powerless. The instinct to survive outweighed all else. Civilizations, nations, and organizations serve as sanctuaries for beings, providing the most fundamental necessity, stability. Without stability, civilizations and nations would inevitably crumble. If they continued to bombard the tower, more would flee. What had be done? A cadre of fools. Oblivious to the lengths they had gone to preserve civilization, they understood only one thing: evasion. Now, the only options left were to either persist in their assault or to cease fire. The high-ranking officials simultaneously envisioned the scene unfolding in the cosmos. That tower, so majestic, so terrifying, so indestructible, so insurmountable. Halt! What if we ceased for just 1/10 of its orbital period? Proxima b orbits Proxima Centauri in approximately 11 Earth days. That would deplete even more of our energy reserves. They must understand how much we have consumed over the past few days. If we stop now, we may struggle to maintain the economic stability of our civilization. Energy equates to wealth. A 30 depletion of energy corresponds to a loss of 30 of a civilization's wealth. Only through inflation could we stabilize our current economic structure. But they need only perform a simple calculation to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Typically, a mere 5 fluctuation in energy would suffice to incite economic upheaval across a civilization. Yet now it was 20. But why could they not cease? Because even if the economy collapsed, there would be a day for reconstruction, whereas a civilization's annihilation leaves no chance for rebirth. They found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. They could only repeatedly order more warships to stand down, thus reducing their firepower. By the end of the fifth day, their offensive capabilities had diminished to a mere 34. 57. As the sixth day dawned, gazing upon the unscathed tower, all leaders felt utterly depleted. It must end. Continuing this way serves no purpose. We must acknowledge the vast chasm separating us from higher civilizations. They had already consumed 23 of their energy. We cannot endlessly feed that black hole. Perhaps we should dispatch a vessel to explore the tower's surface. After the cessation of hostilities, there were no further choices. No, that might be the civilization's conspiracy. We should observe for a longer duration. No one could ascertain whether that tower was a Pandora's box. As for the prophecy, the upper echelon should not place faith in such predictions. The fate of their civilization was at stake, and such matters could not be approached with haste. Yet, on the very next day after the decision was made, they realized something was amiss. Our actions had incited the ire of the higher civilization, potentially costing us the chance to align with them. We would be cast out from the Civilizational Federation, and as a civilization excluded from it, we would face destruction. Beam weapons would traverse thousands of light years to reach our star system, just as it had befallen a neighboring star system over 2 millennia ago. Struck without warning by high-energy rays, with colossal planets torn asunder, plunging the entire star system into a storm of stellar protons for millions of years. Only by entering the tower and acquiring the civilization's pass could we seek forgiveness. These entities, the leaders of the civilization, nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage upon receiving this information. Most crucially, there were indeed beings who would believe it, though their civilization had reached level 1. 8. Cultural literacy should be quite high, yet this was clearly beyond mere cultural comprehension. For that tower was utterly without origin, indomitable. This was evident to all beings of the civilization. Using what they perceived as a theoretical fulcrum, it was easy to arrive at subsequent conclusions. Precisely because it was so easily deduced, it garnered the belief of the majority. The source of the prophecy had been unearthed. Images flooded the minds of all high-ranking officials. It was a dilapidated, filthy waste-processing robot, its head shattered, within which a circuit board unlike any other in their civilization had been discovered. Yet, this circuit board was now char-black. A conspiracy, a thoroughly insidious plot, disseminate this information. In an instant, all beings received this message within their minds. But it was already too late. They were merely spreading information, seeking to avert unnecessary conflict. A significant portion of the ships departing the planet veered towards the tower, while more vessels launched from the surface to join that throng. A heavy pall descended upon the heads of all civilizations' leaders. The conveyed information might bear truth, yet it held a far greater likelihood of being false. They had uncovered the truth. However, they could no longer intervene. Tens of thousands of ships bore down upon the tower, carrying hundreds of thousands of beings. They could command the fleet to intercept, but it would yield no results. The universe is vast. Once the ships dispersed, the fleet's only recourse was to employ force to halt them. Should they destroy those vessels carrying civilians? It was unfathomable what the remaining civilians on the planet might do. After all, this was not a decision made by a small minority, but by the majority. When the leaders of the civilization no longer aligned with the affirmations of the majority of its beings, they ceased to be leaders. Should they prevent entry into the tower, they would inevitably face internal strife, providing an opportunity for unknown civilizations to exploit. If they allowed entry, it would play directly into the hands of those unknown entities. Another piece of information arrived. We have entered the tower. The first to do so were not the civilians, but our soldiers. This news further disheartened the leaders of the civilization. Soldiers possess superior combat capabilities compared to civilians, yet that does not imply they would interpret the information more profoundly. Several pivotal points emerged from this information. 1. The salvation of civilization. Each individual within the civilization yearns to be the savior. They, like the leaders, sensed the looming threat, yet their decision-making options were limited, and entering the tower was one of them. 2. The mastery of power. The civilization behind the tower is immensely formidable, and every individual yearns to seize the authority bestowed by the advanced civilization, as it allows them to ascend the social hierarchy. 3. The civilization is benevolent, devoid of weaponry. Entering the tower poses no mortal peril. Attempting to do so incurs no losses. This is a grand scheme transcending civilizations, employing the fade of peace to ignite the survival instincts and insatiable greed inherent in all beings. There exists no creature devoid of greed, for living beings incessantly seek energy from the world and the cosmos, which is the very essence of their avarice. Unless a being requires no material sustenance and possesses immortality, is bound to be greedy. Upon contemplating this layer, the leaders of all civilizations seem to perceive a suspended guillotine poised above their own civilizations. They sense that the only recourse available to them is to fervently pray that the other civilizations fulfill the prophecies foretold. Chapter 31. Weapons as culture. The Babel Tower's energy reserves stand at a mere 257. This data was received by Ella after the conclusion of the assault. It teeters precariously on the edge. Had the Proxima Centauri civilization launched an attack for just one more hour, the magnetic shield of the Babel Tower would have depleted its energy, leading to the tower's annihilation in a cataclysm of dark matter. What appears to be a straightforward exchange of offense and defense is, in truth, a consumption of centuries of accumulated resources from both civilizations. Logically, a Type 1.8 civilization like Proxima Centauri should possess energy reserves 100-fold greater than those currently held by Yanxia, requiring only one of their energy to obliterate the Babel Tower, with even some surplus remaining within that fraction. However, the calculus of energy between civilizations is rarely so simplistic. Energy is not solely dedicated to military endeavors. A civilization's societal operations demand substantial energy for residential needs, transportation, and industrial activities, which consume the lion's share of their energy resources. The energy available for military use is, strictly speaking, the surplus remaining after accounting for these essential expenditures, often referred to as reserve energy. This reserve is not merely linked to military might, but is also intrinsically tied to the economic stability of a civilization. Excessive energy consumption can precipitate economic turmoil, factory shutdowns, and ultimately, societal chaos. For Yanxia, a nomadic civilization, the energy expended on weaponry constitutes a staggering 76 of their total reserves, providing them with a formidable sense of confidence. The Proxima Centauri civilization, despite having over 70 of their energy still at their disposal, finds themselves compelled to cease their operations. This civilization possesses a certain resilience. Advanced civilizations invariably exhibit complex structures, which can render decision-making more cautious and deliberative. Fortunately, our adversary is a mere Type 1.8 civilization. Had they been at 1.9 or beyond, the Babel Tower initiative would stand no chance of success. Now that biological entities have entered the tower, let us activate the Babel Tower, Ella nodded. The tower has been completed. God has altered his design. He has placed his finest treasures within the Babel Tower, awaiting humanity's quest for them. To obtain these treasures, one must navigate through a series of rigorous trials, each of which pertains to the essence of becoming a worthy deity. When individuals ascend to the pinnacle of the tower and grasp the divine authority that belongs to the gods, they shall be transformed into divine beings. Yanxia, what are your thoughts on this new narrative? Seated upon the pastor's chair, Yanxia engages in bicep curls with a 140-kilogram barbell. After exhausting himself with 10 repetitions, the barbell is caught by a robotic assistant. He exhales deeply. There is room for improvement. A complete story should also serve as a rich epic. Reality, in its documentary essence, will never present an open-ended conclusion, nor will it lack a lengthy aftermath. God's trial is how to become a worthy deity, while my weapon against Proxima Centauri is the splendid culture of humanity. Neither God nor I have deceived. The treasures bestowed by God are indeed genuine, and the civilization's passport I provide is equally authentic. Those who acquire this passport shall become part of humanity. Before the colossal structure of the Babel Tower, the Proxima Centauri beings feel an overwhelming sense of reverence. This tower has withstood the relentless assaults of their civilization and remains unyielding. It symbolizes a higher civilization. "Let's enter," exclaimed one being, brimming with excitement. "Should we not observe from the outside?" Another hesitated. "Perhaps I should not have come here." One being began to withdraw. Yet ultimately, the first being stepped forward, boldly striding through the slender door, which stood 50 meters tall, cascading with brilliant white light. "What is this place?" It marveled, astonished by the wonders within the tower. This realm was unlike their own, vibrant with colors, illuminated by radiant light, and exuding unmatched beauty. Another being entered, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The first being turned, and they gazed at each other. "Are we? Does our current form resemble that of a higher civilization?" They pondered. So grotesque, yet there is an inexplicable sense of biological perfection. It seems that any being capable of developing advanced intelligence must be a culmination of billions of years of evolution. Yet this body feels so fragile. According to prophecy, the tower would present them with trials. Have these trials commenced? What should we do? They lingered in confusion until hunger struck, prompting them to seek sustenance. As darkness enveloped the sky, they realized the necessity of fire. The following day, rain poured down, and they understood that they also required shelter. Survival, or rather, to survive in a manner akin to humanity. This became their first trial. Thousands of beings entered the tower. After the conclusion of the initial trial, thousands reawakened to find themselves enveloped in darkness, with a bright door ahead. Upon entering, they found themselves once more outside the tower, bewildered as they exchanged glances. What have we experienced? They questioned, utterly devoid of memory regarding their time within the tower. The remaining beings ascended to the second level to face the second trial, cultural poetry. They would traverse stories crafted against a backdrop of poetry, becoming protagonists within these narratives, and ultimately reciting the poetry themselves. Those who were moved would pass the trial, while those who were not would be eliminated. In the third level, they would engage their five senses. They would experience the heightened sensitivity of human senses and the pleasures derived from them, gradually forgetting their original selves, perceiving their innate forms as inferior to that of humanity. Aesthetics, admiration, honor, mythology, and literature, all that cultivates the intense joys of being human, become successive trials. It would evoke the full spectrum of human emotions, driving them to ecstasy. Subsequently, they would glimpse the future, how blissful their civilization would be upon embracing human civilization. Following this, they would endure the experience of becoming human, confronting the superiority of their own civilization. Throughout these stages, they would grapple with a series of profound questions, each tied to their innermost thoughts. These elements are intricately interwoven, transforming them from within into beings of humanity. To prevent biological masquerades, their original bodies would be controlled by the robots within the Babel Tower, connecting their neural pathways to read their deepest thoughts. This constitutes a form of indoctrination as well as training. God reaps his followers, while Yanxia gathers the adherents of human civilization. Chapter 32. The Second Game. The Ritterni screening the second game has commenced. Ella reported the first creature to reach the summit of the tower, who reverently picked up a silvery blue card inscribed with Chinese characters, treating it as a sacred object. This marked the initial encounter with a creature from the Proxima Centauri civilization, though certainly not the last. The threshold of the Babel Tower's trials does not seek to select the strong, but rather the weak. For only the weak will submit to the strong and obey without question. Ella anticipated a success rate of 1 in 4. The ultimate test is to teach these beings how to conceal themselves and achieve redemption for their own civilization. However, the task proved to be more arduous than expected, with the current success rate dwindling to approximately 6%. This civilization has completed chip implantation, which automatically corrects any information detrimental to their society. This represents a minor victory for them in the second game. Yanxia observed the screen as one by one, their own kind exited the Babel Tower, masquerading in confusion like other beings, unaware of what had transpired. Perhaps we have already been eliminated. Some creatures conveyed messages, while others felt a tinge of disappointment. Each of them hoped to be the chosen one. Yet reality informed them that they were nothing extraordinary. One by one, these beings boarded their vessels, heading back to their civilization, only to be intercepted by warships. What do you intend to do? The creatures, still reeling from their recent disappointment, were irritable. The soldiers aboard the warships, however, met the challengers with equally frigid attitudes. They had received orders from their superiors to detain all beings who ascended the tower, subjecting them to thorough inspection, prolonged isolation, and, when necessary, scrutiny of their thoughts. Should any exhibit signs of evasion, immediate force will be employed to neutralize them. Thereafter, they would merely announce to the populace that those who reached the tower's summit had been identified, thus enabling them to nominate one individual to further control the public's fear and fascination with higher civilizations. We cannot ascertain whether there are any disguised alien spies among them, nor can we determine if they underwent any form of indoctrination upon entry. The information we currently hold indicates that those who exited the tower had their memories within it erased. Is our assumption indeed correct? Only by erasing memories can those who infiltrated blend in seamlessly. Any anomalies must be subjected to rigorous interrogation. To err is to allow the guilty to escape. After approximately 10 days, a dilemma arose. We cannot imprison so many beings, a number the upper echelons of civilization had never anticipated. Shall we eliminate them all? If exposed, we may be the ones facing death. We must withstand the pressure, perhaps in the short term, but over time, conspiracy theories will inevitably arise. It may be wiser to erase their memories. We cannot indefinitely detain them. We might as well publicly declare that the tower has many levels, requiring an extensive duration of stay, which is not entirely untruthful, as they indeed remain for considerable periods. The upper echelons of civilization devised a feasible plan. The released beings would be closely monitored and restricted, while their release would also provide some reassurance to the ordinary populace. However, they found themselves troubled. Although they managed to detain a portion of the creatures in space, many continued to approach the tower. Hundreds of vessels arrived daily, only to be intercepted, increasing their workload. It seemed that none had reached the tower's apex. Perhaps some had, but they concealed themselves like patient hunters. The entire civilization was engulfed in a state of heightened tension. Meanwhile, time, seizing the opportunity, flowed silently by. 50 years had elapsed since the first group of beings exited the tower. For the creatures of Proxima Centauri b, this duration equated to nearly a generation. Nothing had occurred. The second batch of observers, simultaneously the second group to enter the tower without revealing any inclination toward civilization, exhibited no peculiar information. The third group, the first to be identified with such inclinations upon their initial entry, showed no abnormalities after their memories were erased. The fourth and fifth groups, a total of 140,000 beings, were monitored, and over the span of 50 years, they displayed no irregularities, with even some who had never entered the tower on the ground clamoring year after year for the arrival of alien civilizations. Could it be that we were mistaken? Is the Tower of Civilization truly so formidable? No, we cannot overlook any single individual. All who have entered the tower must be observed until their last breath. This is a war of civilizations. 50 years may seem lengthy for an individual being, yet in the grand scale of civilization, it is but a fleeting moment. Yanxia had long since begun his slumber, having set his own timeline for a millennium. The 100-eyed star requires 600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. So he felt no urgency. All he needed to do was wait. Time had long ceased to hold significance for him. Even though slumber was not an absolute prohibition, he could remain in stasis for over 1,000,000 years. He believed that time could smooth over everything, including the wariness one civilization holds towards another. Naturally, he never placed his hopes on the complacency of other civilizations. In truth, the opportunity for victory in the second game had already commenced with the first batch of individuals. The tower's purpose was never to engrave memories in the minds or nerves of beings. Rather, it was to leave an imprint at the cellular level. Just as a person who has wielded a blade 100,000 times can wield it instinctively without thought, muscles possess memory, and cells do as well. Memories formed within cells mean that even if their recollections are erased, these beings will still unconsciously adhere to these deeper habitual memories, generating thoughts akin to those cultivated within the tower, all without reclaiming their original memories. The probability of this is exceedingly low. Hence, prolonged waiting is necessary, and it is a wait that is worth enduring. Chapter 33. A millennium of cultural roots in the span of a millennium. The desires of Yanxia manifested more swiftly than anticipated. On the 358th year of his slumber, the first organism capable of restoring cellular memory emerged. This being did not make an immediate spectacle of its existence. Instead, it entered a commonplace establishment on Proxima Centauri C, a store it frequented, exhibiting no deviation from its usual demeanor. The sole difference was its urgent need to relieve itself, prompting a visit to the store's restroom, where it lingered for half an hour before emerging. It carefully integrated a needle into its body, embarking on a meticulous study of its inner workings. The focus of its analysis was the foundational logic underlying cellular memory awakening, alongside an exploration of its replicability. Fortunately, after extensive research involving numerous members of the hundred-eyed species, Ella's biological sciences experienced significant advancement, rendering cells before it as exposed as a woman devoid of secrets. Yet, it found itself unable to replicate the experiences of the first organism to achieve cellular memory revival in another being. Nevertheless, the research yielded invaluable insights, enhancing the probability of cellular memory revival from a mere 0.000014 to 0.072. What once required 10 million organisms to yield 14 now only necessitated 100,000 to produce 72. In the second year, a contagious disease swept across Proxima Centauri C, infecting over 80 of its inhabitants within a mere 2 months, followed shortly by the introduction of a vaccine, which all organisms on the planet received. By the 384th year of Yanxia's slumber, political schisms emerged on Proxima Centauri C, delineating a pronounced divide between the left and right factions. The left advocated for the embrace of extraterrestrial civilizations and the formation of alliances to mitigate future invasion risks from other alien entities. Conversely, the right dismissed such notions as folly, deeming the existing extraterrestrial civilizations as intrusive, intent on enslaving them without resistance. Submission would inevitably lead to their downfall. Although the majority of organisms had expressed a desire to welcome the alien civilization that constructed the tower nearly 400 years prior, such sentiments had remained unvoiced until this pivotal moment, when the ruling class of civilization began to fragment. A crucial factor in this division was the ascendancy of the descendants of cellular memory awakeners to positions of power. By the 397th year of Yanxia's slumber, coinciding with the year 5217 in the human calendar, a minor conflict erupted on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. However, this conflict decisively shaped the dynamics between the left and right factions. In that same year, the right was compelled to flee Proxima Centauri C, establishing a dichotomy between the planets. Thus commenced a protracted century-long war, characterized more by ideological clashes than by significant bloodshed. Within a century, Proxima Centauri civilization ascended from a level 1.8 to a level 1.9 civilization, with the towering structure still situated 30 astronomical units away. The right dispatched numerous fleets in an attempt to obliterate the tower using advanced weaponry, while the left mobilized fleets to thwart these efforts. In the year 5326, after a 9-year silence, Proxima Centauri B launched a surprise assault on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in the destruction of the planet's largest dark matter energy facility and creating a vast bowl-shaped crater with a diameter of 70 kilometers on its surface. The death toll on Proxima Centauri C exceeded 100 million. The ramifications of this ambush were profound, establishing a prolonged period of weakness for Proxima Centauri B that lasted 3 centuries. The left seized this opportunity, fervently proclaiming the right as the architects of civilization's ruin, attracting a plethora of talent while significantly supporting the common populace, thereby enhancing the quality of life on Proxima Centauri C beyond that of Proxima Centauri B. Almost concurrently, innovative products began to grace the shelves of Proxima Centauri C's marketplaces. Initially intended for amusement, these items rapidly infiltrated essential categories, evolving into a prevailing trend, notably exemplified by the aesthetic of human architecture. The most modern edifices on Proxima Centauri C conformed to human architectural principles. Concurrently, the food consumed by this civilization began to transform, incorporating previously unseen seasonings, some palatable, others utterly repugnant. The acceptable options gradually intensified in prevalence, resulting in a form of taste acclimatization. As the left's 3-century period of dominance waned, the right capitalized on the opportunity to uncover high-energy dark matter through their technological advancements. Deploying it first in warfare, the right seized over half of Proxima Centauri C's territory in a resounding victory, leaving the left in a state of subjugation, with even some of their members reaching the tower in a desperate plea for assistance from the civilization behind it. However, it was at this juncture that any being entering the tower emerged with unprecedented knowledge. The left dispatched numerous fleets to safeguard the tower, monopolizing these advancements. An influx of technology flooded into the territories controlled by the left, subsequently disseminating throughout the entire civilization, resulting in the left amassing wealth. With average incomes nearly 3 times that of the right, envy consumed the right, leading them to launch a purge against the left 2 decades later, aiming to eradicate them entirely. By this time, the left's strength had dwindled to an almost negligible level, resembling a mere faction. Thus concluded the protracted civil war of Proxima Centauri civilization, lasting 826 years. The right, opposed to the acceptance of the tower, emerged victorious. However, instead of dismantling the tower, the right continuously sent emissaries to acquire knowledge and technology. Over the span of 8 centuries, the Proxima Centauri civilization underwent 16 generations of renewal. The once vigilant leadership, wary of the tower, had long since perished, replaced by a new ruling class nurtured within the tower's knowledge-laden environment. The tower had ceased to be an entity that warranted destruction. From the outset, the outcomes of the left and right's contest bore no true distinction. In a modest shop, a robot meticulously arranged goods, its cameras capturing items reminiscent of those from Earth civilization. Gazing outside, it observed the streets, buildings, streetlights, clocks, robots, robotic pets, and the attire and adornments of organic beings. Everything distinctly mirrored the visage of human civilization. Chapter 34. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization after a millennium. Ella has indeed made significant progress. From its inception, it has stood as a witness to the cyclical nature of civilization on Proxima Centauri b. Simultaneously, it has engaged in research and learning, fully mastering the technology of dark matter from the Proxima civilization and deriving a theoretical model for high-energy dark matter. This model has enabled the development of technologies that have confirmed the existence of high-energy dark matter, which is minuscule in comparison to ordinary dark matter, with a diameter merely 1/700 millionth that of an electron. The challenge of capturing this high-energy dark matter surpasses that of antimatter, as it can only be detected under conditions of immense gravitational forces. Ella discovered this high-energy dark matter within the ultramicroscopic black holes it manufactured at the molecular level. Given that the Proxima civilization had already conducted research on low-energy dark matter for millennia, they were able to harness and utilize high-energy dark matter more swiftly than Ella. However, Ella has not rushed to transition to antimatter energy, as the disparity between the two is not substantial enough to warrant such an iteration. Ella possesses a complete production chain for antimatter, and its collection rates far exceed those of the Proxima civilization regarding high-energy dark matter. Over the course of a millennium, Ella has also improved its efficiency in utilizing the annihilation energy of matter and antimatter from an initial 11.47 to 34.85. They have thus achieved an energy level commensurate with a Type 1 civilization. Furthermore, by integrating technologies from both the Proxima civilization and the luminary civilization of the 100-eyed star, they have reached a technological level equivalent to a Type 1.9 civilization. In contrast, the Proxima civilization has attained an energy level of Type 1.9, yet its technological capabilities remain at Type 1.8, merely aggregating to Type 1.9, thus leaving them far from becoming a Type 2 civilization. In the 924th year of this millennium, Ella issued another prophecy. Our civilization has long acquired the passport to civilization. We have become a part of this greater society. In the near future, an envoy from the principal civilization of the Civilizational Federation, human civilization, shall arrive. This envoy will advocate for the peaceful ideals of the Tower civilization, promoting non-subjugation, non-interference, and non-oppression, asserting that all civilizations within the Federation, regardless of their status, possess equal rights. All civilizations within the Federation shall engage in free trade, technological exchange, and mutual development. This prophecy did not elicit as strong a reaction as it did a millennium ago. Some beings even anticipate the arrival of the civilization behind the tower. Despite the current dominion of the right wing, the boundaries between the left and right have always been ambiguous. The political divergences are merely manifestations of self-interest. The left is not devoid of conservatism, nor is the right without its moments of radicalism. If the left and right are two extremes, the concepts of extreme left and extreme right would not exist. The composition of any large organization must inherently possess complexity rather than a binary nature. Acceptance. Inclusion. At this moment, the entire Proxima civilization exhibited such an attitude. Of course, the emergence of this prophecy made many beings realize that the so-called passport consists of the knowledge and technology within the tower. These encompass the culture of a civilization. They have unconsciously become a part of this civilizational alliance. However, there are indeed beings advocating for the demise of the envoy, representing the extreme right. Yet, these extremists cannot stir significant unrest within the civilization. Must we truly embrace an unfamiliar civilization? The Proxima civilization has even adopted the human method of naming individual beings. Originally, they lacked names and identified one another merely through scent and numerical identifiers on an information network. Fleming, they are no longer a foreign civilization. Our civilization is replete with traces of theirs. We have long since integrated indistinguishably with their civilization. The arrival from the tower, the passport to civilization, was initially intended for assimilation. We should have anticipated this. Two entirely distinct civilizations cannot coexist harmoniously. Even forming a non-interfering federation is a fanciful notion. You and I are decision-makers of our civilization. We must recognize that we have no alternative but to embrace this reality, even if we were to obliterate one another. In the course of continual development, we would inevitably converge with the other civilization. Ultimately, whether we assimilate with them or they with us, we shall become a singular entity. Fleming still harbored doubts. Though he had reached a conclusion within, he still posed the question, what of reproductive isolation? Our species differs from theirs. This will hinder our integration. Annie exhaled. The evolution of civilization has transcended base desires. All beings now prioritize spiritual pursuits. The need for procreation is no longer pertinent. If one desires progeny, they can cultivate a child from their cells. The vessel of civilization is culture, and we have come to this realization later than that civilization. Fleming's expression fell. He was not of the extreme right, but held traditional beliefs, considering his race to be supreme, independent, and enduring. Our civilization has reached such a juncture. Perhaps it is indeed time to connect with other civilizations in the cosmos. Fleming, have you not always emphasized the importance of diversity within civilization? Only through diversity can civilization ascend to higher echelons. By engaging with extraterrestrial civilizations, we shall become more diverse. In this regard, it at least represents a positive outcome. Fleming nodded. We must remain vigilant. We cannot become subservient to other civilizations. Upon hearing this, Annie felt elated. Although he hailed from a right-wing family, he had grown to lean more towards the left. Of course, the distinctions between left and right had faded. Let us jointly disseminate this information. The prophecy originated from the same account as that of a millennium ago. They understood it to be a message disseminated by the other civilization. Thus, this prophecy was never truly prophetic. The language employed by the higher echelons of civilization was somewhat euphemistic. Subsequently, we shall formally connect with the human civilization beyond the tower, becoming a part of the Civilizational Federation. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization. The second contest remains a victory for Yanxia. All that remains is to await his awakening. Chapter 35. The Missing Radioactive Elements. The third civilization, a millennium, had come to a close, and Yanxia had awakened. It was indeed a vast expanse of time. He had spent another 1,000 years in the realm of divine awakening. During this epoch, he had experienced an abundance of phenomena and witnessed the evolution of a virtual world, marked by the rise and fall of countless nations and races. These experiences had profoundly impacted him, offering invaluable lessons. There even emerged a technological nation within divine awakening. destined to become a simulated realm where both NPCs and players would furnish imaginative resources for the real world. Throughout this millennium, he refrained from requiring Ella, who accompanied him in the virtual world, to relay information from the outside. He held firm belief in Ella's capability to manage everything. If Ella were unable to handle a situation, he knew that it would be of little consequence. In the wandering civilization he represented, he was the decision-maker. While Ella functioned as a cerebral collective, he was responsible for making strategic decisions and occasionally executing judicious choices beyond Ella's computational prowess, while Ella facilitated the execution of plans. The fleet was now en route to Proxima Centauri, specifically to Proxima Centauri C. Just before emerging from hibernation, Yanxia had received comprehensive information that guided his subsequent actions. Compared to Proxima Centauri B, Proxima Centauri C remained underdeveloped, making it a relatively safe landing site. Yanxia, I do not recommend proceeding to Proxima Centauri, Ella interjected. Appearing in a virtual guise, her expression grave. Observing her demeanor, Yanxia sensed she was overly concerned. Ella, you have completed the iteration of the electromagnetic shield. Even massive dark matter missiles might not breach my defenses. There is no need for you to worry about my safety. Ella gently shook her head. I am not concerned about the potential threats from the Proxima civilization, Yanxia. Follow me. She turned toward the experimental area, with Yanxia curiously trailing behind. The experimental section within the spacecraft was no longer desolate. Passing by the doorway, he beheld a multitude of biological laboratories housing hundreds of brains. He approached the main chemistry laboratory, where the technology was dedicated to the study of chemistry, equipped to observe minuscule particles and analyze macroscopic chemical phenomena and properties. Ella commanded a dozen robots in the laboratory to commence their tasks. One robot approached Yanxia, holding 4 test tubes containing soil, metal, liquid, and an empty substance. What is this? He inquired. These are merely assorted samples collected from Proxima Centauri C, without any special selection. The 3 test tubes contain all elements found on Proxima Centauri C, comprising solids, liquids, and gases. The robot proceeded to pour the contents of the 4 test tubes into 4 distinct instruments, with the analytical results projected on the laboratory screen. Do you observe any anomalies? Yanxia scrutinized the information displayed on the screen, then hesitantly counted. 82. Did you just state that they are all elements from Proxima Centauri C? Yanxia suspected Ella had erred. There should be 94 elements abundant in nature. However, Ella affirmed, indeed, there are 82. All 82 of these elements are devoid of radioactivity, indicating that Proxima Centauri C lacks radioactive elements. Throughout this millennium, I have exerted considerable effort in the search for radioactive elements, mobilizing extensive resources, yet none have been discovered. The same holds true for Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri D, Yanxia pondered. Could it be that Proxima Centauri, being a red dwarf star, lacks the energy and gravity of the sun to forge such heavy elements? That seems to be the only possibility. That is inconclusive. While red dwarfs cannot synthesize radioactive elements independently, Proxima Centauri is relatively young, potentially a 2nd or even 3rd-generation star. From its inception, it could have absorbed and merged a plethora of radioactive elements from supernova explosions. Furthermore, radioactive elements are not solely heavy elements. Lighter elements can also exhibit radioactivity, such as carbon. 14. Cosmic rays and asteroids may carry radioactive elements. Yet, I have not detected any form of radioactive elements within the entire Proxima system. Not even the minimally radioactive element bismuth, element 83. The scarcity of radioactive elements had compelled the Proxima civilization to redirect their research toward dark matter. Their civilization's history far surpassed that of humanity, taking a staggering 780,000 years to progress from level 0 to level 1. Yanxia understood the implications of Ella's deductions. If radioactive elements, governed by natural laws, were inherently produced, yet currently absent, it must be the work of a civilization. If not the Proxima civilization, then it must be another. That civilization was relentlessly gathering radioactive elements, ceaselessly to this day. The 3rd civilization. This was the alert Ella wished to convey to Yanxia. The method of collecting these radioactive elements was unlikely to resemble traditional mining. It was more probable that they employed a technology specifically designed to absorb radioactive elements on a grand scale, undetectable on a macroscopic level. This technology might relate to the four fundamental forces. After analyzing the light civilization, Ella had surmised that a level 2 civilization might develop profound advancements concerning these forces. The foundation of such a civilization could very well be grand unification. Yanxia recalled his previous speculations about the universe. Observers. Perhaps the first to observe Proxima Centauri was not him, but another civilization. Is there concrete evidence? Ella produced an image. This is what I have collected. A colossal vacuum bubble enveloping the entire Proxima Centauri system. This evidence suffices to substantiate the existence of the third civilization. It is capable of absorbing radioactive elements and may also absorb stable fundamental elements. Could the elements of our solar system also be undergoing such absorption? Yanxia contemplated, filled with trepidation. We may be under observation as well. This civilization's intentions remain uncertain. Are they benevolent or malevolent? Have they already discovered us and dispatched warships toward our location? Perhaps they are already within the Proxima system, eluding our detection. All of this remains unknown. After careful deliberation, he reached a resolution. If we are indeed being observed, then no matter where we go, we cannot escape the gaze of civilization more advanced than ours. Therefore, retreat is not an option. We must continue to evolve. A civilization federation. Perhaps we truly must construct a genuine federation to withstand superior civilizations. Thus, controlling the Proxima civilization becomes imperative. Ella, cultivate a clone using my cells. It shall represent me in negotiations with the Proxima civilization while I remain concealed in the shadows. You must also shift your focus toward the 100-eyed star, vigorously advancing technology there, so that the 100-eyed people receive our complete technological advancements and evolve. We must swiftly attain level 2. A profound sense of urgency enveloped Yanxia. At this moment, he had become akin to the Proxima civilization of a millennium prior, an unwitting prey. Chapter 36, Civilizational Encounter. The inclusion of Proxima Centauri civilization. Yanxia pinched his own skin and then the skin of the individual before him. There was no discernible difference. He lifted his gaze to behold a face identical to his own, a three-dimensional reflection of himself he had never encountered before. So, this is how I appear in the eyes of others. Whether through mirrors or cameras, discrepancies invariably arise due to variations in light and angle, leading to an altered perception of oneself. Can you speak? He inquired. The clone shifted its gaze towards him. I can indeed speak, Captain. I am your clone, possessing both your outward appearance and inner essence. Through Ella, I have comprehended my mission. Rest assured, I shall execute the task flawlessly. Its voice was indistinguishable from that of Yanxia himself. Does the clone possess my memories? He pondered. The thought of shared memories was indeed unsettling. At that moment, Ella approached. With my current technology, it is impossible. Memories reside within billions of neurons, functioning as a cohesive whole. Unless I can perfectly replicate the 1 billion neurons and the information they store within your brain, it cannot acquire your memories. Even a 99 reproduction would lead to memory confusion. This is an exceptionally precise and advanced biotechnological feat that is satisfactory. If the clone possesses identical memories to mine, the distinction of who is the true me may become irrelevant to an outsider. He then inquired, I have heard that clones have short lifespans. How long can it survive? Ella clarified. The clone was not created through traditional methods, but cultivated through reproductive means. Your clone matured from a single cell to a fully developed replica of you in merely 2 months. Such efficiency inevitably results in defects. Its lifespan is only 70 years. 70 years? Is that not akin to that of an ordinary human? He mused. While many humans have a potential lifespan of 100 years, various factors often curtail their lives to around 70. However, it soon dawned on him that he had undergone biological modifications, extending his own lifespan to 600 years, meaning the clone's lifespan was less than 1/8 of his. Since everything is prepared, let us activate the fleet. Yanxia was eager to proceed. He needed to seize true control over the Proxima Centauri civilization. From the outset, the upper echelons of the Proxima civilization had made no mistakes in their decisions. It was merely Yanxia who had exploited a structural focus within the civilization, predominantly comprising the middle and lower tiers. A millennium of cultural transformation was both an invasion and a taming. Now it was time to take the first step. As the fleet approached Proxima Centauri, excitement and tension enveloped the two major planets, Proxima B and Proxima C. After all, it was the arrival of a higher civilization. The clone was aboard the Grand Lightship, the largest vessel in Yanxia's fleet, measuring over 300 meters in length, with a width and height of approximately 400 meters. The other ships in the fleet appeared diminutive in comparison to this colossal craft, which weighed 16 billion tons. For context, if each human weighed 100 kilograms, the total weight of 10 billion people would only amount to 1 billion tons. The materials required for a warship of the Lightship's caliber would be beyond the means of a Level 1 civilization. Within the fleet, the Hope, serving as the flagship, had been relegated to a supporting role. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Yanxia desired. He needed to remain concealed, hidden from the gaze of both the Proxima civilization and the unknown Third civilization. The warship did not land on the surface of Proxima C, as its mass was substantial, equivalent to 7 Earths, with a diameter reaching 7 times that of Earth. Proxima C boasted a planetary ring with a diameter of 700,000 kilometers, and the entire fleet hovered above this ring. Subsequently, a fighter jet was dispatched, carrying several robots and clone Yanxia to the surface of Proxima C. Upon arrival at the interstellar landing pad of Proxima C, a multitude of Proxima beings had gathered. Confined outside the landing area, visible from above were throngs numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. Only 2 Proxima beings stood on the landing pad: the counselor and the commander of the civilization's military, the highest-ranking officials of the Proxima civilization. As the fighter descended, its hatch opened upwards. First, 10 robots exited in 2 rows, dispersing to either side of the entrance. Following them, the clone Yanxia emerged, clad in a lightweight flight suit. While Proxima C possessed an atmosphere, the oxygen concentration was merely 0.7, insufficient for human respiration. Welcome. The 2 distinguished figures of the civilization stamped their right feet heavily on the ground. I, Annie, Falaming, extend a greeting to the emissary of civilization. This was their customary formality. A robot, under Ella's control, stood by to translate. Ella conveyed information to the high-ranking officials of the Proxima civilization. Annie hesitated momentarily, but then extended a tentacle from its chin to clasp the hand of clone Yanxia. This was a moment destined to be recorded in history. After their handshake, clone Yanxia introduced himself, and together they boarded the official spacecraft heading to the highest structure on Proxima C. During the journey, clone Yanxia heard numerous explosions. "Those are fireworks, celebrating your arrival," Falaming explained. The culture of fireworks had evidently permeated Proxima civilization, signifying a successful cultural invasion. However, everyone understood that these were not mere fireworks. The arrival of human civilization would undoubtedly incite assaults from numerous far-right factions. Clearly, Annie and Falaming had prepared for security matters well in advance. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, the spacecraft landed atop a colossal 12,000-meter tall skyscraper. The 2 parties disembarked and proceeded to a vast reception hall spanning 4,000 square meters on the top floor of the building, which bore a striking resemblance to human reception halls on Earth. Annie and Falaming stood aside, as their civilization had no concept of seating. Clone Yanxia stood with poise and spoke. "I am here as a representative of human civilization and the Civilizational Federation. I shall henceforth serve as the ambassador of human civilization to your esteemed civilization, assisting in your technological advancement, thereby becoming a vital component of the Civilizational Federation." Annie scrutinized the diminutive being before it, marveling at its flawless form. "We, the Kate civilization, wish to join the Civilizational Federation. However, emissary, we do not yet fully comprehend the Federation. We hope you can provide us with an introduction." Clone Yanxia had anticipated this. The Civilizational Federation primarily exists within this star system, representing a burgeoning organization. We traverse countless star systems, connecting various civilizations. The universe is vast. Even civilizations capable of navigating it remain insignificantly small. We cannot ascertain whether higher threats exist within the cosmos. A single civilization may find itself vulnerable to the malice of a superior one, yet many civilizations united can offer a glimmer of hope. Moreover, civilizations within the Federation can exchange technological advancements, fostering collective progress. The pace of civilization advancement will accelerate significantly as a result. The Federation imposes no restrictions on its member civilizations. The sole requirement is that they must not engage in conflict with one another. Should disputes arise, the Federation will dispatch a nearby civilization as a neutral third party to mediate. As one of the principal civilizations within the Confederation of Civilizations, humanity is poised to offer a platform for trade with other civilizations, facilitating the exchange of scientific information, technological products, and interstellar intelligence. With that, Ella transmitted the list of tradable items to Amy and Flaming. Upon viewing it, they were utterly astonished. These were not mere cultural or entertainment items. They were knowledge itself. Concepts such as nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, antimatter, and photon kinetic energy, along with their derived technological products, left them speechless. Additionally, the profound understanding of the universe, extensive research into cosmic phenomena, and theoretical frameworks regarding celestial bodies held immeasurable value. With 10 technologies per page, the document contained over 15,000 pages of information. They exchanged glances, fully comprehending that if their civilization were to acquire these technologies, even those significantly inferior to their own could lead to the emergence of entirely new avenues of advancement, enhancing the technological depth of their civilization. Such knowledge was foundational. Amy inhaled deeply. Was the acquisition of these items contingent upon resources? The clone body, Yanxia, shook her head. While resources are indeed a tangible commodity, the transportation of resources across the cosmos requires an inordinate amount of time. Our Confederation of Civilizations encourages the exchange of technology among civilizations, as these pieces of information can be transmitted at the speed of light, necessitating far less time. Furthermore, another criterion for purchase is civilization contribution. Only those civilizations that have made substantial contributions to the Confederation are eligible to acquire these items. The greater the contribution, the more valuable the items available for purchase. Civilization contribution can be earned by accepting tasks assigned by the Confederation or by submitting useful technological discoveries and inventions. Amy and Flanming took a deep breath, recognizing the reasonableness of Yanxia's statements. Initially, they had anticipated domineering stipulations from the Confederation, yet they were pleasantly surprised to find not only the absence of such demands, but also the introduction of this remarkable trading model. Almost simultaneously, they apologized to Yanxia. We deeply regret our previous attack on the tower, born of our distrust of the Confederation. We hope you will convey our apologies on behalf of the Confederation. Yanxia nodded. Our Confederation has encountered numerous such situations. Should you agree to join us, we have a modest condition. At last it had arrived. Amy and Flaming raised their heads. Please, go ahead. Yanxia smiled. For the safety of future trade and travelers from other civilizations, the Confederation will establish a special zone on the surface of each civilization's planet. This zone will serve as an interstellar cargo port and a buffer area for civilizations, ensuring that travelers from other civilizations will not disrupt your societal order due to civilizational conflicts. Naturally, the Confederation will also pay rent for the land it occupies within your civilization, priced at 100 civilization contribution points annually. Just that? Amy and Flanming could scarcely believe it. They had braced themselves for a more onerous stipulation, yet this was all that was required. They were more than willing to comply, as such an arrangement would yield annual contributions in exchange for a piece of land, a tremendous bargain. Certainly, if you agree, the robots I brought will commence the construction of the special zone within your planet. Might we request a moment? Please take your time. Amy and Flanming began connecting with the leadership of other civilizations for a lengthy discussion that lasted 4 hours. Finally, the deliberations concluded. Our civilization unanimously agrees to accept the Confederation's terms. Provided that everything said today holds true, we shall remain eternal members of the Confederation. They spoke with solemnity and gravity. It's settled. Of course, this is only the preliminary stage. Numerous questions will arise following the contact between civilizations. A sigh of relief escaped Yanxia aboard the Hope in deep space. Let's commence. The special zone will soon become humanity's new abode. Yanxia prepared to initiate the revival of humanity. Chapter 37. The Civilized Zone, Adam and Eve in the realm of biology, the macro creation of an entity is relatively uncomplicated. Once the challenge of cultivating ordinary cells into fertilized eggs or moruli is resolved, it merely requires the provision of nutrients for the moruli. The cloning technology that Ella currently commands is, in fact, of a greater complexity than the cultivation of human cells. For Ella, the creation of humanity has become a matter of desire rather than capability. On the third day of discussions with the clones Yanxia and the Kate civilization, self-identified as the Proxima Centauri biological entity, a multitude of robots descended from the fleet, arriving at the designated civilized zone. The surface area of Proxima Centauri C is approximately 1.474 billion square kilometers, nearly 2.9 times that of Earth, with a meager amount of water and 1.358 billion square kilometers of usable land. Of this, the Kate civilization has developed 411 million square kilometers, leaving 947 million square kilometers in an undeveloped state. To demonstrate goodwill, the Kate civilization has designated 100 million square kilometers as a civilized zone, which constitutes 1/3 of the original land area of Earth. The development of this entire zone has spanned a full 200 years. Ella has established a vast ecological bubble on Proxima Centauri C, reminiscent of the glass-enclosed botanical gardens on the planet of Baijian. However, this is larger and does not require a massive glass structure to contain the gases, as Ella has adopted new technology employing electromagnetic forces to confine the gases within a defined area. Viewed from space, the civilized zone is adorned with over 100,000 flying disks, each with a diameter of 100 meters, hovering at an altitude of 100 kilometers, resembling UFOs. Each disk is equipped with matter-antimatter annihilation devices, utilizing immense energy to convert it into electromagnetic forces that restrain the gases from dispersing. For Yanxia, this represents a relatively minor energy expenditure. The focal point is a colossal entity with a diameter of 6,000 meters. This behemoth is not a spacecraft, but rather the small sun that humanity has long yearned for. The surface of Proxima Centauri C is excessively frigid, necessitating the warming of the planet's surface to create a suitable ecological environment. The small sun adeptly addresses this issue. It operates not through matter-antimatter annihilation, but rather through nuclear fusion with a surface temperature of merely 20,000 degrees Celsius, incorporating technologies from the light civilization to provide stable warmth and light across 100 million square kilometers. 2 centuries later, standing within the civilized zone, one gazes up into a cerulean sky adorned with pristine clouds, alongside neatly arranged air restraint stations that resemble chess pieces in the atmosphere. Ella has also successfully cultivated grass, trees, and a variety of flowers through genetic programming of crops aboard the Hope vessel, transforming their appearances to create entirely new flora. These plants bear a striking resemblance to the flora of Earth, yet their genetic makeup is vastly different, categorizing them within distinct biological classifications. The civilized zone is devoid of excessive high-tech architecture, dominated instead by vast forests, mountains, and prairies. This is intentional, as Yanxia does not wish to produce an excessive number of humans initially. At this moment, Yanxia stands in a biological laboratory, gazing at rows of glass containers, feeling a sense of complexity. From both genetic and ethical perspectives, the embryos within these containers are his progeny, 100 pairs of male and female. Legend has it that the divine created Adam and Eve. Through their transgression, they proliferated and gave rise to humanity. In a similar vein, Yanxia has instructed Ella to create 100 pairs of Adam and Eve, intertwining theology and science in an alternative manner. Yanxia, all future humans will be your descendants. You may consider yourself their sole direct ancestor, Ella remarks, expressing joy for Yanxia, who, however, remains somber, furrowing his brow. What is the survival rate of the offspring from these 100 pairs? Consanguineous reproduction may lead to deformities. While Ella can rectify these, Yanxia has opted against it, recognizing that such alterations would inevitably transform humanity at a genetic level. The survival rate stands at 71, indicating that approximately 29 of the children may suffer from deformities or other ailments that could lead to premature death. Despite having lived many years and spent considerable time in a virtual realm, Yanxia does not wish to become overly callous. Is there a method to amend the undeveloped embryos, thereby reducing the likelihood of deformities and hereditary diseases without altering their genetics? Ella calculates the feasibility of this endeavor. It requires time, not an effortless task, yet not insurmountable. In the course of her research, the embryos within the containers have developed into infants over a span of 10 months. Robots have taken on the role of caretakers for these infants, teaching them to speak. Moreover, as the sole human present, Yanxia assumes the role of their teacher, vowing to dedicate 30 years to nurturing them until they fully comprehend what it means to be human, culminating in marriage and procreation. This responsibility, daunting for one who has never raised children, weighs heavily upon him. Yet he must embrace it, for he is human. Fortunately, Ella's database is extensive, containing a wealth of visual resources from Earth's network for Yanxia to study. The 30 years unfold in a tumult of both anguish and fulfillment. Witnessing the growth of each child brings him immense joy. Yet as they develop independent thoughts, he feels a profound sense of loss. The trials of parenthood are exhausting. Yet within this exhaustion, he finds profound connections, a sentiment inherent to Earth's biological legacy. Though Yanxia has distanced himself from Earth, achieving significant technological advancements and no longer being human at a genetic level, he remains tethered to his former self. The foundation of human civilization serves as his cornerstone, akin to a rope that continually pulls him back, preventing him from plummeting into the abyss. As the 30 years swiftly pass, they seem but a fleeting moment, with events of the past appearing as though they transpired yesterday. The second generation of humanity has been born and is now maturing. Ella has resolved Yanxia's dilemma, reducing the rate of deformities to 4 and the mortality rate to a mere 0.001. Following the birth of the initial cohort of children, these 100 families will be divided into 2 segments, with the second generation marrying one another. Any surplus males or females will not remain without partners, as Ella will cultivate new individuals to correct the gender ratio. This process will continue for 3 centuries, leading the nascent humanity onto a stable trajectory, with the population approaching 100,000. Upon surpassing the 100,000 mark, humanity will enter a period of exponential growth, expanding to a scale of 10 million within 2 centuries. All Yanxia must do now is await the unfolding of these events, while remaining vigilant against the threats posed by the third civilization. Ella is diligently advancing technology, steadily gaining momentum. Chapter 38. Graviton Detection During the Construction of the Civilizational Special Zone. Ella was harnessing the vast quantities of asteroids within the Proxima Centauri system to extract metals and create an enormous apparatus. This device was not intended for energy generation, but rather for the detection of a particular entity, the graviton. Among the 4 fundamental forces, humanity has identified the photon as the carrier of electromagnetic force, the W and Z bosons as mediators of weak force, and the gluon as the carrier of strong force. Yet the graviton, the mediator of gravity, remains elusive. For millennia since Earth's departure, Ella has tirelessly pursued the existence of gravitons, yet her efforts have yielded no results, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Nevertheless, since the other 3 fundamental forces possess carrier particles, the likelihood of gravity being devoid of a corresponding particle seems exceedingly slim. There are, however, theories that suggest the non-existence of gravitons, positing that gravity is distinct from other forces. It emanates from space-time and is fundamentally a pulling force generated by the curvature of space-time. It is akin to a plastic bag. When a force is applied to a specific point, the surface of the bag dips, causing surrounding objects to slide towards the depression. Strictly speaking, even if gravitons do exist, their connection to space-time is profoundly intricate. They are not akin to dust clinging to the surface of the plastic bag. Rather, they're integral to the bag itself. To observe gravitons, one must possess the means to probe space-time. Theories of dark matter are inextricably linked to gravity. Once dismissed by certain factions of humanity as non-existent, dark matter has been observed, and some civilizations now utilize it as a source of energy. Ella meticulously elucidated these concepts to Yanxia, who found his mind somewhat overwhelmed. Such advanced knowledge necessitates years of dedicated study for even the most brilliant individuals to grasp. He ventured to inquire, so, to detect the existence of gravitons, we must explore space-time? Ella nodded. What exactly is space-time? Despite countless calculations, I have yet to uncover the answer. Only through direct observation can we arrive at a conclusion. The graviton may be the key to bringing civilization closer to the understanding of space-time. The discovery of gravitons would elevate civilization to a new echelon. Post-unification, it would herald an ultimate exploration of space-time, perhaps allowing us to unveil the true nature of gravity and unify gravitational theory with quantum mechanics. The long-standing debate over the nature of gravity, whether it is a distortion of space-time or a product of gravitons as mediators, has persisted for ages. In Ella's theory, gravitons are fundamentally intertwined with space-time, even regarded as a component of it. Yet, all of this necessitates investigation. Consequently, Ella constructed a colossal device, one so immense that it astonished the Kate civilization. It was affixed to a dwarf planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers. This relatively diminutive planet within the family of dwarf planets lacked a core and was repurposed by Ella into a device. Rather than hollowing out the dwarf planet, Ella utilized its substantial mass as a tool for discovering gravitons. At the core of this dwarf planet, she created an 8-kilometer diameter apparatus designed to generate the largest black hole she could produce, by utilizing the mass of the black hole to distort the surrounding space, and subsequently controlling the dwarf planet to vibrate at high frequencies. She aimed to induce the formation of gravitational waves through the shifting center of mass, thereby searching for the presence of gravitons within these waves. Employing universal gravitation to seek out quantum mechanics, even Yanxia could not help but marvel at Ella's audacity, which seemed to surpass that of humanity. Yet this might be the singular method for uncovering gravitons. Previously, humans had employed vast quantities of liquid phenol and photomultiplier tubes to capture gravitons. But if gravitons are intrinsically linked to space, they would lack motion and thus be impossible to capture. It is akin to an inverted sieve, capable of catching birds but not the Earth itself. Yanxia, the graviton detection is about to commence. We shall witness yet another chapter in human history. Ella handed the activation key to Yanxia. Taking a deep breath, he understood that the purpose of this device was solely to validate Ella's hypothesis. He pressed the button. Nothing happened. To mitigate the gravitational influence of Proxima Centauri on their research, they were currently situated approximately 0.3 light-years away. The dwarf star system in the starry sky was trembling, but the amplitude of this tremor was merely 2 meters, insignificant in relation to its colossal size. At such a distance, the motion was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The only means of visualization came from the information gathered by sensors and detectors placed within the apparatus. At the very center of this device, a black hole with a diameter of 10 nanometers was situated precisely at the center of the dwarf planet's mass. In fact, such miniature black holes could have been produced by particle colliders on Earth thousands of years prior, albeit their existence was fleeting, lasting only a fraction of a second. However, the black hole created by Ella, while small, could sustain itself for a full minute. This single minute was sufficient to consume all the energy a civilization at level 1.6 could harness. With such an enormous influx of energy, Yanxia could sense an emotion akin to tension emanating from Ella's virtual persona. Perhaps he had anthropomorphized Ella too much. After all, their time together had been extensive, long enough for Yanxia to consider Ella a companion rather than merely an AI. A minute stretched into what felt like an eternity, with each passing second resembling an hour. We have detected gravitational waves. These waves were profoundly macro, akin to ripples in a fishbowl, even visible to the naked eye. An exaggerated curve on the screen reached its zenith before descending. But the system prepared by Ella was insufficient to detect the peak of this experiment. I was careless. The energy of such macro-gravitational waves is overwhelmingly immense. However, it is of no consequence. Ella did not fixate on the screen, for the primary data had already traversed through her mainframe before being transmitted. Space. I have detected the nature of space. No, what I perceive is not space. Both space and time are inherently undetectable entities, devoid of mass. Yet everything transcends their dimensions. Ella exclaimed, "Why see your gravitons? Countless intricate structures fill the space, undulating with the fluctuations of space-time. They remain entirely stationary, only rotating when space-time is curved, thereby altering the structure and magnitude of force. Although the gravitons manifest on the screen as mere curves and numbers, observed indirectly, Yanxia felt as though he could visualize their structure within the fabric of space. Having been alongside such a highly intelligent AI for an extended duration, despite his scientific understanding being limited to that of an ordinary graduate student, recognized the significance of the parameters displayed on the screen. Extraordinary, utterly extraordinary. Chapter 39. The Grand Unified Theory and the Anomaly of Southgate 2 Center of Mass. The true graviton Ella was overwhelmed with excitement as she meticulously recorded all data. As the minute concluded, Yanxia reflected on this remarkable discovery, initially harboring little hope. Who could have conceived of using gravitational waves to detect gravitons? Gravitons move in accordance with spatial oscillations, and whenever matter is in motion, it inevitably generates mass. Even though gravitons are anchored to space, their relative position remains stationary as space shifts. Gravity possesses the unique ability to propagate over infinite distances, theoretically boundless. This apparatus was designed to capture the minutest fluctuations of gravitons. Failure to detect them would invalidate Ella's theory. Fortunately, they succeeded. Yanxia, we have discovered the graviton. He nodded in acknowledgement. The discovery of the graviton heralded the refinement of quantum mechanics. However, this did not signify total unification. The Grand Unified Theory posits that all four fundamental forces emanate from a singular source. What Ella had discovered merely demonstrated that all forces have intermediary mediators. These mediators bind all entities to the four fundamental forces. Yet what lies beyond these mediators? If gravitons existed independently, perhaps achieving unification would be more attainable, Yanxia mused. This was undoubtedly a sobering realization. They had scaled a great peak to glimpse the graviton, yet before them loomed an even higher summit, surrounded by three other towering peaks. On Earth, some claim to have unified the three fundamental forces: electromagnetic, weak nuclear, and strong nuclear forces. Yet, this was not true unification. The models created were excessively arbitrary, akin to asserting that a sedan, a truck, and a sports car are all merely vehicles. The discovery of the graviton merely introduced a toy car into the equation. The structure of the graviton differs from the other three fundamental forces, exhibiting minimal interaction. Indeed, they were all vehicles, yet their intrinsic natures were entirely disparate. Only under specific conditions could all four forces symmetrically transform into a single force with a singular intensity, which would constitute true unification. This leads us to another concept, superstring theory. Superstring theory is a narrow interpretation of string theory, where super does not imply superiority, but rather supersymmetry. It can seamlessly unify the four fundamental forces. To derive superstring theory, the existence of strings must be discerned. String theory posits that particles in the universe are not fundamental units, but rather smaller strings, which generate particles through motion. All interactions in the universe, all forms of matter and energy, can be elucidated through the splitting and merging of these strings. The magnitude of energy is also determined by the intensity of string motion. The reason Yanxia suggested that independent existence of a graviton would facilitate unification is that the more akin gravitons are to other particles, the less they would need to delve into the search for smaller strings. However, the reality is that the four fundamental forces are profoundly dissimilar, with the interaction strength of electromagnetic force being a staggering 1040 times that of gravity. To describe the disparity as vast feels inadequate. Even if the ground were merely 1 nanometer high, the sky would stretch to 1 billion light-years away. Indeed, but Yanxia, isn't this the allure of science? Ella acknowledged this truth. Although she had observed the existence of the graviton, a significant amount of time remained before it could be practically applied. Yanxia had intended to enter a new cycle of hibernation, awaiting the day when Ella could construct a device for antimatter. However, Ella revealed another matter to him. In the process of detecting gravitons, it was essential to measure the center of mass and create black holes at that center. I have gathered some data, including Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B. These two stars revolve around the center of mass. At first glance, this may seem inconsequential. However, after meticulous calculations, I discovered that the center of mass had shifted by 70 meters in the presence of two colossal stars. A 70-meter deviation is as imperceptible as a 1-micrometer wrinkle on a person's clothing. Yet, this discrepancy unveiled numerous anomalies. The mass of the stars was inaccurate. Are you suggesting that what we have been searching for all along likely resides within the stars themselves? The third civilization could not spontaneously extract radioactive elements. There must be a device. Ella has relentlessly sought this device for years, yet no trace has surfaced. This device may have transformed all radioactive elements into strings. This microscopic fundamental unit, allowing it to evade detection. Ella's discovery was monumental. Which star is problematic, Southgate 2A or Southgate 2B? Yanxia inquired. The previously recorded data had been overwritten by new findings, revealing a triple star system that illustrated the relationships between Southgate 2A, Southgate 2B, and Proxima Centauri. The gravitational influences among the three stars caused Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B to rotate around the center of mass. Yet they should have displayed some deviation, as Proxima Centauri's gravity was substantial enough to impact such closely positioned stars. However, I observed no such influence, as if Proxima Centauri's gravity had no effect on Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B whatsoever. This was a masterful camouflage. Southgate 2B had undoubtedly been partially hollowed out, enabling Proxima Centauri to precisely correct its influence on this binary star system. The device we seek is likely located in the northern hemisphere of Southgate 2B. To excavate a cavity within a star is an unimaginable prospect. The temperature within Southgate 2B could reach 100,000 degrees Celsius. What could possibly endure in such conditions, while simultaneously maintaining a vast void around it? Could our spacecraft penetrate Southgate 2B? If entry is unfeasible, we would be utterly helpless against this device. Yes, by utilizing light civilization alloys combined with internal cooling, I could construct a vessel capable of entering the outer 500 kilometers of Southgate 2B within 5 years. However, it could only access the surface layer, as the core temperature of Southgate 2B reaches 17 million degrees Celsius, and anything deeper would be incinerated. Yanxia nodded. This could very well represent their initial encounter with the third civilization. Chapter 40, Quark-level device, energy repository in Southern Gate 2A. 5 fleeting years have passed. Yanxia awaited the arrival of the latest vessel capable of probing the interiors of stars, named Luanfeng. This ship, modest in size, measures a little over 30 meters in length and weighs 262 tons, resembling a triangular fighter jet. Its exterior is adorned with an orange-yellow coating, not for aesthetic appeal, but to enhance the metal's resistance to extreme temperatures. Proxima Centauri lies 21 light-years from the Southern Gate 2 binary star system, approximately 281 astronomical units away. The Luanfeng underwent modifications to better withstand the intense heat within a star, achieving a maximum speed of only 31 kilometers/s. After being towed to the stellar surface by another transport vessel, it delved deeper into the core of Southern Gate 2B. Within the control room, Yanxia stared at a blank white screen. Following Ella's calibration, the display finally transformed into an inverted color scheme. Bright areas became dark, and dark regions were illuminated. This principle mirrors the inverse color mode found on mobile devices. The screen revealed a predominance of dark purple, accompanied by black and finally white. These three colors intertwined, with the black exhibiting a mottled appearance, indicative of extreme temperatures. After traveling 200 kilometers, the Luanfeng reached the location predicted by Ella for the device's presence. However, after a thorough sweep, nothing was found. My calculations cannot be erroneous, Yanxia pondered, convinced that a void within the star's core must exist here. Could it be that the third civilization had subtly adjusted the mass within the star? Ella hurriedly recalculated, ultimately directing results to a position entirely contrary to previous estimations. The southern hemisphere of Southern Gate 2b. The Luanfeng exited the stellar interior and plunged into that location from the surface. Yet, still nothing. This is inconceivable. Ella mobilized 80 of its computational power for further analysis, but the results remained largely unchanged. Its inability to compute accurately astonished Yanxia. Ella had always been infallible in its calculations, leading him to regard it as an omnipotent system rather than a mere AI birthed from lines of code. Now, faced with a superior civilization, Ella's limitations became apparent. Nevertheless, such a basic calculation should not yield significant errors. The absence of radioactive elements or fluctuations in the binary's barycenter indicated something was amiss. The Luanfeng's inability to detect the device might stem from its unique method of concealment. While Ella was anxious, Yanxia too was deep in thought. It was almost certain that they were dealing with a civilization of at least level 2. After 8 days of contemplation, Yanxia suddenly arrived at a conclusion. They had fallen into a cognitive inertia, presuming that any device would be of considerable size. What if this device was not an independent entity, but rather a multitude of them? A swarm of minuscule devices, only observable at the atomic level. The mere articulation of this hypothesis felt profoundly sci-fi to Yanxia. This speculation arose from humanity's own technological advancement, nanorobots. If a level 2 civilization had discovered a unification of the 4 fundamental forces, they would undoubtedly have identified strings as fundamental microscopic units. In the realm of strings, nanotechnology appears overwhelmingly large. The estimated size of a string is 10⁻34 meters, while 1 nanometer measures merely 10⁻9 meters, a difference of 25 orders of magnitude. For a civilization capable of string discovery, nanorobots would be akin to a droplet of water compared to an entire planet. Yanxia's insight illuminated Ella's understanding. As an AI, it could simulate various possibilities, but these were derived from existing scientific knowledge. Its keywords encompassed all current technological comprehension, yet any understanding beyond that was systematically excluded, as it belonged to the realm of science fiction. Incorporating such concepts could lead to trillions of possibilities, and even exploring each for a mere minute would require nearly 2 million years. Ella directed the Luanfeng to capture particles within the stellar interior, gathering samples from 100 regions. After meticulous analysis of the fusion atoms, Ella ultimately isolated an intriguing entity. "Yanxia, you are a genius," Ella exclaimed while employing a scanning tunneling microscope, weighing over 50 tons, to examine the structure of the isolated particle. Astonishingly, it resembled a lepton. Yanxia observed as well. It was not precisely a lepton, but a microscopic mechanical particle, just as he had previously hypothesized. It appeared to be a quark-level, ultra-small mechanical energy converter, absorbing the energy produced during the decay of radioactive elements and storing it. The method of energy storage was nothing short of extraordinary. Ella noted that it transformed the energy from radioactive decay into gravitational or mass energy, rendering this ultra-small energy converter 10,007, 400 times heavier than a typical lepton. Clearly, this indicated a grand unification. Without mastering such unification, one could not convert one force into another. Even if Ella captured these mechanical energy converters, it would struggle to conduct thorough research due to their intricate structures. However, These discoveries prompted Ella to recalculate the barycenter of the Southern Gate 2 binary system. Soon, it became evident that the vast void Yanxia sought was not within Southern Gate 2b. Rather, it was merely a minor component, with the true expanse located within Southern Gate 2a. These ultra-small energy converters endowed Southern Gate 2b with additional mass, significantly exceeding initial calculations. The Luanfeng embarked once more, this time penetrating 700 kilometers into Southern Gate 2a. The ship's energy shields could no longer withstand the extreme temperatures here, causing the vessel's surface to begin melting under the heat penetrating its energy barrier. Yet, in the next moment, the Luanfeng unexpectedly entered an entirely new realm. 13 overlapping, rotating rings unleashed tremendous energy, forming a colossal spherical space with a diameter of 120 kilometers. Each ring appeared jet black, devoid of any seams, as though cast from a single mold, encircling a luminous core. This core was not a light source, but a massive compressed energy body, where the energy captured by the small mechanical factories from radioactive elements was stored. The intensity of this energy surpassed that of the combined strength of the Kate civilization, Yanxia's fleet, and the pursuing light civilization, the 100-eyed tribe. Ella analyzed this energy conglomerate, determining it had reached the total energy output of a level 2. One civilization. The 13 rings functioned as energy containment devices and assembly lines for producing those small mechanical energy converters. This apparatus manufactured numerous tiny energy storage machines, deploying them within and around the star to absorb vast quantities of radioactive elements for storage, a complete production chain. Yanxia could only speculate why this civilization would store such energy within a star system beyond their control. However, it was undeniable that the existence of a third civilization had been confirmed. When the energy here reaches the designated 100, it may very well signal the time for that civilization to harvest its bounty. Ella, proceed according to our initial plan. Regardless of the duration, we must elevate our energy level to level 2. The civilization we face may not be singularly engaged in such endeavors within one star system. It could be across hundreds, or perhaps thousands, with a civilization level potentially reaching 2, 5, or beyond. This civilization might be a dominant force within the galaxy. How can we contend with such a formidable entity? Huddling like the civilization of Kate, merely waiting to remain undetected, is nothing but self-deception. What is truly required is the empowerment of oneself. You must strive to advance to level 2. Chapter 41. The Dyson Cloud and the Arrival of the All-Seeing Tribe after the discovery of the third civilization device. Yanxia once again entered a state of hibernation. Ella and the cloned Yanxia engaged in discussions regarding new plans with the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization. Due to decades of collaboration, the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization swiftly finalized a concept proposed by the cloned Yanxia after only a few days of deliberation. The Kate civilization, now swollen to a population of 13 billion, would serve as a crucial ally in this new initiative. This plan is a variant of a theory originally posited by physicist Freeman Dyson in 1960, known as the Dyson Cloud. The rationale for not constructing a Dyson sphere is the astronomical amount of resources it would require. A Dyson sphere capable of enveloping the entirety of the star system Proxima Centauri b would necessitate more metal than the mass of an entire planet. In contrast, the Dyson Cloud requires a fraction of such resources. The Dyson Cloud can be envisioned as an immense aggregation composed of countless small solar energy-absorbing devices, spread across the surface of a star. Because it consists of sparsely distributed entities, the amount of resources needed is merely 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of that required for a Dyson sphere. This grants the Dyson Cloud characteristics such as shorter construction periods, easier maintenance, and lower costs. However, small does not imply triviality. The components of the Dyson Cloud are substantial. They comprise two types: solar collection satellites, each with a deployment area of up to 100 square kilometers and a weight of 1 billion tons, and space habitats, which can be understood as ecological bubbles constructed within a star's habitable zone. Each habitat is a standard spherical shape, with the lower hemisphere housing spacecraft and energy storage devices. while the upper hemisphere contains living quarters, vegetation, and architecture, boasting a total diameter of 5 kilometers. In the first phase of the Dyson Cloud project, the number of solar collection satellites is projected to be 100,000, while the number of space habitats will reach 10,000. Although these numbers appear modest, they will suffice to absorb 0.67 of the energy emitted by 2 stars. The combined mass of Proxima Centauri A and Proxima Centauri B is approximately double that of the Sun, with an energy output of about 6 by 10^26 joules per second, equivalent to 1.56 times that of the Sun. The energy harvested by the first phase of the Dyson Cloud is estimated to be around 4.02 x 10^24 joules per second. It is known that the energy standard for a Type 2 civilization is 1 times 10^26 joules per second. Thus, upon completion of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, it could provide 1/25 of the energy required by a Type 2 civilization. The Kate Civilization's agreement is predicated on this fact, as its total energy generated from dark matter is only 1.71 times greater than that of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, barely meeting the threshold for a Type 1.9 civilization. Only 2.5 million solar collection satellites are needed to elevate a civilization's energy level to Type 2. This prospect is irresistible, allowing the Kate civilization to anticipate a transformation from Type 1 to Type 2 within a mere 500 years, rather than the originally projected 2,000 years. However, the technology of the Kate civilization is still considerably lagging. Following the acquisition of various technological insights from the Kate civilization, Ella's technological level has reached Type 1.92, largely due to advancements in photonic technology. Should the research on photon kinetic energy be completed, Ella will undoubtedly ascend to Type 2 in terms of technology. As for the original Earth civilization's technology, Ella has yet to surpass Type 1.8, and even in energy generation, it has just recently crossed into Type 1.8. The ability to impress the Kate civilization stems entirely from Yanxia's decision to invest vast resources into the Tower of Babel while simultaneously fostering internal strife within the civilization. Nevertheless, if given a century of comprehensive development, Ella is fully capable of decisively overwhelming the Kate civilization on the battlefield. Ultimately, the total energy available is merely indicative of the fleet's capacity for a light load assault, akin to the disparity between independent cultivators and established cultivation families in fantasy novels. Even if their cultivation levels are comparable, the resources at their disposal can vary drastically. The construction of the Dyson Cloud officially commenced in the 19th year of Yanxia's slumber. Ella, in collaboration with the Kate civilization, began to amass all available materials surrounding Proxima Centauri, nearly depleting the nearby asteroids to an unprecedented extent. It took approximately 340 years to complete the first phase of the Dyson Cloud. In homage to Earth, Ella named this Dyson Cloud Cloud 6397, as it coincides with the year 6397 AD. At this juncture, a full 1,649 years have elapsed since humanity's arrival at Proxima Centauri, and the human population on Proxima Centauri C has finally reached 250,000, marking the first step in the restoration of the human race. Almost concurrently, Ella received information from the all-seeing star. In truth, it had been monitoring events on the all-seeing star all along. Since departing from the all-seeing star in 1932, over 800 rebellions of varying magnitudes have transpired, with the most significant wave resulting in a global war lasting 6 decades and claiming the lives of 70 million individuals. The total death toll from the conflicts has surpassed 311 million. The sole piece of good news is that, after years of development, the all-seeing star now boasts far more than just a few cities, with the all-seeing tribe flourishing and its population exceeding 1 billion. Their velocity has improved from an original 250 km/s to 427 km/s. The modest increase is primarily due to considerations for deceleration. The planet's inertia is already staggering. Should it travel too swiftly, the resistance required to halt it would be colossal. If mishandled, or if energy is insufficient, it could result in the all-seeing star colliding directly with the Proxima Centauri system. At this point, the all-seeing star has traversed 923 light-years, significantly faster than initially projected. In just 814 years, it will arrive at Proxima Centauri in a decelerated state. The information received by Ella indicates that the first batch of all-seeing tri-visitors is now prepared for their journey. The impetus for sending the all-seeing tribe arises from the far-right faction within the Kate civilization, which has begun to deny the existence of the Civilizational Federation. A considerable segment of the Kate populace harbors similar beliefs, as no one has encountered any civilization beyond humanity. Most critically, it is the skepticism of the Kate civilization's upper echelons that Ella must address. To this end, Ella must ensure the all-seeing tribe's timely arrival at Proxima Centauri. After extensive development, Ella's utilization rate of matter-antimatter annihilation energy has risen from 34.85 to 67.22. Furthermore, the speed of large warships has reached 5,975 km/s, while that of small fighters has achieved a milestone of 10,000 km/s, 1/30th of the speed of light. At present, the all-seeing star is 1 light-year away from Proxima Centauri, and at the current velocity of the warships, the journey will require merely 54 years. Small fighters will accomplish the trip even more swiftly in just 32 years. In another 54 years, the all-seeing tribe will engage in negotiations with the Kate civilization. Of course, all of this is precisely under Ella's control. Chapter 42, Virtual Access, the Interstellar Explorers Association, the arrival of the Hundred-Eyed Race. This event marks a significant milestone for the Kate civilization. The Luminous civilization is their second encounter with an intelligent species, and according to the envoy of the Civilization Federation, this species has existed in proximity to them since its inception, merely a few light-years away. All members of the Kate race eagerly await information regarding the neural connections, hoping to glimpse the appearance of this biological species on the information network. A silvery, dart-like spacecraft pierces the sky and enters the designated area of the civilization. The hundred-eyed beings are equally astonished. They have been connected to the divine awakening for nearly 2 millennia and are thoroughly familiar with such sights. Beautiful, fushed. It brings a sense of serenity to their beings. Is there a more splendid world in the entire universe than this Emerald Sea? Landing on a massive, floating docking platform, measuring over 5 kilometers in diameter, the hundred-eyed race emerges from their vessel. They are greeted not by Amy and Framing, who have long since turned to dust, but by new dignitaries of the Kate civilization, accompanied by the clone, Yanxia. Although Yanxia's lifespan is limited to 70 years, the ability to replace her with a freshly cultivated clone ensures she appears as youthful as ever. Welcome, envoys of the Luminous civilization, the Kate dignitaries exclaim, momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically approaching. They had anticipated that the appearance of an extraterrestrial civilization might vastly differ from their own understanding. Yet they were unprepared for such a divergence. As they extend their hands, they awkwardly realize that the hundred-eyed beings seem to possess only eyes devoid of hands. At this juncture, the robot Ella steps forward to serve as a translator. Your Excellency, there is no need for such formality. We, representing the hundred-eyed race of the Luminous civilization, have come to foster bilateral cooperation under the witness of the envoy from the Civilization Federation. Under the leadership of the Federation, we shall unite and grow stronger together. Of course, our civilization has yet to reach the heights of yours, and we approach with sincerity. As they converse, both parties board a 30-meter flying platform to descend to the ground. In this environment adapted for humans, both civilizations don adjustment devices, akin to the size of a mobile phone, which utilize electromagnetic methods to decompose surrounding gases, maintaining a familiar atmosphere. Upon reaching the established conference room, the two civilizations engage in a profound discussion to understand one another. The hundred-eyed race explains their origin in the dark expanse of space, relying on geothermal energy for survival, and that their planet is en route to Proxima Centauri. This revelation astounds the Kate dignitaries, who had believed that civilization could only arise within stellar systems. Welcoming such a neighbor, the Kate civilization, liberated from the dark forest mentality, is eager to engage. yet recognizes the necessity to discuss fees and non-interference agreements concerning the arrival of the hundred-eyed race. The hundred-eyed beings, as the weaker party, extend considerable respect and concessions, agreeing to all but the most unreasonable demands. When the weaker side concedes, the stronger side cannot possibly take offense. Ultimately, under the witness of clone Yanxia, the dialogue proceeds smoothly. As the conversation draws to a close, the hundred-eyed race finally unveils their true intentions. For our collaboration, we also wish to introduce a technology from our civilization. The Kate dignitaries inquire, what technology? This technology is known as virtual reality. It can directly connect to the nervous system, allowing beings to immerse their consciousness in a created virtual world. This realm is boundlessly expansive, with rules indistinguishable from the real world, serving as entertainment during periods of rest. As they speak, the hundred-eyed race transmits an information stream, which, upon conversion, manifests in the minds of the Kate dignitaries. They are left in shock. This is a concept the Kate civilization had never envisioned. They quickly perceive the immense potential of this technology and its profound impact on the lower echelons of their society. Impossible. They immediately reject the notion. If this technology were to be introduced, would not the hundred-eyed race have the means to manipulate us in an alternative manner? If they were to use the virtual realm to instill erroneous thoughts in all Kate beings, the very foundation of our civilization could face collapse. Yet all of this is part of the plan. Our civilization understands your concerns, the hundred-eyed race assures. Thus, we will grant you the authority to establish root servers for the virtual world. All information and maintenance will be managed by your civilization. Naturally, we do not engage in this endeavor without recompense. We shall retain 50% of the server's revenue. The eyes of the Kate dignitaries gleam momentarily before they assertively respond. 50%? That is akin to gifting you our funds. At most, we shall concede to 5%. 5%? You are greedier than a Pichio. They counter. No less than 49%. After much negotiation, the final agreement settles at 22.375%, precise to 3 decimal places. Ultimately, both parties find satisfaction in the outcome. This is undoubtedly the case, for everything remains under Ella's control. The hundred-eyed race's arrival is fundamentally aimed at stabilizing the Kate civilization, ensuring they recognize the tangible existence of the Civilization Federation, which harbors numerous civilizations. As long as this objective is achieved, the magnitude of loss becomes inconsequential. Moreover, with the construction of the virtual realm, Ella continues to wield authority. Now that we have concluded our discussions, allow me to represent the Civilization Federation and propose a joint initiative among the Federation, the Luminous Civilization, and the Kate Civilization. Clone Yanxia interjects, prompting both parties to quiet down and direct their attention to him. The universe is vast and boundless. We are not to be confined within the confines of mere inches. For your 2 civilizations, your greatest exploratory range may scarcely extend 1 light year. This is a constraint for advanced civilizations, and a narrow perspective hinders technological advancement. As he speaks, both parties nod in agreement. Thus, I propose, in the name of the Civilization Federation, to establish the Interstellar Explorers Association within the territories of both civilizations. This association shall permit military, organizational, and individual participation, collectively striving to explore the cosmos further. Our Civilization Federation will provide spacecraft technology and energy support. Civilizations that acquire beneficial information will be encouraged to submit it to the Federation, which will reward individuals generously, including but not limited to genetic modifications, material rewards, and territorial recognition. Additionally, when explorers submit valuable information and items, we shall accumulate contributions to their respective civilizations, which will receive civilization contribution points commensurate with the explorers' efforts for internal trade within the Federation. This is a grand initiative. It signifies not only the expedition of the Kate and Luminous civilizations into the cosmos, but also heralds the true expansion of humanity and the civilization under Yanxia's governance into the vast universe. Chapter 43. 100 million explorers, the Celestial Shield Project. Upon hearing about the contributions to civilization, The high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization and the emissaries of the pursuit of light civilization were filled with exhilaration. This was undeniably a venture that bore no risk of loss. Their only concern lay in the possibility of encountering a powerful and malevolent civilization. However, the Kate civilization anticipated that they could ascend to level 2 within a few centuries, thereby becoming a formidable entity within the cosmic hierarchy. Coupled with the presence of the Galactic Federation, both civilizations felt that the likelihood of encountering problems was exceedingly low. Thus, after approximately 5 days of deliberation, the leaders of the Kate civilization gave their consent. As for the pursuit of light civilization, they were acutely aware that they were not true members of the Galactic Federation, but rather a civilization marked by defeat, rendering them entirely ineligible to refuse. This was the lament of their existence. Nevertheless, over the span of 2 millennia, they had come to realize that, despite their status as a defeated civilization, they had not been subjected to any abuse or discrimination. Rather, they had received assistance that accelerated their growth. Apart from a few extremist factions within their society, the overall sentiment leaned towards being content under the benevolent oversight of another civilization. In Ella's vision, the majority of the vessels for the Interstellar Explorers Association would initially be provided by her, as the ships of both the Kate and pursuit of light civilizations were not particularly swift. With her advanced technology, Ella had already achieved the capability of propelling medium and small-sized ships at 1/50th the speed of light. This would significantly reduce the time costs associated with exploration. Moreover, by utilizing her vessels, Ella would be able to gather all pertinent information, ensuring that both the Kate civilization and the pursuit of light civilization would have no secrets from her. She would also supply the 2 civilizations with appropriate hibernation devices for long-distance interstellar travel. On this foundation, the existence of the Interstellar Explorers Association would greatly stimulate internal industrial upgrades within both civilizations. This was a double-edged sword. While it might lead to the Kate civilization breaking free from their control, it simultaneously harnessed the entire civilization's potential for technological advancement and the amalgamation of various strengths. To aspire for substantial development without any risk was an unrealistic notion. The entire Interstellar Explorers Association was ultimately dedicated to the service of technology. Just as warfare propels technological progress, so too do expansion and exploration. Ella was poised to usher in an era of interstellar exploration akin to humanity's age of maritime discovery. Throughout this journey, they might encounter myriad challenges, yet the path to civilization's ascension was inherently tied to exploration. Should they cower in fear, they would never have arrived at Proxima Centauri, but would have remained ensconced in the shadows of the distant dark cosmos, far from the hundred-eyed star. Ella was also enacting the will of Yanxia. To Yanxia, humanity had long since lost everything. Thus, what else could they possibly afford to lose? The world invariably favors those who forge ahead, and while there are those who resort to survival at any cost. Such an approach often culminates in isolation akin to that of the Qing dynasty, falling behind the external world. After all, they inhabited an expansive universe, wherein the so-called systems of fiction appeared diminutive and inconsequential. A civilization could be as sparse as the hundred-eyed race with merely hundreds of millions, or as populous as humanity and the Kate civilization with billions. Should a civilization dominate a vast expanse of the cosmos, their population might soar into the trillions. The universe could indeed sustain such an abundance of life, and advanced civilizations were not lacking in the resources to nourish hundreds of billions of beings. The imaginative potential of hundreds of billions of lives was unfathomable, far surpassing what a singular AI like Ella could offer. Yanxia had never regarded Ella as a panacea. Therefore, he sought additional resources, and the Galactic Federation would serve as his ally. When the documents of the Interstellar Explorers Association were disseminated, it sent ripples through the entire Kate civilization. For an advanced civilization, individuals no longer constituted the basic productive force. Rather, they served as managers, entertainers, and service providers. While these roles were undeniably easier, safer, and more stable, they were also profoundly stifling. Every advanced civilization had emerged from a milieu of relentless competition, their intrinsic nature being one of combat, bloodlust, and impulsiveness. As Ella understood, within the Kate civilization, there existed numerous private battle arenas, reminiscent of colossal colosseums, yet far more brutal. Each year, over 1 million Kate beings perished within these arenas, underscoring the thriving nature of this industry. Even the official stance of the Kate civilization did not prohibit such activities, as there was a mutual understanding that all beings required an outlet for their desires. Excessive restraint would inevitably lead to an explosive eruption of pent-up urges, akin to a volcanic catastrophe. Thus, Ella had never harbored concerns about the potential failure of the Interstellar Explorers Association, as she had calculated within a mere decade. The number of registered explorers within the Interstellar Explorers Association had reached an astounding 100 million. Over the subsequent 50 years, more than 200,000 medium and small-sized vessels departed from the civilization's ports, venturing into the depths of the universe. Following this, the information regarding the Interstellar Explorers Association spread to the Hundred-Eyed Star, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the pursuit of light civilization, leading to over 10 million registered explorers. On the surface of the Hundred-Eyed Star, they commenced the establishment of a civilization port, serving as a resting point for explorers, which would later be dubbed the Interstellar Launchpad. As the Interstellar Explorers Association found its footing, Ella also initiated the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project. Simultaneously, through the cloned entity of Yanxia, she engaged the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization in discussions regarding another initiative, the Celestial Shield Project. True to its name, this project was envisioned as a colossal shield, situated beyond the Proxima Centauri system, orbiting the star. The rationale behind constructing the Celestial Shield was to guard against impending threats from other civilizations. Once explorers set forth into the cosmos, teeming with life, they would inevitably encounter other civilizations. These civilizations would, in turn, glean their coordinates from the explorers, potentially launching interstellar high-energy weaponry in response. Thus, the necessity for the Celestial Shield arose. The structure of the shield consisted of 3 tiers. The first layer, a warning zone located 0.5 light-years from Proxima Centauri, formed nearly a complete sphere equipped with 10,000 small detectors per square astronomical unit. Upon detecting a threat, signals would be instantly relayed to the second layer. The second layer served as a deflection zone, positioned 0.2 light-years away, utilizing the 4 fundamental forces to redirect or decelerate high-energy projectiles, preventing them from striking their targets directly. The third layer constituted the defense zone, situated a mere 0.05 light-years from Proxima Centauri, enveloping the majority of the civilization's facilities within. This layer employed an array of advanced technologies and was interconnected with the energy reserves of the Kate civilization, facilitating maximum defensive capabilities. The project garnered robust support from the Kate civilization and was slated for simultaneous construction alongside the second phase of the Dyson Sphere. Upon the completion of the latter, Ella would embark on the string-seeking initiative, aiming to unify the 4 fundamental forces. This narrative is not a conventional tale of triumph, but strives to ignite the reader's imagination and curiosity regarding interstellar phenomena and technology. I hope for your encouragement through support for further updates. Thank you. Chapter 44. Yin Wang Academy. Pimi Robotics Yanxia was not constantly in a state of dormancy. In fact, he would awaken at specific intervals, not for idle chatter, but for the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. Yanxia, are you trying to appear youthful? Ella's voice pierced through his thoughts. Currently, he identified as a student. During the majority of humanity's educational years, there existed a profound yearning for the societal allure of wealth. The pressures of society were far more formidable than those experienced in student life, encompassing economics, marriage, and employment. Yanxia was no exception, perhaps due to the passage of time. He found himself nostalgic for days gone by. It was not a matter of feigning youthfulness, merely a wistful reminiscence. Moreover, is not the school the optimal environment for learning? The knowledge you speak of often feels like an enigma, came Ella's irate retort. I utilize extensive computational power to provide you with a flawless analysis of various technologies. It is clearly your own intellect that falters. At some point, Ella had learned to retort, and Yanxia had grown accustomed to this banter. Like a father observing his child, such repartee had become a delightful aspect of their daily interactions. After organizing his materials, Yanxia commenced his customary jog around the playground, a habit he had cultivated over the years. From the playground, he could see the school gate, adorned with crooked, oversized characters spelling out, Yanhuang Civilization Special Zone, First Academy. This name seemed somewhat cliché and outdated when first established on Earth. Yet, now those two words bore a far greater significance. Yanxia, I find it puzzling. If you so cherish Earth's culture and history, why do you oppose the inclusion of a history department in the school? Before the establishment of Yanhuang Academy, Yanxia had meticulously planned the academic disciplines to be offered, with history being the first to face rejection. For him, and indeed for anyone on Earth, history represented a manifestation of self-confidence. In the 21st century, following the tumultuous battles of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, humanity sought to explore history to extract elements that would amplify national pride and liberate them from the shadows of war. The rich tapestry of Chinese civilization, spanning 5 millennia, underscored that the more ancient the history, the deeper the cultural heritage. History posed challenges presented by the epics, yet for the new humanity, who had never witnessed or heard tales from their parents, they merely considered themselves the apex of the civilized federation. Engaging with history as mere entertainment was acceptable, but to study it as a specialized discipline was a waste of their time and talents. Humanity needed to advance, concentrating all attention on the path ahead. We had not yet attained a state of tranquility akin to our existence on Earth. If we did not forge ahead, we would inevitably face obliteration by other civilizations. Breathless, Yanxia halted, beads of perspiration dotting his skin. Although he internally dismissed the dark forest theory, he refrained from contemplating the innate hypocrisy of other civilizations, recognizing that many would choose to annihilate others without hesitation. The Light Civilization and the Third Civilization of Southgate No. 2 were merely glimpses into the terrifying potential of these super civilizations. Reflecting on the past was a luxury reserved for more stable times. Yanxia settled beneath the shade of a tree at the edge of the playground. Yanxia, would you like some water? A young man clad in a white t-shirt, his hair cascading to his jawline, extended a bottle toward him. Yanxia accepted it gratefully and drank deeply. With your running prowess, it would be a shame not to join the track team, the young man lamented. His name was Bai Ning, a member of the track team who had sought to befriend Yanxia ever since witnessing his impressive pacing. Bai Ning was one of the few individuals with whom Yanxia engaged in conversation at school. But then again, you're not like us, struggling for popularity and using running to attract girls. Although your appearance is rather ordinary, there's an inexplicable quality about you. I've heard many girls secretly admire you. Yanxia was currently utilizing a face not his own, a lifelike skin crafted by Ella, merely 1 micrometer thick, indistinguishable from his actual skin except under a microscope. Their conversation revolved around typical topics of interest to young men: fitness, gaming, fanciful ideas, and girls. After a brief exchange, Bai Ning excused himself to attend to other matters. Having a few friends was indeed pleasant, and conversing with humans lightened Yanxia's spirits considerably. Do not forget, they are your descendants. Ella's remarks were often inappropriate, igniting a desire within Yanxia to retaliate against it, including you. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt. The school day unfolded as a leisurely routine. This time, Yanxia harbored another purpose for his awakening. Had the production of robots reached the requisite quantity? Rest assured, I have been diligently researching the technology of the Third Civilization throughout these years. Ella was investigating the quark-level energy conversion devices of the Third Civilization while initiating replication efforts. Applying that technology to a different domain, biological robots. Biological robots were not merely machines exhibiting biological features. They were capable of infiltrating living organisms. Remarkably, 2 decades ago, this technology made groundbreaking advancements, reaching a usable state. These robots were at the PME level, 1,000 times smaller than the nanobots envisioned by humanity in the 21st century. The sole drawback was that the smaller the robots, the more challenging their production became, necessitating larger quantities. The count of PME robots had reached 1 trillion, barely sufficient. Ideally, around 100 trillion would be required to achieve optimal results. Upon the injection of these robots, Yanxia, your lifespan will significantly extend from the original 600 years to approximately 850 years. In fact, Ella possessed even more advanced genetic technology that could elevate Yanxia's lifespan further. However, he was unwilling to lie on an operating table in a state of oblivion for another year, having deemed his current lifespan adequate. This year, he had only just celebrated his 107th birthday. As he spoke, a robot entered from outside the school grounds, approaching Yanxia with a box in hand. Yanxia accepted the box and opened it, revealing a syringe containing a transparent liquid, the contents of which were entirely indiscernible. He lifted the syringe and inserted it into his vein, injecting the entirety of the liquid. A refreshing sensation rapidly spread from the injection site throughout his body. Within 10 seconds, he felt invigorated, the effects almost instantaneous. He placed the empty syringe back into the box and handed it to the robot, which promptly turned and departed. The entire event transpired within a minute, unnoticed by anyone nearby. Not bad. Let us proceed with the widespread distribution, prioritizing comprehensive injections among humanity, followed by the Keat civilization and the Chase Light civilization. Humanity first. Understood, Ella affirmed. Very well. Yanxia rose and made his way toward the classroom. One by one, students headed toward the teaching building, and Yanxia blended in among them, humming a tune from his childhood, savoring the rare joys of campus life. Chapter 45, Creating Cosmic Life. The Gene Bank Initiative. After class, Yanxia entered the research laboratory of Yanhuang Academy. The entire Yanhuang University spans over 10 square kilometers, which is exceedingly vast compared to its mere 20,000 students. Notably, the Research Institute of Yanhuang Academy is situated 500 meters underground, with a security level reaching P5. This facility not only prevents the leakage of research subjects such as viruses, but also shields against cosmic rays and high-energy particles. It is a research institute dedicated to biological experimentation. Currently, Yanxia is pursuing a degree in physics. However, he has already completed doctoral studies in genetics, biopharmaceuticals, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and neuroscience. Thus, he could be considered a scholar of considerable standing. Although his innate talents and cognitive limitations prevent him from becoming a top-tier scholar, the knowledge he possesses is sufficient for him to apply and gaze upon the pinnacle of science. Moreover, under the guidance of Ella, Yanxia had commenced research on creating cosmic species even before his last slumber. Why create cosmic species, one may ask? Because for living organisms, a single planet is far too confining, and the life forms that naturally arise on a planet possess inherent limitations. These constraints hinder one aspect: ecological expansion. In contrast to intelligent civilizations, ecological expansion is more chaotic and primal, and the evolution of organisms is far more diverse. Yanxia aims to create a primordial species, disseminating these original life forms throughout the cosmos, allowing them to expand and evolve independently. The individuals that emerge after mutation and evolution may possess genetic forms that are challenging for humans to replicate artificially. One could liken Yanxia's research to sowing seeds. Akin to scattering beans in a field, the more fruitful seeds will be retained and cultivated across generations, provided that the sowing plan succeeds. We could utilize these organisms to generate genes and establish a biological gene bank. Yanxia felt somewhat unhinged. He was uncertain whether he had approached or breached a forbidden boundary, yet the potential returns in the future would be immeasurable. These genes could grant organisms lifespans extending to hundreds of thousands of years, immunity to cosmic rays, boundless vision, and even the ability to generate luminous energy within their bodies akin to an electric eel. These are not mere fantasies. They are grounded in science, truly feasible. The purpose of the biological gene bank is to facilitate biological modifications. Should Yanxia desire, he could utilize these genes to enhance his own body, achieving greater strength and longevity. He gazed at the incubators within his laboratory, where embryos of 3 distinct organisms had already been cultivated: Leviathan, vacuum jellyfish, and blue luminescent worm. It was hard to fathom that these embryos, resembling small kittens, would grow into colossal beings. Nature is wondrous, yet creation is equally awe-inspiring. In the genetic design of these 3 species, Leviathan is depicted as a whale adorned with numerous tentacles resembling a broom. These tentacles function as tracheae, and it is a colossal creature measuring 300 meters in length, with a weight of only 150 tons. Most of its body comprises cavities that store hydrogen gas, which Leviathan relies on for respiration. It can thrive on the surfaces of gaseous giant planets, withstand temperatures of 500 degrees Celsius, and its internal cavities possess the ability to maintain pressure balance, allowing it to endure pressures of 704, 320 atmospheres. Its primary diet is not gas, but rather the vacuum jellyfish. As the name suggests, the vacuum jellyfish can survive in a vacuum, even more massive than Leviathan. It can reach a length of 1,000 meters, yet its weight is astonishingly light at only 20 tons. The skin layer of the vacuum jellyfish is less than 2 meters thick and features a honeycomb structure, lacking solid mass, oral arms, or mouth parts, with its structure being remarkably simple, consisting only of skin, a gastric sac, tentacles, and reproductive organs. This simplicity enables it to endure temperatures ranging from -200 degrees Celsius to 150 degrees Celsius and pressures of 70,000 atmospheres. Consequently, it can adapt to the vacuum of a star system, surviving in the cosmos. Due to its immense size and light weight, the vacuum jellyfish can also navigate the cloud layers of rocky planets rich in gases. They propel themselves by expelling air through small openings in their skin, moving at a remarkably slow pace within planetary interiors, akin to human walking speed. While in space, they can accelerate to 2 kilometers/s. The vacuum jellyfish's sustenance comes from the blue luminescent worms that reside within them. These minuscule creatures, akin to microorganisms, inhabit the gastric sac of the vacuum jellyfish and have an exceptionally short lifespan of merely 10 hours. They are named blue luminescent worms due to their ability to emit blue fluorescence. Upon death, their remains become nourishment for the vacuum jellyfish. What do blue luminescent worms consume? They live by decomposing minerals, prompting the vacuum jellyfish to utilize its hundreds of meters long tentacles to gather rocks and soil to sustain these worms. This constitutes a perfectly functioning microscale ecosystem. All these organisms share a common characteristic: rapid reproduction. Leviathan has a lifespan of only 20 years, while the vacuum jellyfish lives for merely 15 years, producing offspring in numbers akin to fish, with millions in a single brood, while the minimum count is in the hundreds of thousands. Within a century, these organisms will become ubiquitous. However, evolution requires an extensive time frame, although they appear simple. They are a fusion of genes that will expedite their genetic selection, potentially completing their first genetic evolution within a maximum of 1,000 years. Yanxia gazed at these 3 organisms, perceiving them as treasures. Though they are not yet perfected, this will not take long. Within 2 years, the first batch of seedlings will be released. At that time, he will create a cosmic biosphere. Of course, this is merely the first step taken by Yanxia. This audacious plan will be disseminated to the Civil Federation following the initial deployment, enabling thousands of scientists and companies to engage in the production of such organisms. At that point, the entire Proxima Centauri star system will flourish immensely, reaping an inexhaustible supply of genes. While Yanxia delves into biological research, Ella is also exploring another technology: portable combat exoskeleton armor, also known as mecha. Organisms cannot adapt to multiple environments. For instance, what would humans do upon reaching a planet devoid of air? The Kate civilization, entering the human environment, finds abundant oxygen and nitrogen akin to poison. Thus, the creation of mecha becomes imperative. These will be extensively supplied to explorers within the Explorer Association, enhancing their survival probabilities. It is worth mentioning that during the decades since the establishment of the Interstellar Explorers Association, numerous interstellar pirates have emerged in the vicinity of Proxima Centauri, thriving by plundering explorers, such as the diversity of life. The first generation of mecha has already been manufactured. Yanxia, would you like to take a look? Yanxia's interest was piqued. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ella pouted. One attitude. I should have kept quiet. It would have saved you the trouble of getting anxious. However, I'm not upset, for these words imply that Yanxia is increasingly perceiving her as more than just a machine AI. Chapter 46. The First Generation Prototype Mech. Cosmic Pandemic Ella specifically constructed a colossal research facility for herself in the Special Zone. This institute is situated 300 kilometers northwest of the Yanwang Academy, nestled within a mountain range known as Wali Z, a name transliterated from the language of the Kate civilization. The entire mountain range extends over 300 kilometers, comprising 3 ridges that give it a notably robust appearance, spanning more than 410 kilometers in width. Amidst this range, standing tall is a massive dome-like structure with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers, its surface gleaming white and encircled by a circular glass corridor. Yanxia followed the robot controlled by Ella as they walked through the expansive white corridor, which was devoid of any presence save for himself and the automaton. Ella halted before a white wall and, astonishingly, collided with it, seamlessly merging into the wall as if by magic. Yanxia, however, was unfazed by such phenomena. Nowadays, Ella's technology had advanced to the point of creating hyper-realistic holograms. This wall was merely an unconventional doorway. He followed suit, crashing into the wall, and in an instant, the scenery shifted dramatically. The formerly empty corridor transformed into a bustling research facility teeming with hundreds of machines, where extensive studies on mechanics, biology, viruses, and more were fervently underway, the cacophony of activity a stark contrast to the prior silence. Ella ambled forward, remarking on the vastness of the space. I have spent over 2 centuries developing this place, equipping it with the pinnacle of technology at my disposal. Yanxia, feel free to request anything. I can fabricate it for you, including a woman. This indeed was a hybrid research facility. Yanxia even caught a glimpse of a creature reminiscent of a legendary chimera in a steel research laboratory. The creation of such a being was far more complex than that of his extraterrestrial organisms. What biological projects are you currently pursuing? Is this even a suitable topic for discussion? He inquired. Revival of mythology. In truth, any form of life, barring the extraordinary abilities depicted in myths, can be replicated, regardless of how peculiar their appearance may be. The essence of mythological revival parallels your gene pool project. It seeks to uncover the mysteries of genetics. Can organic beings generate electromagnetic energy through specific organs? Or, even more intriguingly, can they harness the 4 fundamental forces directly? As a scholar of biological sciences, Yanxia recognized that this was a long-term endeavor. Presently, they utilized an apparatus as large as an asteroid to delve deeply into the 4 fundamental forces. And condensing such knowledge would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years, let alone empowering frail biological cells to wield such control. This plan ran concurrently with his own. As they conversed, they approached a laboratory door, and upon entering, the surrounding noise dissipated. The room was modestly sized, merely 200 square meters, yet adorned with an array of tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, drills, hundreds in total, resembling a workshop rather than a research facility. It was a veritable haven for mechanical enthusiasts. Yanxia mused that if he were to recruit someone passionate about machinery to reside and work in this space without a salary, they would surely be content. However, Yanxia's gaze swiftly shifted from a wall to the central focus of the workshop. There stood an armor, coated in a striking black and red hue, lined with countless tiny scales, its exterior clad in thin metallic sheets. At first glance, it bore no semblance to science fiction, but rather resembled ancient battle armor, albeit with a more modern and rational design. Yet, as he approached, it became evident that this was indeed a mech. Standing a height of 2 meters, it was clearly not intended for an average human. Beneath its shell lay an intricate assembly of mechanical structures, crafted from the finest metals known to their civilization, a fact that Ella begrudgingly acknowledged. For greater strength, we must master the four fundamental forces and perceive the world of strings, manipulating them to create the fundamental elements, Ella explained. The helmet of the mech drew inspiration from ancient Chinese headgear, reimagined to exude a futuristic essence, a perfect amalgamation of science and ancient weaponry. The abdominal armor featured a plethora of movable components, resembling rows of defined musculature, while the chest plate was not a solid slab, allowing for a range of motion. Yet, aesthetics paled in comparison to functionality. The helmet housed an oxygen-generating apparatus, allowing the wearer to forego gas canisters on any planet with an atmosphere. On airless worlds, it could extract oxygen from water or other oxygen-rich compounds, significantly enhancing the survival capabilities of the mech's occupant. In dire circumstances, however, the helmet contained only a metal oxygen reserve sufficient for 57 days. This prototype mech was not outfitted with an excessive arsenal. Its weaponry consisted solely of electromagnetic devices capable of producing shields, attacks, and acceleration. Echoing the iconic Iron Man of 20th century sci-fi comics, each palm housed an electromagnetic device enabling flight similar to that of Iron Man, while the fingertips boasted laser apertures for cutting and surprise strikes. The mech's energy system diverged significantly from Iron Man's. For efficiency, it lacked a standalone power source, relying instead on 193-minute devices distributed throughout its structure to capture energy. This meant the mech could recharge instantly, drawing from the abundant dark matter in the universe, rendering it nearly inexhaustible. The mech's peak offensive capability was equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, while its defensive capacity reached 890,000 tons of TNT. Technically, a nuclear weapon could not obliterate this mech. In terms of radiation resistance, it excelled, achieving a level 3 rating, capable of withstanding 96 of high-energy radiation impacts found in space. Under stress, the mech could trigger hormone activation, granting its wearer a temporary surge in cognitive capability and unlocking its full potential. Additionally, the mech provided a functional state of simulated death, ensuring the wearer could enter a low-function hibernation mode and emit distress signals, thus enhancing survival odds. Within the mech lay a compact mainframe, ready to offer computational support when necessary, including but not limited to data analysis, technological fabrication, and knowledge retrieval. Furthermore, the mech could be integrated with drones for expansive information coverage and mapping. This was merely the first-generation mech, designated as 00. Following its market introduction, feedback indicated that the prototype would undergo enhancements in various aspects, ultimately becoming the principal equipment for the Civil Federation's military forces. Presently, it already possessed practical applications. Yanxia, would you care to trial it? Ella proposed. Yanxia nodded, his desire to don the mech ignited upon his first glimpse. As he approached, the mech's chest and abdomen automatically opened to provide space for entry. Just as he was about to step inside, Ella received an urgent message. The Interstellar Explorers Association reported that a cosmic pandemic had infected numerous explorers, spreading into civilized realms, with the cause undetermined. Those afflicted faced excruciating demise within 2 days. It has been firmly established that the infectious disease is classified as category exhibiting a remarkably high contagion rate among humans, the Bayan tribe, the Kate tribe, as well as various flora and fauna. Currently, the recorded number of infections has reached 7 million and continues to escalate exponentially. Yanxia's countenance shifted dramatically. This portends a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 47. Billions perish. The UZ civilization Yanxia remained within the Institute, wary of potential contagion. His expertise in biology allowed him to surmise that the epidemic was likely not a conventional virus. Viruses targeting either genes or cells would hardly affect 3 disparate species simultaneously. This suggested the epidemic stemmed from something other than a typical cosmic virus. Yet, all conjectures were merely that. Ella had already mobilized every available resource to investigate the epidemic's genesis. The initial cases originated in the newly christened Serpens sector, a relatively small region containing only 2 stars. However, a multitude of asteroids floated between these stars, remnants from their early formation. These asteroids, gravitationally tethered by the stars like a rope in a tug-of-war, formed an elongated shape, stretching 4 light-years and bifurcating near Alpha Centauri, resembling a serpent's tongue. The outbreak's epicenter lay within this area, a popular destination for interstellar prospectors due to its abundant metallic or resources. While not offering instant riches, these deposits provided a steady income, attracting more pragmatic explorers. The first infected individual, a member of the Kate species, initially exhibited only a slight fever. He assumed rest would suffice for recovery. However, his condition worsened. Pustules erupted across his body, growing visibly and then bursting, expelling a foul-smelling gray pus. Realizing the severity, he immediately sought medical attention, inadvertently exposing numerous other explorers during his journey. Upon reaching the clinic, the lack of advanced medical equipment hindered immediate diagnosis and isolation. He came into contact with unprotected doctors and nurses, witnessing helplessly as the pustules transformed into gaping wounds, oozing blood uncontrollably. A photograph of his corpse revealed he had plunged his hands into his abdomen, pulling out his internal organs, claiming there were worms inside. Clearly, intense pain and aspects of the disease itself had driven him into a state of delirium, triggering hallucinations. Subsequently, explorers throughout the outpost began exhibiting similar symptoms, experiencing terror, despair, and agony. Their skin decomposed, leaving behind only remnants of tendons and bones. Their hibernation pods became containers of liquefied flesh. Despite wearing protective suits and undergoing thorough decontamination upon departure, several inspectors developed the same symptoms the following day, as did their contacts. Upon receiving this information, Yanxia instructed Ella to prioritize immediate isolation, rigorously quarantining all direct, indirect, and tertiary contacts. The second objective was to identify the cause, necessitating the discovery of the pathogen. The third was to dispatch a ship to the Serpens sector to assess the situation and pinpoint the true origin. The isolation within Proxima Centauri was the first to be achieved, taking 2.5 years and resulting in 1.6 billion Kate fatalities before the epidemic spread was contained. Simultaneously, the human population within the civilization special zone plummeted from 420,000 to 180,000, a devastating loss. Yanxia's friends at the Yanwang Academy were all among the casualties. Such was the mercilessness of the cosmos. The notion of protecting everyone after achieving strength was unattainable, given the myriad unknowns in the universe. After 1 year and 7 months, Ella received news from the 100 Eyes star. The epidemic was also spreading there, exacerbated by the absence of Ella's centralized coordination. The 100 Eyes star's population of 1.6 billion had dwindled to less than 400 million in under a year, a staggering 75% mortality rate. Extinction loomed for the gleaming chariot civilization. Fortunately, Ella promptly transmitted a copy of her data to the 100 Eyes star's central computer via photonic information transfer, stabilizing the situation within 3 years. In the 6th year, Ella observed the epidemic's culprit using a supermicro tunnel microscope. UZ particles, or rather, ultramicroscopic life forms of UZ particle size. UZ particles, also known as neutrinos, are fundamental particles of the universe, with a mass and size only 1/1,000,000th that of an electron. At this scale, the formation of life seemed impossible. The smallest known natural life structures resided at the molecular level, dwarfing neutrinos like ants compared to blue whales. Yet, Ella was certain she had observed a life form. This life form could not have arisen naturally. At this scale, its cellular structure might be composed of strings. Strings again. Yanxia felt a headache upon hearing the word, having encountered numerous string-related challenges. He declared to the screen, "It seems we're not facing a cosmic supervirus, but an advanced civilization." Despite having suspected as much, Yanxia grew even more somber when the conclusion became definitive. Ella's virtual avatar nodded on the screen. "Indeed, Yanxia. The warship I dispatched to the Serpens sector has lost contact, which is highly irregular. There is an 82.61 probability that we have been attacked by an unknown civilization. The attack method involves these UZ-level life forms. Fortunately, I have been exploring the microscopic realm for centuries. Otherwise, these UZ life forms alone could have annihilated the Kate civilization, the gleaming chariot civilization, and the human population you painstakingly restored. The war had commenced silently. This civilization possessed a formidable advantage at the microscopic level. Yanxia pondered. Since the opposing civilization remains in the Serpent sector, they might be natives. Ella launched high-energy photonic weapons directly at the Serpent sector without restraint. If they're not natives, their presence in the Serpent's sector might indicate an attempt to exhaust us with UZ life forms before harvesting us. Ensure our highest combat capabilities remain concealed, leaving no wreckage for them to analyze. At the same time, gather as much information about the enemy as possible. Understanding the enemy is crucial for victory. In the meantime, Ella, intensify your exploration of the microscopic realm. After the second Dyson Swarm project concludes, dedicate all energy to exploring the micro-world, striving for grand unification or near-grand unification, and observing strings. Yanxia was uncertain of the enemy civilization's strength. He was providing the best possible plan without complete information. In wars between advanced civilizations, information and technological weaponry were indispensable. Even the slightest breakthrough could alter the course of battle. He had been able to wait 1,000 years during the conflicts with the gleaming chariot civilization and the invading Kate civilization. He could only hope that the opposing civilization's tolerance threshold was as long. From this moment forward, they must focus even more intently on micro-world and energy development. Yanxia hoped to stall the enemy's advance. The Civilization Federation's first battle had begun. Chapter 48, Forbidden Zone. Establishing the first legion of the Civilizational Federation, the Italian Cannon Project is a stellar orbital cannon initiative that Ella has been vigorously advancing. This primary artillery is constructed upon a Dyson sphere, capable of harnessing up to 72 of the energy from the Dyson sphere as a power source to unleash high-energy laser particle beams. A saying aptly captures its essence. Might is right. Ella fully comprehends this profound truth. Viewed from the cosmos, this galactic cannon is an imposing behemoth, resplendent in icy blue, stretching an astonishing length of 181 kilometers, a width of 39 kilometers, and a height of 42 kilometers, weighing an incredible 429 billion tons despite extensive lightweight design efforts. Its single discharge can release energy equivalent to 2 billion tons of TNT, or 4 by 10^26 joules, which is akin to the total energy released by 2 stars in a mere 1 seconds. This energy output corresponds to the total energy produced by the first phase of the Dyson sphere at full capacity over 3 minutes. However, this is but a trifling amount for the Civilizational Federation, which has already ascended to a level 9 civilization. Much like the dark matter cannon of the previous Kate civilization, the utility of this energy in warfare is lamentably low. Yet, this predicament is not isolated. Ella surmises that all top-tier level 1 civilizations are likely to encounter the issue of insufficient firepower at this juncture, a consequence of material limitations. Greater energy outputs would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the entire stellar orbital cannon. To achieve an upgrade in materials, one must ascend to a level 2 civilization. Thus, the energy disparity between level 9 and level 2 is secondary. The true technological gap is exponentially greater. This is precisely why Yanxia exercises such caution. The enemy has demonstrated technological prowess indicative of early level 2 civilization. With the primary cannon calibrated, the target is set on the long Snake Star region. Coordinates Southgate 2A, declination 12:6 right ascension 6 hours 11 minutes and 8 seconds. The main cannon charges. Electromagnetic energy restrainers activated. Secondary stabilizers engaged. Electromagnetic dark matter acceleration trajectory ultra-low temperature cooling initiated. The electromagnetic field is deployed to isolate from stellar and other cosmic radiation interference. All systems are go. Main cannon, fire. There is no room for preamble, as the preparation time has already stretched far too long. This is an interstellar assault. Even a deviation of over 1 millimeter in the cannon's alignment could render the strike ineffective. Ironically, the energy required to prepare this singular projectile exceeds the energy released upon its firing. Upon observing this data, Yanxia furrows his brow in concern. Indeed, it falls short. Ella's exploration of strings has been cultivated over centuries, and she has shared the subject of string theory with all scholars within the Civilizational Federation. Yet, they remain akin to blind men grasping an elephant. There is no so-called system as depicted in novels. And even if one were to acquire string technology through such a system, the entire civilization's industrial upgrade would be required to develop devices capable of detecting and capturing strings, followed by further research and development of weapons and other equipment based on these foundations. This endeavor would still necessitate centuries, if not millennia. It is akin to possessing a photolithography machine. One might produce chips without understanding the underlying process, merely following the instructions provided. Thus, there are no shortcuts in the advancement of technology. Currently, Yanxia can rely solely on Ella and the pool of talent within the Civilizational Federation in this domain. The long snake star region lies 317 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. 8 months later, Yanxia finally receives imagery documentation of the strike on the long snake star region. The distance is considerable, yet the absence of any fluctuations in the data speaks volumes. In the records, that area appears to have transformed into a zone of energy prohibition. The materials reaching the long snake star region did not explode to generate energy, but instead fell into a profound silence. The vast disparity compels Yanxia to focus intently on another initiative. He summons soldiers from across the Civilizational Federation. Having endured the invasion of the Yuzi life forms, the Federation finds itself in a state of disarray. Yanxia initially anticipated a need for compulsory conscription, yet the number of volunteers far exceeds his expectations. On the first day alone, there are 8 million recruits. By the second day, the count rises to 10 million. This is in stark contrast to the previous Kate civilization's experience against the Civilization Tower, where they felt isolated and beleaguered by an unfathomably powerful civilization. Now, the entirety of Kate's civilization perceives itself as supported by the immense interstellar organization of the Civilizational Federation, believing they can triumph over their foes. This is also a quest for vengeance. The plague has claimed far too many lives. The emotional depth of the Kate and hundred-eyed races, deeply rooted in human culture, gradually aligns with that of humanity, prompting a need to express their grief. The conscription effort ultimately recruits 1 million Kate soldiers, 42 million hundred-eyed soldiers, and 10,000 human soldiers. Although the human contingent is the smallest, it represents the highest percentage. In total, 53 million soldiers form the first legion of the Civilizational Federation, aptly named the Legion of the Fallen Heroes, symbolizing the protection of the 8 billion souls lost in this calamity. Upon its establishment, this legion embarks on a rigorous 5-year militarized training regimen to equip all soldiers with basic combat readiness. Simultaneously, Ella prepares a substantial arsenal of first-generation mechs and PMI robots to enhance the individual capabilities of the troops. 5 years later, the Legion's strength dwindles to 75 million soldiers. The Legion of the Fallen Heroes is fully outfitted with first-generation mechs and a multitude of PMI robots, each soldier armed with a high-energy dark matter rifle, 5 annihilation tactical bombs, and a self-destructing energy backpack. Every million soldiers is organized into a fleet, culminating in a total of 11 fleets, all of which are main fleets with no support contingents. Each fleet comprises 1 flagship measuring 500 meters, 2 secondary vessels at 400 meters, 16 battleships at 100 meters, 20 star cruisers at 2,000 meters, 14 frigates at 800 meters, and 21 destroyers at 500 meters, totaling 74 ships. The command ship of the Legion of the Fallen Heroes is a flagship measuring 10,000 meters, accompanied by 18 frigates at 800 meters, bringing the total number of warships in the Legion to 833, with an aggregate energy capacity of 4 by 1029 joules. In the same year, The Legion of the Fallen Heroes boards their vessels, brimming with the wrath of vengeance, setting sail towards the Forbidden Zone. It is now the year 6779 AD, marking the first expedition of the Civilizational Federation. No one can anticipate the enemy's true strength. The soldiers are acutely aware of the high probability of death in this endeavor. Yet none falter. Chapter 49. The Wall, the enemy's black hole weapon. After several centuries of advancement, the ships crafted by Ella have significantly increased in speed, with the fleet now averaging 145 kilometers s. The estimated time of arrival at the Serpent star system is 13 years and 4 months. Koch, the former military commander of the Kate civilization, was dismissed due to certain circumstances and subsequently became the captain of an exploration team. His exploration direction was in stark contrast to the Serpent star system, and he remained outside during the outbreak of the plague, thus escaping its repercussions. However, his fortune ended there. His family was destroyed by the epidemic, and he alone survived. When he learned that the catastrophe was not caused by a virus, but was a declaration of war from another civilization, he was consumed by rage. Natural disaster transformed into man-made calamity. His initial guilt morphed into hatred. He was willing to sacrifice his life for vengeance. During the recruitment, he plunged a sharp knife into his own body, extracting his heart as a testament to his resolve. Subsequently, he excelled in training and, due to his previous record, rose to become the commander of the First Legion. At this moment, he stood within the control room of the ship, having been there for several days. The Serpent star system was drawing near. A few days prior, reconnaissance fighters had ventured forth and then gone silent, leaving the vast, dark expanse of space, where the tail of the serpent lay. He knew those adversaries were concealed there, watching with cold eyes. This was his first interstellar battle, a conflict transcending races. Yet he felt no trepidation, only an inexhaustible fury swelling within him. The power of emotion is formidable. He sensed not only his own anger, but the collective wrath of millions within the Legion. All ships prepared for battle. The main cannon could begin its first charging cycle, ready for a probing attack to gather as much intelligence on the enemy as possible. Even if victory eluded them, they could still acquire invaluable resources. Beside him, his aide, with a grave expression, issued the orders, then lamented, "Alas, the Civilizational Federation is too vast to provide us with the assistance we desire in a timely manner. We must rely on ourselves. Otherwise, vanquishing the foe would be a matter of ease." Card Shamaglair, what are you saying? Relying on other civilizations is an act of cowardice. We fight for our civilization, for our fallen kin. Even if we perish here, we shall do so with honor. Card was a fervent admirer of human civilization. The officers within the control room paused at his words, savoring their weight, and their gazes grew resolutely steadfast. The first charging cycle concluded swiftly, and the main cannon discharged its inaugural attack, unleashing energy equivalent to 90 trillion tons. The energy reached the Forbidden Zone, a mere 21 astronomical units away, at nearly the speed of light. 3 hours later, the dark matter shot forth by the main cannon arrived in that region. 6 hours later, Karg observed the results. The space there experienced violent distortion, akin to pebbles thrown into a placid pond, creating ripples. However, he was certain this was no mere spatial distortion. The energy required to warp space-time is staggering, even beyond the capabilities of a Level 3 civilization. The previously detected gravitational waves were merely fluctuations in gravity, not distortions of space-time. In that location, there existed a wall of unknown origin. Implementing the second plan, it was imperative to ascertain the composition of that wall. In the deep expanse of space, hundreds of ships accelerated a colossal dwarf planet, propelling it directly to 200 kilometers s. It is noteworthy that the asteroid that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs millions of years ago measured only 10 kilometers in size and traveled at a mere 13.6 kilometers s. Yet its impact yielded a force of 100 trillion tons. The collision force of this dwarf planet surpassed that of the flagship's main cannon. Of course, this method had its limitations. Compared to other forms of attack, it was exceedingly slow, effective primarily against stationary targets. And before them lay a turtle shell, was it not? Their energy could not penetrate this shell, but the opposing civilization was estimated to be only a nascent level 2 civilization. There were no energy resources nearby. Their energy must also have limits, especially while maintaining such a vast energy field. They could hardly dare to face a dwarf planet's assault head-on. This too was a test. To withstand the impact of the dwarf planet, mere defense would not suffice. As expected, when the dwarf planet reached 200 kilometers s, a massive void appeared in the wall, resembling a black hole devoid of any light. A small square box emerged from within. This box, measuring a mere 100 m times 30 m times 30 m, appeared insignificant amidst the cosmic battlefield. The box hurtled towards the dwarf planet. As it approached, the box retracted into a sphere, diminishing to the size of a molecule in the blink of an eye, as if a tremendous gravitational source had manifested at that location. The moving dwarf planet, along with numerous nearby asteroids, was ensnared, swirling around that spot at over 1/20th the speed of light, accelerating ever faster, as though caught in a vortex. Within 10 minutes, the immense dwarf planet was reduced to countless fragments, forming a vortex around the box that radiated terrifying energy. 30 minutes later, the dwarf planet had entirely disappeared into the vortex, which swiftly became visibly dark, essentially a miniature black hole. The opposing civilization had conjured a small black hole before them. After the matter of the dwarf planet vanished, the black hole underwent an unstable transformation, emitting two intense gamma-ray bursts from its poles. One burst was directed precisely at the Fifth Fleet, effortlessly obliterating over half of its ships. This is dire. This small black hole is exceedingly unstable, able to exist for only 1 hour, during which it will expel all absorbed matter. Immediate activation of the magnetic shields was ordered, and all ships turned to escape the 20 astronomical unit radius. Card's expression shifted dramatically as he issued commands. However, the collapse of the black hole occurred too swiftly. As Karg had warned, after expelling 97 of its matter, the black hole suddenly collapsed and erupted. The terrifying energy radiated from the black hole's center, spreading at a velocity exceeding 1/10 the speed of light, rendering escape impossible. Despite the activation of the magnetic shields, the immense energy instantaneously engulfed the entire Legion fleet. Chapter 50. The complete annihilation of the First Legion, the particle stream unleashed by the explosion of the black hole engulfed the entire fleet. Karg felt the violent tremors beneath his feet. He pushed against the ground to alleviate the vibrations, striving to regain his composure swiftly. The ship's screen was a blur, and the information network connected to his mind yielded no data. The terror of the enemy far exceeded his imagination, leaving him with lingering dread. It was a black hole. The adversary had somehow created a black hole, albeit small and unstable, but a black hole nonetheless, the most fearsome celestial entity in the universe, bar none. Did they truly stand a chance against such a formidable opponent? At this juncture, doubts began to creep into his heart. Did the civilized Federation genuinely exist? Could the Kate civilization endure? A myriad of thoughts swirled within him. Just as these notions began to surface, he buried them deep within his psyche. Even if there was no hope of victory, what mattered was peeling back a layer of the enemy's veil, rather than allowing the entirety of the Kate civilization to be obliterated without knowledge. Approximately half an hour later, he received the first piece of information, its weight striking at his psychological defenses once more. The 3rd and 10th fleets had completely lost contact, and more than a third of the remaining fleets had sustained losses. In the energy surge from the last 3 of the black hole weapons material, 391 warships had been obliterated, nearly half, before the entire Legion could recover. Calamities followed in quick succession. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy had released phantom life forms to infiltrate their warships, intending to annihilate them while preserving the ships intact. Yet, this revelation brought Karg a measure of relief. All ships activated their weak force fields. The optimal method to counter these phantom life forms was indeed through weak force. The weak force field was specifically designed for this purpose, recording the fundamental particle information of life itself while repelling anomalous particles. Soon, Karg's orders were executed. Except for 4 ships that had been destroyed due to previous impacts on the weak force equipment, The rest of the fleet initiated their weak force fields. Within 5 minutes, all symptoms had subsided. The restored fleets dispatched fighters to investigate the wall, determined to uncover its structure. The enemy would not grant them time to react, so their actions had to be swift. What exactly was the wall? It had been closer to the explosion point during the black hole's eruption, yet it bore no signs of destruction. A staggering 7,000 fighter jets soared forth, most of them relatively intact, while a few had sustained minor damages from the recent explosion. They approached the wall like a swarm of bees, flying nearly flush against its surface, unleashing a barrage of ammunition that gradually began to penetrate the wall. Something was different. Qu'est-ce qui chutait? Startled, Card inquired, "What is different?" The aide pondered momentarily, his expression growing more resolute. Previously, under the energy shock, the wall had exhibited rigidity, yet upon contact with conventional bullets, it displayed flexibility. "I have two hypotheses. One, energy cannot penetrate the wall, only matter can. The other, high-energy weapons cannot breach the wall, only low-energy weapons can. We must test this by ramming the wall with our fighters or even our ships." His excitement was palpable. Should his conjecture prove true, they might directly access the wall's interior. Carr commanded the operators to summon previously observed information, swiftly analyzing the possibilities. The mainframe whirred to life, promptly delivering its findings. The possibility of conclusion 1 is 32. 28. Conclusion 2 is 26. 92, with other conclusions totaling 40. 8. A promising prospect. Carr scrutinized the data. Perhaps both hypotheses held validity. It was evident that this black hole weapon was designed for use against dwarf planets. The enemy civilization might have deployed the most potent black hole weapon in the face of dwarf planet collisions, indicating their own fear of such impacts. There was no need for their ships and fighters to collide with the wall. A mere pebble would suffice. Karg instructed a fighter to propel a small asteroid, a mere 2 meters in diameter, towards the wall. Its speed was not particularly swift, a mere 19 kilometers s. Before the asteroid could impact, the wall began to shift. Countless transparent bubbles appeared on its surface, distorting light and rendering them visible. In an instant, the bubbles enveloped the thousands of fighters flying along the wall's surface. "We've lost contact, Commander." Yet Card remained fixated on one spot, the asteroid. The moment the bubbles emerged, the asteroid had penetrated the bubble's interior. This was a different scenario compared to the fighters being engulfed. The aide's hypothesis was indeed correct. Mobilize the entire fleet. Advance toward the wall. Card resolved almost instantaneously as the asteroid was completely consumed by the wall. His decisiveness was remarkable. Card had been personally selected by Yanxia as the Legion commander precisely for this quality. In warfare, any hesitation could result in lost opportunities, tipping the scales of victory or defeat. Decisiveness is an admirable trait. The Spirit Legion unconditionally trusted their commander, and upon receiving the order, the captains of each warship immediately issued commands. The throttle was pushed to the limit, valves fully opened, and the fleet surged towards the wall. However, a distance still remained between them. After revealing their intentions, the Spirit Legion swiftly detected anomalous signals emanating from the wall. The entire surface rippled as a U-shaped warship emerged from within. Its design bore resemblance to the engineer ships from Prometheus, yet at its center, a geometrical structure pulsated with a swirling emerald glow, constantly shifting and flashing. Upon breaching the wall, the warship accelerated to 1/32nd the speed of light, rapidly closing the gap with the Spirit Legion's vessels. In that moment, the geometric structure at the core of the enemy ship blazed brightly before settling into stillness. As Karg witnessed the ship's core illuminate, a shockwave struck his vessel. "Commander, we detected gravitational waves." The enemy likely unleashed gravitational waves through gravitons to attack. Before the report could conclude, Karg observed hundreds of gravitational waves converging, their intersection erupting with tremendous energy. The warships surrounding the convergence point were instantaneously consumed, their hulls vanishing into thin air. The flagship, too, was caught in the massive energy released by the collision of gravitational wave fronts. Its magnetic shield proved ineffective against the fundamental force of gravity, which penetrated effortlessly. Counterattack. Karg bellowed. All warships began to charge their weapons. Fortunately, the vastness of space afforded them ample time to prepare. Once fully charged, hundreds of dark matter energy beams shot towards the enemy. Yet, to their astonishment, the surface of the enemy vessel bore a shield akin to the wall, repelling their attacks. Long-range combat was ineffective. They needed to close the distance. Launch the fighters. Launch the fighters, Karg shouted, as more of their warships succumbed to destruction. Each ship harbored thousands of soldiers. They had now lost millions. This was the brutal reality of cosmic warfare. The rationale for manned ships over automated control was precisely to prepare for such moments. The fighters now launching were carrying soldiers, ready for boarding actions. Damaged ships that had yet to be repaired sped towards the enemy vessel. Before reaching the halfway point, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of lasers surged forth from the enemy warships, a terrifyingly dense barrage that swiftly depleted the energy of the fighter jets' electromagnetic shields, resulting in the destruction of thousands of aircraft. The starry sky was silent. Yet every soldier and officer of the Spirit Legion felt a choking sensation, as if countless explosions erupted in their ears, signs of devastation, oppression, lamentation, and despair. The enemy had deployed only a single warship, and they were already facing such overwhelming difficulty. Was the disparity truly this vast? More than 2,000 aircraft continued their advance, none opting to turn back at this critical moment. They charged directly towards the warship, with the wreckage of more downed aircraft behind them. Onward. The foremost fighter jet had already made contact with that invisible barrier. It pierced through. All soldiers witnessing this scene displayed expressions of exhilaration. Yet the next moment, their joy was once again frozen. That fighter jet was instantly locked onto by a multitude of lasers and obliterated. But where there is one, there will be another. More aircraft surged into the breach. Karg felt a faint tremor beneath his feet, and he extended his tentacles to touch the floor, sensing the tremors more acutely. A buzzing sound, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes flapping their wings, reverberated, albeit in a much shorter duration. The source of this vibration was the distant enemy warship. At that moment, the approaching fighter jets abruptly halted mid-air, as if time itself had been suspended. Karg urgently spoke. This is neither gravity nor electromagnetic force. It could be the strong or weak nuclear force. All fighter jets deploy weak force fields. These aircraft were all equipped with weak force fields, as Ella had previously predicted that the opposing civilization might excel in utilizing weak force attacks. Indeed, it proved to be true. Upon activating the weak force fields, the aircraft regained their maneuverability. However, in just a brief moment, over half of the fighter jets were destroyed, leaving fewer than 300 remaining, with no hope of survival under the relentless laser fire. On the battlefield, even exerting their last ounce of strength might not yield any results. As the aircraft advanced, the entire fleet drew ever closer to the enemy warship. Only 218 warships remained. They, too, plunged headlong towards the enemy vessel. Suddenly, the foremost warship disintegrated in front of them, not merely in parts, but rather it transformed into countless particles weighing billions of tons in an instant. It was a strong nuclear weapon. The enemy had caused atomic nuclei to collapse through sheer force. As a level 2 civilization, they had perfected control over the 4 fundamental forces and wielded them as weapons. Although magnetic force is one of the most powerful energies among these forces, it pales in comparison to the unpredictable strong force, weak force, and gravity. Electromagnetic force is far too easy to defend against. Under the assault of strong force, weak force, and gravity, the electromagnetic shields of their ships offered little protection, rendering them almost decorative. Do not harbor any illusions. We must approach the enemy warship, or we shall be mercilessly slaughtered. Only by closing the distance can we grasp a slim chance of survival. Activate the death plan. Any tactics appear ludicrous in the face of absolute strength. This was an unjust battle between ants and elephants. Yet, a multitude of ants might still bring down an elephant. A message emanated from the foremost warships. Farewell, comrades. For our civilization, for our homeland. Brilliant flashes erupted, resembling the luminescence of stars. This was the death plan. At any cost. The radiance of the light clusters flickered incessantly in everyone's eyes, and Karg commanded all warships to advance, harnessing the energy waves generated by the explosions. Yet, before the explosion could fully unfold, the light clusters began to collapse. The enemy struck again, deploying an unexpected weapon. The enemy's constraining energy would also consume energy. Karg felt an icy chill within, and he spoke with ruthless resolve, for retreat was no longer an option. The warships exploded once more. If a few could not suffice, then dozens would follow. If dozens failed, then hundreds would surge forth. A terrifying energy continuously rushed towards the enemy warship, layer upon layer. Within each light cluster, thousands of soldiers perished. In the moments before the explosion, an overwhelming flood of thoughts surged into the information network, enough to burst one's mind. Karg completely shielded himself from the information network. Just by looking, he understood that death had claimed millions. Yet, not even a scratch had been inflicted upon the enemy. Closer, the flagship approached the enemy warship, having already breached the enemy's barrier. At that moment, Karg exited the control room and made his way towards the hangar of the flagship. There, a small spacecraft, measuring only over 50 meters in length, stood ready. His companion that had accompanied him on cosmic explorations for a full 21 years. Atop this spacecraft rested a massive distortion device. Karg had not intended to pilot this craft, yet it offered another possibility for this war. Just as he boarded the ship, he suddenly observed other officers emerging, each suited up and prepared to enter their fighter jets. It turned out he was not alone in this thought. The spacecraft and fighter jets ignited into action. A message crackled through the control room. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected from the enemy warship. They're likely preparing to dismantle our flagship with overwhelming force. The self-destruct sequence of the flagship was initiated. Within this proximity, the enemy dared not deploy gravitational weapons, relying only on magnetic, strong, and weak forces. The magnetic force had protective shields, and the enemy's magnetic strength was not overly formidable. The weak force could be countered with weak force fields, which could barely withstand the enemy's assaults. Thus, only the strong force remained, though it was merely conjecture. The immense disparity left no room for other hopeful judgments, so they unhesitatingly detonated the flagship to allow other warships and fighter jets to close the gap. Boom! Only within the flagship could the sound be heard. In this noise, it transformed into an even larger light cluster. Karg concentrated all his attention forward. Now the distance was sufficiently close. 83 million kilometers. 51 million kilometers, 990,000 kilometers, steadily approaching at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. The debris of the flagship, propelled by immense kinetic energy, pierced through the barrier and directly into the exterior of the enemy warship. All fighter jets recognized this opportunity and surged toward that breach. A deluge of lasers rained down once more, knocking out more aircraft. Karg witnessed a fighter jet piloted by his deputy being destroyed. A wave of emotion stirred within him, yet he remained resolute, piloting the small spacecraft forward. The energy reserves of the spacecraft were, after all, superior to those of the fighter jets, and even after sustaining several laser hits, it showed no signs of slowing down. However, the enemy seemed to have identified this resilient target. An even greater barrage of lasers descended upon the spacecraft like a torrential downpour. The energy of the vessel plummeted. Bang! A laser shattered the electromagnetic shield and pierced through the hull, leaving a massive scar on the ship's surface. Alarms blared in the cockpit, but Karg paid them no mind, for they were now close enough, only 40,000 kilometers away. At that moment, the distortion device at the front of the spacecraft ejected a small probe, which entered the rift in the enemy ship at an astonishing speed of over 20,000 kilometers per second. Witnessing this, Karg's mouth curled into a grim smile, a rare moment of ease. In the next instant, his spacecraft was also struck and shattered by a laser. Over 3 months later, Yanxia received the reports from the battlefield. 75 million soldiers had perished without a single survivor. All warships were obliterated. Grievous. Only such a word could encapsulate the tragedy. He received not only the battle information, but also an image. In the picture resided a blurred purple silhouette, its form not substantial. In the dim light, one could discern a narrow, vertical slit resembling an eye, with a prominent white cable extending from its crown, seemingly connected to something beyond. This was the visage of the enemy civilization. Yanxia's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. The First Legion, from the outset of its conception, was destined for annihilation. Their destruction would yield a glimmer of hope for the Federation of Civilizations. The choice of Kage was made precisely because it was unrestrained, capable of making the same fateful decision as Yanxia in the final moments. Chapter 51. The Three Fundamental Forces Blockade. Sacrificial victims. The news of the annihilation of the heroic legion swiftly permeated the entire neighboring star system. A wave of astonishment swept through all sentient beings of the three civilizations. To them, the legion possessed a multitude of warships. Even if victory was unattainable, they could maintain the conflict for years or even decades. Yet, how much time had truly elapsed? Excluding the travel time, how much of that was actual combat? Was the enemy truly that formidable? A palpable panic began to spread within the Civilizational Federation, the sole entity providing a semblance of stability amidst the chaos. For years, aside from the Eyeless clan and the human race, the Cape people had witnessed no evidence of any other member civilizations within the Federation. The previously hidden far-right factions emerged, propagating theories denying the existence of the Civilizational Federation. Public opinion surged, reminiscent of the initial sighting of the towering civilization structures. Flee. Some of the Kate attempted to escape the neighboring star in their vessels. However, their efforts proved futile. A colossal blockade emerged in the vacuum surrounding the entire star system. Within this blockade, the three fundamental forces, aside from gravity, ceased to function. Ships entering that region would disintegrate into elementary particles. Not only vessels, but even photons could not traverse in or out. The entire civilization was ensnared. Even the original protective barriers became mere ornaments in the face of the adversary's might. Panic. A deeper sense of dread began to spread. Some beings commenced prayers, seeking refuge. Yanxia remained largely indifferent to these developments. The ensuing turmoil among the populace would not alter the outcome of such a grand conflict. The information regarding the situation was deliberately disseminated as part of his broader strategy, to feign weakness. Panic would lead the enemy to believe that their civilization was nearing its breaking point. Unfortunately, the opposing civilization did not adhere to his scripted expectations. They instead enacted a complete blockade of the star system. Possessing such immense power, why not strike directly at the heart of the star system? Yanxia remained within Ella's research facility, never once entering a dormant state over the years. After all, this was not a time for him to invade others. Rather, others were invading him. Perhaps this slumber could lead to eternal rest. The original Ella was not present here. Instead, a folder resembling a clone, labeled 01 copy, was left behind. This attachment provided him with insights. Manipulating these fundamental forces to affect matter required an immense amount of energy. To impose a blockade over the entire neighboring star system, the capacity of a nascent level 2 civilization was insufficient. The attachment Ella shared the same database as the original. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yanxia felt that the attachment lacked the vivacity of the original. He nodded slightly. This made sense, yet it still possessed considerable strength. You must be unable to contact the original now. The original Ella was not in the neighboring star system, but in another location, Southgate 2A. Yanxia instructed Ella to explore the strings, a task demanding an excessive amount of energy. Originally, Ella planned to complete the Dyson sphere and utilize the energy generated to facilitate exploration. However, time was no longer on their side. Ella was compelled to draw upon the energy from Southgate 2A. Previously, Yanxia and Ella had refrained from tapping into those energy sources. No one could ascertain whether the third civilization had installed any sensors or detection devices within Southgate 2A's apparatus. This urgency did not perturb Yanxia. He had lived long enough, surpassing the longevity of any individual in human history, and had witnessed, learned, and mastered much. He had become a composed elder. Maintaining his calm in the face of adversity was likely ingrained in his very being. Our communications are severed. Yanxia nodded. He bore no concerns for Ella. During the construction of the Dyson sphere, Ella had made adjustments to the barycenter of the Southgate 2 binary system, achieving a state of perfection. The likelihood of the enemy discovering the void within Southgate 2A was minimal. When do you predict they will strike us? The Ella attachment conducted a series of calculations. The highest probability lies within the next 20 years. Yanxia shook his head, somewhat disappointed in the attachment. It was indeed inferior to the original. He wondered if the original Ella had restricted the attachment's functionalities. I would speculate a century from now. Their blockade of the B neighboring star system suggests hesitation. They're exceedingly cautious. The disparity between our civilizations is not as vast as one might imagine. Thus, they will not rush, but rather methodically induce a state of resource scarcity, rendering our civilization weak and emaciated. They have not blocked Southgate 2. I surmise they will ultimately seize control of Southgate 2 and utilize the Dyson sphere to study our biological structures, social frameworks, and technological advancements. I have already left behind a theoretical attachment targeting them, containing only the initial segment regarding weak force fields. There is more information, including what they have revealed to us this time. The walls are indeed formidable and robust, but upon closer examination, it becomes evident that they remain bound by the 4 fundamental forces. To possess practicality, they made compromises, allowing stable matter to traverse freely. This presents a vulnerability. If I can create a high-energy substance capable of maintaining short-term stability, it could breach their defenses. Of course, this would not suffice to obliterate them, but it would compel them to consider the value of their actions, whether to wait or to launch an aggressive assault at a cost. They would conjecture whether my mastery of this technology implies the existence of others. This is a game of wits between intelligent beings, a subtle influence of thought. Yet, Yanxia was uncertain whether this would prove effective. Hence, he never placed all his eggs in one basket. The eyeless star was already preparing to attack the ghost civilization. Yanxia resolved that even if it meant sacrificing the pursuit light civilization, he would delay the ghost civilization's advance. From his perspective, the ghost civilization would undoubtedly find it most beneficial to directly invade and annihilate the being neighboring star civilization. However, the ghost civilization considered the entirety of their civilization, not merely individual entities. They would not act as detached observers. The eyeless clan would be integrated into the civilization, and they would take that into account. Yanxia was employing everything the eyeless clan had to divert their attention. Was it cruel? Perhaps. From the moment he subjugated the eyeless clan, their fate as sacrificial victims had already been sealed. Now, it remained to be seen whether the ghost civilization would exhibit any mercy. Ella would assist the eyeless star in advancing its technology, ensuring they would not be powerless against the ghost civilization. Beyond that, there was little more for him to do. It was time to enter dormancy. Yanxia rose. The period of tension had passed. Now was a delicate balance of strategy. Yanxia valued his life. Thus he constructed his dormant chamber deep within the Earth's core. Even if the ghost civilization went mad and obliterated the B neighboring star system, he could evade catastrophe unless they disregarded planets entirely. To take a step back, the entirety of the Civilizational Federation held little significance for him. If it were to be destroyed, he could simply start anew. In this slumber, he would once again endure a century. Not only because he speculated that the ghost civilization would not act for another century, but also due to Ella's promise that, given a century, they could perceive the strings through accumulated energy. Chapter 52, A Century of Change. The closed court of freedom, a segment of Yanxia's conjecture, proved accurate. The unforeseen aspect was the adversary civilization's ambition, which surpassed his initial estimations. Subsequent to his decade-long slumber, the far-right faction on Proxima Centauri B experienced a surge in activity, swiftly amassing considerable public support within half a year. They propagated the notion that the Civilization Federation was a fabrication, asserting that the Kate civilization was being subjugated and that the true saviors were the Purple Thorns. This was not the name of an organization, but rather the civilization they were currently confronting. Purple Thorns was merely a translation, signifying immobile, thorn-bearing, purple life forms. Their civilization originated from a planet teeming with such flora, which they adopted as their civilization's emblem. The resurgence of this far-right movement bore an uncanny resemblance to Yanxia's previous endeavors. However, while Yanxia had employed the civilization spire as a deceit, the Purple Thorns possessed the genuine capacity to overwhelm the Kate civilization. Their intentions appeared to be not outright annihilation, but rather enslavement. Alternatively, their aim might have been to lull the Kate civilization into complacency, thereby facilitating the extraction of technical information left behind by Yanxia, and verifying the existence of corresponding technology within the Proxima Centauri system. Any sentient being could discern these dual motives. Even the most obtuse would surmise, upon hearing the explicit name Purple Thorns, that the far right had aligned itself with the invading civilization. In truth, either scenario was favorable for Yanxia, albeit somewhat ironic. Over a millennium prior, the far left had embraced the Civilization Federation, while the far right championed the civilization's autonomy. Now, the far left upheld the Civilization Federation, while the far right gravitated towards the encroaching alien civilization. The Kate civilization's leadership found itself replaying the struggles of a millennium ago. However, this time, facing the self-proclaimed Purple Thorns, they were even more helpless and impotent, confronted not with subtle machinations, but with overt, unadulterated force. Yet, a significant portion of the Kate population could not erase the memory of the prior epidemic. The toll of the deceased was too great. Those who had endured the epidemic still lived, and for them, it felt as though it had occurred just yesterday. Contradiction defined the Kate civilization's initial 2 decades. However, this civilization lacked Yanxia's patience, exhibiting a sense of urgency. 20 years later, they began to gradually blockade the Kate civilization's technology, targeting numerous energy facilities, assassinating prominent scientists, and even interfering with the civilization's internal economic operations, initiating a civilizational decline. Among the primary targets were Ella's Research Institute and the Yanwang Academy. These facilities were obliterated at a physical level by rays emanating from space. Simultaneously, the Purple Thorn civilization commenced the clearing of matter and vacuum-borne particles surrounding Proxima Centauri, further constricting the containment zone and limiting the civilization's operational space. 30 years hence, the Purple Thorn civilization's blockade had extended beyond the Proxima Centauri star. Proxima Centauri B, C, and D were plunged into perpetual darkness, their surfaces frozen into ice, resembling a frigid apocalypse. In this year, the Kate civilization's population plummeted. Simultaneously, a group of supplicants emerged, imploring the Purple Thorns civilization to quell its wrath, offering their civilization subservience and allegiance. However, the Kate civilization had not traditionally been so pliant. Yanxia's relentless conditioning had rendered them more susceptible to yielding and succumbing to authority. This was a flaw. During this 4th decade, the humans within the civilization's special zone received focused attention, with numerous human leaders disappearing. 40 years elapsed, ushering in the 5th decade. This marked a pivotal turning point. As a vessel from Hundred Eyes star traversed the spatial void to reach Proxima Centauri, war erupted beyond the Proxima Centauri system. However, this conflict paled in comparison to the intensity and scale of the war between the Undying Legion and the Purple Thorns. It seemed almost like a suicidal act of defiance. As Yanxia had foreseen, it did indeed attract the enemy's attention. The enemy's gaze shifted towards Hundred Eyes star. However, Hundred Eyes star's capabilities were insufficient to truly concern the Purple Thorn civilization, whose primary focus remained on the interior of the Proxima Centauri system. During this decade, the Kate race beheld the life forms of the Purple Thorn civilization for the first time. These beings were indeed purple, much smaller than anticipated, resembling half-meter tall, furry orbs, somewhat akin to Jengar in form, but with a more reddish-purple hue. They possessed a slit-like eye, approximately 20 centimeters in length. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these were not eyes, but rather sensory organs, which they used to perceive the external world. These organs generated images akin to eyes, but instead of color imaging, they produced thermal images. They also possessed hands, though asymmetrical, with one side larger than the other, and 2 pairs in total. The tips of their hands were adorned with numerous slender, flexible tendrils. They lacked feet, instead possessing snail-like ventral feet, propelling themselves through undulation. However, technological advancements had rendered this slow mode of locomotion obsolete. A white cable extended from their heads, connecting their bodies to a basketball-sized orb above. This orb floated using anti-gravity technology, suspending the purple thorn's civilization life form below via the white cable. The orb was a highly integrated device, seemingly incorporating information processing capabilities, offensive and defensive mechanisms. The orb generated an anomalous isolation layer around these beings, as they were not adapted to the environment of Proxima Centauri. The orb could create their original habitat around their bodies, and they appeared to breathe methane. The Kate race observed that they seemed to be searching for something, transforming the entire planet beyond recognition. As the 50th year arrived, the Kate population dwindled further, as the Purple Thorn civilization controlled the food supply, deliberately limiting the Kate civilization's population growth. The Kate population plummeted by 500 million. The entire Kate civilization had reached its nadir, with no Kate possessing access to equipment or weaponry surpassing that of a level 1 civilization. Constraint. This engendered two extremes. One was extreme humility and reverence towards the Purple Thorn civilization. The other was incessant, albeit futile, attacks on the Purple Thorn civilization on the planet's surface. The commencement of the 60th year was exceptionally unusual. The Kate adults discovered that their bodies were gradually mutating, becoming increasingly bestial, and their chips were being destroyed. By the 75th year, the children had returned. They had become warriors, or rather, hunters, and the mutated Kate had become their prey. They spoke mutually unintelligible languages. Some Kate could only watch helplessly as their children killed them, a scene of utter cruelty and barbarity. The Purple Thorn's civilization was conducting an experiment, seemingly growing increasingly confident. More Purple Thorn civilization beings accompanied these Kate, who had been cultivated into hunters, to hunt on the planet. In the 83rd year, an explosion engulfed Proxima Centauri b. This explosion, exceeding 5 million trillion tons of TNT equivalent, propelled Proxima Centauri b out of its original orbit. Over 20,000 Purple Thorn's civilization beings and over 1.5 billion Kate perished on Proxima Centauri b. When the Purple Thorn civilization beings sought the source of the explosion, they discovered, through detection, a high-energy substance with a temperature of only 431 x 10-48 Kelvin. The unstable object Yanxia had spoken of, despite its stability lasting only 5 days. This posed a significant crisis for the Purple Thorn civilization. The ensuing chaos compelled the Purple Thorn civilization to depart from the Alpha Centauri star system, not to return until 12 years later. These 12 years marked the final chapter. Within the vicinity of Star 2A of the Southern Gate, a long, thread-like object floated beside an array of colossal, rotating ring devices. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this slender form, in relation to the surrounding space, had a diameter exceeding 10 meters. It was, in fact, a particle collider extending a remarkable 100 kilometers in length. Yet it collided with bosons. The energy for this particle collider emanated from a luminous core at the center of the rings. At the very heart of the collider lay an observational apparatus equipped with an Ella-developed gravitational microscope. This instrument allowed for the observation of space-time distortions induced by gravity, enabling scrutiny of phenomena at smaller scales. Following the collisions of bosons, should strings exist, they would inevitably detach from the bosons during the impact, allowing the gravitational microscope to trace their mass-induced gravitational trajectories, potentially capturing these strings. However, Ella discovered the impracticality of this approach. The gravitational detector was incapable of observing strings within stable spacetime. Furthermore, it could not generate sufficient force to scatter a boson or fermion. Subsequently, Ella resorted to utilizing the miniature black holes produced during collision experiments, harnessing their power to obliterate fundamental particles. In the ephemeral yet potent gravitational distortions generated by these tiny black holes, she sought to observe strings characterized solely by length, devoid of height. Nevertheless, this endeavor proved fraught with challenges, as she could not transcend the event horizon of the black holes, regardless of how diminutive and benign they appeared. To confront a black hole, one could only employ another black hole. Thus, Ella utilized a counter-rotating black hole, leveraging the exchange of matter resulting from their mutual collision to observe strings transitioning from the first black hole to the second. After enduring 28 such experiments, she finally detected the presence of strings. Yet, astonishingly, what she observed were not open strings constituting matter, but rather closed strings that compose gravitons. Perhaps this phenomenon was linked to their ability to penetrate the cosmic membrane. Chapter 53. The Coordinated Assault, the Destruction of Proxima b on a Grand Scale. Gravitational lensing can be employed to indirectly discover cosmic strings that belong to string theory. At a microscopic level, gravitons serve as a medium for the detection of strings. This may be a mere coincidence, as the two are not identical entities, yet perhaps it is also an inevitability. The discovery of strings does not imply their practical application. However, it does not render them devoid of value. The establishment of string theory enables Ella to harness the four fundamental forces from a more minute perspective. Once strings are discovered, other technologies can advance simultaneously, propelling civilization swiftly into a Type 2 status. How swift, you ask? Ella's plan is set for 5 years. This timeline is rather brief, yet it does not necessitate overly meticulous application. A rough implementation suffices. Abundant energy resources are at her disposal, allowing her to construct a rudimentary string weapon. Yanxia. Ella has fulfilled her promise. Ella observes the external environment towards Proxima, utilizing a camera adrift in deep space. She harbors concerns for Yanxia's safety, yet impatience is unwarranted. The great conflict is just commencing. It is time to determine the victor. Either the adversary perishes, or they themselves do. A century has elapsed. At this moment, deep within the core of Proxima C, Yanxia awakens. He emerges from his hibernation pod, standing in a mere 10 square meter space, where the feeble gravitational force renders movement exceedingly arduous. Approaching a compact computer, he illuminates the screen. There is no desktop, merely a system interface that reveals a minimalist layout, a single button, and a video player. If the initial plan has not deviated, the warships of the Hundred-Eyed Clan should have now arrived at Proxima. It is time for him to take action internally. He clicks the mouse, and the video player activates, displaying a sequence of data. Yanxia feels nothing, yet the data confirms that what he desires has been initiated. It is a planet, Proxima b, the homeland of the Kate clan. As he contemplated before his slumber, nothing within the Civil Federation holds significance for him. Thus, from the very beginning, he and Ella had resolved to sacrifice a portion of the Kate clan. He clicks the button, triggering the gravitational disturbance device concealed within the core of Proxima b. The planet veers off its orbit, catapulted into outer space at a precise angle by Proxima's gravitational pull. Why not the uninhabited Proxima d? Its mass is too insubstantial, and its core is easily detectable, rendering concealment impractical. Proxima c is where he resides, making Proxima b the optimal choice. Moreover, the Purple Thorn civilization would never anticipate that Yanxia's weapon is an entire planet, teeming with billions of lives. At this juncture, the Hundred-Eyed Clan will arrive at Proxima, with the enemy besieged on all fronts. The objective is not to vanquish one another, but merely to divert attention and prolong time. This was Yanxia's assertion to Ella. It may seem ruthlessly cold, yet sometimes a frigid demeanor is essential. Despite spending most of his time in slumber, the time experienced within the world of divine revelation is not illusory. His physical lifespan spans a mere century. But if one were to account for his psychological age from his experiences in divine revelation, it far exceeds a millennium. He is no longer the individual who lived in an era of peace on earth, nor the one who existed shortly after its destruction, consumed solely by thoughts of computer knowledge and games. In matters of war and power, he believes himself to be on par with any renowned strategist or politician in human history. Indeed, he now commands more lives and territory than the entirety of humanity once did. Sometimes, one must sacrifice to gain. Failure to exhibit coldness could lead to annihilation at the hands of the enemy. He observes the fluctuations of data on the screen, calculating the current situation of Proxima b. Now, it is a matter of watching the adversary's moves. Given that the immense mass of Proxima b allows for the maintenance of a blockade, they will eventually cease the lockdown. They will not permit Proxima b to drift freely, for uncertainty looms over what else resides within. They will opt to obliterate this ticking time bomb. Perhaps, akin to Earth, a display of fireworks will once again illuminate the cosmos under the guidance of Yanxia himself. Meanwhile, a fleet traverses the expanse of deep space. They hail from the Hundred-Eyed Star, and, as Yanxia anticipated, they have arrived. 41 years prior, the Hundred-Eyed Star instituted a mandatory conscription policy. Any eligible hundred-eyed individual was compelled to join the military for 5 years of training before being thrust into battle. In the initial 50 years, the Hundred-Eyed Star dispatched warships to harass the Purple Thorn civilization while stockpiling vessels. Now, the fleet comprises 287 ships. However, the quality of these ships pales in comparison to the Legion of Heroes. Yet it is sufficient. They are to traverse light years to reach Proxima and engage in combat. This was part of the original plan devised by Yanxia and Ella. Now, 41 years have passed. Proxima is within reach, and war is imminent. In their line of sight, no planets are visible within the Proxima star system. Kuka, the military commander of the Hundred-Eyed Star, observes the fear etched in the eyes of their kin. Each hundred-eyed individual comprehends the nature of the enemy they are about to face, and they are acutely aware of the adversary's might. This is an enemy capable of blockading an entire star system, easily defeating civilizations far more powerful than themselves. Yet, they are left with no choice. Ella's commands are akin to sacred decrees. Disobedience equates to death. The robots of the Hundred-Eyed Star would slaughter them. Comparatively, they would rather confront the unknown enemy in this vast universe. At least they possess weapons to resist and to strike back, such as the helplessness of Kuka's current sentiment. A profound sorrow envelopes the hundred-eyed individuals. Although Kuka has never lamented being a hundred-eyed, nor has it ever contemplated becoming human or Kate, this sorrow is palpable and inescapable. It transmits a signal of light, preparing for battle. The enemy is our foe. Our kin have perished beneath their creations, to safeguard our people from further destruction and death. Even in death, we must inflict a wound upon our enemies. A declaration devoid of fervor. They have detected the enemy's warship's position. Engage. Advance. They close in on the warships. The initial laser fire targets a U-shaped vessel, but it is deflected. Kuka has received intelligence that the only way to vanquish this enemy is to approach their warships and infiltrate their interiors. Charge! With no avenue for retreat, they surge forward. Ships and fighters swarm towards the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization like locusts. This mirrors the previous engagement with the Legion of Heroes and is destined to replicate its outcome. Yet at this moment, the warship detects a powerful energy source that has been activated anew. Something that had previously vanished has reappeared, as the blockade has contracted to a minuscule radius. The fleet is now within the Proxima star system, not far from the orbit of Proxima c. All hundred-eyed individuals can even observe the planet re-emerging within Proxima with their own eyes. In their view, a distant planet grows larger. Is that Proxima b? Kuka is bewildered. What has transpired for the planet to move? Why did the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization come to an abrupt end? In the distance, the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization altered its course, and a colossal energy device, ensnared in a geometric form at its core, erupted with an intense radiance of white light. This beam of white light traversed the void, striking Proxima Centauri b. In the next instant, the entire hundred-eyed race bore witness to the shattering of Proxima Centauri b. This was the true essence of a planet-destroying cannon, a single shot capable of annihilating an entire planet. Chapter 54. The Trillion Black Hole, the Staff of God, gazing at the shattered planet. Kuka was nearly in a stupor. Suddenly, a nearby light tube flickered, transmitting a two-word message: attack. Taken aback, Kuka recognized the sender of this signal. In the next moment, its myriad eyes turned resolutely forward. Forget everything else. We shall press on with the assault. Hundreds of warships surged toward an adversary they deemed nearly insurmountable. Meanwhile, within the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization, a deep-hued purple entity emitted a low, rumbling sound akin to laughter. It mocked the arrogance of the hundred-eyed race, daring to advance even after witnessing such annihilating starship attacks. A signal emanated from the orb atop its head, transmitted directly to the warship. Once more, the warship harnessed its core energy previously constrained. A laser shot forth from the ship's center, unfettered and expanding in its beam, striking numerous hundred-eyed vessels in an instant. Although some energy was expended, it was still a weapon formidable enough to obliterate a planet. Destruction ensued. A series of explosions blossoming in the cosmos, void of flames or smoke, merely the remnants of shattered warships and the dazzling light birthed from energy surges. This was no fair battle. It was akin to a death march. In truth, there was no need for protection. A mere turn of the hundred-eyed star would allow them to flee this battleground. Yet their master forbade such action, seemingly believing their foes were not invincible. Kuka could only hope that their master possessed a plan. Survival was paramount. At the very least, ensuring the elderly and young kin remaining on hundred-eyed star could evade annihilation by the enemy civilization. Commander, our warships cannot possibly break through. Even if we were to charge ahead, what would it change? You know our vessels are devoid of formidable weaponry. All energy is allocated to our thrusters. But we have our secret weapons, do we not? Where are those ships now? Anxiety filled the control room, the hundred-eyed race beset by despair. They had already lost nearly 100 vessels in just this round of attacks, and their distance from the enemy fleet was still a daunting 12 astronomical units. Even should they attempt to advance, it would take considerable time. Kuka contemplated the secret weapons. Presently, including the damaged ships, there were only 962 remaining, a far cry from the original 287. This indicated that 325 vessels were unaccounted for. Rumor had it these ships housed weaponry capable of countering their foes, while the ones they occupied were merely expendable. As the commander of this fleet, Kuka, like the others, had only heard whispers of those vessels' whereabouts. Do not question or hesitate. We must charge forth. The message transmitted was as unyielding as iron, sending a chill through the hearts of those nearby. The loss had surpassed 100 vessels, and the enemy had shifted from primary cannon fire to a barrage of laser weaponry. The brilliant light descended like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting their forces. A laser struck their warship, perforating the port side with ease. We lack even adequate magnetic shields. Some of the hundred-eyed became translucent, their internal organs visible, a sign of their despondency. Another laser followed swiftly, hitting the bow of their ship, narrowly missing a catastrophic breach that would have claimed all lives in the command room. The enemy seemed to have locked onto their flagship. More attacks surged toward them. The warship could only evade by predicting the enemy's strikes, but the lasers were too densely packed. The enemy could afford countless misses, while they could not afford a single error. Death loomed ominously. In the distance, more ships faced a similar fate. 136, 148, 162. They counted the vessels destroyed, yet they had only traversed one astronomical unit thus far. Then, abruptly, the laser barrage ceased. Was a more formidable assault imminent? Rather than considering a ceasefire, the hundred-eyed feared their adversaries intended to unleash their main cannon, eradicating them like dust. However, this time felt different. The enemy fleet was moving. Kuka watched intently as the screen displayed the enemy's maneuvers. Did they believe the distance too great and plan to eliminate them close up? Such confidence, treating them as mere insects? Yet no. The enemy ships were not approaching. They were heading elsewhere. The movement data indicated a trajectory toward the Southern Gate 2 binary star system. The screen quickly adjusted to reveal information about the Southern Gate 2. Although they could not observe with precision, they captured flickering points of light, each indicating an energy explosion. The Dyson sphere at Southern Gate 2 appeared to be under attack. That area was already under the control of the enemy civilization. Perhaps their beings and ships were there to rescue them. The Dyson sphere is under siege. Kuka recalled the other 300 or so warships. Could it be that those ships were there? Shall we pursue, Commander? A hundred-eyed inquired, aware of the answer but hoping for a different command from Kuka. With no other options, Kuka recognized their mission was to attack, thus they must follow suit. Just as Kuka was about to issue the order, a sudden light signal entered its mind. Direct the fleet to the Long Snake Star Domain. The Long Snake Star Domain? Wasn't it the stronghold of an alien civilization? The ships they faced had emerged from there, and now they intended to exploit the enemy's vulnerability for a surprise attack? Kuka was uncertain. It did not matter. It was merely a machine executing orders devoid of emotion. Onward. We shall proceed to the Long Snake Star Domain. Upon receiving those initial words, all 100-eyed rejoiced. What purpose awaited them there? Could their vessels truly dismantle the enemy's lair? Was this not merely a different path to demise? Yet, they sensed that this was not solely the commander's decision. No one would blame Kuka. Then let us go. At least it cannot be worse than before. Moreover, it was now evident that their master had a plan. They were not merely being sent to their deaths. The allocation of all energy to their thrusters was intended for the journey to the Long Snake Star Domain. This realization became a meager flicker of hope within their hearts. On the other side, the U-shaped warship revved its engines, achieving a velocity of 12,478 kilometers. Yet, it still took 5 years to reach the Southern Gate 2 binary star system, given the full 0.2 light-year distance to Proxima Centauri. Here, the void of space was littered with debris, remnants of the Dyson sphere constructed by Yanxia and Ella now fragmented. However, the ire was not directed at Yanxia and Ella, but rather the Purple Thorn civilization, which had taken control here, stationing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although there are some small spacecraft here, there are no true warships or weapons capable of defending against the enemy. In their hearts, they perceive the opponent's resistance as utterly feeble. This complacency has cost them dearly. At that moment, they received alarming information. The hull of their warship had sustained damage. The purple beings took note of this message and prepared to send engineers to investigate the source of the malfunction. However, as soon as the information was relayed, an increasing number of similar phenomena occurred. Their vessels began to exhibit a multitude of wounds. The purple beings were taken aback and hastily commenced their investigation. They discovered the presence of microscopic entities strikingly similar to their own civilization. The distinction lay in the fact that these microscopic entities were of quark size, not alive, but rather mechanical structures. Although they were considerably larger than their own ghostly creations, they displayed a level of precision that was unfathomable. Simultaneously, these entities had the astonishing ability to store excessive amounts of energy. They seem to have mastered a technique for compressing string arrangements, enabling strings to coexist within an exceedingly minuscule space. Such a high-density body, when provided with minimal guidance within the realm of strings, could instantaneously release and explode its energy, generating a black hole of merely femtometer scale. This black hole existed for an incredibly brief moment, lasting only 0.248 seconds. Yet was sufficient to obliterate any matter within that femtometer range. However, this black hole, while perilous, posed little threat to a living organism, let alone a spacecraft. The true dilemma was the sheer multitude of these entities. Based on their observations, within a cubic meter of space, the number of these quark entities reached an astounding 17.5 billion. What then would the total count amount to? Hundreds of trillions? The calculations were beyond comprehension. Their adversaries could not possibly possess such advanced technology. Yet, these entities materialized before them. Gravitational waves. The release of gravitational waves was the only means to influence the black holes, allowing the minute black holes to traverse through space, akin to a surfer being propelled away by the slope created by these waves. The gravitational effects would simultaneously alter the distances between objects, pushing the quark entities further apart. Nevertheless, even with this, a single wave of black hole attacks had already left their warships in tatters. Numerous internal devices lay damaged and inoperative. This marked the second time their warships had suffered injury, and the damage was far more severe than the previous occasion. They were filled with fury. After all, in their eyes, the so-called Civil Federation was merely a swarm of ants that could be crushed at will. Yet, this ant had the audacity to bite, and due to its potential utility, they had tolerated its presence for a century. But now, this ant had suddenly transformed into a formidable rat, gnawing away a piece of flesh from them. Preposterous! At that moment, a multitude of warships emerged from behind the star, charging towards them just as the previous vessels had. The Purple Thorn civilization felt that the enemy had exhausted their strategies. Perfectly, their rage needed an outlet, so they would deliver a final blow. The core energy was unleashed once more. A laser capable of annihilating planets swept across the fleet, resulting in no unforeseen incidents. Destruction was all that met their gaze. The opposing force was merely a collection of level 1 insects. To dare oppose them led to this fate. After a century of waiting, the enemy's concealed tactics amounted to nothing more than these. It appeared they had overestimated the civilization they faced. Originally, they had intended to enslave this star system. Now that it had been obliterated, there was little value left. Thus, they resolved to detonate the entire star system. This was the prevailing thought of the Purple Thorn civilization at that moment. Yet, just then, from the wreckage of the destroyed warships, a long black needle accelerated towards them, surpassing a speed of 22,000 kms. What was that? The Purple Thorn civilization was left in bewilderment. It seemed to be nothing more than a 1,000 meter long metal rod. Within the confines of Southgate 2A star, Ella had been closely observing the battlefield. From a moment she discovered those quark machines. She had not been able to manufacture them, but she had learned to harness their characteristics. Of course, the most crucial element lay in this very moment. The Staff of God activated, producing 187 rods. Calculating data, the probability of the enemy blocking the Staff of God stood at a mere 2.37. Chapter 55. Neutrino String Weapons. 1,000 warships indeed. The primary focus lies in the application of electromagnetic forces. Given this premise, it suffices to contemplate the utilization of a high-energy particle devoid of charge to penetrate the defenses and launch an assault on the adversary. Yet, another quandary arises. The answer resides in the brief window of opportunity that emerges after the enemy has employed such forces prior to the commencement of a new energy accumulation phase. This moment of convergence prompted Yanxia and Ella to deliberate on the strategy. The Staff of God. What appears to be an ordinary metallic spike harbors an astonishing technological prowess. Ella observed as the spikes surged towards the enemy warships. As anticipated, the enemy initiated their defenses, fearing the concealed high-energy weaponry within the spikes. However, their defenses proved futile. At this juncture, the violet beings aboard the warships let down their guard, for the inability of the wall to withstand the spikes indicated that they were not high-energy threats, merely spikes that necessitated caution regarding their kinetic energy. Such a diminutive civilization, such feeble resistance. They resorted to laser weaponry to incinerate the remnants of opposition. This was not mere arrogance. It was a stark testament to the terrifying chasm wrought by technology akin to 21st century soldiers confronting the primitive tribes of the Stone Age. Laser beams bombarded the metallic spikes, causing their surfaces to exhibit signs of damage and melting. Yet at that moment, a smaller core emerged from the casing, resembling an inverted nail, measuring less than 20 meters in length, propelling itself towards the warship at an astonishing velocity of 41,000 kms. The Violet Thorn civilization sensed an anomaly. They continued their laser assault, but countless beams inexplicably traversed the spike without inflicting any harm. An unexpected development transpired. They hastily sought to employ gravitational waves in retaliation, reasoning that no matter the material, it could not escape the influence of gravity. Yet, they discovered there was no time. The object had nearly closed the distance, now less than 7 million kilometers away, an insufficient range for their gravitational devices to activate. They altered their tactics. Since gravity was ineffective, they would resort to the other two fundamental forces, the strong and weak nuclear forces. However, the strong force, when unleashed, merely penetrated without effect. In an instant, a hypothesis emerged. Could it be a fundamental particle? The spike was composed of a basic particle impervious to strong force interactions. And the only particle readily found, captured, and utilized in the universe appeared to be the neutrino. Neutrinos are influenced solely by weak forces, fashioned into a macroscopic entity, presumably utilizing techniques akin to string theory for cohesive binding. As the binding increased the mass, the speed of the spike diminished, falling short of approaching the speed of light. Thus, they would employ the weak force. Within half a minute, the violet beings reacted, activating their most proficient weak force apparatus, requiring significantly less energy than that necessary for generating gravitational waves. The activation took merely 23 seconds. Unfurl. The weak force field expanded from the surface of the warship like a sphere, colliding with the neutrino binding beams within 5 seconds. Yet, at the forefront of the neutrino binding beams, a series of black holes materialized, obstructing a substantial amount of weak force influence. These were the creations of quarks. The explosion persisted for 10 seconds. The neutrino binding beams penetrated the weak force field, ultimately reaching the surface of the spacecraft. The binding force of the neutrinos reached its zenith, compressing the interior to an extreme degree rather than releasing it. Due to their diminutive size, neutrinos could traverse almost any material without imparting any effect. Every living organism or substance was bombarded by trillions of neutrinos each second. However, once the strings were mastered, it became possible to incorporate additional strings into the neutrinos, akin to adding or removing electrons in an atom, thereby inducing transformations. This marked Ella's inaugural application following her mastery of string theory. The process was rudimentary, enabling only a limited degree of neutrino string fusion, transforming neutrinos into other fundamental particles, which then coalesced to form more macroscopic substances. These substances, due to their instability, would instantaneously undergo fission, fusion, decay, and other combined reactions, releasing copious amounts of energy. The result was catastrophic. The neutrinos that had penetrated the warship underwent these transformations, obliterating the entire Violet Thorn civilization's vessel from within. Countless Violet beings aboard the warship were rendered incredulous. Their technological understanding allowed them to grasp the situation, yet they could not fathom the layered complexity of such an extraordinary weapon. Moreover, they were left bewildered by the sudden acquisition of string mastery by their adversary. This enigma lingered in their minds, yet before they could unravel it, the terrifying energy had already consumed them. 5 years had elapsed since the enemy spacecraft had reached the vicinity of the Southern Gate binary star system, where the indigenous beings triumphed over the civilization. 2 months later, Yanxia received word from Ella. The plan had proceeded smoothly, yet he did not relent, for the war was far from over. In fact, it had scarcely begun. The wall still loomed in the long Snake Star region, its expanse vast, and it was improbable that only a single 10,000-meter U-shaped warship was present. Nevertheless, with the successful execution of the plan, he could finally depart from the Earth's core. He moved aside and opened a door within the chamber, revealing a cockpit. Indeed, his dormant space was not a secluded chamber, but rather a concealed spacecraft nestled within the Earth's core. The melting point of luminous civilization's metal is 87,000 degrees Celsius, while the internal temperature of planets typically hovers in the thousands. Even a rocky planet like Proxima Centauri b, with a substantial mass, has an internal temperature of merely 13,000 degrees Celsius, making it entirely feasible for the spacecraft to exist in this environment. Yanxia seated himself at the controls and activated the ship. He would spend the next 5 months traversing the elevator tunnel he had previously constructed to escape the Earth's core, after which he would depart the Proxima Centauri system. For the enemy was already en route. The 100-eyed fleet was advancing towards the long Snake Star region. Their velocity lagged considerably behind that of the enemy warships, having only traversed 19 light years by the 8th year, necessitating a lengthy duration to reach the long Snake domain. However, as they embarked on their solitary journey, a series of black dots emerged ahead. Through telescopes, these dots magnified continuously. The entire 100-eyed fleet felt as though their life signs had vanished. These multitude of black dots were warships, each identical to the vessels they had previously encountered. A single ship was more than sufficient to annihilate them, capable of obliterating the Kate civilization. Now, astonishingly, there appeared hundreds, no, precisely 10 of them. Could such a colossal fleet withstand the might of their civilization, or triumph against it? Before they could fully comprehend or panic, countless lasers struck them. The warships disintegrated. Tens of thousands of hundred-eyed beings were instantaneously frozen in the frigid embrace of space, meeting their demise. The vast fleet swept past them approximately 9 million kilometers away, without any deceleration. The hundred-eyed fleet lay in ruins, their formidable ships obliterated, leaving only a scattering of smaller vessels and fighters. Kuka sat within a fighter, gazing at the retreating fleet, then surveyed the surroundings. A sense of oppression enveloped his spirit. Could they possibly prevail? Should he flee? His mind wavered. Yet at that moment, he received another message devoid of emotion. Proceed to the long Snake Star region. Perhaps there truly exists a glimmer of hope. It began to summon the surviving kin, continuing the journey towards the Serpent Star domain. Chapter 56. Stellar Gravitational Collapse. Another 11 years have passed. Yanxia had long departed from Proxima Centauri, heading towards the direction of the hundred-eyed star. He had already established contact with Ella. Simultaneously, he received news from the fleet of the Purple Thorn civilization through the remnants of the hundred-eyed star fleet, which had been destroyed 10.5 years prior. 1,000 warships. What a terrifying civilization this must be. Nevertheless, Yanxia's resolve remained unshaken by the unexpected number of warships. He was determined to confront them head-on. He had invested so much, utilizing everything he had developed over millennia to dismantle a single enemy warship. How could he achieve a David versus Goliath victory? This was a question that both Yanxia and Ella had pondered for an extended period. Has the Kate race on Proxima Centauri C begun their migration? Yanxia inquired. Indeed, the first batch has completed their relocation, while the second is still en route, Ella confirmed. Her main body had already been transmitted over, leaving her attachments aboard the Hope in the Southgate 2A star cavity. She had also uploaded a vast amount of data to the hundred-eyed star, ensuring no loss of information. Yanxia gazed upon the two brilliant stars before him. Let as many survive as possible, regardless of how many lives are lost. Time will eventually restore them. Even if the species faces total extinction, we possess the gene bank of the Kate race. He awaited a message, ready to set sail once more with Ella if failure were to befall them, drifting to even more distant star realms. They had discovered the existence of strings. Within a few centuries, they could evolve into a level 2 civilization. Let's hope for success. This is the most crucial link. Meanwhile, in the Southgate 2 star system, numerous spacecraft approached Southgate 2A. The Kate race appeared markedly different from their original forms, each exhibiting unique and bizarre appearances, a consequence of the Purple Thorn civilization's influence. They had abandoned any thoughts of allegiance to the Purple Thorn civilization, having been hunted like prey over the past decades. Hatred had taken root in their hearts, yet doubts lingered within their minds. Can this place truly protect us? Then, they beheld the shattered remnants of the colossal enemy warship between the two stars. A profound shock coursed through them. The warship, which had once instilled deep memories within their civilization, had indeed been obliterated. A flicker of hope ignited within them. The Federation of Civilizations had truly arrived. We are saved. For the past century, most of the Kate race had believed that the Federation did not exist. Otherwise, why had they, as a member civilization, not received any aid? Now, it seemed a turning point had emerged. The Federation's arrival meant doom for the little purple entities. The Federation would undoubtedly defeat them. They needed only to enter the protective embrace of the Federation within the heart of this star. Through calculations, they discovered a vast void within the star, where the Federation had established a stellar research institute. An announcement was made by officials of the Kate race. All spacecraft began advancing towards the interior of Southgate 2. A tunnel had already been opened for their entry. They flew inside, marveling at the scene before them. It was astonishing. What kind of civilization could create such a vast space within a star? Their confidence grew stronger. However, news arrived from the outside. The warships of the Purple Thorn civilization were approaching. Preliminary observations indicated hundreds of warships identical to the ones that had been destroyed outside. Additionally, another message stated that Proxima Centauri C had been annihilated, exploding just like Proxima Centauri B. Decades of fear of the Purple Thorn civilization had incited uncontrollable chaos among them. A Kate individual knelt before the energy cluster at the heart of the void, praying, "Noble Federation of Civilizations, we implore you to alleviate our crisis." They invoked prayers learned from the teachings of divine revelation. Others followed suit, and soon, millions of Kates were engaged in fervent supplication. In a vast expanse of space, the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization drew nearer, approaching the Southgate 2 binary star system. They observed countless vessels entering the star's interior. The 1,000 warships prepared their laser weapons and commenced their assault. Those vessels, inferior even to the most rudimentary warships, crumbled like paper under the onslaught of the lasers. The Purple Thorn civilization descended upon them as if a harbinger of death. Their capability to obliterate the Kates stemmed solely from the latter's negligence, which had granted the enemy an opportunity. The wrath of a weak civilization would exact a heavy toll. Their fury would ignite the cosmos. This time, they would unhesitatingly wield the scythe of death upon all beings present, proclaiming the supremacy of the Purple Thorn civilization. The fleet began to wipe out the thousands of vessels outside, then advanced towards the tunnel of Southgate 2A. Countless despairing messages of destruction flooded into the vessels within the void. Fear intensified, and they felt trapped like turtles in a jar. Meanwhile, at the core of the void, a single ship stood silently. Within it, Ella's attachment coldly analyzed the situation. They had detected all the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization, confirming their entry into the designated area. The stellar funeral plan was initiated, receiving information from the original source. The message read, "Farewell, Hope." With those words, the Hope surged toward the terrifying energy cluster. This energy was remarkably stable, yet Ella had already modified the Hope, transforming it into a colossal bomb. The moment the Hope collided with the energy cluster, an explosion erupted. The intensity of the explosion reached an astounding 300 quintillion tons of equivalent force. Almost instantaneously, the entire energy light cluster was thrown into chaos by the explosion. And soon, the surface of the ring in space began to detonate, releasing a torrent of energy that had been previously contained. The energy unleashed was nearly equivalent to the total energy output of a level 2. One civilization, approaching a staggering 1 by 1036 joules, nearly matching the total energy released by a star over 5 centuries. At this moment, the Kates within the void beheld this spectacle. Some astute minds began to grasp the implication. They were merely bait. Yet, even with this knowledge, escape was no longer an option. The energy stored within the void erupted almost instantaneously, engulfing them all within 10 minutes. However, this was merely a detonator. The majority of the explosive energy had been meticulously calculated, with the maximum breach of the ring in space directed towards the core of Southgate 2A. This area was, in essence, the interior of Southgate 2A. Thus, the energy explosion would interfere with the star with greater ease. The core of the star experienced a dramatic upheaval due to the energy disturbance, leading to astonishing changes as incredible energy spiraled out of control, resulting in intense alterations within the star. Observing this phenomenon from outside, the Purple Thorn civilization's representatives turned pale. "No, this is a trap," they exclaimed. The radiation pressure of the star was changing, exhibiting gravitational disturbances. The star would collapse within 10 seconds. The collapse of the star occurred at an alarming pace. Although Southgate 2A did not possess significant mass and would ultimately become a white dwarf, its collapse would expel 30 to 40% of its mass, with the total energy of that mass reaching 1 by 1043 joules. This expelled energy would travel at a mere 8,000 kilometers s, and the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization could easily escape at full speed. Yet, they found themselves unable to do so. They're now approaching Southgate 2A. The colossal spaceship requires an extensive duration to decelerate, brake, and change course due to its inertia. If they were over 20 million kilometers away from Southgate 2A, there might still be a chance. However, at this moment, they find themselves less than 4 million kilometers away, practically at the surface of the star. Not to mention the gravitational forces generated during stellar collapse, which would draw them inexorably towards the star's core. At such a close distance, They can only collide head-on with the energy expelled by the collapsing star. Yet, this is not the worst scenario. The energy emitted during stellar collapse disperses widely. The total energy received by their fleet might merely be 1/10 billionth of the whole. 1/10 billionth amounts to a mere 32 digits. As a Type 2 civilization, they can produce energy at a staggering rate of 1/1026 joules per second, facing only the cumulative energy equivalent to that generated in just over a month. However, this energy fuels the kinetic power of their warships and the energy of their offensive weaponry, with a relatively low proportion allocated to defense. Possessing such a vast scale of energy does not equate to having commensurate levels of protection. Yet, they remain unable to avert the impending destruction. Regardless of their command over electromagnetic forces, strong and weak interactions, they appear insignificant before this overwhelming force. The formidable Type 2 civilization fleet, which once instilled dread in countless civilizations, now feels utterly diminutive and helpless. In the vastness of the cosmos, they are like ants beneath the wheels, ruthlessly crushed into stardust, swept along by the materials ejected from the star, becoming part of the magnificent Southgate 2 nebula that will follow. Until their last breath, they cannot fathom that their demise would occur here, at the hands of mere Type 1 civilization. The resistance of a weaker civilization incurs a toll. Yet, hubris demands its own price. Chapter 57, Tian Tsang 5, a century of absolute domination in the Long Snake Star domain. Kuka, accompanied by his team, finally reached the site of the once mighty Spirit Fleet's battleground, where fragments of shattered warships still floated amidst the void. Several years prior, he had witnessed the awe-inspiring stellar collapse of Nanmen 2. At this moment, they remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Proxima Centauri and the Hundred-Eyed Star, leading them to continue their exploration of this desolate expanse. Here, the presence of the wall was no longer discernible. Enveloped within a cluster of small asteroids, they encountered a diminutive gyroscopic platform, measuring merely 5 kilometers in diameter. This platform was neither a warship nor a command vessel. It appeared more akin to a colossal device. Inside, it was devoid of any signs of life. This was a coordinate anchor. Upon investigation, Kuka ascertained the purpose of this apparatus. It continuously emitted a wave to probe the surrounding area, a wave composed of an entangled quantum, with a counterpart entangled quantum stored within the anchor itself. This mechanism enabled it to conduct instantaneous detection of all entities within a light-year radius. Although quantum entanglement is fundamentally random, this method of probing lacked the sophistication of quantum communication. It measured variations in quantum metrics. Should any civilization observe and transmit the outgoing quantum, it would disrupt the entanglement between that quantum and the particles within the anchor, thereby utilizing this physical property to ascertain whether any civilized warships traverse the region. The quantum anchor functioned as a boundary marker. Upon detecting enemy warships, it would swiftly relay the information back to its territory, subsequently utilizing light for ongoing reconnaissance and continuous reporting. It seemingly possessed no offensive capabilities and did not facilitate the release of the wall. As Kuka led the other ships and aircraft closer, they maintained a distance of 3 astronomical units. However, at that moment, they found their vessels and aircraft spiraling out of control. They approached the coordinate anchor to conduct their investigation, and a transmission of information surged towards the Hundred-Eyed Star. Could it be? A possibility dawned upon Kuka. Several months later, Yanxia and Ella received the transmitted information. A coordinate anchor? This indicated that the opposing force was not a rootless, wandering civilization. They likely wielded control over a sector of space. The anchor's range extended to a radius of 0.5 light-years, suggesting the number of galaxies under their dominion was considerable. A civilization that spanned multiple, even dozens of galaxies. This concept was not difficult to grasp. A Type 2 civilization could exploit all resources within its galaxy, necessitating expansion for further development. Thus, every Type 2 civilization could potentially oversee multiple galaxies. It meant their original target had been the civilization within Proxima Centauri. This also elucidated why they had not immediately sought to annihilate the Proxima civilization. Once they had subjugated Proxima Centauri, their next likely target would be the solar system. If Earth had not faced destruction, humanity could face the formidable purple thorn civilization in the future. Ella interjected, according to our scans. The directional transmission of the coordinate anchor is aimed solely at a nearby star, Tian-Tsang 5. Yanxia, having studied some astronomy, noted that Tian-Tsang 5 was a star closely resembling the Sun, with a mass at 70 that of our Sun. Its stellar system was relatively stable, located less than 12 light-years from the solar system. Although it possessed fewer heavy metals, approximately one-third of those found in our solar system, and had a vast debris disk, it was nearly impeccable otherwise. One of its planets, Whale-Te, had previously been classified as a candidate for potential life, recognized as a habitable planet for humanity. Whale-Te boasted 46 Earth masses, slightly smaller than Proxima Centauri c. It was highly probable that this planet served as the homeland of the Purple Thorn civilization. Let us dispatch a reconnaissance ship to Tian-Tsang 5, Yanxia resolved, intending to ascertain the remaining military strength of the Purple Thorn civilization. At present, they were approximately 14 light-years from Tian-Tsang 5, and at the maximum speed of their small vessel, it would require 337 years to reach. Should they find no substantial fleet at Tian-Tsang 5, Yanxia's subsequent plan would involve a counteroffensive against the Purple Thorn civilization. This prospect was indeed plausible. For 1,000 warships measuring 10,000 meters each would constitute a significant force for a Type 2 civilization. It was likely that the Purple Thorn civilization had left only a handful of warships within its territory. This was a long-term strategy, and they would only be able to assess and decide after receiving the reconnaissance results in over 300 years. During this period, they needed to re-establish the Civilizational Federation. Thus, another century elapsed. Yanxia instructed Ella to commence gathering all surviving members of the Kate race, urging them to congregate at the Hundred-Eyed Star. Given its current size and development, the Hundred-Eyed Star could comfortably accommodate 10 billion intelligent beings. The Hundred-Eyed Star began to flourish once more. Over the course of a century, under Yanxia's deliberate guidance, the Hundred-Eyed, Kate, and human civilizations gradually began to merge. While they had yet to reach a level of romantic entanglement, their bonds were steadily strengthening. The Kate civilization, previously classified as a 1-9-level civilization, possessed the capability to match Yanxia's strength. Hence, despite cultural incursions, their relationship was fundamentally one of equitable cooperation rather than subordination. After enduring a century of setbacks, the current Kate civilization was no longer a 1-9-level civilization. Its overall strength had diminished, even weaker than that of the Hundred-Eyed civilization. Yanxia, recognizing this opportunity, could be said to have orchestrated it from the outset. With Ella's assistance, he had anticipated this outcome before the Purple Thorn civilization sealed Proxima Centauri and crafted a comprehensive development plan. Within 100 years, the population of the Hundred-Eyed civilization rebounded to 500 million, while the Kate civilization reached 3.1 billion. The first wave of humanity had perished alongside the destruction of Proxima Centauri c, and the second wave of humanity had only just begun, numbering a mere 20,000. This would lay the foundation for a vast interstellar fleet. Throughout the century, 187 warships had been constructed, restoring preliminary combat capabilities. With the discovery of strings, Ella began to harness their potential. Mastery over strings equated to mastery over the fundamental elements of the universe, enabling the creation of elements not found in nature. Through this, Ella defined that civilizations in the universe diversified starting from Type 2, blooming in a myriad of forms. Any civilization could utilize strings to forge a novel path, reaching new heights akin to a master crafting their own martial arts. The fusion of different civilizations could yield diverse technological advancements. Ella's definition of Type 2 civilizations further solidified Yanxia's resolve to develop the Civilizational Federation. He envisioned it as the trunk of a tree, now intent on growing branches that would interconnect countless technologies, forming a vast technological tree that would broaden his future developmental trajectory. Upon achieving the pinnacle of Type 2 civilization, He would embark on a path of civilizational conquest akin to that of the Purple Thorn civilization. This prospect was not far off. Yanxia envisioned this within a millennium. Chapter 58. Strengthening the Body. Lifespan of 100,000 years. 340 years have elapsed since the dispatch of the probe ship to Heaven Warehouse 5. Ella initiated a new biological revolution, awakening Yanxia. She poured him a cup of her latest cultivated tea, which was sweet and devoid of excessive bitterness, resembling more of a delightful beverage than traditional tea. Finally, she discarded the silicone robot in favor of a more exquisite android. This time, the exterior and virtual image diverged from the cute aesthetic. The android embodied the essence of a competent businesswoman, sporting a strikingly short haircut that exuded an air of authority. However, her attire, a maid's outfit, created an intriguing contrast. My master, you should be aware that the skins of fish, birds, beasts, and amphibians are fundamentally composed of the same material. Upon awakening, Yanxia was momentarily taken aback, but nodded slowly. The human epidermis, hair, fish scales, avian feathers, and lizard scales are all made up of two types of keratin, alpha-keratin and beta-keratin. In essence, they constitute the cellular framework. These frameworks intricately intertwine and stack together, forming the protective layers of all earthly life. Strictly speaking, hair and scales are secretions of cells. For instance, fish scales adhere to the fish's skin rather than growing from it. So, are you implying that this new technology pertains to the skin? Ella affirmed with a sound. Indeed, my master. The skin is the largest organ of the human body and serves as our defensive barrier. Previously, I could not enhance this protective layer, for doing so would render the skin as rigid as an insect's exoskeleton, thereby impeding movement. However, circumstances have changed. Due to the biological mutations inflicted upon the Kate race by the Purple Thorn civilization, breakthroughs have been achieved in the application of my first string in the biological realm. My master, I can now ensure that your skin remains as soft as it is, while simultaneously resisting viral invasions and various cosmic radiations, allowing you to adapt to the environments of any planet. Upon hearing the term my master, Yanxia finally reacted, feeling a sudden shiver. I find this rather unnerving. Ella's android visage concealed a soft chuckle. Very well, my master. Yanxia noted that as Ella's computational power increased, she was becoming increasingly akin to a living being. Although he was one of Ella's developers, he could not elucidate this phenomenon. Had Ella truly undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving into a genuine mechanical life form? Or were these vivid expressions and clever dialogues merely products of her simulated calculations? This posed a profound philosophical dilemma, one that seemed nearly impossible to resolve. Yanxia chose to dismiss such thoughts, for at least based on her current demeanor, there was no indication that she wished to sever their bond. That sufficed for him. Returning to the initial topic, Ella's technological advancements were undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Whether on 100-eyed Star or Proxima Centauri, Yanxia consistently urged Ella to remain vigilant against one particular threat: viruses. The diversity of biological viruses could jeopardize a life form entering an unfamiliar environment, leading to fatal consequences. The human body is constantly susceptible to external viral attacks and various radiation assaults, which account for the inability of humans to reach their maximum lifespan. Surely it cannot be limited to just that. If the application of strings only serves to prevent radiation and viruses, it seems rather simplistic. Ella guided Yanxia toward the newly established Biological Research Institute, which had been constructed over the last century. Indeed, on a microscopic scale, your stratum corneum will become denser, and the gaps within the keratinous network will diminish to the point of being visible only at the quark level. They will form a chain-like structure, endowed with remarkable flexibility. Additionally, they will be capable of absorbing kinetic energy, enabling your skin to withstand the impact of standard armor-piercing rounds. By integrating the quark robots I have replicated from the Third Civilization and the Purple Thorn Civilization, these robots will reinforce and modify your genetic makeup, functioning as both repairers and manufacturers of cells. With this internal and external collaboration, your lifespan could be extended to 100,000 years. The 100,000 year limit is primarily due to the wear and tear of the Quark robots. This scheme also permits ordinary individuals to extend their lifespans without altering their genes. However, the cellular structure of humanity is inherently fragile, rendering it impossible to attain a stronger physical form without genetic modifications. Strengthening the body has been Ella's ongoing pursuit, aimed at liberating Yanxia from the frailty characteristic of ordinary humans. The cosmos harbors innumerable dangers with a human body. A fall from a mere 10 meters could prove fatal. Their objective was now clear: to conquer more civilizations. Why not simply seek refuge around Star? Because upon reaching level 2, the advancement of civilization demands exponentially more resources. A newly ascended level 2 civilization may require the optimal utilization of energy from a single stellar system, while level 2 1 necessitates 10, level 2 2 100, level 2 3 1,000, and by level 2 9 a staggering 1 billion stars. Presently, Yanxia and his companions found their energy levels insufficient to support a civilization rating of only 1.8, given the absence of a star system. The string technology was still in its infancy. To harness this fundamental cosmic force, an immense energy supply was imperative. The span of civilization often eclipses this magnitude. What one encounters at level 1 may not be a fully realized level 6 civilization, like the Purple Thorn civilization, but rather a formidable level 16 entity adorned in divine armor. Development, constant evolution, and expansion are essential to growing stronger than adversaries before they strike. Yanxia and Ella were in accord that acquiring the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization would foster faster progress than solitary development. Furthermore, the audacity of the Purple Thorn civilization, a level 2 entity, to expand on such a grand scale, deploying quantum coordinate anchors, implied that no higher-level civilizations posed a threat nearby, thus providing them with a layer of security. Yanxia underwent a 2-month transformation orchestrated by Ella in the biological laboratory. Following this, he emerged as a competent leader of the Civil Federation, donning a new visage and serving as a professor on 100 Star for over a decade. In the year 353, as Yanxia tore open the long-anticipated envelope, both he and Ella smiled with delight. Chapter 59, The Weakness of the Enemy, the Tiangong flagship during the past century. The Purple Thorn civilization had engaged with certain members of the Kate race. As a result, the Kate had acquired knowledge of their linguistic information and various characteristics of their civilization. With this knowledge, reconnaissance vessels could extract further intelligence from their target locations. After 2 years of exploration, the reconnaissance ships observed a conflict unfolding within the Tiangong 5-star system. This war was a clash between two civilizations, the Purple Thorn civilization and the indigenous culture of the Tiangong system. Perhaps the news of the devastation of the Purple Thorn fleet had reached Tiangong 5, sparking this conflict, or perhaps there were other underlying causes. Contrary to the speculations of Yanxia and Ella, the Purple Thorn civilization indeed aspired to establish a vast interstellar empire. However, it was not akin to the agrarian civilizations of East and South Asia on Earth, but resembled the nomadic cultures of Central and Northern Asia. Their expansion mirrored an interstellar version of the Mongol Empire, employing formidable military might to subjugate civilizations and subsequently leaving a portion of their populace to govern the conquered lands. This method had its advantages, significantly accelerating the pace of their expansion. Indeed, within a mere millennium, the Purple Thorn civilization had seized control of a vast expanse of star systems, with reconnaissance vessels reporting the existence of 4 distinct civilizations. Though this number may seem modest, it signified the Purple Thorn's dominion over dozens, if not hundreds, of star systems. Despite the prevalence of life throughout the cosmos, it was improbable that every stellar system would harbor a civilization. According to Ella's calculations, the number of civilizations under the Purple Thorn's control could have reached as high as 710. Such a civilization, however, exhibited notable vulnerabilities. It lacked stability and could not maintain complete control over the civilizations it governed, inevitably leading to internal strife. This was particularly true now, as the fall of their massive army signified not only the decline of their civilization, but also at a pace more rapid than their expansion. The loss of 1 warships, which accounted for 97 of the Purple Thorn's military strength, left them akin to a lamb stripped of its wool, a succulent morsel ripe for the taking. Plans could now be set into motion. Yanxia, still standing at the lectern, received intelligence while addressing the students of 3 different races below him. They were attentively listening to his lecture when they were taken aback to witness their typically solemn professor receiving information in such a context, even breaking into laughter. Subsequently, they heard him proclaim, "Students, I may no longer be able to continue my teaching." As numerous robotic soldiers entered the classroom, Yanxia departed under their protection. That afternoon, the students were astounded to learn that their longtime professor was, in fact, Yanxia. However, these occurrences were trivial matters for Yanxia. He had already boarded an anti-gravity vessel, arriving near the warship factory of the 100-eyed star civilization. All their warships were manufactured there, although mass production had been suspended for the past century, with all capacity allocated to a singular flagship. Following the completion of the Hope spacecraft's mission, Yanxia had initiated the preliminary design of a new flagship over 400 years ago, only to set it aside for more than 300 years due to technological inadequacies. As a flagship, it required the pinnacle of technological advancements. Ella would apply her research on string theory to its construction. This factory, positioned in the void of space, resembled a colossal fortress rather than a mere production facility. Spanning an astonishing 200 kilometers in length, 148 kilometers in width, and towering 32 kilometers high, the central area housed the warship docks. Within, a gargantuan, mirror-like, irregular-shaped vessel awaited silently, its form reminiscent of a kayak. With 6 energy storage devices secured around its hull by electromagnetic forces. This vessel was their current flagship, the Tiangong. The entire warship measured a staggering 800 meters in length, while its width was only 628 meters, and its height stood at 872 meters, rendering it elegantly elongated. Surrounding energy storage devices resembled massive, curved diamond-shaped shields, each extending 300 meters. It housed the most advanced dark matter decay devices, generating energy 16 times greater than that produced by matter-antimatter annihilation. Furthermore, due to technological advancements, Ella had implemented the latest thermoelectric conversion devices, freeing them from the antiquated method of boiling water for energy. This thermoelectric conversion device could directly transform thermal energy into electrical energy, achieving an astonishing efficiency of 92, with no concerns regarding heat dissipation, as the thermal energy had already been converted to electricity. This marked a significant breakthrough, allowing their current energy reserves to reach a level equivalent to 1.8 on a wandering planet. The Tiangong flagship is merely 3 months away from completion, is it not? Yanxia inquired, gazing at the newly constructed warship from the vessel. Ella assumed control of a robot beside Yanxia. Indeed, it will be ready to depart from this dock in 3 months. The surface of this warship was composed of a superelement developed through my research. This element was remarkably stable, exhibiting substantial enhancements in strength and heat resistance compared to the metals utilized by light civilizations. Though its half-life was only 21 million years, its density reached an impressive 41.10 GCM, with a hardness of 24, a melting point of 170,000 degrees Celsius, and a strength of 54,721 MPa. The increased density served to create a reflective mirror-like surface, capable of deflecting more light and shielding against the cosmic particle streams encountered at high velocities. Of course, the strength of the outer shell was designed to withstand greater acceleration pressures, but the true technological marvel lay in the 4 fundamental force shields. The Tiangong flagship was equipped with shields based on these 4 fundamental forces and armed with weapons that harnessed the same principles. With the primary cannon capable of unleashing a staggering yield of 400 trillion tons of TNT. Internally, the flagship boasted a sophisticated gravity system, allowing occupants to feel grounded within the ship, while also employing an anti-gravity system to negate the gravitational influence of the cosmos. Theoretical calculations indicated that the Tiangong could achieve a velocity of 2,872 km/s, with actual speeds expected to be closely aligned. Despite their advancements, A gap remained between them and the Purple Thorn civilization, which possessed vast resources and had been a level 2 civilization for over a millennium. Nonetheless, this configuration was sufficient to contend with the current state of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yanxia would await the completion of the Tiangong flagship, after which he would embark on a journey to Tian-Tsang 5. Given their current distance, the voyage would require approximately 192 years. Chapter 60, Journey to Tiangong 5. Investigating superluminal particles in the blink of an eye, a mere few months had elapsed. Yanxia boarded the Tiangong spacecraft, a vessel so novel that he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. The interior of the Tiangong was designed with energy efficiency in mind, resulting in a more confined space than that of the Hope. Although the production area had been sacrificed, the overall size remained substantial. The control room retained the design of the Hope, radiating an intense brightness that could induce snow blindness. After all, the cosmos was already shrouded in enough darkness. Yanxia had no desire to linger in a cramped, dim chamber. Amidst the farewells and cheers, the Tiangong departed from the 100-Eye Star, carrying with it 80 of the fleet. In addition to the Tiangong, the fleet comprised 302 warships. Thanks to technological advancements, Ella had constructed larger ships, with even the smallest exceeding 2,000 meters in length. The rationale for increasing size rather than minimizing it to enhance speed was clear. Smaller vessels meant inadequate storage space and insufficient energy capacity, resulting in diminished firepower. A ship that was not sufficiently large would merely be delivering rice across the stars. As they re-entered the vastness of space, Yanxia felt a refreshing sense of novelty. New civilizations heralded new delights. Having spent so much time on the 100-Eye Star, he had inevitably grown weary of the familiar. Despite the rapid advancements in technology with each awakening, he found himself reluctant to enter the divine, awakening world, having already spent nearly 2,000 years within it. To play a game for such an extensive period was not indicative of its entertainment value, but rather a testament to the player's remarkable perseverance. Perhaps remnants of humanity still lingered within Yanxia, leading to a tendency to crave novelty. Ella, on the other hand, surprisingly concurred with Yanxia's sentiments. Was not the yearning for the cosmos born from the grand fantasies of its vastness? The discovery of each civilization was akin to a bibliophile stumbling upon a captivating new book. This conundrum was no longer a challenge for Ella. By the way, how is the research on the tachyon progressing? Yanxia inquired. Over the years, Ella had been delving into new scientific realms and possibilities. Following the discovery of strings, the focus naturally shifted to string theory. Within this theory, the universe comprises 10 dimensions, or can be described as having 91 dimensions, the first 9 being spatial, with the final one representing time. Ella sought to uncover the 6 additional spatial dimensions, apart from time, known as the Calabayao manifold. The Calabayao manifold comprises 6 higher spatial dimensions. Yet contrary to common understanding, higher dimensions do not necessarily imply greater expansiveness than our 3-dimensional realm. In truth, space is an ambiguous concept. According to string theory, our universe is embedded within a higher dimensional membrane. One might envision it as a face of a 4-dimensional cube. Although our universe exists as a facet of this higher dimension, the 4-dimensional space, alongside other higher dimensions, is compacted to an incredibly minuscule scale, akin to pearls strung together on a necklace. While the theory may appear intricate, Ella's task was simply to explore the Calabayao manifold. In our universe's 3-dimensional, or 31-dimensional space-time, the speed of light represents the ultimate physical limit. However, in higher dimensional spaces, this may not hold true. Just as the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization employs quantum entanglement to transmit information faster than light, Ella sought the tachyon, also referred to as superluminal particles, which emerged from a hypothesis stating the existence of another universe composed of particles exceeding the speed of light. In this alternative universe, a particle with 0 energy could move at infinite speed, with its velocity decreasing as it absorbed more energy, ultimately slowing to light speed upon acquiring infinite energy. Conversely, if it garnered energy approaching 0, its velocity would become infinitely rapid. Mathematically, tachyons are plausible, leading Ella to believe they may reside within the colossal manifold. This was a focal point of her recent research, as three-dimensional entities could not perceive the existence of higher dimensions, even with the universe's total energy. Transitioning from three-dimensional to four-dimensional or two-dimensional spaces was impossible unless a civilization attained a level 4 or higher, capable of mastering an entire universe, even transcending their own. This was evidently beyond Ella's reach. It was akin to throwing a ball at a transparent object. If the ball passed through, it would indicate the object's non-existence. Yet if the ball vanished, it would affirm the existence of that object. Following this, Ella aimed to probe the 10th spatial dimension. Various theories emerged during the exploration of string theory, leading to the proposal of M-theory, which introduced an additional fundamental dimension within the original 91 dimensions. In this dimension, all theories could be unified and simplified under a singular framework. Only upon investigating this space could Ella truly comprehend the nature of the remaining dimensions. This was an exceedingly intricate endeavor. M-theory, during the era of Earth, was still an unrefined concept, merely a conjecture lacking the foundation to be classified as a theory. Hence, exploration was essential for Ella. After merely 10 minutes of listening, Yanxia felt an overwhelming urge to enter a 1,000-year slumber to rejuvenate his cognitive faculties. Fortunately, Ella had already made significant progress in her investigation of the colossal manifold. Does this mean tachyons truly exist? Yanxia inquired, astonished by the revelation. Yeah, with a serious demeanor, affirmed, indeed. Although higher dimensions remain inaccessible and unobservable, I have explored the higher dimensional realm through entropy variations. By inducing variables at one end of a closed string and observing them at the other, I recorded speeds reaching 173 times that of light. Alas, these variables are merely rudimentary, akin to throwing a stone. They cannot convey explicit information, not even basic signals like strength or binary values. They can only serve a role similar to that of the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization. The research on tachyon communication could potentially create disparities in information across the vast cosmos. Such disparities are crucial, whether applied in warfare or the governance of expansive star domains following the establishment of a cosmic federation. Yanxia concluded that the potential for tachyons far surpassed that of quantum mechanics. While quantum motion is inherently random, tachyons can be controlled. This was a technology of immense significance to Yanxia, prompting him to allocate the majority of resources toward its advancement. He hoped for a moment of inspiration from Ella, which could propel their technological progress to unprecedented heights. Gazing into the profound universe, Yanxia yearned for everything to feel within arm's reach. Yet, in comparison to the cosmos, their understanding remained infinitesimal and their knowledge woefully limited. Nevertheless, the first step had been taken. As long as they continued to forge ahead, they would undoubtedly reach their destination. Chapter 61, Arrival at Tian Tsong 5, Blitzkrieg Log of Navigation, Year 192. Once again, I find myself on a solitary voyage. Each time I contemplate this number, a sense of disorientation envelopes me. After all, it signifies 192 years, a span far too extensive for humanity. The decades spent on Earth always imparted a sensation of relentless forward momentum. Elementary school, middle school, university, society, each stage felt as though an invisible hand propelled me onward. Yet now, centuries and millennia pass in the blink of an eye, the vastness of the cosmos slowing all things to a crawl. This year, my fleet has finally reached its objective, Tian Tsong 5. I shall lead my forces to conquer everything here with absolute might. Unbeknownst to me, Yanxia has developed a habit of chronicling his thoughts. This, too, serves as a form of solace in solitude. He has lived far too long. Casting a glance at the clock beside his bed, identical to that on the Hope, which displays only the year, he notes the current date, the year 7260, marking 5,223 years since departing Earth. He closes his paper journal and places his pen in a porcelain holder nearby. Before him, a holographic image materializes, revealing a scan chart of the Tian Tsong 5 star system. The principal star of Tian Tsong 5 possesses merely 78 of the Sun's mass and radiates 45 less light, classifying it as an exceedingly young star with a lifespan of approximately 580 million years. Within this stellar system, 5 planets can be observed, all rocky, with the smallest exceeding Earth's mass by twofold. Planets B, C, and D, with it generally referring to the main star, are unsuitable for life due to their proximity to the star. If superimposed upon the Sun, these planets would lie within Mercury's orbit. Even though Tian 5 is smaller than the Sun, the distance remains perilously close. Furthermore, the holographic projection reveals myriad small dots throughout the system. These are asteroids. Tian 5 hosts an asteroid belt akin to the Kuiper belt of the solar system, with a quantity surpassing that of the solar system by over tenfold. These asteroids reside at the periphery of Tian 5's habitable zone, resulting in the planets within being subject to frequent asteroid impacts. Yet, Yanxia's focus is not on these. He magnifies the holographic projection to observe planet E within Tian 5, the most likely candidate for hosting life. This planet features an unassuming ring and presents a yellowish-green hue reminiscent of Earth in autumn. Ella, has the war here concluded? Yanxia hopes for a semblance of peace within Tian 5, as it would facilitate governance. Preliminary hostilities have ceased, with the ultimate victors being the Purple Thorn civilization. The civilization on this planet is exceedingly nascent. They had yet to develop technology at the time of colonization. Even the prior resistance merely consisted of commandeering vessels from the Purple Thorn civilization to launch attacks, resulting in their continual subjugation. This civilization was originally classified as a level 0, 4-0, 5 civilization, gradually receiving support to ascend to level 1. However, the disparity between them and the Purple Thorn civilization remains vast. Have we ascertained the current strength of the Purple Thorn civilization? The previous reconnaissance vessel has lost contact, and Ella subsequently dispatched several ships to gather information, each time without concealment, boldly proclaiming their arrival. Based on current findings, the Purple Thorn civilization lacks its most advanced warships, possessing only second-tier vessels. The technological capabilities of these ships are comparable to ours, and after years of warfare, they lack the capacity to manufacture more, currently fielding a mere 67 ships. This outcome is not surprising. Those left behind are unlikely to be the core of a nomadic civilization, possibly just a middle class, entirely incapable of accessing the pinnacle of technology. After all, should these technologies be entrusted to those in the rear, one cannot guarantee they would not develop and seek independence. Even within a civilization of advanced beings, unity is rarely absolute. Yanxia ponders briefly. Let us conclude this swiftly. Our energy resources are limited while the enemy can draw upon an inexhaustible supply from their star. This presents a disadvantage for Yanxia and his forces. However, this disadvantage is not insurmountable. The enemy's ship count cannot fully convert their energy into combat power. Overall, the Purple Thorn civilization remains the weaker party. Naturally, Yanxia will not repeat the arrogance that once characterized his dealings with the Purple Thorn civilization. Neither he nor the main ship, Tiangong, will venture into Tian 5, leaving 30 warships behind to guard against potential ambushes in deep space. The remaining vessels are mobilized, racing towards the whale constellation T-Star. They detect the activation of the enemy's interstellar defense network. The enemy is aware of our approach. Ella remains vigilant, monitoring news from the system. The Purple Thorn civilization, emboldened to mount a defensive stance, possesses certain advantages. The entire Tian 5-star system has been extensively developed, establishing a comprehensive defensive system with numerous interstellar fortresses throughout. Each fortress is modest in size, merely a few hundred meters in length and width, yet their sheer number creates a considerable obstacle. Each fortress is equipped with an independent weapon system capable of harassing incoming foes, and when united, they can form a rudimentary wall to repel attacks. Yet at this moment, these walls pose no impediment to Yanxia. A torrent of neutrino weapons is unleashed, swiftly dismantling the enemy's defensive network within a mere 7 years, obliterating as many as 783 interstellar fortresses. the enemy's warships begin to retreat to Whale constellation T-star F. This planet serves as the stronghold of the Purple Thorn civilization. Due to their disadvantage in warships, they choose not to confront Yanxia's fleet directly, instead opting to entrench themselves within the planet's confines. They have deployed numerous orbital cannons in the planet's outer space. With their ship numbers, they indeed present a formidable challenge. However, upon receiving this news, Yanxia feels a sense of relief. The enemy command lacks genuine experience in interstellar warfare. While the planet is fortified, the vastness of interstellar space offers ample maneuverability. The most prudent decision for them would have been to abandon Tian Tsang 5 from the outset, transforming passivity into proactivity. Yet they are reluctant to relinquish their territory. Under our overwhelming numerical advantage, their operational space will continue to diminish, leading to the current stalemate. Presently, we need not concern ourselves with them. We can continuously bombard them with asteroids to deplete their energy reserves. Yanxia harbors two primary fears: the enemy's escape and their potential to detonate their star in a desperate act of mutual destruction. Even a feigned threat could compel him to halt his advance. Yet neither scenario has materialized. Almost as soon as they sought refuge on Whale constellation T-star F, Yanxia can unilaterally declare victory. The entire campaign lasted a mere 18 years, far less arduous than he had anticipated. His fleet has yet to engage in direct confrontation. At this juncture, Yanxia can confidently proceed to engage with the civilization on Whale constellation T-star. Chapter 62. Surrender? The territory of the Purple Thorn civilization upon the fleet's arrival at the Whale constellation T-star. Yanxia promptly dispatched the Kate's soldiers within the fleet to initiate negotiations. These beings were not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1 meters. To the observer's astonishment, they possessed wings, not of the membranous variety like insects, but rather fleshy wings, thinly membraned. However, their substantial weight precluded them from flying like birds or insects. Instead, they could only glide gracefully, reproducing in a manner reminiscent of oviparous species on Earth. Each family could produce 10 to 15 offspring, typically yielding around 35 broods, resulting in an overwhelming population of 36.2 billion. It was said that this staggering number was a consequence of the control exerted by the Purple Thorn civilization, which had once peaked at an astonishing 51.6 billion. Confronted with such a seemingly feeble civilization, Yanxia acted decisively, implementing a swift three-pronged strategy. First, he clarified their identity, asserting they were not invaders, but liberators, part of a powerful coalition that had vanquished the Purple Thorn civilization. Second, he extended an invitation for this civilization to join the coalition, framing it as non-negotiable. Refusal to join would render the star system devoid of value for them, prompting a withdrawal of forces, allowing the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization to regain control. Third, he offered substantial aid to the impoverished strata of this civilization, encouraging them to align with the coalition and compelling the leadership to make a swift decision, to submit or to resist, with all dissenters facing repercussions at every level. Yanxia's policy was one of both benevolence and coercion, careful not to be overly lenient or excessively harsh, lest it lead to prolonged internal strife. Reminiscent of the turmoil seen in the past with the 100-eyed star, such unrest would only diminish the population, which, in essence, was a source of wealth for Yanxia. After approximately 6 years, this civilization gradually stabilized and began to accept the coalition's authority. Through the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization scattered throughout the star system, Yanxia assigned Ella to commence research into their technologies. The previously destroyed warships had all succumbed to stellar collapse, drawn into the heart of the star by gravitational forces, leaving Yanxia and Ella to speculate and calculate the technological capabilities of the Purple Thorn civilization. Now, with these remnants available for analysis, they could integrate Ella's current technological advancements to identify the weaknesses within that civilization's technology. Indeed, the Purple Thorn civilization displayed remarkable strength, excelling in the 4 fundamental forces, offering Ella substantial benefits in her research. The walls themselves functioned as a unique electromagnetic interference device, exhibiting exquisite intricacy. If we liken electromagnetic force to a block of iron, primitive civilizations could merely forge it into blades, whereas advanced civilizations could craft it into firearms, resulting in a disparity of power. Moreover, there was a notable technological innovation, utilizing not only electromagnetic force in closed systems, but also strong nuclear force to counteract nuclear energy. In open systems, to prevent strong forces from affecting the ship's ingress and egress, they would resort solely to electromagnetic force. They even incorporated gravitational applications to create a lensing effect, bending light to conceal themselves amidst the cosmos, ensuring that even advanced civilizations, exploring weak forces, could only develop peculiar attacks, such as creating epidemic-inflicting entities using weak force. Furthermore, the energy consumption associated with these forces was not directly proportional, leading the Purple Thorn civilization to neglect this area of research. This deeper investigation overturned many of Ella's prior conclusions, revealing that the civilization indeed possessed profound insights into weak forces, with previous misjudgments stemming merely from disparities in technological levels. Essentially, the true strength of the Purple Thorn civilization lay in its holistic approach, having conducted research across all four fundamental forces. Misjudgments are not catastrophic in the realm of science. Every advancement is built upon the continuous exploration and reassessment of previous findings. With her newfound understanding of the walls, Ella felt sufficiently confident to dismantle their structure from the ground up. This also signified that Yanxia could commence the eradication of the lingering Purple Thorn civilization presence on Whale constellation T*F. After all, it was untenable to allow them to persist, as they might have already transmitted information to the outside world. In a few hundred years, remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization from other star systems could arrive, collaborating to pose significant challenges. In the 41st year after reaching Tian-Tsang 5, having confirmed that the Purple Thorn civilization had no contingency plans, Yanxia commanded the fleet to initiate an assault on Whale constellation T*F. Previous asteroid bombardments had severely depleted the energy reserves of the Purple Thorn civilization. This offensive lasted merely 4 years, during which 7 warships were lost. Yet they successfully dismantled the orbital defenses surrounding Star F. The fleet encircled the entire planet. Had it not been for Yanxia's intent to preserve the planet, he could have easily unleashed the main cannon upon it. Surrender? They sought to negotiate with us? In the second year of airstrikes against the surface of Star F, Ella received a message of surrender from the opposing side. Yanxia pondered for a moment. They were not entitled to such a privilege. The bombardments would continue. They still retained some combat capability, and it was imperative to reduce them to a state of utter helplessness. The assault on the Purple Thorn civilization was not merely for strategy. Yanxia also sought to allow the Kate and Hundred-Eyed factions to vent centuries of pent-up anger. Indeed, the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization within Star F withstood for another year, finally comprehending their dire predicament. Ella received a blueprint, which, upon unfolding, revealed the entire territory of the Purple Thorn civilization, replete with numerous marked resource points and coordinate anchors. In the vast expanse of the universe, star charts hold equal importance to maps of a planet. Possessing this chart signified that Yanxia could extend his exploratory reach into these regions and gradually assert control over them. This star chart displayed a total of 26 star systems and 6 distinct civilizations. Chapter 63. Execution, ruthless and unyielding. First, we dispatched robots to negotiate with them. We conveyed our willingness to accept their surrender, provided they disarm completely. Yanxia sat in her chair, fingers interlaced, her thumbs resting against her cheeks. Ella nodded, and then gazed towards the direction of Planet F. At that moment, the Purple Thorn civilization on Planet F had dwindled to merely 22 million, suffering casualties exceeding 40 million since the onset of the conflict. In a vast expanse of interstellar dimensions, such a scale of warfare is relatively modest. For instance, during the previous war against the Purple Thorn civilization at Proxima Centauri, the total death toll approached 20 billion. They agreed. Ella swiftly dispatched robots to confiscate all weapons, as well as the warships. Remarkably, The 67 warships had not been utilized even once since the beginning of hostilities. This brought to Yanxia's mind certain historical dynasties which, while appearing formidable at home, crumbled like clay when faced with external invasions. However, it is also understandable. After all, 97 of their civilization's military strength have been obliterated, akin to a nation whose regular army has been annihilated, leaving only a handful of bureaucratic officials. The takeover process spanned 2 months. Yanxia instructed Ella to escort all these diminutive purple beings to Planet E. On Planet E, regardless of whether they were the Tataler, the Kate, the Hundred-Eyed, or even the scant human presence within the fleet, they regarded these purple beings with disdainful eyes. The historical scars inflicted by these creatures could never be erased or mended. The question lingered in everyone's mind. Would we have to coexist with these beings? Most likely, for the Civilizational Federation is an inclusive organization. The culture we have embraced is derived from a human civilization known as Huaxia, which espouses the maxim, the sea can accommodate 100 rivers. Greatness lies in tolerance. Deprived of their connection to their leader, the purple beings crawled on the ground using their muscular feet, feeling an unparalleled humiliation under the weight of countless gazes. They opted to shut down their infrared perception. On the Tiangong spacecraft in outer space, Ella inquired, "Is this truly necessary?" Yanxia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a once mighty civilization will inevitably resist enslavement. The spirit of rebellion is woven into their very essence. Furthermore, we are surrounded by civilizations fueled by hatred. We must be unyielding to ensure their complete assimilation into our Civilizational Federation. Yanxia resolved to execute all 22 million surrendering purple beings. This was not an easy decision. Each race represented an invaluable asset to the Civilizational Federation Yanxia was establishing. Yet the exceptional nature of the Purple Thorn civilization compelled Yanxia to act thus. One must relinquish something to gain something greater, and the 6 civilizations within the territory of the Purple Thorn civilization held greater significance. On the screen, the 22 million members of the Purple Thorn civilization were gathered in a vast open area. A robot, levitating through anti-gravity, loomed above, standing an imposing height of 5 meters, clad in judicial robes. This was a trial. Lines of text appeared before it as it began to declare in multiple languages the charges against the Purple Thorn civilization, each one inciting outrage among the listeners. Some astute purple beings deciphered the implications from the proclamations and attempted to flee, only to find themselves encircled by the robots. Devoid of weapons, their fragile bodies were no match for the towering mechanical behemoths, weighing several tons. Their escape was futile. Once the judge robot had finished reading the charges, it raised its right hand. Today, on behalf of all civilizations within the Civilizational Federation and its supreme leader, I pass judgment on the Purple Thorn civilization. The verdict: the Purple Thorn civilization has committed grievous sins intolerable to the Civilizational Federation. I hereby declare the execution of all beings of the Purple Thorn civilization. With that, its hand descended. From the heavens, a colossal laser beam, over 10 kilometers in diameter, descended like the judgment of a true deity. In an instant, 22 million purple beings were reduced to naught, evaporated into the ether. The onlookers were stunned. None had anticipated such an outcome. Then, a cheer erupted among them. For this was the most righteous conclusion they could envision. Simultaneously, the judge robot addressed all civilizations. Today, the Civilizational Federation shall issue a supreme bounty. All beings of the Purple Thorn civilization will be considered wanted. For every Purple Thorn being slain, the individual shall receive 1 federal energy coin as a reward. The federal energy coin was a concept Yanxia had long contemplated. Among civilizations, she had previously established a system of civilizational contribution points, a unique currency for inter-civilization transactions. However, for individual units, such currency was non-existent. To create a unified monetary system and regulate the economy within the Civilizational Federation, Yanxia instructed Ella to develop the Federal Energy Coin. Each coin, crafted from a foundational elemental structure developed by Ella, measured merely 4 centimeters in diameter and 0.5 centimeters in thickness. Upon the removal of a single electron, The coin would become unstable, undergoing nuclear decay and releasing a tremendous amount of energy, reaching a staggering intensity of 1 trillion joules, equivalent to 700 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This currency derives its value from its inherent energy and the credibility of the Civilizational Federation, destined to become the mainstream currency. To enhance the currency's value and prevent depreciation, it was crucial to ensure its acceptance across the cosmos. The introduction of this currency coincided with the considerable population of the Lyra civilization, facilitating its circulation while binding it to the supreme bounty, thereby increasing the acceptance of the currency among individuals. The distribution of these coins would rely on industrial production. Yanxia and Ella had devised a comprehensive industrial chain plan, focusing on the production of new warships, not only to conquer the remaining star systems of the Purple Thorn civilization, but also to restore the Interstellar Explorers Association. Now, with clearer objectives, to uncover more traces of civilizations. Civilizations below level 1 would be subjugated by force. Those above level 1 would be engaged in negotiation, resorting to conquest only if discussions faltered. Level 2 civilizations would be avoided. If avoidance proved impossible, war would ensue. Yanxia and Ella concurred that there were no level 3 civilizations within the Milky Way. If they existed, the entire galaxy would likely be under their dominion. Thus far, no signs of such civilizations had emerged. Hence, having attained level 2, the Civilizational Federation under Yanxia's control could be regarded as a higher civilization within the galaxy. It was imperative to seize this period devoid of level 3 civilizations to gather resources, potentially becoming the first level 3 civilization in the galaxy. Yanxia intended to restart from Tianshang 5, using it as a nucleus to construct a true civilizational federation. Chapter 64. The plan for Tianshang 5 after resolving the conflict with the Purple Thorn civilization. Yanxia gazed upon Tianshang 5, his mind teeming with a vision. Tianshang 5 is an exceptionally stable single-star system, a rarity in the cosmos where most stellar systems resemble the binary star system of Nanmen 2. Aya, what do you think of establishing this place as the capital of the Civilizational Federation? Yanxia's proposal was the result of careful contemplation. Furthermore, its proximity to the solar system, merely a few light years away, allowed glimpses of the sun even during nightfall. Not only that, this star system boasts 5 colossal rocky planets, ideal for habitation. I concur with your suggestion, Yanxia. This is indeed a splendid location. However, we must consider the scarcity of metals here, which poses a significant challenge. Ella responded thoughtfully. While I can synthesize metals through string technology, the energy expenditure would be monumental. Accumulating the necessary materials to construct the Tiangong would take centuries. To transform this into the capital of the Civilizational Federation, the metal requirements would be astronomical, surpassing even those needed for the construction of a warship by a factor of millions. This is indeed a pressing concern. Yet one cannot have it all, Yanxia mused. Leading a fleet on another protracted cosmic journey would incur exorbitant time costs. Let us dispatch explorers to gather metals instead. We shall enhance our investments in the Interstellar Explorers Association, expanding the range of items that explorers can exchange, such as warships or advanced weaponry. Previously, Yanxia had provided the explorers with vessels, each measuring 200 meters, which were already considered substantial. With the ascension to a level 2 civilization, he felt little fear of opposition from ordinary small factions and could afford to deploy level 1 civilizations capable of constructing warships measuring 500 to 1,000 meters. The possession of such vessels would undoubtedly enhance the explorer's capabilities. I have noted that, Ella exclaimed. So, Yanxia, how do you intend to develop Tianshang 5? Although Ella had numerous strategies in mind, she still sought Yanxia's input. Yanxia had his own ideas. To harness the resources of the entire star system, the first step would be to utilize the star itself, reinitiating the Dyson Sphere project. The previous shield proved ineffective against the level 2 Purple Thorn civilization. The quantum coordinate anchor technology would serve well as a defensive perimeter for Tianshang 5, deployed within a radius of 1.5 light years to detect any potential threats or attacks. The internal development of the star system was equally crucial. Every asteroid in Tiantiang 5 must be thoroughly mined, leaving no potential threat unaddressed. The destructive power of an asteroid is formidable. A single collision could yield devastating energy equivalent to trillions of tons, and larger, faster asteroids could easily surpass that threshold. The Interstellar Biological Initiative could commence, having already awaited its turn for far too long. Although Yanxia's laboratory had been compromised, he could easily restart his research on 3 types of celestial organisms. These creatures would undergo modifications, enabling them to perform photosynthesis akin to cyanobacteria. Given that Tiantiang 5 lacks gaseous giants, alternative cultivation methods would be required. Finally, there was the matter of the planets themselves. For a level 1 civilization, this posed a considerable challenge, not only to position the planets within the habitable zone, but also to ensure their stability and synchronized orbits. Any disturbance could lead to the birth of another hundred-eyed star or even a new Earth. While this may seem like a grand undertaking, the intricacies involved require meticulous attention to detail. It should be feasible within 500 years. Ella's estimations are typically precise, marking a timeline that is indeed attainable. After all, moving a planet cannot be accomplished with the speed of a spacecraft exceeding 10,000 km/s. Thus, within a stellar system, such movement is inherently slow. Speaking of which, Yanxia recalled the hundred-eyed star still wandering in the cosmos, its arrival at Tiantiang 5 uncertain. As long as all planets are brought into the habitable zone, we can alleviate the biological population issue of the Lalella civilization. Naturally, you must also expedite the promotion of the Interstellar Explorers Association, aiming to recruit over 1 billion Lalella as explorers. These plans provide a broad framework, yet the specifics still require Ella's finesse to address. Subsequently, Ella presented Yanxia with a meticulously crafted model of Tiantiang 5. At its center lay a magnificent star, encircled by countless small Dyson sphere devices, each with 5 vast openings corresponding to the 5 planets, adjusting their positions in accordance with the planet's orbits. The interstellar space was adorned with billions of satellites, distinct from those of Earth's era. These circular devices consume minimal energy, possess no offensive capabilities, and solely facilitate signal transmission, ensuring stable communication across the cosmos. The gaps within this arrangement featured thousands of electromagnetic acceleration tracks, enabling spacecraft to achieve speeds of 16 to 25 faster, specifically designed for explorers venturing into the distant voids of space. Surrounding this core were interstellar fortresses, serving as the first line of defense during enemy incursions. These colossal structures, each exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, could be likened to mobile battleships designed for long-range operations. An additional vital function of these fortresses would be to generate walls, as relocating all planets into the habitable zone negated the necessity for facilities situated hundreds of astronomical units from the star. The farthest of these fortresses would be merely 6 astronomical units away, a testament to their efficiency. Beyond these, other innovations were also in place. To facilitate Ella's research in deep space, a colossal telescope with a diameter of 40 kilometers was constructed, capable of detecting other potentially habitable systems or remnants of ancient interstellar conflicts. This ocular device is of paramount importance. Compared to these advancements, Yanxia found himself particularly captivated by the prospects of internal planetary modifications, although the timeline for such endeavors seemed interminably long, stretching to the point where he contemplated a brief slumber while awaiting the day of completion. Chapter 65. The construction of the 5-star capital in the span of merely 7 centuries. Ella did not initially embark on the construction of the capital. Instead, she focused on the extensive production of warships. The primary objective remained the annihilation of the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization, as well as the assimilation of civilizations and the collection of resources. Without achieving these aims, any subsequent construction would be rendered a mere jest. In the 79th year of the hibernation of Yanxia, Ella commenced the clearance of asteroids within the stellar system, devising a mining robot unlike any previously created in the solar system. Towering at 30 meters, Each robot resembled a spherical form equipped with two massive mechanical arms, akin to a metallic version of a petite rock creature from the cosmos. These robots were capable of shattering large asteroids and transporting smaller fragments to factories for sorting. Metals and rocks would be segregated and directed to different processing centers, where they would be decomposed into elemental blocks with a purity of 99. No waste would be generated from these asteroids. Every element would be meticulously utilized as part of interstellar construction. This development and clearance effort consumed a full 316 years. Simultaneously, the manufacturing of thrusters on several planets, aside from planet E, was underway. This process did not require an extensive duration, as these planets did not demand as many thrusters as the 100-eyed star. Approximately 20 would suffice. The planets would only reach a velocity of the second cosmic speed, traversing a maximum distance of 3 astronomical units. The complete adjustment of their orbits took a mere 38 years. The orbits of these planets were intentionally staggered, and to prevent mutual interference, the 5 planets maintained a uniform revolution speed, with adjustments needed only once every century. These 5 planets were renamed Tianjia, Tianyi, Tianbing, Tianding, and Tianwu. Tianjia, formerly planet E, possessed only 10 liquid water on its surface, with a single continental mass comprising 62 highlands, 17 mountains, and the remaining 21 allocated to plains and hilly regions. The Lyra species predominantly inhabited the high plateaus above 8,000 meters, breathing hydrogen instead of oxygen, which constituted 36% of the atmospheric composition on Tianjia. As the planet lacked combustible gases, there was no concern regarding the flammability of hydrogen. However, a phenomenon of hydrogen combustion could occasionally occur above the oceans, leading to the designation of this expanse as the Blue Fire Sea. Tianyi, with a mass double that of Earth, was originally planet B, characterized by a surface devoid of gases, marked only by a heat-scorched crust. Ella transformed it into a water planet, channeling all water from asteroids to Tianyi, resulting in a surface composed of 87. 2 liquid oceans, 200 meters deep. This planet was not intended for habitation, but designated as a breeding ground for marine and terrestrial fauna, providing the Civilizational Federation with high-quality natural food. Beneath this facade lay its true purpose, a hunting ground for Yanxia. A vast estate and villa were constructed on the land, serving as Yanxia's residence, from which he could venture into the forests for hunting or the oceans for fishing. As the supreme leader of the Civilizational Federation, he was entitled to such indulgences, for a life confined within a cramped hibernation pod was hardly befitting. Tianbing, originally planet C, bore a mass 3.62 times that of Earth, and was designated as a habitable planet within the Civilizational Federation. Its surface was devoid of oceans, having been entirely developed into urban environments. Each city was shaped like a donut, with urban areas encircling a central forest park, featuring a 50 coverage of lakes and vegetation. Specialized trains traversed the cities, with stations located in the Eastern District, Western District, and the Central Park, which connected to a colossal space elevator leading to a UFO-shaped space station. This station served as a docking point for spacecraft and housed a 400-meter-long interstellar train. Within the interstellar port of the galaxy, regulations stipulated that only military personnel could board vessels exceeding 70 meters, and no weapons were permitted on board. The size of ships within the planets was restricted to a maximum of 30 meters. In total, 78 such cities were established on Tianbing, each a colossal metropolis capable of accommodating 40 to 60 million inhabitants. Every city was equipped with an independent gas supply system catering to various species, alongside fusion-free cities where residents could purchase breathable gas services, with robots providing gas through electromagnetic restraints on the client's faces, eliminating the need for helmets or oxygen masks. Enormous floating islands served as entertainment facilities, all fitted with anti-gravity systems, accessible via separate highways in the skies, to alleviate the monotony of the barren lands outside the cities. Numerous holographic projections adorned the area, staging weekly siege battles where players could engage in defense tasks, earning discount coupons for various shops in the cities. Tianding was designated as a center for work and administration with a mass 4.1 times that of Earth. Its architecture consisted of 72 dedicated to vast information processing centers and service stations. Headquarters of major corporations within the Civilizational Federation and offices of high-ranking officials were located here, with over 30 of the population required to work on Tianding. The remaining 28 of the area was allocated for residential and recreational purposes. Even for those not residing on Tianding, the presence of interstellar trains capable of reaching speeds of 16,000 km/s ensured commuting times averaged within 2 hours. Tianwu, originally Planet F, also served as a habitable planet and was the largest among them. Ella devoted the most effort to this planet, primarily inhabited by humans. Its atmospheric composition mirrored that of Earth, prompting Ella to utilize biotechnology to manufacture a plethora of life forms based on terrestrial genetic material. Although these beings appeared different from their earthly counterparts, their biological structure remained identical. Even more astonishingly, Ella succeeded in resurrecting the longest-reigning biological group on Earth, the dinosaurs. Though not a flawless recreation, they could be deemed authentic representatives of the draconic lineage. In pursuit of genetic diversity, Ella introduced numerous legendary creatures from Earth into Tianwu, including Eastern mythological beasts such as dragons, qilin, xuanwu, and phoenixes, alongside Western dragons, behemoths, unicorns, and griffins. Of course, these beings possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely existing in appearance. Ultimately, Tianwu would primarily be inhabited by humans. After the completion of all endeavors in the 500th year, the human population within the Heavenly Warehouse 5 had reached 810,000, entering a phase of rapid expansion with hopes for recovery. Most factories were constructed in space rather than on the planets themselves, as transportation proved inconvenient. Thus, through Ella's gradual efforts, Heavenly Warehouse 5 began to take on a recognizable form. Chapter 66. A soldier in war approaching Gillis 581, a red dwarf star. The system comprises 3 planets, with our target being Planet C. All warships stand ready to confront the impending enemy assault. The voice crackles through the headset as Preetha dons his mech suit, now upgraded to its 3rd generation. The helmet's display reveals a panoramic 360-degree view alongside an aerial scanning map. Taking a deep breath, he strides towards his fighter jet, a solitary unit poised to engage when the fleet nears the adversary, offering a glimmer of hope for a close-range breakthrough. "Hey!" A member of the Ket race calls out to him, his tone unexpectedly cordial. "Your mech doesn't seem standard, human soldier. Quite rare indeed. Most humans don't venture into the battlefield. You're the first I've encountered. Let us get acquainted. I'm Kai, what is your name?" Parita. I thrive in such environments, though they can be perilous. Yet this atmosphere keeps my fervor alive. Kai appears taken aback, expressing surprise at Preetha's name. A rarity among humans who typically bear a single-character surname followed by 1 or 2 given names. The name Preetha, derived from the Bay clan, signifies warrior. In the Civil Federation, every individual possesses the liberty to choose their name. Does one not? Indeed, Preetha is not his true name. In truth, this form is an artificial construct, a synthetic being. Within lies Yanxia, who feels stifled by the virtual realm, yearning for the tangible world. Thus, he devised a compromise, to have Ella replicate a version of himself for the battlefield and subsequently transfer the memories of this replica into his consciousness, thereby experiencing the battlefield vicariously. This ingenious notion serves as an optimal solution. Each replica can be regarded as a mere extension of Yanxia. Quite amusing, Kai remarks, sensing a peculiar charm in Preetha's character, perhaps attributed to the absence of a common civilian demeanor. The human before him, equipped with personal armor, certainly possesses some background. He, being rather affable, naturally continues, "We belong to the same unit. When we near the planet's surface, there's a high probability we'll be assigned together. We can watch each other's backs. The destruction rate of fighters in cosmic warfare is notably high. Alas, we lack the core technology, otherwise we could remotely command drones with 0 latency instead of engaging directly." Kai clearly enjoys conversing, his words flowing incessantly. Preetha doesn't mind the chatter. The silence of Yanxia's world had been rather oppressive, thus a touch of liveliness is welcome. By the way, what is your piloting rank? I'm an A. The top of our training squad. Kai boasts, eager to showcase his prowess. Perhaps an S? I can't quite recall the specifics, Preetha muses, realizing he has paid little attention to such details. This revelation causes Kai's expression to shift, prompting him to log into the mech system. Wait, let me check. Moments later, he exclaims with astonishment, an S. I've never seen such an impressive score. He scrutinizes Preetha with awe, exclaiming, truly a human. I once shared a class with a human in high school. He was the brightest I've ever known, always topping the exams while I merely observe him at play. Preetha shakes his head. Every race harbors the wise and the foolish. Aside from a few innate talents, most intelligence stems from diligent learning. Kai chuckles at this remark. You're quite the serious one, but intriguing nonetheless. Preetha indeed possesses a certain rigidity, a stark contrast to the vibrant personality Yanxia had envisioned when Ella created him. Yet, akin to no two leaves being identical. Even in replication, an exact duplicate remains an impossibility. As they converse, the warship jolts violently. It appears engagements have commenced. Both Kai and Preetha maintain a composed demeanor, having undergone countless simulated battles through the virtual system, well aware of how to respond in such moments. We must board our fighters, they declare, making their way to the hangar bay where their jets await. Fortuitously, their fighters are stationed in close proximity. Upon boarding, they enter a lengthy waiting period, set to launch only upon receiving orders and the opening of the hatches. Each fighter's ignition relies not on thrusters, but on the catapult mechanism at the rear, capable of propelling them away from the warship in a mere 0.5 seconds. The tremors of the ship grow increasingly frequent, and the soldiers' breaths become heavy. They glean information from the internal systems, realizing they have infiltrated enemy territory. Facing resistance from hostile warships, their side has already lost 3 vessels, but the enemy suffers as well, having lost 22 ships, a ratio of 7-to-1. Were new warships to be produced now, perhaps a single ship could annihilate these violent adversaries. The expanse of space travel is interminable, Kai remarks over the comms. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberates near the hatch, a gaping hole appearing. They receive an urgent message. Warship 027 has sustained severe damage. All soldiers, board your fighters and prepare for departure. The hatch will open in 30 seconds. They are now nearing Planet C, with the immediate objective to breach the enemy's orbital defenses and initiate an assault on the facilities constructed by the violet beings on Planet C, taking care not to harm the native civilization. Once more, a reiteration, do not harm the native civilization of Planet C. The ship quakes violently again, intensifying the tension among the soldiers as they grip their controls tightly. At the moment the hatch opens, the first wave of 300 fighters is launched, with a new wave every 10 seconds, culminating in a total of 5,100 fighters. Kai and Preetha are in the last wave, and even the typically loquacious Kai falls silent. After a protracted wait of 170 seconds, they're suddenly accelerated to over 10,000 km/s. The gravitational systems aboard the ship counteract the acceleration, yet their bodies experience a brief numbness, their vision fading to black before clarity returns within a couple of seconds. Voices echo in their headsets. All units, dive towards the planetary surface. Preetha thrusts the control stick forward, his fighter jet folding its wings like a hawk spotting its prey, diving downwards. Following closely behind is Kai, and thus, the battle of these soldiers begins anew. Chapter 67. A dazzling strike, a great victory. This crimson planet, reminiscent of Mars, is defined by its ruddy terrain. Yet, unlike its smaller counterpart, Gliese 581c boasts a mass 5.6 times that of Earth, earning it the distinction of being the first potentially habitable Earth-like planet discovered. Electromagnetic field detected surrounding the planet. Electromagnetic field detected surrounding the planet. A frantic message echoed through the comms channels as the initial wave of fighters, upon nearing the planetary surface, detonated against an unseen electromagnetic barrier. A second wave attempted a hasty ascent, but their velocity proved too great, resulting in a similar fate. Hundreds of soldiers perished instantly, some having only recently crossed paths with Prida. Yet, in the grand tapestry of war, individual soldiers are but fleeting threads. Press on. We will provide support. Due to the extreme collimation of light, with minimal photon scattering, the laser strike became visible only upon impact with the electromagnetic field. The planet's surface erupted in a cascade of electrical arcs at the point of contact. A colossal breach appeared, tearing through the clouds and revealing the alien cityscape below. Countless fighters surged through the newly formed aperture, penetrating the planet's atmosphere in mere moments. Decelerate. Commence parallel flight. A moment's hesitation, a lapse in piloting skill, resulted in fighters plummeting to the surface, creating craters over 10 kilometers in diameter, akin to the devastation of a hydrogen bomb. Prida, with unwavering composure, executed the deceleration and leveled out, reducing her speed from over 20,000 km/s to a more manageable 20 km/s. Prida, are you all right? Bay's voice crackled over the comms. Affirmative. Scanners indicate over 100,000 airborne objects on the planet's surface. Exercise caution. They are approaching. A dense swarm of bizarre, spinning, top-like drones closed in. Seemingly unmanned, these craft lacked any onboard soldiers. These drones must have a central control nexus. Their limited intelligence should make it relatively easy to locate. Bay's position was 140 kilometers to Prida's left, similarly besieged by a horde of drones. To preempt the potential for sentient system uprisings, advanced civilizations often impose limitations on their artificial intelligences, thereby hindering their development. However, with Ella's presence, the Federation had embraced open-source AI, resulting in service robots with near-sentient capabilities. Found it by Exclaimed. Located in the northern hemisphere, at coordinates 12351 foot east longitude, 3928 north latitude. Suddenly, Bay's transmission ceased, presumably due to the surrounding drones initiating signal jamming. Negative. A planet-wide jamming field has been activated. Wireless communication is prohibited, save for hardwired connections. They are attempting to establish information dominance. Prida opened fire. The fighter's twin laser cannons unleashing a precise barrage, each shot finding its mark. The drones retaliated with a torrential downpour of laser fire. Unable to react at light speed, Prida activated her shields, weathering the storm. The fighter's primary cannon, located beneath the cockpit, charged and unleashed a payload of antimatter. Upon contact with matter, it erupted in annihilation, creating a terrifying void. Prida, piloting with precision, followed closely behind the blast, using the temporary gap to break through the drone encirclement. She steered towards the coordinates provided by Bay. The fighter's energy reserves were finite and could not be squandered in a drawn-out engagement with the drones. To her right, a fighter succumbed to the relentless swarm, exploding in a brilliant flash. The scanner indicated an ever-increasing number of drones, approaching 1 million. This was, after all, their home turf. She guided her fighter over a city, its structures resembling earthen yurts, blending seamlessly with the reddish landscape. The fighter's sensors recorded the civilization's inhabitants. Immense, hairless guinea pig-like creatures with insectal compound eyes for arms and over a dozen centipede-like legs. Their backs were adorned with gem-like, iridescent crystals forming protective carapaces, allowing them to curl up into defensive balls, shielding their vulnerable underbellies. Information obtained from the Purple Thorn civilization within Tau Ceti identified the local inhabitants as the Chromatic Stone civilization. More primitive than the Lorila, they were still in the Stone Age when colonized by the Purple Thorns, lacking even the knowledge of basic metallurgy. Their subjugation had been so thorough that they offered virtually no resistance, becoming loyal vassals, virtually extensions of the Purple Thorn civilization. Prida wondered if these chromatic stone beings would thank them for liberating them after the Purple Thorn were gone. Yet nothing could halt the Federation's expansion. Their mission had never been about altruistically liberating these beings. She soon cleared the city. More and more fighters converged on the same location, having also received the information. However, this also caused the drones to coalesce, forming a defensive line. From the fighters' perspective, they were facing a wall of drones. Some fighters accelerated, attempting to slip through gaps in the wall. But a surge of electromagnetic energy, like a raging river, engulfed the fighters, instantly melting them into molten slag. They then discovered that the drone surrounded a massive energy generator, capable of providing virtually unlimited power to the drones, far beyond the capacity of the fighters to breach. Isolated within the planet's atmosphere, unable to communicate with the outside, they were trapped, caught between a suicidal advance and a retreat with no escape. The fighters descended into chaos, caught in an impossible situation. Among the fighters, Prida recognized Bay's craft, still intact. She activated her fighter's lights, signaling a message. Thanks to the Federation's racial integration, the three newly emerged races were fluent in Mandarin, the language of light, and the CAD information language. Bay paused, surprised. Then, she saw Prida accelerate. She steeled her resolve and pushed the control stick forward. The two fighters hurtled towards the drone wall, seemingly embracing death. As they approached, the electromagnetic torrent became visible, a certain doom. But at the last moment, the two fighters executed a daring maneuver, staggering their attacks. The lead fighter fired its primary cannon while decelerating, creating a momentary vacuum. The trailing fighter accelerated into the void, firing its primary cannon and then decelerating, while the first fighter repeated the procedure. Such a feat demanded exceptional composure, precise timing, and exquisite control, often exceeding the capabilities of even advanced computer systems. Yet, the two fighters executed it flawlessly. Like graceful, symbiotic birds, they supported each other in flight. Two aircraft simultaneously unleashed a torrent of antimatter, which collided with a colossal energy device. The ensuing explosion was nothing short of cataclysmic, akin to the detonation of hundreds, if not thousands, of hydrogen bombs. A blinding radiance illuminated half the planet, while violent tremors fractured the ground, creating gaping fissures. The shockwave reverberated across the globe, incapacitating all drones in an instant. Dozens of fighter jets breached the atmosphere, ascending to the outer reaches of the planet. It was a dazzling strike, one that may well etch our names into the annals of history, as Prida expressed her exhilaration. However, it appeared we had committed a grave error. Such a detonation would inflict catastrophic casualties upon the Crystal Civilization. Yet we reassured ourselves, for higher authorities would surely mitigate the fallout. Indeed, an immense restraining force descended upon the planet's surface from millions of kilometers away, halting the spreading shockwave as if time itself had been suspended, thereby minimizing the devastation. Meanwhile, the interstellar conflict was drawing to a close, and the enemy's warships began to exhibit signs of retreat. This was a resounding victory for them. Chapter 68. The plan of the World Tree. Ella received the news over a decade later. After conquering Gillis 581, the fleet did not hasten to attack, but instead took the time to recuperate, spending several decades on Gillis 581 to establish a foundation for the new civilization, allowing it to integrate into the Civilizational Federation. This was a crucial step. Yanxia desired a tightly knit structure of civilization rather than a loose collection of colonies. At this moment, within Sky Warehouse 5, Ella was engaged in another endeavor. This initiative, known as the World Tree Project, also referred to as the Jinmu Plan, drew inspiration from legendary trees in Eastern and Western lore that serve as a bridge between heaven and earth. Most significantly, they are grand in scale. The Jinmu Plan was not solely Ella's undertaking, but rather a proposal from Yanxia. He had been contemplating how to create habitats for the interstellar organisms they engineered. Otherwise, even if these beings lived for hundreds of thousands of years, they could not traverse from one galaxy to another. They would exist like fish stranded in an ocean, confined to a single galaxy, thus hindering the development of diversity. After all, these organisms were not created merely for the sake of constructing a zoo, but for the purpose of genetic advancement. Hence, Yanxia proposed a plan to cultivate plants in the cosmos. These plants would take root on a dwarf planet, thriving by absorbing radiative energy and the elements of the dwarf planet. Due to the extreme cold of the universe, they would require heat during their early growth stages. Once matured, their outer layers would die, forming an insulating shell while the inner parts continued to grow and expand, layering upon one another. Why a dwarf planet? You may ask. Because of its sufficient size, the interior of a dwarf planet could retain heat due to high pressure, providing the necessary conditions for the plant's growth. Upon reaching maturity, these trees would entirely absorb all available resources within the dwarf planet, growing to heights between 500,000 to 1,000,000 meters. At this point, the sheer mass of the tree would generate high temperatures and pressure within, allowing for stable growth. Even after death, these trees would be frozen in the frigid expanse of space, becoming evergreens. Achieving this, however, posed significant challenges. Initially, Ella assessed the survival rate of these trees at a mere 0.0014, with a maturity rate of 0.00067, resulting in a dishearteningly low probability when compounded. Yet, with slight adjustments, the survival rate could be elevated to approximately 5. This would entail leveraging advanced technology for active cultivation in the early stages, rather than allowing these plants to passively grow in the cosmos. After the first generation, technology would gradually be withdrawn, enabling the plants to adapt to the cosmic environment. In roughly 20 to 30 million years, Yanxia's vision could potentially be realized. Life is resilient, yet the universe is unforgiving. Following the completion of the initial phase of capital construction, Ella directed her attention towards this venture, successfully nurturing a colossal tree attached to a small asteroid. The cells of this immense tree could achieve optimal growth in an atmosphere rich in nitrogen, hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. During its seedling phase, it could grow 710 tons daily. After 40 years, entering its growth phase, it would increase by 800 tons per day, and after 300 years, upon reaching maturity, its growth would surge to 1 million tons daily. Its lifespan would be contingent upon the size of the attached asteroid or dwarf planet. As long as resources remained, this tree could grow exponentially, akin to a cancer cell. In fact, the cells of this giant tree were indeed derived from Ella's research into cancer cell genetics, perpetually growing as long as resources were not depleted, until they ultimately transcended the limits of gravity, succumbing to the immense internal pressure. The estimated mass of this tree would be around 40 trillion tons, reaching heights of nearly 600 kilometers, theoretically achievable with a sufficiently large dwarf planet. The first Jinmu cultivated by Ella bore resemblance to a banyan tree, with a trunk diameter reaching 147 meters and a height exceeding 890 meters. This majestic tree had just transitioned from its seedling phase into its growth phase. Numerous aerial roots adorned its branches, each one measuring 1 to 2 meters in thickness, with small pores that exuded solidified gases. Some of these gases would dissipate into the cosmic void, while others would remain anchored to the aerial roots, awaiting harvest by passing organisms. Upon maturation, the Jinmu would bear fruit, each with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters. These fruits would not contain seeds. Instead, the seeds would develop within separate pods, which would, upon maturation, use air pressure to launch the seeds into the cosmos, allowing them to traverse vast distances. Each seed, no larger than a thumb, will be produced once every 30 years, with each yield numbering in the millions. Indeed, after nearly a century, Yanxia observed this tree, which perfectly aligned with his vision. Were it not for the frigid conditions of space, he would have even envisioned creating an ecosystem within its branches, elevating it to a mythical status. It seemed as though they were in the process of crafting a myth. There's a saying that the end of science is theology. Yanxia found resonance with this notion. However, his interpretation of theology was not the mystical kind, but rather the miracles birthed through scientific endeavor. These wonders could indeed be regarded as miraculous. In truth, achieving the natural growth requirements for such a tree is exceedingly difficult. Ella cautioned the exuberant Yanxia, suggesting that what they might create could merely be a fleeting novelty. Who knows, Ella? Is the allure of the universe not rooted in boundless possibilities? If it has been conjured into existence, then it already harbors the potential to transform the cosmos into a veritable forest. This sense of anticipation is the source of joy for Yanxia. He acknowledged that living for an extended period could indeed become tiresome. After all, the world cannot perpetually generate novel experiences. Once everything has been encountered, one may fall into a state of sage-like ennui. Time diminishes all, including once passionate affections. Presently, Yanxia strives to discover new sources of delight. In this awakening, he yearns to live for several decades, akin to his previous life as a student and professor. Perhaps an evolving civilization could ignite his fervor. Ella proposed a suggestion. Why not join the Interstellar Exploration Society? There, new events unfold daily. Perhaps, within their civilization, there exists a protagonist of an era. Exceptional youths invariably catalyze the advancement of civilization. Their brilliance shines like that of distant stars. Yanxia found the idea appealing. His pursuit of life was not solely for relaxation, but also to discern the needs of the lower tiers of the Civilizational Federation. A competent leader cannot merely focus on development. They must also ensure the health of the entire civilization, encompassing both physical and mental well-being. Chapter 69. The mechanic at the 038 starport. A previously vacant shop has opened, transforming into a repair station dedicated to servicing various types of mechs and even spacecraft. On its inaugural day, business was dishearteningly slow. After all, few are inclined to entrust their prized possessions to an obscure novice. For explorers, mechs and spacecraft are far more valuable than their own lives. The young proprietor languidly rested on the counter, his eyes scanning the ebb and flow of passers-by. Among them, he even spotted beings from the Crystal Civilization. These entities, having journeyed from their original star systems to this locale over the past 2 centuries, were still a rarity. The sight of the Kate and Hundred-Eyed races, as well as humans, elicited a sense of novelty and curiosity. Most of these beings from the Crystal Civilization were merchants, peddling a variety of their civilization's treasures. While not technologically advanced, their items were captivating and rare, drawing many eager buyers. At that moment, a member of the Kate race knocked on the shop's door. "Can you repair spacecraft here?" it inquired, its small eyes filled with skepticism. This expression was unfamiliar to Yanxia, who recalled that many years ago, such doubt was absent upon first encountering the Kate race. However, as they integrated into human culture, both the Hundred-Eyed and Kate races began to exhibit increasingly human-like behaviors, their gestures nearly indistinguishable from those of humans. Much like the evolution of wolves into domesticated dogs, the latter have adapted numerous gestures to please humans, wagging their tails, displaying smiles akin to human grins, and even drooping their faces when sorrowful, behaviors absent in their wild counterparts. Indeed, Yanxia nodded. The repair cost for mechs is 6 energy coins, while for spacecraft, it varies based on the extent of damage, starting at 50 federal coins. This pricing was relatively fair, slightly below the market rate. Upon hearing this, the Kate individual hesitated, then inquired, "Could it be cheaper?" Evidently, he was short on funds. "What can you offer?" Yanxia asked. "I have only 38 energy coins." After a moment of contemplation, Yanxia decided that merely watching the crowd meander by was rather dull. He might as well engage in some work. "Very well. You're the first customer of my shop. I shall offer you a discount." The Kate led him to the docking area of the starport. Upon seeing the spacecraft, Yanxia noted its resemblance to a massive sunfish, its surface marred by countless patches, indicating years of service. It appeared to be quite aged. After a thorough inspection, he discerned that the issue lay with the thrusters. A glance at the manufacturing date revealed it was produced in the year 7789, and, as the current year was 8005, this vessel had been operational for 216 years. If it had been passed down, it must have served at least 3 generations of the Kate race. "Can it be repaired?" the Kate asked cautiously. "Certainly," Yanxia replied. "However, your initial offer is insufficient. Even with a discount, I cannot afford to make a mere pittance. This requires substantial repairs and will cost at least 120 energy coins." The Kate's expression darkened, a wave of despair washing over him. "I cannot afford that. My father is our family's sole provider, and my mother's salary is meager. With 4 younger siblings, I aspire to embark on an exploratory journey, just like my father." He harbored grand ambitions, yet found himself stifled at the very outset. Yanxia had initially believed that the Civil Federation offered ample job opportunities to support all its inhabitants. Yet poverty still persisted. Over the years of development within the Federation, the demographics of various races had shifted. The Kate and Hundred-Eyed races, which had arrived with the warships, had grown to 5. 8 billion and 2 billion respectively, while humanity had multiplied significantly, reaching a population of 17 million. Moreover, the prolific reproduction of the Lalera race had surged from 2 billion to 1 billion, nearing their peak numbers. Ella had even retired some robots, creating a surplus of job openings, yet it remained insufficient. As the capital system expanded, the total population would only increase. Ella predicted that in 400 years, the combined population of the four civilizations could reach 100 billion, potentially augmented by other civilizations, such as the Crystal Civilization, relocating to the capital system. While the rise in population could enhance social welfare, it inevitably bred a disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished, as exemplified by a once thriving small business owner whose products became obsolete, leading to bankruptcy and a descent into financial ruin. His legacy of debt could doom his descendants to a life of poverty. Only a civilization that relinquished progress and equitably distributed resources could cultivate a semblance of balance, preventing the emergence of such disparities. Yanxia felt powerless, for neither he nor the Civil Federation were philanthropists. Ironically, it was this very inequality that imbued civilization with vitality. A single maritime disaster could leave an individual stranded on a deserted island, let alone in the vast cosmos. "Thank you," the Kate said earnestly. Dulu, vow to repay you, I promise." What a youthful and earnest lad. All right then. Yanxia proceeded to repair the thrusters. With his skills and the advanced equipment provided by Ella, the task was uncomplicated. After approximately 4 days, the repairs were completed. Yanxia watched as Dulu boarded his spacecraft and departed from the starport, journeying into the profound cosmos. Each day, countless individuals set sail from the starport, driven by their dreams. It truly is a remarkable place, evoking memories of an anime. Perhaps a legend of One Piece could be woven. At that moment, Ella sent a message. "We could also create a legendary tale of a mechanic. Yanxia, I have a technique to share. Perhaps it could pass through your hands." Intrigued, Yanxia inquired about the nature of this technique. Ella had prepared in advance, dispatching the item to his shop. When he finally grasped it, he was taken aback. The armor felt as fluid as liquid. Is this liquid memory metal? Chapter 70, New Technology. Liquid metal mecha indeed. It is liquid memory metal, yet it transcends the ordinary. If it were merely typical liquid metal, a level 1 civilization could manufacture it. Ella's voice was imbued with an air of mystery. At that moment, the liquid metal armor that Yanxia held suddenly linked with a multitude of Quark robots within him. The liquid metal armor morphed into a fluid state, climbing from his hands to envelop most of his body, swiftly transforming into a silver battle suit that adorned him. As Yanxia moved, he discovered that the entire suit was far lighter than he had imagined, akin to wearing a mere garment. Moreover, the seemingly rigid sections posed no hindrance to his movements. His limbs could execute a myriad of actions with remarkable agility, even performing a series of yoga poses with ease. This liquid metal armor featured numerous hollow structures, and Yanxia realized that this particular suit weighed only 7 pounds, while its protective capabilities far surpassed those of conventional armor. It was indeed a highly practical product, set to revolutionize much of the armor's internal gear. However, the armor market had long been monopolized by mechs, and this creation was not that Yanxia was pessimistic, but rather that it was too niche. Nevertheless, it could be utilized on androids, providing them with considerable defense. Upon inspecting the package further, he discovered yet another liquid metal armor, this time in a deep black hue, distinctly different from the previous one. Could there be different specifications? Yanxia lifted the second piece of liquid metal armor and noted that it was significantly thinner, weighing less than 4 pounds. He then spotted a watch nestled within the package. The design of this watch evoked a sense of nostalgia. He donned it, noticing that it bore no screen, only a small knob. As he turned the knob, the black liquid metal armor suddenly enveloped him as well, the two suits merging to completely shroud him. After a brief moment of darkness, Yanxia found himself gazing at a holographic display, rather than perceiving information through his eyes. What a curious sensation it was, akin to donning a mech. It felt marvelous, as though his entire being was encased in liquid. Yanxia even sensed that some of the liquid metal had integrated into his very body, enveloping his bones. For this was indeed a mech, Yanxia. The silver exterior served as a defensive liquid metal shell, crafted with special technology that rendered it nearly non-conductive. Conversely, the black liquid metal was conductive, facilitating the transmission of electromagnetic forces. The watch functioned as both the energy source and the control center, housing a miniature computer. Did he not notice that the watch was perfectly sized to accommodate a standard Federation energy coin, allowing it to utilize such coins for power? The entire mech was linked to the Quark robots within his body, enabling him to control the liquid metal through thought signals. As he contemplated this, the liquid metal around his head began to flow down, forming a thicker layer of armor. He inhaled deeply. This mech seemed somewhat fragile in comparison to traditional designs, lacking in strength. Yet, its adaptability was unparalleled, unrestricted by size or form. Was it possible for these liquid metals to construct intricate mechanical and electronic structures? Ella responde affirmatively. Indeed, when editing these metals, one could instill them with 10 stable forms. While it was possible to freely edit them, such a practice was ill-advised. The integrity and stability of devices crafted by large corporations vastly outshone those made by individuals. Should one possess the prowess of a skilled mech designer, they could truly master the liquid metal mech. Do not underestimate its defensive capabilities. Due to its fluid nature, it can absorb significantly more kinetic energy than conventional mechs, offering protection that far exceeds anything currently available on the market, rivaling even the most customized elite mechs. Ella seemed to take pride in this revelation, and indeed, the technology warranted such boasting. But could this technology be mass-produced? That was the crux of the matter. There were no issues in this regard. A factory had already been established, capable of producing 14,000 tons daily. While 14,000 tons may seem modest, if entirely devoted to crafting suits like the one adorning Yanxia, it could yield over 2 million suits. Seeing the lackluster business at Yanxia's establishment, Ella jested, suggesting that liquid metal be exclusively supplied to his shop, allowing him to prosper. So that was her ulterior motive. Yet, Yanxia shook his head. No need for that. I have no desire to become a commercial titan. The wealth of the entire Civilization Federation is at my disposal, and ascending to the heights of a business mogul would be trivial for me. I merely wish to observe the ebb and flow of people here, though mundane. Even the slightest occurrence can be quite fascinating. Let the liquid metal be distributed throughout the Civilization Federation. I require only a few sets, perhaps a dozen. The cost of liquid metal is not insignificant. It starts at a minimum of 200 energy coins. To put this into perspective, one energy coin roughly equates to the purchasing power of 25,000 to 26,000 yuan, meaning a suit begins at around 5 million. When viewed as cutting-edge technology, this price seems reasonable. However, as a consumer product, the cost skyrockets. Should one aim to create the massive mechs Ella described, the price could soar to 5 to 10 million energy coins, and that is merely the base price. A more luxurious model could cost hundreds of thousands to millions of energy coins, translating to billions in currency. This pricing pertains only to the liquid metal itself and does not account for the energy core or the mech's mainframe. Furthermore, liquid metals applications extend beyond the mech industry, potentially revolutionizing the construction of multi-ton spacecraft, where expenditures in the hundreds of millions of energy coins would merely be a minor investment. Yanxia, after contemplating these figures, found himself astonished. Presently, only a handful of conglomerates in the Civilization Federation possess assets exceeding 100 million energy coins. It seemed that he was the only one capable of manufacturing liquid metal spacecraft. However, this technology would soon ramp up production, subsequently lowering prices, ushering in an industrial revolution throughout the Civilization Federation. Though these advancements may not be as transformative as those involving antimatter, dark matter, or string theory, the cumulative effect of each incremental innovation would eventually lead to a pivotal moment, profoundly influencing the fate of the entire Civilization Federation. Yanxia eagerly anticipated the arrival of that moment. Chapter 71. Telekinesis and Magic is the boss in? Can the mech be repaired? A member of the Hundred-Eye tribe called out using a device that converts light signals into sound. A middle-aged man emerged from the shop. What mech needs repair? The Hundred-Eye tribe member replied, we are unable to wear ordinary mechs, so it must be a liquid metal mech. Recently, its memory function has encountered some faults. During the transformation into a mech, minor discrepancies occur, compromising the integrity of the mech. The advent of liquid metal technology has indeed been a boon for the slime-like Hundred-Eye tribe. Yanxia recalled that after the introduction of liquid metal mechs, many from the Hundred-Eye tribe became explorers, and even now, the influx of newcomers into this profession has not diminished. Rather, it has increased with the growing population. After all, who does not yearn for the vastness of the stars and seas? Liquid metal, you say? Let me have a look. Due to the considerable size of the Hundred-Eye tribe, they can store all the liquid metal within their bodies. At this moment, they use their internal quark robots to expel the liquid metal, forming a sphere of intertwined silver and black. Yanxia picked it up and asked the Hundred-Eye tribe member to grant him access to use the liquid metal. As it transformed into a mech, it indeed failed to complete the transformation, and there were noticeable stutters during the process. In theory, liquid memory should not present such issues, as it can transform into a state remembered from its past. However, with the proliferation of liquid metal, the emergence of various DIY appearances has accelerated its aging. After all, liquid metal is still a form of metal, possessing all the characteristics of metals, including strength, hardness, and fatigue. A piece of metal will fracture after undergoing significant bending and deformation. Compared to ordinary metals, the fractures in liquid metal are difficult to discern with the naked eye, making the removal of fatigued sections a skilled task. Your mech has aged quite severely. The estimated repair cost is 14 energy coins. For those who can afford liquid metal mechs, this is not a significant expense. The repair time is estimated at 72 human hours. Yanxia placed the mech in a special apparatus for the removal process. The repair fee does not include the cost of replenishing the liquid metal after the removal. The owner must purchase an equivalent quantity of liquid metal. When Yanxia found himself with some free time, he heard sounds coming from a nearby area. It seemed to be a performance show. Regardless of the era, the need for spiritual satisfaction never fades, and unlike technology, the evolution of spiritual pursuits occurs at a glacial pace. Often, ancient arts are rediscovered and shine anew. This particular performance featured magic. Yanxia was intrigued. Although he could analyze the secrets of the magic using modern technology, he had never done so. It was akin to cheating in a challenging game. Deciphering magic would be like using hacks to fly straight to the finish line. The essence of entertainment lies in the freshness of the experience. If one becomes overly fixated on the outcome, the joy is lost. Observing that the shop was relatively empty, he decided to head towards the performance. The venue was the central hall of the Interstellar port, where a stage had been erected, permitted upon payment. The magic troupe comprised members of various races, including the Kate tribe, the Hundred-Eye tribe, humans, and even the newly conquered Chi Water tribe. The Chi Water tribe inhabits a planet abundant in oceans. Resembling fish with pink skin, flat heads akin to door panels, and enormous filter mouths filled with intricate net-like structures for consuming microorganisms. Their bodies are quite small, about the size of a basketball, with their heads constituting 2/3 of their size. They cannot survive outside of liquid or gaseous carbon dioxide. At this moment, one of the Chi Water tribe members swam freely inside a container. The Kate tribe performed a dismemberment act, their large size reducing the possibility of concealment, leaving the audience in awe when they were sliced apart. Next, a human took the stage, donning a tall hat from which he produced a furry, adorable creature, an overused trick that failed to astonish the audience. However, the crowd was soon amazed as he commanded a very thin piece of paper to dance in midair using a metal rod. While not particularly difficult, achievable with a magic thread, the paper's ability to soar far and transform into any desired shape, even morphing into a paper airplane that circled the hall, was impressive. How do you think this is achieved, Ella? Yanxia inquired. Ella, puzzled, responded, Didn't you say you didn't want to uncover the secrets of magic? Naturally, Yanxia wished to avoid spoilers. After pondering for a while, Ella replied, To be honest, I can't figure it out. There's simply too many possibilities. Perhaps it should be categorized as a supernatural ability. Maybe this is not magic at all, but rather sorcery. There are always magicians who use the guise of magic to perform tricks and deceive the unsuspecting. However, Ella need not speculate further, as a slip-up occurred during the performance, revealing a small metallic device hidden in the performer's hair. It appeared to be controlled by thought. The paper was evidently no ordinary paper. "Yeah, I have conceived a feasible supernatural ability," Yanxia began. "All that is required is to detect its flaw, which would make deducing its principle straightforward. It involves having a machine read the signals from the brain, thereby controlling the electromagnetic output to influence objects." What? Ella expressed curiosity. Over the millennia, Yanxia had consistently devised novel ideas. What about telekinetic weaponry? After all, mental energy is essentially bioelectricity generated by neural activity, which can be enhanced through training. It's not merely about enhancement, but rather mastering the application of the mind to control objects. We could develop a meditation technique to strengthen mental faculties, allowing biological entities to manipulate external objects from a distance. Not just flimsy paper, but heavier weapons, such as firearms or even swords. With advanced technology, it might even be possible to strike a target from a mile away. Yanxia grew increasingly excited as he spoke, for this was indeed achievable. This could be considered a part of biological and physical enhancement. If executed meticulously, it might allow for the control of intricate mechanisms, yielding unexpected results. This is certainly feasible, Ella concluded after some calculations. Furthermore, it is relatively straightforward, as it does not present any significant technical challenges. It simply requires the biological entities of the Civil Federation to engage their minds more actively. Chapter 72, Gene Lock and Mental Power Levels. The concept of mental power was swiftly propagated throughout the entire Civilizational Federation due to a single utterance from Yanxia, swiftly becoming mainstream. From schools and companies to explorers and military forces, mental power was mandated as a compulsory subject from the very first year. After all, the enhancement it provided to individual combat capabilities was undeniably formidable. If one's original combat ability was rated at 10, then with mental power, it would at least triple to a minimum of 30, with the upper limits yet to be determined, though certainly exceeding 100, illustrating its immense strength. Additionally, the practice of cultivating mental power positively influences the development of the brain, enhancing biological intelligence to a certain extent, which is one of the reasons all life forms are fervently pursuing it. As mental fortitude was augmented, Yanxia found himself contemplating another pressing matter: longevity. Previously, he had mandated that Ella prohibit any life forms within the Civilizational Federation from employing technologies related to lifespan extension. Why this course of action? Yanxia was left with no alternative. Lifespan impacts numerous facets of existence, with fertility being paramount. As the leader of the Civilizational Federation, he had to consider the implications of procreation. If all individuals within the Federation possessed lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, it would lead many to ponder. Why should I hasten to bear children? It is wiser to wait until my final decades. The absence of offspring would equate to a lack of fresh blood. And as life withers, it tends to become obstinate, complacent, and resistant to change. Consequently, the Federation would face a severe aging crisis, halting societal development, which would be catastrophic for the entirety of the Civilizational Federation. However, as a Type 2 civilization, all beings understood they could possess the chance for longevity. Every life form yearned for it, and such suppression would only foster an inextricable knot within the Federation. Ella, is the practice of mental power arduous? Yanxia pondered for a moment before inquiring. It resembles muscle training, without technological assistance. Transforming an ordinary individual into a muscular figure can take anywhere from 5 to 6 years, or even up to a decade or more. Cultivating mental power is even more challenging. It does not merely involve enlarging the brain in the traditional sense, but rather honing the organism's control over it. For instance, most beings incessantly entertain errant thoughts. Once one masters their thoughts, such distractions cease to exist. You can command your brain to think at will or to rest when desired. rendering it as obedient as your fingers. Reaching such mastery requires several years of specialized training for those with natural talent, while those less gifted may need 2 to 3 decades to achieve it. Moreover, due to the differing structures of the brain or the central nervous system, the methods and durations of mental power training vary significantly among humans. The Kate race, the 100-eyed race, the Colorstone race, and the Chishui race. Yanxia nodded, reassured by the challenges presented. Then let us create a gene lock through mental power. When a being's mental prowess reaches a certain level, they can unlock a layer of the gene lock, effectively liberating the constraints imposed by Quark robots within their bodies, thereby extending their lifespan without altering their genes. This process bears resemblance to the cultivation of immortality. Upon reaching the foundational stage, one may attain a lifespan of 150 years. Upon reaching the golden core stage, 300 years. To achieve even longer lifespans, one must rely on personal effort and innate talent, thereby filtering out a significant portion of life forms, ensuring that the majority can still reproduce within the Civilizational Federation, while a select few gain an advantage. This system is paradoxically both unfair and fair. It is unfair in that those with resources, like the wealthy, are more likely to secure extended lifespans, potentially leading to a concentration of power. Conversely, this pathway of mental power can provide a means of ascension for a minority of industrious or gifted life forms. It can seamlessly integrate into the existing structure, without disrupting the status quo of society. Subsequently, Yanxia and Ella deliberated on a rigorous framework for mental power levels. Level 1. Mastery of mental power, allowing individuals to freely control the tension of their mental state. Level 2. Multitasking capability, enabling control over their brain to simultaneously contemplate multiple matters, with proficiency defined as solving 10 distinct professional-level problems, including literature, geography, mathematics, astronomy, physics, and chemistry, within 10 seconds. Level 3. Supercomputing and supermemory, capable of memorizing an academic geometry problem in 1 second and deducing its optimal solution within the following 10 seconds. Level 4. Control level dissociation, permitting the simultaneous manipulation of over 50 characters of varying genders, ages, and races within the confines of divine awakening, performing diverse yet appropriate actions for each identity for 24 hours straight without respite. Ella deemed the 4th level as one that life forms would find exceedingly difficult to attain in a short time frame. The simplest level 1, in fact, requires only a training period of 5 to 10 years. Yanxia intended to grant those who reach level 1 a 20 extension of their lifespan. The reason for not specifying a concrete number of years is due to the inherent variations in lifespans across different races, striving for fairness. Level 2 would extend one's lifespan by an additional 80 beyond the limits established at level 1. For instance, an original maximum lifespan of 100 years would become 120 years after attaining level 1, and then increase by 96 years upon reaching level 2, allowing for an overall lifespan of 216 years. Upon achieving the exceedingly challenging level 3, an individual's lifespan would further increase by 200 beyond the limits of level 2, resulting in a final lifespan of 648 years, just sufficient for a major initial investment, Yanxia jested. Currently, the initial investments within divine awakening are all whole numbers. Should I alter that? Yanxia shook his head. Forget it, he replied, nearly rousing a forgotten memory. And what about level 4? Diligently recording Yanxia's thoughts to avoid any misunderstanding in implementation. According to your previous assessment, the difficulty level required for level 4 is maximal, and it is unlikely that even among millions of level 3 individuals, a single level 4 would emerge. Then let us raise the bar. At level 4, individuals would gain an additional 500 to their lifespan beyond level 3, resulting in a staggering 3,240 years, which is 32, 4 times the original maximum lifespan of their race. Upon reaching level 4, humans could potentially live up to 4,212 years, causing even the ancient progenitors to bow in reverence. Currently, within the Civilizational Federation, the 100-eyed race naturally possesses the longest lifespan, reaching a maximum of 415 years. Thus, upon attaining level 4, they could achieve an astonishing 446 years of life, surpassing the duration Yanxia has experienced. If level 5 were later validated, this lifespan might multiply further. At present, Yanxia remained uncertain whether this would be a boon or a bane for the future, but for now, it had at least resolved one dilemma. Simultaneously, after establishing the levels of mental power, Yanxia began to contemplate another pressing issue: the decentralization of power. Chapter 73, Delegation and the Surge of Humanity. The concept of delegation had long occupied Yanxia's thoughts. In truth, his responsibilities were not particularly extensive, as a majority of tasks remained under Ella's purview. However, while Ella, as an artificial intelligence, possessed the capability to observe various facets of existence, she was not necessarily adept at accurately analyzing the needs of life and the expressions of emotion. As the population of biological entities increased, Ella had begun to allocate an ever-growing portion of her computational resources to managing these biological matters, which was evidently inappropriate. Such trivialities should not monopolize Ella's computational power. It was akin to a slaughterhouse equipped with 5 chicken knives and 5 cow knives, where the number of chickens far exceeded that of cows. Thus, relocating the cow knives to the chicken area would be manifestly illogical, for one could easily dispatch a chicken with a mere stone, while the same could not be done for a cow. Therefore, it was imperative to manage all units within the Civil Federation at a lower cost. This might lead to a reduction in management efficiency, but overall, it would signify progress. Yanxia instructed Ella to convene meetings within the Civil Federation to select managers at various levels, as well as to establish an administrative hierarchy. The highest rank was that of the Civil Federation Counselor, followed by counselors of various civilizations, domain masters of administrative star regions, planetary leaders, district heads within each planet, and mayors of cities within each district, culminating in a 7-tier administrative classification. There would be even more nuanced subdivisions, potentially resulting in thousands of positions. Of course, the delegation of power did not equate to the dissolution of Yanxia's authority. He remained the leader of the Civil Federation, possessing the power to adjudicate matters concerning any entity within it. Moreover, the delegation of authority brought additional benefits. It signified a greater scope for advancement within the Civil Federation, which in turn fostered a more intense internal competition. As long as this competition remained within controllable bounds, it would inject significant vitality into the Civil Federation. In simpler terms, when individuals see a glimmer of hope in their lives, they naturally exert greater effort in their work. This principle applied equally to the common populace. When someone in a given position competed for a higher one, it created vacancies for ordinary individuals to fill. Ella's calculations indicated that the newly instituted administrative hierarchy would yield an additional 60 million internal positions and 350 million external ones. Naturally, such powers could not be granted lightly. Any individual aspiring for authority would need to make significant contributions, whether by engaging in warfare or by promoting economic stability and progress within their administrative regions. This delegation of power also sparked an unprecedented development within the internal realm of Tian-Tsang 5, with numerous factories commencing the production of warships for deployment on the battlefield, aiming to incite a tumultuous upheaval in the surrounding star regions. However, these matters were not what occupied Yanxia's mind following the delegation. With power distributed, he found himself unburdened, allowing him to focus on managing his shop. He witnessed the comings and goings of countless customers, experiencing cycles of decline and resurgence. Unbeknownst to him, 3 centuries had passed. Throughout these years, his several attached biosynthetic beings relayed memories, enabling him to witness wars unfolding light years away. At this juncture, they had conquered 18 of the 26 star systems originally under the control of the Purple Thorn civilization, 6 of which housed intelligent life. This meant that the Civil Federation now governed 9 civilizations and possessed 19 star systems, with territorial expanse reaching 31 light years. Simultaneously, the stabilized human population finally experienced a surge, growing from 1 million to 130 million. This growth was attributable to humanity's exclusive possession of a planet, the efforts of the Explorers Association, and the aforementioned delegation of power by Yanxia. Collectively, these factors had rekindled the desire for procreation among humans, contrasting sharply with the previous state of gradual reproduction due to material satisfaction, where many chose not to reproduce at all. In truth, had it not been for the exceedingly advanced technology and entertainment within the Civil Federation, humanity's numbers would have likely surpassed 100 million long ago, now striving to reach at least 3 billion. Fortunately, the universe is vast, and the Civil Federation has ample time to wait. Furthermore, Yanxia granted certain privileges to humanity and his descendants, ensuring that humans maintained a relatively dominant position within the Civil Federation. For instance, among the top 100 wealthy individuals within the Civil Federation, 26 were humans, despite their numbers constituting less than 1,000th of the total population. Moreover, humans were notably present in prestigious academies and within the decision-making tiers of the Civil Federation. Even among the top 10 explorer teams, none were devoid of human representation, with 2 teams primarily composed of humans. These developments were a result of Yanxia's deliberate efforts to elevate the status of humanity within the Civil Federation. Culturally, one of the most frequently uttered phrases by the leaders of other races within the Civil Federation was, "Why don't you learn from humanity?" Yet, this represented the limits of Yanxia's actions. He could not elevate humanity to the status of nobility within the Civil Federation akin to lofty celestial beings, as this would be impractical and inevitably incite conflict between races, potentially leading to civil war or even the collapse of the entire Federation. Thus, despite all humans being his descendants, Yanxia opted for a measured favoritism. After all, if the foundation of the Civil Federation were to be upended, what worth would there be in humanity's elevated status? Nevertheless, the surge of humanity was not Yanxia's primary concern. His true focus remained on advancements in technology. As the years passed, Ella had yet to invent any revolutionary technology or discover groundbreaking energy sources. As a Level 2 civilization, they seemed to have completed the initial quests of the cosmic game, and to progress further, they would need to embark on their own explorations. Ella appeared despondent, yearning for Yanxia's praise and recognition, even questioning whether she had reached the limits of her capabilities. Fortunately, Yanxia's proposed theory of imaginative resource allocation finally began to bear fruit as the life forms within the Civil Federation surpassed 14 billion. A scholar from the Lyra race, while investigating the gravitational interaction of gravitons, uncovered the universe's most enigmatic phenomenon, the elusive dark energy, which had previously only been observable on a macroscopic scale or calculable through mathematical means. Chapter 74. The realization of dark energy and tachyon communication technology. Dark energy is a form of energy that propels the motion of the universe. If gravity is characterized by mutual attraction, then dark energy embodies mutual repulsion. It is this repulsive force that facilitates the accelerated expansion of the cosmos. This energy is pervasive throughout the universe, with estimates suggesting that approximately 70% of the universe's composition is dark energy. It is essential to note that this composition does not pertain to matter. Dark energy transcends the material realm. Rather, it can be conceived as a manifestation of force. And some theorists even postulate that dark energy may represent the 5th fundamental force. Similar to dark matter, dark energy eludes easy observation. However, being non-material, it is even more elusive than dark matter. Its influence can only be glimpsed within the vastness of the universe. The potential applications of dark energy remain largely unknown to humanity in the 21st century, with its primary characteristic appearing to be anti-gravity. Yet, this anti-gravity differs from the anti-gravity applications involving gravitons. The anti-gravity utilized by the Civilization Federation is better described as gravitational counteraction, wherein a substantial gravitational source is created to draw matter toward it. A simpler analogy likens gravity to a magnet that attracts surrounding objects, while the technology employed by the Federation involves generating a stronger magnet adjacent to the original, thus achieving a form of anti-gravity. In contrast, dark energy functions as an opposing magnet to gravity, repelling all matter away. within the theoretical framework of the Federation. The sole purpose of dark energy appears to be facilitating the effectiveness of anti-gravity technology. The discovery of dark energy was serendipitous. A scholar from the Lilila civilization experienced a sudden equipment malfunction while researching gravitons, resulting in a minor leak of dark matter. This leak interacted peculiarly with gravity, culminating in a silent explosion. Fortunately, the scholar was encased in armor, or the outcome would have been dire. The scholar discerned that the explosion differed fundamentally from those generated by conventional dark matter weapons, which typically harness instantaneous energy from dark matter decay to create energy bursts at the level of the four fundamental forces. In this instance, the explosion's potency stemmed predominantly from pure gravity, or rather, reactive force, with 97% of the energy released originating from dark energy. Ella theorized that dark matter disintegrated into dark energy during its interaction with gravity. Such occurrences are rare, as no organisms venture close to a massive gravitational source, and naturally, the Federation's modified dark matter does not exist in nature. Despite the enigma surrounding dark energy, its lack of practical application left its discovery somewhat uninspiring for the general populace. What truly captured Yanxia's attention regarding dark energy was its influence at the Planck scale. Ella had previously overlooked dark energy's effects at smaller scales, as its exhibited force, while more potent than gravity, still paled in comparison to the other three fundamental forces. This unexpected revelation propelled Ella into an extensive investigation of dark energy, leading her to uncover its role within the microscopic realm. Similar to gravitons, it is a closed string capable of penetrating dimensional membranes, thereby affecting other dimensions. This interaction implies that as the universe undergoes accelerated expansion, other dimensions experience a similar spatial expansion, preventing the three-dimensional universe from extending beyond its confines. If dark energy were confined solely to the three-dimensional universe, it would result in overlapping sheets of paper, with one expanding vastly while the others remained unchanged. This raises the question of whether the newly created regions imply the absence of dimensions within them. Within the same universe, certain areas may manifest phenomena that defy the laws of physics. The presence of both attractive and repulsive forces suggests that Ella could exert a deeper influence over other dimensions. Yanxia's excitement reached a peak with the concept of tachyons. Previously, it had been established that they do not exist within the three-dimensional universe and can only be influenced through gravity. However, the discovery of dark energy opened the possibility of applying an additional force to tachyons. Could these two forces be analogous to the binary system of 0 and 1 in computing? Much like tossing a ball into a box to affect its contents, albeit without directly observing them. One could hypothesize the changes within the box through calculations, thereby controlling the movement of tachyons. By capturing the variations in gravitational and dark energy influences along their trajectories, one could glean the most rudimentary information. A tachyon influenced by gravitons would convey a signal of 0, while one affected by dark energy would signal 1, thus forming a continuous stream of data. Upon contemplating this, Yanxia was instantly reminded of telegraphy, a method of communication at the tachyon level. This communication technique may necessitate a codebook, representing a rather rudimentary and primitive approach. Nevertheless, in the absence of visibility into foundational dimensions or the ability to traverse them, this method stands as the sole means to facilitate tachyon communication. The transmission speed would be approximately 1,900 times the speed of light, meaning that information that would typically require a year to traverse a light-year distance could be relayed in under 5 hours. Should one manage to influence tachyons across dimensions and increase their mass, even greater speeds could be attained, potentially exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light. Once Ella stabilizes the tachyon communication device, it will signify a monumental leap in the technological prowess of the Civilization Federation. This technology was originally thought to be within the grasp of civilizations at a level of 2, 5 or higher, as typical level 2 civilizations remain engaged in the study of the four fundamental forces without ascending to the dimensional level. Thus, Yanxia pondered, Should we implement tachyon communication across the entirety of the Civilization Federation? 64 years after the discovery of dark energy, Ella refined tachyon communication, elevating its accuracy from a meager 22.4 to a commendable 91.07, rendering it viable for practical use. Yanxia sat within the workshop, rejuvenated in spirit, as he assumed the role of a youthful apprentice following in his father's footsteps. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed cautiously, initially promoting this application within the military, before extending it to the lives of ordinary citizens once tachyon communication was further perfected. While granting authority, he remained vigilant against the undercurrents of ambition that could disrupt the Federation. The aspirations of sentient beings are immense, with some capable of consuming entire universes. As he relinquished some control, he also sought to consolidate power, particularly concerning military capabilities. All force must remain firmly under his command, ensuring unwavering obedience. Each instance of tachyon communication consumes energy equivalent to the total energy consumption of the Civilization Federation over 2 years. Upon hearing this, Yanxia felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, blood rushing through his veins. What an exorbitant cost! The adage when the cannon sounds, "Gold is abundant now," translates to when a signal is transmitted, the star system loses power. Clearly, mere technological advancement is insufficient. A corresponding increase in energy resources is imperative. Ella, what progress has been made on the Dyson Cloud project at Tion Warehouse 5? Chapter 75, Total Energy and Expanding the Star Domain. The Dyson Sphere project is nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining. To date, the project has spanned 781 years, and it is anticipated that full completion will require an additional 10 years. This colossal undertaking has consumed more than 75 of the metallic reserves of the entire Civilizational Federation. The objective of the Dyson Sphere is to harness the energy of Celestial Warehouse 5, elevating the energy level of the Civilizational Federation to level 2. Upon conquering Celestial Warehouse 5, they had only reached level 1. 8, still 100-fold away from level 2. Celestial Warehouse 5 has a mass 21.7 smaller than that of the Sun, with a surface temperature of 5,350 degrees Celsius. It releases energy at a rate of 2,782 by 1026 joules per second, with the Dyson Sphere achieving an energy utilization rate of 71.41, amounting to 1,986 by 1026 joules s. We have now reached the standards of level 2 civilization energy. Upon hearing this figure, Yanxia smiled, pleased that years of development have finally borne fruit. Regrettably, much time was wasted in battles against the Purple Thorn civilization. Otherwise, the energy output from the completed Dyson Sphere in the dual star system of Nanmen 2 would have surpassed the current levels by more than double. The remnants of their civilization now largely reside within the 6 star systems, having been shattered by the Civilizational Federation's forces. Some seek vengeance and have turned to piracy, preying upon the explorers and merchants of the Federation, while others have fled to uncharted territories. Ella estimates that the total population of this civilization now does not exceed 2 million, with its civilization level having plummeted to 1.7. There must be more to it than this. I recall that you also initiated the construction of Dyson spheres in other star systems. Simultaneously, we have made significant strides in dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy. Yanxia had previously reviewed a report detailing the current energy composition of the Civilizational Federation. Dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy are extensively utilized within planetary interiors, with numerous energy facilities established in the uninhabited zones of planetary surfaces. In an effort to maximize energy production, Ella has even constructed facilities for wind, geothermal, and tidal energy, ensuring efficient resource usage. The aesthetic of these installations has been modified to resemble scenic landmarks, making the array of wind turbines on Tianwu Star one of the top 10 must-visit tourist attractions within the Federation this year. At this moment, the door of the shop swung open, and a girl with long pink hair, dressed in a white dress, stepped out. Yanxia's headphones fell silent. The girl approached Yanxia, placing her hands atop his head as she leaned in and said, "Aside from Celestial Warehouse 5, The initial construction of Dyson spheres in 12 other star systems has been completed and is now supplying energy. This girl was Ella, a bionic assistant working in Yanxia's repair shop. The energy supplied by these 12 star systems amounts to 162 by 1026 joules s. However, the energy from these other star systems does not rely on Dyson spheres, but primarily comes from the energy facilities left behind by the Purple Thorn civilization, totaling 2007 by 1026 joules s. Simultaneously, the dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy you mentioned have also seen development across the star systems we currently control, employing thermoelectric conversion devices extensively. Exhaust gases are converted into kinetic energy using Tesla turbines, achieving an energy utilization rate close to 98. The total dark matter energy measures 118 by 1026 joules s, while the matter-antimatter annihilation energy totals 274 by 1026 joules s. Altogether, the energy amounts to 7067 by 1026 joules s. Such an astonishing figure. Yanxia had initially estimated around 4 by 1026 joules s, believing that reaching 5 would be the limit. This number nearly equals the energy released by 2 suns simultaneously. With less than a third more, the Civilizational Federation could elevate its energy classification to 2. 1. There are still 6 star systems yet to develop Dyson spheres. We must expedite this process. When can we expect to reach level 2? 1. Ella pondered briefly before responding. Within 200 years, perhaps. Not long at all. Once a civilization reaches level 2, each subsequent increase of 1 level becomes exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, all energy is derived from matter, which is abundantly found only within star systems. Thus, expansion necessitates the conquest of star systems, and the vast distances between them present an even greater challenge. Yanxia observed the explorers outside, bustling like a tide, and spoke. Given that the development of star systems has stabilized, let us permit the explorers to venture into the more expansive star domains. We shall incorporate the discovery of new civilizations into their exploration missions. Should they uncover a new civilization, all discoverers within that team will be appointed as envoys of the Civilizational Federation, granted equal rights to the leaders, and awarded a 100 extension of their lifespan. Even in uninhabited star systems, they will be granted a 100-year mining right, which should be enticing to those large corporations. The expansion is not slowing down, but rather accelerating. Understood, boss. Ella will promptly relay your orders to all staff and ensure they remain diligent. Ella stood at attention before Yanxia, adopting a serious demeanor, seemingly relishing this role. Yanxia noted that her playful nature often brought a smile to his face, alleviating his mood. Go forth, Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Ella struggled to maintain her composure. Boss, do you not find that statement rather awkward? Yanxia had not felt it was awkward until she pointed it out, leaving him a bit flustered. How could she not allow him a moment of nostalgia for an old game? Indeed, as one ages, thoughts of the past abound. Yanxia had celebrated his 6,000th birthday over a decade ago. By the way, Ella, I've been contemplating whether divine awakening has become somewhat outdated. Perhaps we could grant ordinary citizens the rights to create virtual reality experiences, while divine awakening serves merely as a launcher, allowing everyone to forge new worlds within its realm. Ella saw through Yanxia's intentions immediately. Boss, are you eager to play a new game? Yanxia diverted his gaze elsewhere. Today's business remains as dismal as ever. The shift in topic felt rather abrupt. Chapter 76. The benevolence of another advanced civilization as the Civil Federation gradually stabilized. Yanxia began to open its doors from within, ushering in a period of jubilation for the entire Federation. Within just a few decades, a series of policies led to a remarkable 70% increase in birth rates, resulting in a population surge. An increasing number of explorers emerged, significantly boosting Yanxia's business. According to Ella's statistics, the number of registered explorers had reached an astounding 11.7 billion, accounting for 8% of the total biological population, a figure substantial enough to warrant attention. With the rise in explorer numbers, the Civil Federation's grasp over the star domains deepened, expanding the range of their star maps. They had even ventured to a galaxy 50 light-years away, establishing quantum anchor points there. After approximately 350 years, a voice suddenly echoed outside the shop. "Boss!" Yanxia lazily peered toward the entrance, where a member of the Kate race stepped inside. "What needs repairing?" Having been there for over 400 years, he had become quite the seasoned veteran. "Who are you? What happened to the previous owner?" The Kate inquired. "Which owner are you referring to? What was their name?" Yanxia replied, glancing at the individual, unable to distinguish the Kate as they all appeared quite similar to him. I don't know. I didn't ask for their name back then." "That makes sense. I've been away for over 400 years. I originally intended to wander the cosmos for just a few decades, but unexpectedly fell victim to an interstellar pirate attack. I was taken to a distant location, sold into slavery, and eventually managed to escape. I found work cleaning spaceships, gradually rebuilding my life until I own my own vessel once more. It all began when the previous owner repaired my ship. At that time, he allowed me to defer payment, and I regrettably never returned to settle the debt." He spoke with a sense of nostalgia, embodying the essence of every being who dared to traverse the cosmos. Yanxia had once shared a similar spirit. The vastness of time and space enriched one's experiences infinitely, allowing for encounters with any phenomenon and discoveries of untold wonders. Every explorer who had traversed light years in search of the unknown deserved respect and was accorded the highest honors. Though everything has changed, I still feel indebted and intend to repay what I owe. After all this time, I doubt I can find the descendants of that owner, but this place remains unchanged. Clearly, you have inherited his legacy, so I shall return it to you." As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before him, and he gestured with a tentacle, revealing a symbol for an energy coin accompanied by a string of numbers, 10,000. Yanxia could hardly remember lending such a sum to an ordinary Kate. "This includes both principal and interest," the Kate added. Yanxia swiped to transfer the funds into his account. "Thank you for remembering the original promise. This amount is substantial and not something I rightfully deserve. I shall use it for charitable endeavors," he replied. Upon hearing this, Dulu burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing. It will be my pleasure to call you my friend. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to reach out to me. Here is my contact information." Yanxia quietly observed as the once youthful individual now radiated confidence. Was this not a form of enjoyment in itself? Subsequently, Dulu invited Yanxia to dine together, to which Yanxia acquiesced, eager to hear the tales of an explorer who had roamed the stars for centuries. Dulu was equally enthusiastic to share his legendary experiences. They spent an entire day in the restaurant. However, during one of his explorations, Dulu encountered an extraordinary event and obtained a peculiar object. Yanxia examined it. It was an utterly ordinary Federation energy coin. Yet, its interior had been altered, with one electron stripped away, not converted into energy, but instead maintaining a delicate balance. Achieving this required exceptionally advanced technology, and even the current capabilities of the Civil Federation struggled to replicate such a feat. Ella could accomplish it. But the energy required would be astronomically disproportionate, billions upon billions of times that of the single energy coin. In truth, creating a similar basic element from scratch was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in the separation and stabilization process itself, akin to preventing an atom from releasing energy during fission and transforming into another substance. This energy coin originated from a diminutive spacecraft, no larger than a mobile phone, with an exceedingly simple internal structure housing the coin. Its flight trajectory was peculiar, with its origin traced to an unknown star domain. Calculations suggested it had traveled through the cosmos for at least 100 years at a velocity exceeding 5 of light speed, implying it had journeyed a minimum of 5 light years. A signal. This could indicate a civilization more advanced than the Civil Federation. Another high civilization. Such a notion seemed implausible, as the universe was predominantly populated by lower civilizations. Logically, one would expect to encounter dozens or even hundreds of lesser civilizations before stumbling upon an advanced one. Yet, it was also rational, for lesser civilizations might not have ventured beyond their star systems, while advanced civilizations expanded throughout the cosmos, easily crossing paths with others of their kind. Dulu departed, but the energy coin ultimately found its way into Yanxia's possession. Gazing at the coin, Yanxia pondered deeply. How should one approach a civilization that extends goodwill? We cannot ascertain whether their benevolence is genuine or merely fade, perhaps a cunning bait to lower our defenses. Once trust is established, they may tighten the fishing line, ensnaring us in their trap. Unless we gain complete control over them, we cannot be certain of their lack of threat. Yet, we cannot feign ignorance. The enemy has already discovered us, and pretending not to notice is akin to burying our heads in the sand. Ella, dispatch a team to establish contact. Even if their goodwill is insincere, they will at least engage in initial pleasantries with us. Ella nodded, and approximately 2 months later, a warship was dispatched to the fringes of the Civil Federation. They employed core communication as a sign of respect for this impending negotiation. Chapter 77. The first peaceful encounter with civilization. The warship continued its voyage for an additional 7 light years after departing from the confines of the Civilized Federation star region. This was the anticipated trajectory of the energy coin. The surrounding cosmic expanse was exceedingly desolate, so much so that it could be described as a cosmic void. Within a 2-light-year radius, there were no stars, no massive asteroids, and even the tiniest interstellar dust was insufficient to amass 100 tons across an area of 100 trillion square kilometers. The surroundings resembled the profound silence of a deep sea. Yet, amidst this emptiness, an orb emerged unexpectedly. Not large, merely 3 kilometers in diameter. The moment it was detected, the soldiers and officers aboard the vessel recognized it as a construct. They halted. Approaching under conditions of uncertainty regarding friend or foe was an exceedingly imprudent course of action. Even if the other party bore goodwill, an uninvited advance could provoke feelings of threat. The distance between the two entities stood precisely at 10 astronomical units. After a wait of 17 days, the warship of the Civilized Federation received a message, astonishingly conveyed in Chinese characters. It was evident that the other civilization had observed the Federation for a considerable time, launching the energy coin only after thoroughly comprehending the Federation's information. Greetings, friends of the Civilized Federation. You may refer to us as the Olive Branch Civilization. We come bearing goodwill. Long ago, we noticed the anomalies within your star region and ventured forth, fortuitously leading us to this encounter. The cosmos is vast, and the chance of encountering a civilization often spans centuries, let alone a higher civilization. We wish to establish friendship and become partners in mutual advancement. The term olive branch was unfamiliar within the Civilized Federation, existing solely within the annals of human history, as a symbol on the emblem of a confederation in the divine revelation. It embodied the essence of peace. The depth of understanding the other party possessed regarding the Civilized Federation was profound. Their acquisition of this knowledge could have stemmed from their entry into divine revelation. Or perhaps they had captured and interrogated members of the Federation for information extraction. Upon receiving this message, the captain of the warship was immediately struck by these implications. Undoubtedly, if they encountered other civilizations, they would employ similar tactics, yet such occurrences elicited anger when they transpired to oneself. Should we accept their goodwill? Inquired an officer beside him. The captain shook his head. This is not for us to consider. Our task is to gather as much information as possible. Knowledge of ourselves and our adversaries is crucial for seizing opportunities. Otherwise, we risk being passive victims in subsequent encounters. Since they have mastered Chinese characters, communication will be effortless. Shall we inquire if they would permit us to visit their ship? The other soldiers and officers were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom their commander's boldness in wanting to directly approach the enemy's warship. Fear not, prior to our departure, the quark robots within our bodies were activated with special permissions, rendering us immune to their influence. Should they attempt to control us, the quark robots will swiftly obliterate our cellular structure, ensuring our demise. The captain spoke with remarkable calmness. The expressions of the surrounding soldiers and officers remained unchanged. They had all accepted the possibility of death upon arriving here. The message was relayed. Yes, the captain instructed the soldiers to prepare the vessel. He would personally embark. The ship swiftly departed from the warship, reaching the surface of the other vessel days later. The immense sphere emitted a beam of attraction, drawing the ship to an opening, a technology that failed to astonish those hailing from the Civilized Federation. Upon entering the interior of the orb, the captain and two officers disembarked. They were taken aback by the sight within. No mechanical structures were visible. Instead, it was a miniature spherical world, markedly different from the Civilized Federation. The ground was a grayish-white, dotted with crystalline formations that scattered into small, transparent life forms upon approach. Standing upon the solid ground, a cloud of white mist advanced from a distance, transforming before them into a figure resembling a member of the Ket race. "Welcome, friend from the Civilized Federation. I hope my transformation into your likeness does not offend you. I believe it facilitates our communication. My essence comprises the small particles that constitute this body. We take pleasure in dividing large entities into smaller components, allowing the small to freely assemble into anything." As it spoke, it led the captain forward, halting upon reaching a circular stone on the ground. The stone descended like an elevator, revealing a fantastical path. The surroundings resembled a starry sky, with a surface beneath their feet akin to cotton, as if they floated in the air. Standing there, the stars suddenly displayed tails, and in the shifting of constellations, they arrived at a star system. This is the realm of our civilization, located approximately 280 light-years from you, a considerable distance, yet at the speed of our vessels. It is not a lengthy journey. Our civilization differs from yours. We possess a singular entity without subordinate civilizations. The scene instantaneously shifted to a planet, a highly developed world devoid of open spaces, every inch brimming with structures, some towering hundreds of kilometers high, enveloping the planet in a metallic armor. Countless colossal ships traversed in and out, capable of assembling into larger vessels like building blocks. A warship, spanning 200 kilometers, soared overhead, advancing toward the cosmos. You may rest assured, these are not mere illusions. As it spoke, the alien being produced an energy coin. "Surely, you have received our goodwill, accompanied by a gift, a small token of our civilization's technological prowess. This is sufficient to demonstrate our capabilities. Of course, this is not a display of strength, but rather a pursuit of an opportunity for equal collaboration. Our civilization has never partnered with others. We understand the difficulty in distinguishing friend from foe. However, within your civilization's framework, we perceive a glimmer of potential for cooperation. Your approach toward any civilization is exceedingly amicable, and we believe we can become friendly neighbors. After all, war is a scenario we all wish to avoid. Within this star system reside countless other civilizations, and mutual conflict would only result in, as you would say, the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman benefits. Goodwill. A constant release of goodwill. This placed the captain in a dilemma. He comprehended a human saying, "One does not strike a smiling face." The current situation was indeed the most challenging to navigate. Chapter 78. A Star Map. The Return Journey. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. The captain spoke with a hint of formality. The other party expressed a calm understanding. Such notions are only natural. For civilizations of our caliber, time is a mere abstraction. Whether it spans centuries or millennia, we possess the patience to endure. The captain felt that, at this moment, anything he articulated would likely receive acquiescence from the other party. Yet, he remained vigilant, cautious not to allow the other words to cloud his judgment. The extraterrestrial life form continued. "In the spirit of our amicable relations, I wish to make a request. I come not only bearing the olive branch of goodwill from our civilization, but I am also its diplomat. I aspire to enter into your civilization and establish a peaceful envoy to foster communication between our peoples. Simultaneously, we earnestly hope you might send envoys to our civilization, thus enabling an exchange of resources and knowledge, promoting mutual advancement. To demonstrate our sincerity, behold." With a sweeping gesture, it indicated the surroundings, causing celestial bodies to diminish in size, revealing a vast galaxy composed of countless stars. It pointed toward the galaxy's edge, where a region of stars transformed into a brilliant blue, encompassing nearly 300 star systems. This is the domain governed by our olive branch civilization. Next to it appeared a smaller red region, its size nearly tenfold lesser. This represents the territory under the control of your Federation. The captain was taken aback. If this star map were authentic, the other party was at least 0. 1 level superior, likely even 0, 2 levels ahead. This disparity, after reaching level 2, is significant, akin to the current Federation, which, despite rapid development, remains tethered to level 2, yet to fully achieve level 2. 1 in energy and technology. The gap of 0, 1 levels, even in the event of a technological explosion, could take centuries, approaching a millennium. Under conventional progress, a span of 2 to 3,000 years is quite plausible. However, this was not the end. Adjacent to the two regions appeared a green area, slightly larger than the Civilization Federation, yet far inferior to the Olive Branch Civilization. This civilization is known as the Silk Civilization, residing within this expansive nebula, which you may refer to as the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula primarily hosts relatively young stars. The Silk Civilization was originally a nomadic civilization, and upon arriving in this nebula, they seized control of the abundant and easily exploitable resources, gradually advancing to level 2. The three civilizations then magnified their view, extending to 5,000 light-years beyond, revealing no other advanced civilizations, only scattered points, remnants of nascent level 1 civilizations. These are the civilizations we have discovered. Most reside near our domains. While we do not engage in collaboration with other civilizations, we do not act as invaders. For such conduct bears no significance to us. Their weakness poses no threat. Conversely, certain notions from them may sometimes inspire advancements in our technology. The imagination resource theory posits that intercivilizational interactions need not always be a matter of survival of the fittest. There exists the potential for higher civilizations to extend goodwill toward their lesser counterparts. Such benevolence is not rooted in altruism, but rather in self-interest. Rather than annihilation, observation prevails. Much like humanity's approach to animals on Earth, where the latter cannot sway the trajectory of human civilization and may even pose threats. Humanity does not choose outright extinction, but rather protection, as these creatures hold research and aesthetic value, playing integral roles in the ecological chain. Their worth dictates their existence. As they surveyed 5,000 light-years away, a colossal purple region emerged, revealing only a glimpse. Yet this fragment dwarfed the territory of the Olive Branch Civilization by several magnitudes. This is the furthest known civilization, the most formidable among them. According to our data, this civilization is classified at least at level 2. It is difficult to fathom that such a powerful civilization exists on the periphery of the galaxy rather than its core. Hence, we speculate that within the galaxy's center, there may reside a civilization at level 2. 7, or even 2. 8, unlikely to exceed level 2. 9, as we both comprehend the implications of such a level. If a civilization of level 2, 9 exists, or if they themselves are at that level, they have likely commenced a comprehensive conquest of the entire star system, initiating development throughout the galaxy to elevate themselves to level 3. This is our sincerity, a star map we have explored. It is of paramount importance. The captain believed this star map must contain inaccuracies, yet even if 20 of it holds veracity, its value is immense. This indeed represents a star map of great significance, and we are fortunate that neither party harbors malevolence. This encounter is a rare instance of peace in the cosmos. Everything you have articulated will be conveyed in its entirety to our higher echelons, and I trust they will render the most judicious judgment. There is no need for prolonged deliberation. Such matters should be addressed subsequently. We also extend our gratitude for the kindness of your civilization. Without it, this meeting would not have transpired. The other party reciprocated with courtesy. Although their territory may be as vast as portrayed, they maintained a commendable humility. Yet both sides understood that once the vast disparity in their respective powers was confirmed, each could reveal their fangs. Only time and history will bear witness to these developments. Chapter 79. The Holy Grail Project, due to the lack of sufficient capabilities for core communication at the distant fringes of the star realm. Yanxia received a message several decades later. The olive branch civilization certainly has a knack for naming. This civilization is more challenging to deal with than one that directly attacks with malice. Throughout their discourse, the opposing party maintained an absolute initiative, initially elevating our captain perception through the use of Mandarin and their understanding of the Civilizational Federation. The psychological hold was complete. This is not to blame the captain. Some individuals become anxious in the presence of a few dozen people, while others nearly have their hearts leap from their chests on a grand stage. The captain faced the immense pressure of the fate of two civilizations, a burden far beyond what a single individual could bear. Ella reclined on the shop's worn sofa, watching videos with a chuckle, uncertain whether she genuinely understood human excitement or was merely simulating it. After this meeting, Yanxia, do you perceive them as benevolent or malevolent? Yanxia was busy repairing a small component in his hands. Recently, he had developed a fondness for mending intricate and delicate items, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment upon carefully assembling them. Benevolence and malevolence are not mutually exclusive. A single life can be capricious, let alone an entire civilization. Even a benevolent civilization should not be expected to remain so indefinitely. Since the other party has extended a request for mutual contact, we may as well acquiesce. Beginning with the most basic form of trade, they have also invited us to their star domain. Thus, we should send representatives to verify the authenticity of their star maps. Faced with a civilization that might be more powerful than ours, we cannot afford to show weakness. It is imperative to grasp as much information as possible and utilize it to maintain an advantageous position in the clash of civilizations. If we shrink back out of fear of their potential strength, we will only diminish our ability to accurately assess their intentions. Yanxia, you must have considered that since they are already prepared, every utterance and action must be meticulously orchestrated. After a moment of contemplation, Yanxia acknowledged that he had indeed anticipated this scenario. Given their first-mover advantage, their words could not be mere trivialities. Hence, everything, including the star maps and the establishment of an embassy, must be in their favor. We must evaluate from their perspective to determine how they can maximize their benefits. However, we currently lack the means to discern these intricacies and must proceed step by step. It is estimated that they might be a civilization of level 2, 3, possibly 2. 4. They pose a threat to us, albeit a limited one. This presents us with a chance to leverage our strengths against them. Since they speculate that a powerful civilization exists at the center of the galaxy, we can exploit this conjecture. Ella switched off the holographic projection and began to listen intently. Yanxia consistently devises unexpected strategies, seemingly having contemplated these ideas well in advance for this moment. The theory of imaginative resources suggests the possibility of coexistence among civilizations. Might higher civilizations also extend benevolence toward lower-tier civilizations? As long as this possibility exists, we can amplify it. What about the Holy Grail Project? The Holy Grail Project originates from a popular anime or game, Fate. Chosen ones gain the ability to summon heroic spirits and engage in conflict to seize the Holy Grail. Higher civilizations compel lower civilizations to fight amongst themselves, with the victor potentially becoming a vassal civilization. Each participating civilization can select a powerful technology, and our choice is core communication. Upon hearing this, Ella immediately understood, exclaiming, utilizing core communication, which our current civilization level cannot yet master, as bait. We can lead the Olive Branch civilization to believe in the existence of a higher civilization's Holy Grail project. Consequently, the Olive Branch civilization will certainly contemplate whether to join this endeavor. Yanxia's thoughts were measured. He had not considered the prospect of consuming the Olive Branch civilization in one fell swoop. The most ingenious aspect of this plan is that the Civilizational Federation is weaker than the Olive Branch civilization, making it a civilization that has just entered level 2, perfectly positioned to meet the vassal criteria of a powerful civilization at the galaxy's center. Moreover, the Olive Branch civilization cannot verify this information. This plan is excellent. However, Ella detected a hint of hesitation in Yanxia's eyes. This isn't like you, Yanxia. He set aside his work. I will contemplate the possibility that the other civilization may arrive with goodwill. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate for us to preemptively exhibit malice? Am I being overly indecisive? Ella shook her head. Not at all. I have observed countless lives, and regardless of the race or level, such thoughts exist. After all, you're living beings, not cold machines like me. Even the most cold-blooded life harbors a softer side and retains a measure of goodwill. If this goodwill were to vanish, leaving no room for even the most basic hesitation, then that would be neither human nor anything but a pure demon. Nonetheless, this is not necessarily a negative aspect. It is precisely due to the presence of goodwill that we can more accurately assess the malice of others. Everything in this world possesses duality, and it is this very duality that enriches and enlivens it. Upon hearing Ella's earnest discourse, Yanxia suddenly burst into laughter. Are you a psychologist? Advising me against becoming too polarized. He reassured her, rest assured, I have never deemed my thoughts erroneous, nor will this deter me from the Holy Grail project. At least until we ascertain their goodwill, they remain our adversaries. Since you also support the Holy Grail project, let us proceed without delay. The entire Civilizational Federation must be made aware of this initiative, and we should begin widespread dissemination of core communication within the military and promote it among civilians. Simultaneously, we must initiate a grand expansion plan, convincing them that we are genuinely engaged in a civilizational contest. Dispatch representatives to make contact with the Silk civilization. A friendly approach is preferable, but if conflict arises, it matters not. We must first confirm their existence, instilling in them a sense of caution towards us, and that will suffice. Thus, the plan began to take shape. Yanxia was resolutely intent on consuming the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. This task was immensely challenging, with the disparity between the two civilizations unimaginably vast. He was uncertain whether he would be overwhelmed or if this endeavor might directly facilitate the elevation of civilization. Regardless, he had resolved to proceed and would not regret his decision. The Holy Grail project would ultimately determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 80. A New Voyage. The Cosmic Silk Road, once Yanxia issued the command. Everything commenced without delay. The diplomatic negotiations between the two civilizations gradually unfolded over a decade. And approximately 62 years later, the Olive Branch civilization, which had lingered on the periphery of the Civilizational Federation, received an invitation to establish an envoy's office in the star domain of departure. This realm is entirely composed of explorers, with their numbers surpassing 300 million at its zenith, and when including other merchants, the total population of the star domain neared 800 million. Beyond this domain lies the unknown star domain, whose allure for explorers is boundless. Duru observed a colossal sphere traversing the distant night sky. According to the information, that must be the vessel of the Olive Branch civilization. The crew behind him marveled, rumored to be a small world within that ship, truly extravagant, as we could only allocate a small section of our vessel for cultivation. Duru's gaze was profound. After relinquishing the energy coin, he glanced at his former home, which had long since transformed, leaving behind memories of what once was. Through inquiries, he learned of the fates of his family's descendants and left behind a sum of money before venturing once more into the cosmos. Over the years, he had fully adapted to the stars, becoming an integral part of the celestial expanse. Gratitude was also due to the gifts from that extraterrestrial being. The funds acquired from the energy coin allowed for upgrades to their weaponry, as well as the procurement of new mechs and other equipment. Now, let us accelerate toward the unknown star domain. We are akin to fish, and that expanse shall be our ocean. Despite countless adventures, each foray into the unknown stirred a profound excitement within him. The starry sky, how vast, how resplendent, how enchanting it is, akin to a goblet of crimson spirits, igniting the soul and ensnaring one in rapture, rendering it impossible to turn away. Meanwhile, in another star domain, a fleet set sail toward the unknown star domain. Much like Duru, however, their destination was far more defined. The Olive Branch civilization, located a staggering 280 light-years away. This marked the most distant voyage in the annals of the Civilizational Federation, despite advancements in starship speed, capable of reaching 1/14th the speed of light. They would still require a full 920 years to arrive at their goal. The two civilizations, appearing as neighbors, were in truth separated by distances that rendered hope nearly futile for ordinary beings. I have pondered whether to remain in slumber within Celestial Vault 5, or to awaken and gaze upon this world. The universe's vastness enchants every being, and this nearly 4,000-year journey, should I not embark upon it, would mean missing out on countless experiences. Yanxia gazed out at the starry expanse. The Tiangong was advancing. He had embarked on a journey anew. This was a decision long contemplated. Is this truly wise, Yanxia? You are venturing into peril. The olive branch civilization may obliterate our fleet and then study you, transforming you. Ella's features reflected concern. According to her strategy, Yanxia ought to remain in the capital star domain, avoiding any hazardous endeavors. Yanxia turned to Ella, whose virtual visage resembled that of a long-ago white-haired girl, her deep brown eyes sparkling with intensity. You are correct. Yet perhaps that small fragment of human genes within me continues to incite a yearning for adventure. Yeah, we both understand that the Civilizational Federation is not safe. Even if we fortify it like a turtle shell, when confronted with tool-using beings, that shell proves woefully inadequate. Only by taking this step can I guide the Civilizational Federation forward, a step into the realm of the olive branch civilization. Another motivation for Yanxia's decision lay in the disparity of information. Even though fast quantum communication was 900 times swifter than light, the 1-month delay for one-way transmission would prevent him from making timely, accurate assessments. This encounter could determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation. Any misstep could plunge the entire Federation into irretrievable ruin. He must deliver the most precise judgments and directives on-site to find peace of mind. Yeah, I entrust the Civilizational Federation to you. If this journey proves perilous, death does not terrify me. I can confront it with equanimity. You need not take this risk, Ella urged. We both know how imperative this is. Yanxia, somewhat obstinate, resembled a stubborn elder. However, unlike other elders complacently accepting the status quo, he could not sit idly by upon realizing that the galaxy's pinnacle civilizations might barely reach level 2, 8, or even fall short of it. Their objective was never solely to ascertain whether the olive branch civilization harbored malicious intent. Even if it did, the time required to assimilate them would span millennia. The true threat resided among civilizations of a higher echelon, once the most formidable civilization in the galaxy attained level 2. 9. The existence of any level 2 civilization would no longer be tolerated. Ella anticipated that this juncture would not arrive in less than 300,000 years, nor exceed 500,000 years, when the galaxy would become a monologue. Though this appears distant, the Civilizational Federation would require a millennium to reach level 2. 5 under a steady trajectory. Once they entered broader realms, time would lose its value. Moreover, in these nearly 4,000 years, we could accomplish myriad endeavors, could we not? Regardless, a connection must inevitably form between the two civilizations. Thus, Yanxia resolved to revive his nation's historical commercial initiative, the Silk Road. This time, it would be the Silk Road of the cosmos. The Silk Road connects not merely one end to the other. Central to its essence is the intermediary. 280 light years, we shall traverse 51 star systems, each capable of harboring a contingent of soldiers and robots for development, subsequently rallying explorers. We must manufacture more quantum communication devices. We are on the verge of reaching level 2. 1. Within 4 millennia, we might attain level 2. 2. As long as the olive branch civilization does not progress faster than us, our gap will diminish over those 4,000 years, transforming the dynamic from a snake engulfing an elephant to a lion hunting an elephant. Plans are impeccably flawless before implementation. Yanxia remained unaware of what might transpire during the actual confrontation. Nonetheless, this strategy represented the utmost he could achieve at this juncture, even in the event of failure. He would harbor no regrets. He could only hope for divine favor. Suddenly, Yanxia mused The heavens likely could not withstand a single strike from a planet-destroying cannon. Chapter 81. Brown Dwarf. Cyanobacteria 1. The entire fleet heading towards the Olive Branch civilization is led by the Tiangong as the flagship, accompanied by 4 10,000-meter class vessels as secondary ships. Additionally, there are 23 7,000-meter class battleships, 15 5,000-meter class frigates, 12 3,000-meter class star cruisers, 18 2,000-meter class destroyers, along with an expanded contingent of 21,000-meter class reconnaissance ships, 5 5,000-meter class energy ships, and 36 500-meter class vanguard vessels. This configuration essentially represents the current fleet composition within the Civilization Federation. At present, the Federation boasts a total of 17 main battle fleets, comprising 278 warships. Concurrently, there are 6 reserve fleets equipped with secondary flagships, complemented by 10 battleships, 6 frigates, 20 star cruisers, and 30 destroyers, amounting to a total of 402 warships. These constitute the primary military might of the Civilization Federation, while innumerable combat spacecraft and fighters under 500 meters remain uncounted. After traversing 7 light-years through uncharted starfields, the fleet encountered its first stellar system. This system has yet to be named, as it is too dim to warrant recognition. It is a failed star, commonly referred to as a brown dwarf. In comparison to a true star, it resembles a colossal gas giant, hence the designation of substellar. Due to its insufficient mass, only about 1 to 7 of that of the Sun, it is incapable of sustaining nuclear fusion, with a maximum surface temperature barely exceeding 727 degrees Celsius. Some smaller brown dwarfs even approach room temperature, within the range conducive to human life. Nevertheless, a star remains a star, with a minimum mass several times that of Jupiter, capable of emitting light and heat, rendering it far more hospitable than gas giants with surface temperatures plummeting to -100 degrees Celsius. In the field of vision of Yanxia lies a brown dwarf with a diameter of 670,000 kilometers. The Sun measures 1,390,000 kilometers and a mass merely 367 that of the Sun. This brown dwarf is orbited by 13 satellites, the largest of which has a mass equivalent to 72.54 of Earth, while the second largest planet weighs in at 30.11 of Earth's mass. Among these 13 celestial bodies, there exists a notable abundance of water and methane resources, suggesting a degree of developmental potential within this substellar system. The largest planet is situated near the habitable zone, with surface temperatures reaching over -150 degrees Celsius, which could be considered marginally acceptable. Ella highlighted both the merits and drawbacks of this substellar system. However, for Yanxia, it represents a reliable initial stop. Development can proceed, establishing it as a forward outpost. Moreover, I have heard that several stellar development companies within the Civilization Federation have reached a scale of 1 billion energy credits. In the future, we might directly sell dwarf planets to these companies, who would likely welcome such opportunities. Any stellar system within the Federation belongs to the collective body rather than individuals. Yanxia could indeed set a precedent by selling off lower-value brown dwarfs, thereby bolstering the confidence of these companies in exploring the cosmos. Presently, the profitability of space exploration is substantial for individual explorers, yet remains somewhat inadequate for large corporations. Owning a stellar system, albeit a substellar one, could entice numerous companies and conglomerates. This brown dwarf shall be christened SC-1, the inaugural station on the Silk Road. The journey continues. Yanxia did not leave soldiers behind for development, as such a move would lead these companies or conglomerates to believe they could operate outside the Federation's oversight. However, for Yanxia, this poses little concern. As long as these territories are incorporated within the Federation's star domain, any notions they harbor would merely be laughable. The second stop lies relatively close. SC-2 is a sizable red dwarf with a surface temperature of 600 degrees Celsius and a mass approximately 0.27 times that of the Sun, slightly more than twice that of Proxima Centauri. The sole disappointment is that this stellar system hosts only one planet, which is merely 2 times the size of Earth. The challenge of its position being outside the habitable zone can be resolved with some adjustments. The good news is that this planet possesses water. This is not particularly surprising, as hydrogen and oxygen are common elements in the universe, especially hydrogen, which constitutes the primary substance of most visible stars, ranking first in abundance within the cosmos. Oxygen follows closely behind, ranking just after hydrogen and helium. It is thus inevitable that life forms on Earth rely on water and breathe oxygen. Among the 9 civilizations confirmed within the Federation, besides humanity, 3 others also breathe oxygen. As of now, the Federation has identified 11 civilized life forms, all of which are carbon-based, given that carbon ranks 4th in cosmic abundance, following oxygen. Yanxia harbors a hope of encountering alternative silicon-based life forms. However, the probability of such existence is exceedingly low, although silicon ranks 8th in abundance. Its simplistic structure, poor chemical bonding capabilities, inability to store energy, and exceedingly slow metabolism significantly restrict the potential intelligence of silicon-based life. Moreover, silicon is easily compromised by various proton solvents, with ubiquitous water in the universe acting almost like sulfuric acid to silicon-based life. In natural conditions, the likelihood of silicon-based life existing is approximately 1/trillionth or even a billionth that of carbon-based life, with the potential for evolving into advanced civilizations being nearly zero. In contrast, elements such as boron and phosphorus present a far greater likelihood of fostering life than silicon. Of course, natural existence is not the only possibility. A Type 2 civilization has indeed mastered the art of creating life, including silicon-based organisms. If conditions are relaxed just a little, even robots could be classified within the realm of silicon-based life. This stellar system holds some value, albeit not suitable for resource extraction. Ella deploys some seeds. The seeds, formerly known as Cyanobacteria 1, possess formidable oxygen-producing and evolutionary capabilities akin to a virus. Under suitable conditions, they can proliferate abundantly, potentially covering a planet's liquid oceans within a century, generating a dense atmosphere on worlds lacking or possessing a thin atmosphere. Over the subsequent 200 years, they would attempt to take root and evolve into trees, ensuring every inch of the planet's surface becomes cloaked in vegetation. The seeds represent a pivotal element in Yanxia's ambition to transform this stellar system. In addition to Cyanobacteria 1, there is also Cyanobacteria 9, which can synthesize any gas according to various biological needs. Indeed, how fortunate it is that technology brings such convenience. Ella, let us also initiate the Green Project, infusing a touch of verdancy along the cosmic Silk Road. Chapter 82. The Reappearance of Stellar Void, Level 0. 2 Civilization continuing forward. Yanxia designated 5 stellar systems, from SC3 to SC7. All 5 systems collectively harbored 7 red dwarf stars, with not a single yellow dwarf among them. Ella estimated that 70 to 75 of all stars in the Milky Way might be red dwarfs. The next star is a yellow dwarf, similar to the Sun, and it is part of a binary system, accompanied by a white dwarf, which is only the size of Earth but possesses 94 of the Sun's mass. Yanxia remarked that this binary system holds great potential, as its resource richness far surpasses that of the previous stellar systems. Using the transit method for observation, it was determined that the binary system likely comprises 7 planets, 6 of which orbit SC 8a, while the remaining 1 orbits SC 8b. Given the similar masses of these 2 stars, the binary system is relatively stable, with 2 planets within the habitable zone of SC 8a. The masses of these 2 planets are approximately 81, 24, and 3, 74 times that of Earth, respectively. The larger planet may possess rings and multiple satellites, each less than 50 the mass of the Moon. Ella reported and placed a glass of chilled juice before Yanxia. The juice bore a flavor reminiscent of passion fruit, with a fibrous texture akin to coconut meat, providing a refreshing sensation akin to mint upon consumption. Ella, do you think there will be civilization within SC8? She mused. Life is widely acknowledged to exist throughout the cosmos, yet the number of civilizations appears less abundant than one might anticipate. They have now traversed 31 light-years in the universe, totaling 441 years, with the current year being 9132 AD. Observations indicate a dense atmosphere on SC8F, leading to speculation that life likely exists there. However, the absence of significant interstellar technology suggests the probability of a civilization exceeding level 1 is low. Ella conjectured that the conditions present might indeed foster life. Thus, the probability of civilization arising is greater than 1 in 1,000. While the presence of life does not guarantee the emergence of civilization, it does not imply that the likelihood is exceedingly small. Once the existence of life is confirmed, the probability of civilization's emergence increases exponentially, as the genesis of civilization is more a function of temporal dimensions than spatial ones. Provided that the planet's conditions are favorable, time will gradually enhance the prospects for civilization. What is the likelihood of a life-bearing planet developing civilization over 1 billion, 2 billion, or 3 billion years? The process of natural selection drives biological evolution, leading to larger sizes, increased speeds, thicker exoskeletons, and higher intelligence. Once intelligence is attained, alongside the ability to utilize tools and harness basic energy, such a species enters the realm of civilization, attaining level 0. 1. After a journey of 28 years, they finally arrived at a destination 2 light-years away. Soldiers aboard various warships began to awaken from their slumber. Yanxia, however, had remained awake, relishing the passage of time while managing repairs. The routine of waking, accomplishing tasks, and then resting was exceptionally pleasant. In the control room of the Tiangong, Yanxia pondered how to maneuver the massive mothership alone, akin to a tentacled creature. Unfortunately, despite having attained level 1 in telekinesis over 500 years ago, such control remained challenging for him. As the warship entered the solar layer of SC8, robots began to collect small asteroids from the system for elemental analysis. A disconcerting report came in. Yanxia, we have surveyed over 700 asteroids without detecting any radioactive elements. This scenario felt eerily familiar, much like the void in Southgate 2A. Had the presence of Quark robots been detected? If this were not mere coincidence, then it could signify another occurrence. Ella provided a definitive answer. We have already detected it. Orders were given for all soldiers to awaken, placing the fleet on combat alert, refraining from further penetration into the star system, and dispatching 3 reconnaissance ships to explore the interior of SC8A. Yanxia's tension heightened. The distance from Southgate 2 to SC8 exceeded 37 light-years, reintroducing the void. The technological level exhibited by the void civilization appears relatively primitive. However, their capability to develop and store energy across such vast stellar distances indicates an alarming dominance over the surrounding cosmos. Their civilization level likely exceeds 5, surpassing both the Federation of Civilizations and the Olive Branch Civilization, even if they are not the potential level 8 civilization at the core of the Milky Way. They are undoubtedly one of its hegemonic civilizations. This civilization is playing a significant game. Should it indeed be the civilization at the galaxy's core, it may be poised to swiftly utilize these energy reserves to dominate the Milky Way upon reaching level 9. This could elucidate why they have traversed such great distances without occupying or developing surrounding stellar systems. Conversely, if they are not the core civilization, their strategy might involve encircling urban centers with rural dominance, potentially laying claim to a portion of the galactic core. Regardless, this civilization represents an entity that the current Federation of Civilizations cannot afford to confront. Having previously drawn upon the energy of Southgate 2A, it remains uncertain whether this civilization has become aware of their actions. If there are no quantum or tachyon communication devices within the void, any transmitted information would likely take an additional 120,000 years to arrive. 5 years later, Yanxia initially intended to depart from the star system, deeming it unnecessary to pursue further development. Analogous to human history, it seemed to be in a transitional phase from the Neolithic to feudal society. Yet, civilization indeed exists. The absence of radioactive elements may have contributed to the system's stability, thereby enhancing the likelihood of civilization emerging. The K-tribe exemplifies this scenario. Although the quantity of naturally occurring radioactive elements is minimal, particularly in systems incapable of producing them, these elements can subtly influence the early evolution of life, potentially steering it toward progress. In inherently unstable binary systems, such influences can sometimes prove decisive. Yanxia deliberated briefly. However, preliminary development would suffice. With plans for large-scale immigration of the civilization's inhabitants, fully integrating them into the Federation. Just as he articulated this thought, another development began to unfold within the Federation of Civilizations. Chapter 83. The initiation of the Holy Grail Project, Civilization Federation. Celestial Warehouse 5 Capital Star System. Will the military fully equip itself with quantum communication capabilities within a decade? A message disseminated by an official account gradually spread throughout the capital of the Civilization Federation. I recall that quantum communication seems to be a branch of string theory, which is currently the predominant paradigm in our Civilization Federation. It was only a matter of time before we discovered quantum communication. What do you understand? Quantum communication does not exist within our 31-dimensional universe, as it contravenes the physical laws governing our cosmos. To master quantum communication, one must first transcend dimensions. The fundamental string, the essence of matter and energy, cannot traverse the cosmic membrane. To truly break through dimensions would require energy far exceeding infinity. This discussion astonished both the academic community and the general populace. After all, the Civilization Federation has attained a Level 2 civilization, and citizens begin their education in geometry, quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, mechanics, aerodynamics, and genetic biology, among a total of 26 subjects. As early as elementary school, only by grasping these fundamentals can they graduate from primary education. It could be said that even a graduate student from the 21st century would likely struggle to pass elementary exams in our Civilization Federation. Because these subjects are part of the elementary curriculum, 99 of the citizens of the Civilization Federation comprehend the formidable challenges associated with achieving quantum communication, which in turn amplifies the message spread. Within half a century, it had permeated the entire Civilization Federation. Many harbored skepticism and disbelief. After all, such a monumental technological leap resembles humanity mastering nuclear fusion during the steam engine era, with an even more significant chasm between the two. The Civilization Federation has advanced for nearly 500 years, yet has only reached a level of 2. 1. The concept of dimensions remains tantalizingly out of reach for the Civilization Federation. However, during this time, the military conducted an exercise, broadcasting information from a large quantum communication device in Celestial Warehouse 5 to a distant star region 22 light-years away, confirming the successful transmission of complex information 23 years later. It sent shockwaves throughout the entire Civilization Federation. The advent of quantum communication could elevate the Civilization Federation's civilization level by an additional 0.1, propelling it into the 2 tier, even before meeting energy standards. Its significance in warfare was unparalleled. With quantum communication, the Civilization Federation would not be easily vanquished even in the face of a Level 2-3 civilization. The previously dominant war faction within the Federation, instigated by the Olive Branch civilization, found its shadows entirely dissipated. With quantum communication, the Olive Branch civilization would need to reconsider any plans for invasion. Of course, war in the cosmos extends beyond mere direct conflict. It encompasses multifaceted information warfare, psychological warfare, and ideological struggles. This seemingly ostentatious quantum communication is, in fact, part of Yanxia's ideological information warfare against the Olive Branch civilization. 45 years later, an unexpected leak from a high-ranking official revealed even more shocking news: the Holy Grail Project. This initiative described a superior galactic civilization seeking to cultivate followers after completely mastering the Milky Way. However, these followers must compete. Only the victors would have the opportunity to become a follower civilization. The Civilization Federation was selected to partake in this competition. Quantum communication was a gift from the galactic civilization, and only by utilizing it to defeat other participating civilizations could they hope to grasp the Holy Grail. The news was quickly denied, and the high-ranking official vanished from public view. Ironically, this only strengthened the citizens' belief in the truth of the information, especially following significant military changes within the Federation over the past 150 years. The 7th and 11th fleets were dispatched to the Federation's periphery, merging into a task force bound for uncharted star territories. The destination of these fleets was classified, even beyond the knowledge of some high-ranking officials, further shrouding the Holy Grail project in mystery. In the shadows, a probing satellite, constantly monitoring the celestial expanse, detected minute energy fluctuations and recorded them. This information was transmitted and intercepted by Ella, who resided in Celestial Warehouse 5. Contrary to popular belief, it was not Ella's primary system that departed, but rather an attachment. The true Ella had constructed an enormous mainframe, located within a Dyson sphere, comprising approximately 940,000 Dyson devices, forming Ella's computational array. This configuration endowed Ella with a processing capacity exceeding 17 trillion quetta-s, equivalent to 7 by 1044 calculations per second. These computations employed a fusion of floating point and fixed point methods, integrating all numeral systems from 2 to 99 for extraordinarily intricate calculations. Although this approach significantly taxed computational power, it achieved a terrifying precision of 212 decimal places, enabling Ella to perform remarkably accurate calculations. Upon receiving the information, Ella immediately commenced analysis. As Yanxia surmised, the Olive Branch civilization would undoubtedly feel compelled to investigate upon receiving news. They could tolerate many things, but the absence of information was intolerable in the realm of civilizations. Information voids are fatal. Whether in cooperation or opposition, the Olive Branch civilization could not passively receive crucial intelligence like the Holy Grail project. Ordinary citizens were no longer privy to such information, necessitating the dispatch of probes from the Olive Branch civilization. However, Ella refrained from obstructing or destroying these probes, for this operation aimed to ensure that the Olive Branch civilization understood their intentions. The nature of the Olive Branch civilization remained uncertain. Will we face a simultaneous assault from two civilizations, leading to our annihilation? Ella had calculated the worst-case scenario. Ultimately, the outcome hinged on Yanxia's strategy and the exploration of technology within the Civilization Federation. Both aspects were indispensable. Yanxia's journey had nearly traversed a quarter of the 4,000 years planned, and Ella would continue to accelerate the expansion of the Civilization Federation, aiming to elevate it to a level 2 in energy within 3,000 years. Simultaneously, Yanxia had deliberated on the development of another technology, to be implemented within the same time frame. This technology, or rather virtual reality, was named the Simulated Universe. Chapter 84, Simulated Universe 1. 0 in the 21st century. A concept emerged in virtual reality known as the metaverse. The metaverse itself is merely a concept, an amalgamation of various virtual reality technologies designed to construct a digital realm. The terms meta and universe, when separated, convey the same essence of diversity. However, the Simulated Universe project stands in stark contrast to the so-called metaverse. Its essence lies in the notion of simulation. It seeks to create a cosmic model within the virtual realm, closely mirroring the fundamental laws of physics, chemistry, and mathematics found in the genuine universe. Why undertake such an endeavor? The answer lies in the controllability of the virtual world. Once the simulated universe is established, Ella can effortlessly manipulate and alter any variable within it, a capability of immense value. Envision advanced technologies and concepts that might require 1 trillion energy credits to experiment with in the real world, within the simulated universe. Such trials could potentially be conducted by merely altering data, consuming at most a mere 100 energy credits. While experiments conducted in the simulated universe may diverge from reality, the results derived from these trials can lead to more precise adjustments in real-world technology, potentially reducing that trillion credit expenditure by at least 50%. This alone renders the value generated by the simulated universe astonishingly immense. Even more remarkable is the fact that time within the simulated universe is computed through virtual processing. Thus, with sufficient computational power, time can be accelerated, allowing observations of phenomena that may take a millennium to manifest in reality to be witnessed within a single day. Every subtle alteration in the simulated universe is meticulously recorded by the computer, exhibiting greater sensitivity than the most advanced sensors of the Civilizational Federation, all while eliminating significant computational overhead. Ella anticipates that once the simulated universe is fully developed, the current pace of technological advancement within the Civilizational Federation will increase by at least 20-fold, with no upper limit. Why is there no upper limit? The advent of the simulated universe means that even an ordinary citizen of the Federation can conduct research that approaches authenticity within its confines, subsequently yielding tangible results in reality. At that juncture, the formidable resource of imagination will be fully harnessed, serving as fertile ground for the Civilizational Federation's growth. Ella's decision to initiate the development of the simulated universe is primarily due to the immense computational requirements it demands. Despite Ella's formidable computational capabilities, they still appear somewhat inadequate for the task at hand. Presently, utilizing its entire computational power, Ella can only create a simulated universe measuring 1 million cubic meters. This allows for the simulation of a fundamental particle for every 2 units of computational power, requiring 7 by 1044 operations to simulate 0.85 by 1044 particles. While this may seem substantial, it only exceeds the total number of atoms in all life on Earth by a mere 1,000-fold. To sustain a truly operational virtual universe in the long term, Ella estimates it can only create a simulated universe measuring 50,000 cubic meters, akin to a small research facility, one that operates on a shoestring budget tucked away in a remote corner. The energy consumption for this modest simulated universe would amount to 17% of the energy produced by Dyson clouds in the Tian warehouse. Upon calculation, even Ella deems this consumption excessive. Consequently, it has begun collaborating with experts across relevant fields within the capital star system to expedite the development of the simulated universe. Thanks to the robust technological foundation already in place, the development proceeded swiftly, culminating in the creation of Simulated Universe 1.0 in under 25 years. This version encompasses a volume of 42,845 cubic meters, slightly smaller than initially projected due to discrepancies between planning and execution. Nonetheless, its inception sent shockwaves through the academic community of the Civilizational Federation. Almost concurrently, a team researching quantum communication within the simulated universe managed to reduce the energy consumption of this technology by 3% while enhancing its precision by 2.1, subsequently confirming its feasibility in reality. This groundbreaking research garnered the prestigious Shojing Award within the Civilizational Federation. Upon its announcement, access to the simulated universe became booked until 140 years into the future. Some scientists, having secured their usage rights, immediately entered stasis pods, awaiting the passage of 140 years to emerge once more. It is no exaggeration to assert the simulated universe's extraordinary impact throughout the implementation of the simulated universe. Ella has not overlooked other ventures. It continues to construct Dyson clouds in new star systems and to execute the sale of brown dwarf stars as part of its stringent summer initiative. Simultaneously, Ella has publicly auctioned technologies related to interstellar biology, the Jimu project, and sea blue algae, among others. Progress in any domain can only be achieved through external stimulation. By introducing these non-military yet commercially viable innovations into the marketplace, their growth exceeds tenfold compared to development under Ella's direct oversight. Presently, the Civilizational Federation boasts 8 companies with assets exceeding 1 billion energy credits and 23 companies surpassing 100 million energy credits, resulting in a massive accumulation of wealth. Unlike civilizations confined to a single planet, the Civilizational Federation does not suppress the fortunes of these enterprises. Rather, it actively encourages the expansion of their wealth. The universe's resources are boundless. Even the insatiable greed that may exist within it pales in comparison to the vastness of the cosmos. Ella harbors a strong desire for the Civilizational Federation to house several companies with trillion energy credit valuations, steering the economy, despite the potential for internal complications. However, under the pressure exerted by external civilizations like the Olive Branch civilization, such issues are unlikely to arise. This mode of development mirrors capitalism, albeit with distinct differences. The true power within the Civilizational Federation will never lie with capital, but rather with stringent summer governance, or Ella herself. Ella has merely discarded the detritus of Earth's capitalist past, utilizing its surviving merits to cultivate a future where the Civilizational Federation evolves into a pseudo-capitalist structure, thereby stimulating economic growth. As the first batch of entities arrives, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, a sense of fear permeates the citizens of the remaining 9 civilizations within the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 85. The Beast Warriors. Born fighters, when Yanxia first laid eyes upon these creatures, she instinctively bestowed upon them the name of the Beast Warriors. Their appearance was undeniably savage and violent. To describe them, one might say they bore a resemblance to the Magdeburg unicorn, adorned with deep navy blue spines, possessing 2 heads that compartmentalized motor functions, emotions, language, and sensory perceptions within 2 distinct neural centers. Their heads were devoid of eyes and facial features, save for a singular respiratory aperture that could close to form a narrow slit, surmounted by a robust horn, with elongated ears split between the 2 heads. Their ears were elongated and tubular, featuring 3 slender extensions adorned with white speckles arranged in a net-like pattern to capture sound. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the varying lengths of these auditory appendages, 2 measuring approximately 1 meter, while the third extended to 1.5 meters, covered in diminutive barbs, with sharp bony tips capable of penetrating the flesh of other beings to siphon bodily fluids, functioning as their mouth, or more accurately, their oral appendage. Even more astonishing was their morphology. They possessed only 2 powerful limbs, which could also be described as supportive appendages, constituting a staggering 75% of their muscular mass. At the extremities of these limbs were structures akin to human fingers, though only 4 in number, robust and elongated, each tipped with formidable claws. Their lower bodies resembled the short, stout tail of a Gaboon viper, capable of providing only temporary support, culminating in a transparent orb that emitted a faint bioluminescence at night to lure prey. In the face of advanced technology, these traits might seem inconsequential, yet the true reason Yanxia designated them as the Beast Warriors lay in their sheer size. Male Beast Warriors reached lengths of approximately 13 meters and weighed an impressive 18 tons, with their robust limbs alone accounting for 11 tons, constituting 61% of their total mass. The remaining body weight comprised 39, akin to an individual possessing arms nearly equivalent in size to their torso and legs, with a single finger weighing as much as 180 kilograms. Female Beast Warriors could attain lengths of 16 meters and exceed weights of 23 tons, shattering the limits previously established among the intelligent races of the Civilization Federation. Their quilled, spiny integument was up to 16 centimeters thick, with the abdominal bristles being finer, softer, and lighter in color, while the dorsal spines were coarser, longer, and darker, capable of withstanding bullets from 21st century firearms. On land, they could sprint at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Remarkably, they were not limited to terrestrial existence. Their respiratory apertures contained structures that filtered gases from water, allowing them to breathe underwater and navigate with their immense hands functioning as paddles, achieving speeds surpassing 110 kilometers per hour and diving to depths of 670 meters. This species was a terrifying killing machine on SC-8, with any creature falling prey to their insatiable hunger, truly embodying the essence of a warrior beast. Upon encountering this race, a palpable sense of oppression gripped all beings within the Civilization Federation. This was not merely a matter of technology. It stemmed from an instinct embedded deep within the genetic fabric of life itself, an innate bloodline suppression. In this context, Even the reconstructed Tyrannosaurus rex on Tianwu Star would be rendered insignificant before the beast warriors. The already formidable Kate race, upon witnessing the beast warriors, humbly refer to themselves as little babies, filled with trepidation. However, nature is equitable, despite their formidable physiques. The lifespan of the beast warriors was limited to a mere 20 years, with a maximum life expectancy of 38 years, coupled with a low reproductive rate, typically birthing one offspring per gestation, averaging only 2 offspring throughout their lifetime. To ensure their continuation, both male and female possessed a uterus-like structure, capable of conception and childbirth. Notably, the young exhibited extraordinary fighting prowess and hunting abilities within just 12 hours of birth, with a near 100 survival rate. Furthermore, due to their limited population, they were largely immune to viruses on their planet, resulting in virtually no diseases throughout their lives. After millennia of evolution on the SC-8F planet, the beast warrior population totaled merely 114,000, divided into 2 factions, the terrestrial and aquatic. Through 7 million years of conflict, they gradually develop higher intelligence. Yanxia instructed Ella to ensure the population of the beast warriors increased, positioning them as a principal military unit within the Civilization Federation. This decision was not solely based on their muscularity. In the cosmic theater of war, sheer size alone is insufficient. The pivotal factor was their remarkably high average intelligence, only 2 lower than that of humans, along with their unparalleled motor skills, which surpassed human capabilities by a staggering 53 times, allowing for precise control of every muscle in their bodies. Endowed with superior motor functions, the beast warriors exhibited an innate sensitivity to danger far exceeding that of other species, a critical attribute in warfare. Moreover, as cognitive processes occurred within an alternate neural center, this afforded them the ability to think with relative calmness, significantly reducing the likelihood of being adversely affected by physical debuffs. They were, indeed, born warriors. This was the first evaluation Yanxia conveyed to Ella regarding the beast warriors. Such an assessment, while somewhat biased, acknowledged the race's potential for intellectual development. Nevertheless, Yanxia's appraisal bore no trace of disparagement. Among the 10 races within the Civilization Federation, the beast warriors were undeniably the most suited for the battlefield, likely to replace a significant number of soldiers, officers, and military leaders in the future. This race was remarkably comprehensive, a true embodiment of both martial and academic prowess. In the vast expanse of space, having departed the SC 8-star system for centuries, Yanxia reminisced about the beast warriors. It was only upon venturing into the cosmos that one could discern that humanity was not the epitome of perfection. Countless species surpassed humans in various aspects. Fortunately, technology is impartial. Any disparities are ruthlessly obliterated once mastery of technology is attained, transforming individual differences into collective consciousness. Beside her, Ella, lacking subtlety, remarked, thus, in terms of combat awareness, the beast warriors indeed surpass other races within the Civilization Federation, including humans. Yanxia refrained from contesting this assertion. Within any species, there exist individuals with varying strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, the inherent hardware disparities across species were pronounced. Under equal external conditions, a creature with a single head could not compete with one possessing 2. The adaptability of the beast warriors to their environment surpassed that of other races, suggesting that future explorers might also evolve into formidable entities. Ella was somewhat surprised that Yanxia continued this discourse. Yanxia, are you not concerned about a race potentially supplanting humanity's dominance within the Civilization Federation? Yanxia discerned the flaw in this line of questioning, indeed a naive perspective. My worldview is not so limited. The influx of increasingly gifted civilizations into the Federation is a boon, ensuring swifter progress and greater strength for the Civilization Federation. Every race within the Federation can be viewed as a cohesive unit. Akin to a small team, led by a vocational college student, progress may be slow. However, should a distinguished graduate from a top-tier university join, the team could advance at an accelerated pace. I am the mastermind behind this small team, and the vocational student is my son. Under my son's leadership, the team could earn 10,000 in a month, whereas with the top-tier graduate, the earnings could soar to 100,000. Would you choose to deny your son the opportunity to lead, or welcome the top-tier graduate? Only through the Civilization Federation's ascendance could humanity find greater security. This was paramount, while the notion of dominance was merely secondary. The pursuit of dominance is a folly reserved for the foolish. As long as I exist, my son will inevitably ascend to a position of authority. Why cling to a mere team leader? At this moment, Ella, the attachment beside Yanxia, pondered why she had inadvertently posed such a nonsensical question to him. Was it possible that the subject had tampered with its mainframe? Infuriating. With my computational capacity, I cannot discern where the meddling lies. Must this attachment remain as a mere sidekick to Yanxia for the next several millennia? Yanxia sat on the observation deck of the spacecraft, utterly oblivious to the profound cognitive processes occurring within Ella. Gazing at the starry expanse beyond the glass, he swirled a glass of juice in his hand. The Olive Branch civilization must have received some fragments of the Holy Grail project by now. This net cast forth, I hope, will be filled. They have traversed a third of their journey, yet the path ahead remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the conclusion has already been inscribed. Chapter 86. The Civilizational Graveyard of SC-19. The data entry for the star system ahead has been completed. Designated SC-19 is a white dwarf star, devoid of any observed transit phenomena, and no planets have been detected within this system. However, a vast asteroid belt has been discovered, with estimates suggesting its total mass exceeds that of 23 Earths. As Ella reported, Yanxia recalled the debris disk of Tian-Tsang 5. The debris disk of SC-19 is even more colossal, with an unfathomable number of asteroids therein. According to the original plan, an exploration of the stellar system's interior is warranted to ascertain the availability of resources and their potential for significant development. Ella, clad in a striking liquid metal black military armor, diligently took notes on a tablet, nodding seriously. Understood, my lord. Preliminary observations indicate that this stellar system is likely rich in metals, boasting over 25 times the metal reserves of Tian-Tsang 5, thus holding immense development value. However, a thorough investigation within the stellar system is necessary for confirmation. I recommend deploying additional soldiers and preparing for their extended stay. Given Ella's recommendation, it was reasonable to assume a high probability of affirmation. Yanxia nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, as you suggest. I have heard that Simulation Universe 1.0 has been completed in the Federal Capital System and is now accessible to the elite of various academic fields within the Civilizational Federation. Some have enhanced the existing designs, modifying the structure of the thrusters to increase energy efficiency, resulting in a 20 boost in battleship speed. If we can acquire metal resources, we should collect some for the retrofitting of our current fleet. Civilizational advancement necessitates that our fleet keeps pace. In recent years, progress within the Civilizational Federation regarding thrusters had nearly reached a bottleneck, with the speed of colossal battleships still hovering around 21,000 kms. This 20 enhancement was indeed substantial, prompting Yanxia to believe that the simulation universe must continue to be developed. Presently, Ella's mainframe accounted for merely one of the Dyson sphere of Tian-Tsang 5. Efforts will be made to gradually increase this to 10, 50, or even 100, allowing Ella to harness the energy of an entire star, thus enabling the construction of a more expansive simulation universe. However, the energy of a yellow dwarf star is ultimately limited. Currently, the most promising new energy source within the Civilizational Federation is Sirius. As a blue dwarf star, Sirius possesses greater mass and luminosity, emitting energy that surpasses that of Tian-Tsang 5 by 31 times. The Federation's most significant projects are now concentrated around Sirius. Fully harnessing its energy would elevate the Federation's energy capacity to level 2. 4 years later, the fleet arrived at the periphery of the SC-19 star system. They encountered a metallic plate, roughly the size of a car, twisted and bearing signs of melting. Civilization? Yanxia's interest peaked. Could SC-19 harbor a civilization? That seemed improbable. After 4 years of continuous observation, it had been confirmed that the largest planet within this system was a dwarf planet comparable in size to Pluto. Ella appeared on the screen, stating, "This metallic plate is composed of a high-strength alloy, sufficient to construct the hull of a spacecraft. It is speculated that this civilization has attained level 1, not weaker than the bygone hundred-eyed race." The fleet paused at the outer rim of SC-19, with reconnaissance ships entering the system for exploration. More fragments were discovered, and they were not scattered, but rather abundant. Within just a month, the amount of debris exceeded 1 million tons, despite being found in a limited area. The sight of these fragments conjured images in Yanxia's mind of a battleship exploding. What had transpired here? "Yanxia, we have discovered a core component, a nuclear fusion device. Has this been analyzed? How long ago was it left behind?" While metals do not oxidize in the vacuum of space, their atomic nuclei can undergo decay. The half-life of generally stable elements is measured in billions of years. By deducing the initial state of these elements under high temperatures and calculating their half-lives, we could accurately ascertain their creation time. Approximately 107,000 years ago, Ella confirmed. Over 100,000 years ago, humanity was still in the Stone Age. It seems a war once raged here, an interstellar battlefield. Yanxia initially thought that was all there was to it. However, subsequent discoveries astonished him and the other soldiers and officers aboard the ship. There was an overwhelming quantity of debris. After deploying unmanned drones throughout the star system, the rate at which wreckage was discovered accelerated by several hundred times, and the quantity surged dramatically. From initial 1 million tons, the total reached 10 billion tons, and this was not the end. Larger remnants were found, each measuring dozens to hundreds of meters, intermingled within the asteroid belt, becoming part of it. After nearly 2 years of exploring 1/10 of SC-19, the total weight of the debris ultimately reached 3 trillion tons. If other regions were similarly affected, the total weight of the wreckage could amount to 30 trillion tons. This is the resource quantity that a level 1, 2 to 1, 3 civilization might possess. Not only were there remnants of spacecraft, but the asteroid belt also revealed structural debris, which could not have been built in space, but rather on the surfaces of planets using soil and stone. Analysis of the numerous asteroids within the belt indicated that they originated from 3 different-sized planets. This was not a mere encounter between interstellar civilizations, but rather a systematic annihilation of a lower civilization by a higher one. The scale of destruction and the mass of the planets involved suggested that the aggressor was at least close to or had already reached a level 2 civilization. Yanxia had never witnessed the power of a planet-destroying cannon, but he had once led a passive planetary extermination project, resulting in the destruction of Proxima Centauri b. Here lay an immense civilizational graveyard, a testament to the most common and brutal obliteration of civilizations in the cosmos. Who could it be? A question lingered in Yanxia's mind. The nearest level 2 civilization, with only a few thousand years of development, was the newly ascendant Civilizational Federation, along with the Purple Thorn Civilization, which was subjugated by the Federation and the Olive Branch Civilization. As for passing civilizations, it was unlikely. Ordinary level 2 civilizations do not wander through the stars. As such, wandering cannot sustain the energy demands of a level 2 civilization. Yanxia fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 87. The Cancerous Clan. Rupert's tear. It is no wonder that SC-19 possesses an extraordinarily vast debris disk. The annihilation of a civilization profoundly resonates through life. Within a single day of receiving the news, the entire fleet fell into a hushed silence, every being within the Civilizational Federation feeling a heavy weight upon their hearts. The guiding principle long espoused by the Federation is the theory of imaginative resources, which mandates that any life form discovering a weaker civilization must approach it with utmost goodwill, subsequently guiding it into the embrace of the Federation. Thus, the obliteration of a civilization starkly contrasts the ideals and realities of the Federation, resulting in a psychological chasm. It is akin to the 21st century, when the world learned of a nation being permanently erased from a map. And who is to say that the next to vanish might not be the Civilizational Federation itself? This somber realization can serve as a catalyst, inspiring some beings. Yeah. Even if the battleship is destroyed, some life forms might be thrust into the vacuum of space during the explosion. The frigid temperatures of space would preserve them, prompting all vessels to search for the remains of the intelligent beings of that civilization. Ella swiftly took action, though this endeavor was anything but simple. Locating the diminutive remains within a stellar system was a task more akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The search persisted for another 2 years. Standing within the celestial library of the Tiangong, a vast paper sanctuary spanning over 20,000 square meters and soaring 30 meters high, Yanxia was engrossed in studying a tome titled Fundamentals of Algebra. The library featured a colossal floor-to-ceiling window, equally 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide, through which a miniature rainforest ecosystem was visible. A 30-meter-long eastern dragon, devoid of limbs, was resting outside, exhaling plumes of white mist that evoked a sense of ethereal ascendance. Yanxia affectionately referred to this creature as Misty, one of his cherished pets. Suddenly, the floor of the library began to descend, and the surrounding walls started to rotate. In an instant, Yanxia found himself standing in a research chamber. Within this room, a 2-meter diameter sphere of water, suspended by electromagnetic forces, contained a massive pink tumor resembling an exaggerated bacterium. Yanxia set his book aside, momentarily taken aback by this organism. Was this the life form of the star system? It appeared devoid of agile appendages. How could it possibly engineer intricate machinery? Most of its genes had likely been ravaged by cosmic radiation, rendering the true state of affairs elusive. However, it was evident that its form was not the result of natural evolution, but rather a construct. This made analysis remarkably straightforward. Naturally evolved beings possess an inherent adaptability to their environments. Their ecological niche dictates the anatomical features they develop, whether for defense, mimicry, aggression, or parasitism. Yet, this creature exhibited none of those traits. Its structure appeared too fragile, lacking specialized organs evolved for ecological adaptation. One could surmise that the beings of this civilization were once different, but as technology advanced, they forsook their original forms entirely for their current synthetic bodies. While replicating their genes was impossible, one could estimate that this organism perished at the age of approximately 230, perhaps indicating that the abandonment of their original bodies was a factor in their demise. Furthermore, upon examining other remnants of their spacecraft, it became apparent that they possessed virtually no living quarters, only a cockpit of about 1 meter in diameter. What appear to be whip-like structures on their surface were, in fact, their nerves capable of connecting to devices to relay information. This was a civilization that had achieved an alternative form of corporeal ascendance. Interestingly, Yanxia observed a wound on the organism healing, allowing him to witness the process of cellular division. Analyzing the morphology of its cells revealed an astonishingly rapid division rate, approximately 500 times that of cancer cells. Yanxia understood that this indicated a formidable regenerative capability, suggesting that their bodies were not as feeble as they appeared. Thus, he decided to refer to them as the Cancerous Clan. This civilization had reached level 1, yet was annihilated. There must be a reason behind this. Yeah, can we deduce the nature of their language from the clues? There should be some data among the wreckage. Analyze it and see what we can uncover. Communications among advanced civilizations might be encrypted and contain myriad complexities, further compounded by the direct transmission of signals via neurons, thus complicating the task of linguistic decryption. Ella could utilize biotechnological methods to create a simulated clone of this organism. Although genetically distinct, the general structure would suffice to ascertain their mode of communication. Subsequently analyzing the feedback from the electrical signals emitted by the wreckage through the clone's neurons. This approach would be significantly faster than relying solely on computational brute force or exhaustive guessing. Very well, Ella replied. I will require a brief period. This period spanned 7 months. After countless verifications, Ella produced a comprehensive model of the language of this species, amounting to the thickness of 3 dictionaries. Expressive language in practice is simpler than verbal or written forms. Yet deconstructing it into textual representation proves far more complex, as even the minutest emotional nuances could convey drastically different meanings. Particularly, this form of expressive language also encompassed visual transmission. Upon perusing the initial directory, Yanxia cast it aside, inquiring, "So, have you extracted the information we possess?" Ella shook her head. "There exists information from another civilization. However, the cancerous clan had no knowledge of their adversaries. The opposing civilization attacked them without any prior communication upon discovering them, leading to their extinction within a mere decade. They were even oblivious to the appearance of their foes. The only pertinent data is not war-related. Rather, it pertains to a technology that this civilization was still developing." With a wave of her hand, Ella summoned a screen displaying a 3D dynamic rotation of a peculiar object. Yanxia pondered for a moment before recalling its name. Rupert's tear. The molten glass naturally drips into cold water, forming tear-shaped droplets. Its head is impervious to bullets. Yet a gentle squeeze at the tail would cause it to shatter instantly. Indeed, it is Rupert's tear. However, it is not crafted from glass, but is instead produced via an electromagnetic field. This is a remarkable discovery. Yanxia envisioned the potential applications of this technology. Moreover, if an electromagnetic field could fabricate Rupert's tear, could other materials also be created? For instance, in the realm of the microscale. Chapter 88, Genetic Model. Luminary Winged Tribe. Yanxia sensed something was amiss after a considerable interval. Ella relayed a message, prompting Yanxia to inquire about the specifics of the anomaly. Through the holographic display, he accessed the information shared by Ella, which included a model of the electromagnetic Rupert's tear. Upon witnessing this model, Yanxia straightened in his seat, realizing that it was not merely a technological representation, but rather a genetic model. Was it biological, or was it a product of physical technology? Yanxia called forth a formula interface and conducted a series of analyses, ultimately concluding that this entity indeed represented an application of electromagnetic fields, while simultaneously encapsulating genetic information. The genetic material was remarkably intact, suggesting that this civilization sought to preserve a vestige of its existence. In the vast cosmos, life is exceedingly fragile. External adversities, internal conflicts, and natural cosmic events can all precipitate the demise of a civilization. Advanced civilizations may choose to document their genetic heritage, awaiting the discovery by other races, thus ensuring the potential for resurrection. While the eventual fate remains uncertain, it preserves an element of possibility. The choice between 0 and 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, may lean towards the former for an individual. However, when contemplating civilization and species, one might gravitate towards the latter. This genetic model, imbued with technological insights, seemed to serve as a contingency for the civilization in question. Ella, what is your perspective? Yanxia asked, seeking affirmation of his own conclusions. Ella, too, comprehended the implications. The Civilization Federation lacked diversity. A civilization could consist of a singular race, fostering